The truth was that comprehending the Blue Lotus domain wasn't much at all. When a heroic young elite comprehended the third-level concept of fire laws to the peak, and also had great potential and a great destiny upon them, anyone could successfully form the Blue Lotus domain. As long as they didn't perish on their road, their future achievements wouldn't be low. Thus, the Blue Lotus domain was considered a type of phenomenon that symbolized someone with the life of an emperor. But as things stood, there were countless geniuses within the ancient Phoenix clan that had comprehended the Blue Lotus domain. With 100 billion clansmen, the base number was simply too great. The Ruby Sovereign had guarded Fire Spirit Star for many years now, and it was difficult to measure how many geniuses had comprehended the Blue Lotus domain. But no one had managed to comprehend the Blue Lotus domain in such a way that left the Ruby Sovereign so surprised. When Lin Ming first arrived at Fire Spirit Star, the Ruby Sovereign could see that Lin Ming had just traced upon the threshold of the concept of creation. He was far from reaching large success. It was inferior to a normal genius disciple, much less those like Yen Little Moon or Hua Yenguang. In ordinary circumstances, one had to slowly accumulate understandings for years or even decades to comprehend each level of the fire law. Lin Ming's perception was extremely high. With the support of Fire Spirit Star's atmosphere, it would already be good if he could comprehend the Blue Lotus domain in a year and a half. But now, in his first trip into the Hells of Flame, he had undergone a single period of sudden enlightenment to walk the same distance that should have taken him a year and a half. How could the Ruby Sovereign not be stupefied by this? Moreover, the quality of the Blue Lotus domain that Lin Ming condensed was at the peak of all peaks. The Ruby Sovereign had impeccable judgment. He had seen countless talents form the Blue Lotus domain over the years, but there were very few that could compare to Lin Ming's degree. The reason that the Blue Lotus domain was condensed to such a degree should be because of Lin Ming's solid foundation. Once he entered sudden enlightenment, he managed to achieve this. Another reason should be because of that strange and mystical power within his body. After absorbing so many law fragments, it would be strange if his Blue Lotus domain didn't reach such a high caliber. The Ruby Sovereign thought out loud. A state of sudden enlightenment could only be found through a stroke of fate. A single period of sudden enlightenment that lasted for 1 or 2 quarter hours of time was the same as a long period of seclusion. But even so, for Lin Ming to produce such an impeccable Blue Lotus domain after a single period of sudden enlightenment, the Ruby Sovereign thought this was simply incredulous. As the Ruby Sovereign was wrapped up in his imagination, he saw that Lin Ming's scorched skin, and even the parts where the oil was baked out of his body, began to peel away, revealing new and tender skin beneath. Some places were severely burned with even the meridians and flesh scorched black, but a blue-green energy wrapped around those wounds. The flesh underneath slowly wriggled, glowing with vitality as it regenerated at a speed visible to the eye. This was the most important aspect of the Blue Lotus domain healing. Especially with the heretical god sprout supporting him, the healing effect of the Blue Lotus domain was even better. At this time, within Lin Ming's dantian, the blue lotus-shaped leaf on the heretical god sprout began to glow with a misty light. The speed at which his wounds regenerated was actually faster than the healing from the Gate of Healing. If the Blue Lotus domain and the Gate of Healing combined together, the effects could be imagined. Moreover, the Blue Lotus domain could heal more than just Lin Ming's own injuries. It had a healing effect on anyone within the range of the domain. As long as Lin Ming desired it, he could expend some of his true essence to shroud others in his Blue Lotus domain, saving them from injury and harm. His restorative ability is too extraordinary. However, that should also be because there is the Gate of Healing added on that such an effect is produced. This boy's Blue Lotus domain can likely even compare with Yen Littleman's. And Yen Little Moon has already begun to touch upon the 4th level concept of fire. In this Fire Spirit Star's smelting trial, she should be able to comprehend the 4th level of the fire concepts. If Lin Ming wants to catch up to her, he'll have to work hard for it. The Ruby Sovereign thought out loud. And at this time, Yen Little Moon had already penetrated 33,000 miles deep into the Hells of Flame. In fact, this wasn't Yen Littleman's limit. The only problem was that if she passed down to the deepest depths she could, She would only be able to stay at that limit for an incense stick of time before she would be forced back. If she stayed at the 33,000-mile area, she would be able to reluctantly absorb the fire origin energy here and comprehend the fire laws. In other words, this was the depth limit at which she could reasonably train. Within the third level, the fire origin energy was no longer lifeless, but had a mind of its own. Endless fire origin energy turned into vicious beasts and saint beasts that charged towards Yen Little Moon. But at this time, Yen Little Moon was similar to a descended goddess. Her entire body was wrapped in flaming golden light. This flaming golden light was similar to the golden light that appeared between Lin Ming's eyebrows when he burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. But when Lin Ming burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix, only a wisp of golden light shot out. As for Yen Little Moon, her entire body was shining in radiant glory. When the beasts formed by fire origin energy met this golden light, they immediately melted away, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by Yen Little Moon. Compared to Lin Ming, Yen Little Moon may not have entered the state of sudden enlightenment, but the speed at which she absorbed fire origin energy was a rate Lin Ming could not hold a candle to. The perfect ancient phoenix bloodline was well known for its strength. How could it be empty talk? If Lin Ming wanted to reach Yen Little Moon's speed of absorption, he would have to use the heretical god sprout. But the fire origin energy that the heretical god sprout absorbed wasn't his own. In the 8,000-mile Black Swamp's 9 Heavens Thunder Dominion, the heretical god sprout had even absorbed the heavenly retribution divine thunder left behind by Empyrean thunder punishment. Afterwards, when Lin Ming fought Yen Yun in the final battle, he has used that divine thunder to break through Yen Yun's master move and cause him to suffer deep losses. It had a miraculous effect on the battle. However, this heavenly retribution divine thunder was in the end not part of Lin Ming's own strength. Once he used it up, it was impossible to use again. Thus, the heretical god sprout was only a cultivation method in the end. No matter how powerful it was, it could only play a supporting role. It was impossible for him to rely on a single set of cultivation methods to comprehend the source laws of the universe. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Yen Little Moon training at the 33,000-mile distance was still extremely difficult for her. She quickly reached her limit as fragrant sweat dripped down her body. This training state continued for 2 incense sticks of time. Then, with an explosive shattering sound, Yen Little Moon's protective true essence broke apart. Wild and turbulent fire energy crazily impacted towards her. However, Yen Little Moon did not need the Ruby Sovereign to rescue her. An invisible layer of energy emitted from the surface of her body, shielding her from the fire origin energy. This was Yen Little Moon's top-grade Saint Artifact vestment. This vestment was also a peak top-grade Saint Artifact. Its value was no worse than the Phoenix Blood Spear. With this vestment on, any non-Ninefall Divine Sea Master could forget about breaking through this defense. Even if Yen Little Moon stood still and allowed others to freely strike her, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on her body until both Yen Little Moon and the top-grade vestment's energy was depleted. Good, Little Moon, you have done well. Chu Red Cloud freely sprinkled praise on Yen Little Moon. In this smelting trial of junior disciples, whether it was your foundation from the start or your training speed, you are far and ahead number 1. Those with a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline had a monstrous compatibility with fire laws. If others took several years to comprehend the fire laws, it would only take Yen Little Moon several months, if not less. Not just that, but Yen Little Moon's perception was also exceedingly high. With these 2 conditions combined together, Chu Red Cloud really couldn't imagine how anyone could surpass her in training speed. Moreover, Yen Little Moon's starting point was higher than the others to begin with. While most disciples were diligently training in the 2nd level, Yen Little Moon had already penetrated 33,000 miles deep into the hells of flame. If she didn't care about training, she could even reach a depth of 35,000 miles. Auntie, in another month I should be able to reach the 36,000-mile depth. After that is the 39,000-mile depth, and then after that is the 4th level. Auntie, please rest assured. I will definitely win that heaven-eclipsing cauldron for you. That smelly nincompoop Lin Ming is still stuck in the 2nd level. I want to see just how he'll compete with me. With the heaven-eclipsing cauldron's help, Auntie will easily break into the late Divine Lord realm, and you might even reach perfection of the late Divine Lord realm. There may even be a chance that you will break into the Holy Lord realm and truly control the heavenly Tao. Yen Little Moon blithely said. Even so, Chu Red Cloud was all smiles as she listened. Ha, you little girl, you still want to trick me with your flattery? Breaking through to the late Divine Lord realm isn't a problem, but reaching the peak late Divine Lord realm is extremely difficult. As for breaking past the Divine Lord realm, the chances of that are too faint for someone like me. There are countless Divine Lord realm powerhouses that cannot pass that moat. Compared to that mountain, even the 9th stage of life destruction seems weak. However, I am confident in you, Little Moon. You really have potential to break through the limit of the Divine Lord realm. However, I have to remind you again, do not look down on that Lin Ming boy. If he was able to defeat the 9th stage life destruction Huoyenguang with a 5th stage life destruction cultivation, then he definitely has his strengths. Even if Lin Ming loses in this smelting trial to you, that may only be in the aspect of fire laws. In terms of comprehensive combat strength, I fear he is no weaker than you are. Do not forget, your cultivation is higher than his by a single stage of life destruction. Of course I know that. Humph, you also shouldn't forget that I am younger than he is. The reason my cultivation is one stage of life destruction higher than his is all because of my diligent and torturous training. If I reached the 7th stage of life destruction 2 years faster than him, then I can reach the Divine Sea realm 3 years ahead of him. Then, when I reach Divine Transformation or the Divine Lord realm, my lead against him will become greater and greater. I do not believe that with my perfect ancient phoenix bloodline my cultivation speed will be lower than his. Yen Little Moon pursed her lips. She acknowledged Lin Ming's talent in combat, but in terms of cultivation speed, there was no way for Lin Ming to defeat her. What you said is right, Little Moon. Very well, this round of the Hells of Flame smelting trial will continue for a few more days. We should leave soon. That's right, as a junior disciple there will be rewards for you breaking into the 3rd level. Although they aren't worthy of mentioning to you. Rewards? What rewards? As Yen Little Moon heard the word rewards, she suddenly perked up. Ha! Just a single drop of phoenix plume blood sent down from the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. It is intended as a reward for those junior disciples with excellent results. What? That's too cheap. Yen Little Moon already had a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Why would she still care about a single drop of phoenix plume blood now? You certainly wouldn't care about the rewards for entering the 3rd level. But if a junior disciple can enter the 4th, 5th, or even 6th level, the rewards will become exponentially greater, to the point where it can make others go crazy. Not just you, but even I would be tempted by them. You must rush ahead with all your strength. The further you can go, the better your rewards will be. And after your first smelting trial is over, you will not be able to experience such treatment again. The ancient Phoenix clan placed the greatest importance upon the junior disciples. Only the junior disciples had the greatest potential. And to those disciples with great potential, the ancient Phoenix clan was willing to generously reward them. No matter what hall the disciples came from, they would all be on even ground the first time they entered the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. If they were able to fully reveal their talent and potential, they would be able to enjoy great rewards from the ancient Phoenix clan. However, if they couldn't grasp this chance, then they would be eliminated from consideration, and later they might not even earn the qualifications to participate in future ancient Phoenix smelting trials. And in truth, after a smelting trial was completed, 99% of the disciples would be eliminated. These people would mostly stop at the divine transformation realm, and they would reach the end of their lives after 20,000 to 30,000 years. The first testing round of the 18 Hells of Flame only lasted for several days. On the last day, Lin Ming completely gathered his thoughts and began to rush as deep into the Hells of Flame as he could. Without using the heretical god force and without using the grand mist space, he wanted to see how many miles he could penetrate into the Hells of Flame. Gathering his energy, Lin Ming rushed downwards at full speed. 15,000 miles, 16,000 miles. The raging fire origin energy continually bombarded Lin Ming. However, all of this energy was blocked out by the Blue Lotus domain. Once the devastating energy entered the Blue Lotus domain, it was actually transformed into blue-green creation energy. This creation energy was astoundingly gentle as it entered his meridians and was easily absorbed by him. Up to 18,000 miles, Lin Ming felt the entire process was extremely relaxed. But as he reached 19,000 miles, he suddenly felt a massive increase in pressure. At this distance, the temperature would rise every 100 miles he traversed. The fire origin energy heavenly winds also became far more turbid and fierce. Lin Ming finally understood just what impact Yen Little Moon had faced when she reached this distance. The perfect ancient phoenix bloodline really does live up to its fame, Lin Ming exclaimed. As he reached 19,800 miles, the Blue Lotus domain that surrounded him was compressed by the fire origin energy to 3 inches away from his body, unable to expand any further out. His protective true essence had also reached its limit. This was the deepest that he could go. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry. There was a great deal of time until the ancient phoenix smelting trial ended. He could still slowly catch up. At this moment, a loud sound echoed throughout the entire 18 Hells of Flame. The first stage of the Hells of Flame smelting trial had ended. All disciples were required to leave the 18 Hells of Flame and enter the Totem Tower. Fire Spirit Star's smelting trial was concentrated into 2 locations. One was the 18 Hells of Flame, and the other was the Totem Tower. Only those disciples that reached at least 5,000 miles deep into the 18 Flames of Hell had the qualifications to enter the Totem Tower. The Totem Tower was a place used to store ancient phoenix testaments, totem stones, and chaos stones. When Lin Ming was at time-worn Phoenix City, the area where the totem stones were located was also similar. But the totem stones and chaos stones stored within Fire Spirit Star's Totem Tower were of much richer variety and quality. A massive number of totem stones here were left behind by past patriarchs of the ancient Phoenix clan. There were even many complete sets. When these sets were combined, they produced magnificent vast images of mountains and rivers, the greatest of which was 100 feet wide and tall. In time-worn Phoenix City, the largest totem stone Lin Ming saw was only a square foot. They were simply incomparable. At this time, all disciples with the necessary qualifications had converged in front of the Totem Tower. Fire Spirit Star's Totem Tower was 100 miles tall. It was extremely grand and magnificent when compared to structures that mortals built, but compared to the 18 Hells of Flame it wasn't anything at all. All young trial challengers, you have done well. You have managed to earn the qualifications to enter the Totem Tower. Before entering, I will first hand out rewards to the most outstanding disciples. In front of the many disciples, a black-robed messenger slowly floated down from the Totem Tower. He was the guardian of Fire Spirit Star. He was not an artifact spirit but a human, and also part of one of the ancient Phoenix clan's most unique clans, the Justice Clan. Reward. As the junior disciples heard this, they were stunned. They hadn't known that there would also be rewards passed out in the 18 Hells of Flame. Of course the 18 Hells of Flame smelting trial has rewards. During every ancient Phoenix smelting trial, headquarters will pass out immense rewards. Depending on how great your ability is, your rewards will be equally great. And of you all, the junior disciples who have come here for the first time have the most luxurious rewards. Starting from the 3rd level, every 5,000 miles you reach will have rewards. The further you go, the better the rewards. If you can rush to the 5th level or even the 6th level of the 18 Hells of Flame, the rewards will be rich enough to make any of you go crazy. There is ancient Phoenix blood, top-grade saint artifacts, heavenly materials, fire elementals, source strength left behind by old palace masters before they underwent nirvana, law fragments, and all sorts of other rewards of which you can choose depending on your strength. As the black-robed messenger spoke, many senior disciples who had already participated in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial several times revealed envious looks. This sort of treatment was only given to the junior disciples. As for the senior disciples who had come to Fire Spirit Star multiple times already, the degree of rewards they received were much smaller. Enough! I shall now start passing out rewards. First will be the senior disciples. White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun have entered the 11th level of the Hells of Flame. They will each be rewarded one top-grade Saint artifact. To a disciple on the level of White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun, they definitely did not lack top-grade Saint artifacts. But it wasn't easy to obtain another top-grade Saint artifact. Among the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, there wasn't anybody that hated having too many top-grade Saint artifacts. However, this revealed the differences between the degree of rewards between the junior disciples and the senior disciples. The senior disciples had to enter the 11th level to be rewarded with a top-grade Saint artifact. They weren't like the junior disciples who had greater rewards every 5,000 miles. Next will be the junior disciples. The only one who obtained rewards is Yen Little Moon. Yen Little Moon has managed to reach 6,000 miles deep into the 3rd level of the Hells of Flame, and she has earned rewards for entering the 3rd level as well as rewards for reaching another 5,000 miles after that. The prize is a single drop of Phoenix Plume Blood as well as a high-grade Saint artifact. Of course, you may exchange them for treasures of equivalent value. After the black-robed messenger spoke, the disciples of the 3 branch palaces were shocked. Yen Little Moon had actually managed to penetrate 6,000 miles deep into the 3rd level. They thought that Yen Little Moon had just barely managed to enter the 3rd level. They never imagined that she would continue so far. That sort of achievement was simply impossible to imagine. This Yen Little Moon is too fierce. She reached 6,000 miles deep into the 3rd level. I just managed to enter the 2nd level. This sort of difference is... A Praying Phoenix Palace disciple gulped. He was a disciple of Praying Phoenix Palace's Phoenix Hall and was considered an outstanding individual amongst his peers. But when it came to Yen Little Moon, it was simply impossible to compare them. No joke. The gap is just too great. This is the first time she entered the Hells of Flame, and yet besides her, no one else managed to obtain rewards. That includes even our Praying Phoenix Palace's Xiao Whites now, Phoenix Cry Palace's Lin Ming, and all the other Ninefall Divine Sea Geniuses. No one among them was able to enter the 3rd level. They were all defeated by Yen Little Moon. The perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline lives up to its name. There's no need to mention Yen Little Moon starting even farther than we did. But in the next 2 years of training, I fear her progress will soar into the heavens and the gap between us will only become greater. The disciples of the 3 branch palaces discussed amongst themselves. This was a result that they couldn't even be envious of if they wanted to. Against Yen Little Moon, all these disciples felt powerless and defeated, as if they would never be able to catch up to her. And at this time, Yen Little Moon had started to pout, not seeming happy at all. This was a result that was natural for her to obtain, but the rewards were simply too junky. She had no interest at all in a high-grade Saint artifact and a drop of Phoenix Plume Blood. Near Yen Little Moon, Chu Red Cloud smiled and said, "There indeed aren't many rewards in the Hells of Flame's 3rd level. This is because most disciples will be able to enter the 3rd level after 1 year in the smelting trial and similarly obtain these rewards. Thus, it's impossible to reward anything that's too valuable. The difference will truly show up at the 4th and 5th levels." The ancient Phoenix clan's reasoning was to focus resources on the most extraordinary of talents. This was the practice that nearly all sects followed. As they said, the best steel should be used on the sword's edge. Thus, upon reaching the 4th and 5th levels, the degree of rewards rose by a dramatic scale. Of course, amongst the junior disciples of the 3 branch palaces, only the rarest and most amazing of individuals could obtain them. This was Yen Little Moon's first time entering the Hells of Flame, and she had gone 6,000 miles deep into the 3rd level. It was already a settled matter that she would enter the 4th and 5th levels. There might even be a faint hope that she could enter the 6th level. All right, all disciples enter the totem tower and choose a totem stone that you wish to perceive through meditation. The totem stones of Totem Tower have been left behind by previous great elders and patriarchs of the ancient Phoenix clan. They are divided into 3 ranks of mortal, earth, and heaven. There are also the most source chaos stones amongst them. Now you shall enter according to the results you obtained in the first round of the Hells of Flame smelting trial. The first one to enter and choose will be Yen Little Moon. Then, the disciples that entered the Hells of Flame 2nd level will choose, And finally, the disciples that entered the Hells of Flames first level will choose. The black-robed messenger led the many disciples into Totem Tower. As Lin Ming entered Totem Tower, he immediately felt an incomparably rich fire origin energy rush over him, leaving his heart racing. The walls of Totem Tower were all a vivid fire red. They had been built with fire spirit jade, and the crystalline structures glowed with light. Every brick of the tower was sealed with an array formation. They were able to automatically absorb fire origin energy from Fire Spirit Star. As one investigated them, they could feel endless flames burning within. The areas deep within the Totem Tower were covered with layers of space mazes and time mazes. Each maze was connected with encrypted array formation portals, and many paths led to illusions. There were countless array formation traps that littered the tower. Without a guide, if one went just a single step off track, then they would be lost forever within the mazes of space and time, unable to come out. What rich and pure fire origin energy! Even if I didn't come to meditate on the totem stones, just training here would give me twice the results for half the effort. Indeed, this Totem Tower is one of the most precious treasures of our 3 branch palaces. Although it isn't a spirit artifact, its value is actually above that of an ordinary spirit artifact. In order to construct it, there were countless fire attribute materials that were used in doing so. As the junior disciples of the 3 branch palaces saw this scene within the Totem Tower, all of them sighed in praise. Just training in this place could be considered a lucky chance. The black-robed messenger led the disciples through the layers of twisting space. Finally, they stopped in front of a magnificent main hall. He said, "We've arrived. You will now begin to choose which totem stone you wish to meditate on. The first one to choose will be Yen Little Moon." The Totem Tower contained a collection of chaos stones and totem stones. The chaos stones were a kind of natural totem stone that were formed within the primordial chaos as the universe formed. They contained the inherent source laws of the universe. But the totem stones were carved by senior supreme elders who had spent a great deal of effort to do so. They contained the understandings that these supreme elders had towards the great Tao laws. For the ancient Phoenix clan, the totem stones they meditated on only concerned the fire laws. The fire laws had a total of 9 levels of concepts. If one could understand these concepts to the limit, then they could even burn down the world. Although the totem stones from Totem Tower were mostly carved by past patriarchs, they were also separated into those that were better and those that were worse. The poorer totem stones might be casually carved by a patriarch, and the laws and concepts they contained might be lacking. But for those excellent totem stones, they might be masterworks of an ancient Phoenix clan patriarch that took painstaking effort and hundreds of years to complete. They might be several tens of feet or even 100 feet large. That was a size and quality that ordinary totem stones could not compare with. However, only one trial challenger could be meditating on a totem stone at any given time. This was because when a trial challenger was meditating on the totem stones, they had to fuse their own senses into it and combine their consciousness with the law fragments within. If 2 people were to simultaneously do this, they would interfere with each other and it would result in a great deal of wasted effort. Thus, the priority in choosing a totem stone was extremely important. The higher quality totem stone someone could select, the more beneficial it would be for the speed of their cultivation. So it really is Yen Little Moon who chooses first. Of course, priority in choosing totem stones only looks at talent and the results of the smelting trial. Yen Little Moon has a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline, and her results were much better than ours, so it's only natural that she goes first. I bet that she will choose the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal. That is Totem Tower's best totem stone. The so-called 100-foot Royal Sky Seal was a totem stone that the 18th patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan had carved after spending an entire 360 years to do so. The totem stone was 100 foot wide and tall, and it was an earth-shaking treasure of Fire Spirit Star's Totem Tower. Although this was the first time that many disciples had attended this Fire Spirit Star smelting trial, they had already heard of the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal. It was something that all of these disciples longed for in their dreams, even if they knew it was impossible for them to have the chance to perceive it. Yen Little Moon, you have 1 hour to select either a totem stone or a chaos stone. You may start now. No need. I will choose the 100-foot royal sky seal. Yen Little Moon faintly smiled as she spoke clearly for all to hear. In fact, like some other disciples, she had already studied the data on the different totem stones that were at Totem Tower before she arrived here. Since she had already made her choice, there simply wasn't any need for her to look. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the 100-foot royal sky seal was at least 30% superior to the next best totem stone in terms of meditative effects. Since this was the case, why wouldn't she choose it? She really chose the 100-foot royal sky seal. The best totem stone was chosen by Yen Little Moon. Others can only choose the ones that haven't been chosen. Compared to the 100-foot royal sky seal, the other heaven step totem stones are far inferior. I wonder which ones Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow will choose. Lin Ming has yet again been cast away by Yen Little Moon. Yeah, this Yen Little Moon's foundation was originally much more solid than Lin Ming's. Moreover, she also has the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. It was impossible for him to compare to her in training speed, but now she even chose the best totem stone, the 100-foot royal sky seal. How could Lin Ming possibly have any hope of winning? There wasn't any hope to begin with. This is how the ancient Phoenix clan raises talents. The best resources are focused on the best disciples. If they can manage to raise someone on the level of a palace master, that is far more valuable than raising 100 ordinary divine lord realm powerhouses. Thus, in every ancient Phoenix smelting trial, they only have a single totem stone that rises above all others. The rest are simply too inferior. Now Yen Little Moon is the greatest focus target for raising in this smelting trial, and we are only collateral thoughts. A disciple sighed. Even under the same circumstances he would be cast insurmountably away by Yen Little Moon, let alone in a situation where their circumstances were so different. The 100-foot royal sky seal, are you sure? The black-robed messenger wasn't surprised, but he asked again in accordance with tradition. I'm sure, Yen Little Moon said, glancing at Lin Ming with a bragging light in her eyes. But Lin Ming didn't look back at her. At this time, his head was lowered. It was unknown just what he was thinking. All right, then, Xiao Whitesnow, Lin Ming, you two may go and choose. The black-robed messenger looked towards Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow. Xiao Whitesnow was standing beside Lin Ming. He glanced at Lin Ming and wryly smiled, shaking his head. Brother Lin, if you will, let's go and have a look. Although I don't want to say it, I must admit that we might have lost in this round of the smelting trial. Among Totem Tower's totem stones, besides the 100-foot royal sky seal, the other totem stones are far worse. Thus we have no need to struggle with each other. We can slowly choose whichever one we want. Xiao Whitesnow slowly said. Then he walked towards the main hall. Lin Ming remained calm and followed him. The ancient and solemn totem hall had a gilded bronze door directly in the front. When this door was opened, the aura of the great Tao laws came surging outwards. Behind this door was a separate dimension of time and space. Within this dimension, there were countless large and small totem stones floating in the air, both close and far away. There were ones that were dozens of feet large and ones that were only a few feet small. These totem stones were mostly carved from extremely exotic and bizarre materials. Some were made from an unknown type of spirit jade, filled with fire origin energy. Some were carved from metal that was rarely found between the heavens and earth, able to be forged into spirit artifacts. There were even some carved from divine stone, and this stone originally had the mysteries of the world represented in the stone's texture. All kinds of rare materials were carved with the great Tao fire laws. They resonated with each other, bathing and enhancing each other's light and beauty, causing all who saw them to be shocked. Normally, the larger a totem stone was, the more laws it would contain. And in this separate dimension of space and time, the most obvious totem stone was a square one located in the dead center of the space. It was 100 feet tall and wide, and it stood upright with sharp and defined corners. This was the 100-foot royal sky seal. The 100-foot royal sky seal contained the complete first 7 concepts of the fire laws, part of the 8th level concept, and even slightly traced upon the 9th level concept. This totem stone still wasn't able to completely manifest the 8th and 9th level concepts. This was because the one who carved the 100-foot royal sky seal hadn't been able to completely understand the mysteries of the last two concepts. Although the junior disciples present couldn't even perceive the fourth-level concept, that didn't mean it was completely impossible or useless. The effect of the 100-foot royal sky seal was far superior to the other totem stones. This was just like gathering spirit essence stones from different spirit essence stone mines. Although it was impossible to fully excavate these mines, digging through a top-grade spirit essence stone mine was still much better than digging through an ordinary spirit essence stone mine. Xiao Whites now looked at the 100-foot royal sky seal floating in the air, his face filling with envy and desire. As for Lin Ming, he glanced at it once before no longer bothering with it. His eyes slowly swept over the totem stones left behind by these ancient Phoenix clan seniors. Finally, his gaze fell upon the chaos stones. Chaos stones were totems naturally formed in the chaos of the forming universe. The natural evolution of source energy had been left behind in the traces of the chaos stones. They were considered objects that directly peered into the source of the great Tao. Chaos stones carried with them the history from the formation of the universe. They were considered history books of the universe. If one could fully comprehend these chaos stones, they would be able to see the history of the forming universe and the evolution of laws. By completely comprehending these chaos stones, one could become someone with one of the deepest comprehensions of laws in the entire divine realm. However, it was far too difficult to meditate on these chaos stones. As natural objects, they hadn't been processed by human hands, and they remained prohibitively obscure and difficult to understand. In addition, countless billions of years had passed since the forming of the universe. Grand mist energy had more or less disappeared from the world, and there was nowhere to find it. Wasn't wanting to meditate on the source laws of the forming universe easier said than done? So, even though chaos stones were incomparably precious, the truth was that most chaos stones were only gathered for a collection display. Some divine realm's supreme elders who encountered a bottleneck in their comprehension of laws would meditate on these chaos stones, hoping to encounter some inspiration and be suddenly enlightened. As for these disciples of lower boundaries, they would generally not choose to meditate on the chaos stones. As disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, they excelled and focused on fire laws. But these chaos stones served as the basis for all laws. They were etched with the rules of revolution that preceded the 5 elements. If they tried to meditate on them, just how much would they actually be able to learn? Thus, for all these years, of the 12 chaos stones stored in Totem Tower, only those divine transformation realm disciples like White Daohong would choose to occasionally look over these chaos stones. However, it was only looking at them for a month or two. They would never choose to do so for an extended period of time. Xiao Whites now followed Lin Ming's line of sight and was startled for a moment. He was a bit surprised as he asked, "Brother Lin, you aren't interested in these chaos stones, right? These things might be known as objects that contain the source of the great Tao, but the truth is that it is just far too difficult to comprehend them. To the likes of us, their level is far too high. There were genius disciples that tried to perceive something about them before, but in the end they all failed. As the saying said, the great Tao was the simplest concept. But in truth, all the complex variations and diverse wonders of the universe could be reduced to the simplest attributes. Those things that seemed simple might not be simple at all. I'm only taking a casual look. I thank Brother Xiao for the advice." Lin Ming's impression towards Xiao Whites now was quite good. This person was relatively low-key, and the advice he gave him came from a good heart with no dark intentions behind them. Lin Ming slowly approached the chaos stones. Totem Tower had a total of 12 chaos stones, the largest of which were 10 feet in size. Compared to the countless shining totem stones that were carved from all sorts of heavenly materials, these chaos stones seemed very plain. One could even call them rough. The ash-gray chaos stones looked like ordinary stone. The depths of the patterns and lines within the chaos stones varied. There were even some parts with deep cracks. They looked as if they had been slowly eroded by wind and frost over a long time. But in these rough traces, Lin Ming could actually feel an inexplicably familiar feeling. This feeling seemed to be close to him, as if it were a profound and majestic memory that had been engraved into his very bones. "This is Grand Mist Aura." Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. He slowly closed his eyes and entered an ethereal state. Lin Ming immersed himself within the chaos stones. He soon entered a selfless state and lost sense of everything around him. Xiao Whites now was a bit stunned as he watched from the side. They were only given several quarter hours to choose a totem stone, and they had to make their choice within that time. There were still many others waiting outside. If everyone took too long, then it would take several days and nights for all the geniuses of the 3 branch palaces to choose their totem stones. Brother Lin, you really aren't planning to choose the chaos stones, right? We don't have much time left. Xiao Whites now tentatively asked. But Lin Ming didn't reply. His consciousness was still immersed within the chaos stones, feeling the boundless and ancient grand mist atmosphere coming from them. This was the taste of the years. Carved at the forming of the universe, these chaos stones had accumulated the infinite years of time. They were objects that had existed longer than anything else in the world. Every trace upon the chaos stone told a story about the myriad changes of the universe. They recorded the birth of countless celestial bodies, their glory, their radiance, and even their death. At the same time, this chaos stone also carried it with the aura of endless space. This universe was truly infinite. 3,000 boundless worlds and the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm did not account for the entirety of the universe. Within this world, there were countless mystic realms and too many unknown enigmas and riddles that were waiting for mankind to explore. A simple law could evolve into countless mysterious and limitless incomprehensible phenomena. Even an Empyrean would find it difficult to fully understand all the laws of the universe. The universe with its 3 axes held infinite space. From ancient times until now, countless eons had passed and would continue to pass without end. The largest of the 12 chaos stones was a 10-foot square. It was only 1% of the 100-foot royal sky seal's size. But the mysteries contained within were everlasting and interminable. It was not what the 100-foot royal sky seal could ever compare with. That wasn't to say the one who carved the 100-foot royal sky seal was insufficient in boundary. In truth, the weakest of the ancient Phoenix clan patriarchs was a powerful Holy Lord-level existence, and the most outstanding amongst them neared becoming a world king. The one who carved the 100-foot royal sky seal was an existence that approached a world king. This existence had used up 360 years of time to carve the 100-foot royal sky seal. From this alone, the number of mysteries within could be imagined. But no matter how powerful that patriarch had been, he was still a martial artist and he still wasn't able to compare with an Empyrean. And an Empyrean couldn't compare with the universe. This was because what an Empyrean perceived was the laws of the universe. The chaos stones were carved by the universe itself. How could a totem stone carved by human hands be comparable to a chaos stone carved from the universe? Thus, this 10-foot square chaos stone recorded the most source laws of the universe. In just fire laws alone, it was far more profound and mystical than the 100-foot royal sky seal. The reason that Lin Ming could faintly feel the endless mysteries within these chaos stones was not because his perception was high. In fact, there were countless geniuses within the divine realm with abnormally high perception. But there had never been a heroic young elite among them who could sense the mysteries within the chaos stones during the life-destruction realm. The only reason Lin Ming was able to accomplish this was that he had once entered into the road of Emperor's Grand Mist Space. The opportunities he gained there were the equivalent of inheriting a portion of Empyrean primordius inheritance. Lin Ming looked over every chaos stone. His soul had entered into a deep empty state. And in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the nearly gold-level battle spirit trembled. A hazy mist condensed around the spear-shaped battle spirit. That was the elementary form of Grand Mist energy. Grand Mist was primal chaos. When the universe was forming, before the heavens and earth had been formed, the universe had been filled with energy and impossibly dense matter. This was Grand Mist energy. A wisp of Grand Mist energy could crush a star. This was because if a star was condensed and turned into Grand Mist energy, it would only be the size of a walnut. Lin Ming could feel that this chaos stone seemed to form a resonance with the Grand Mist battle spirit in his spiritual sea. This sort of resonance allowed him to swim within the mysteries of laws within the chaos stone. deriving sustenance from within. This is the feeling of yin-yang. Lin Ming's mind stirred. The first chaos stone only contained 2 black and white stripes. These stripes curved and twisted together like twin snakes. When he first looked at them, he couldn't identify what these abstract lines were. But, as he sank his consciousness into them, he felt as if he could actually make out the sundering of the universe when yin and yang both split apart and formed. Atlas World's Chaos Stone number 1 is the Yin-Yang Chaos Stone. It contains the Yin-Yang laws. The name of this Chaos Stone emerged from within Lin Ming's mind. These 12 Chaos Stones did not have illustrious names like those totem stones left behind by supreme elders of the ancient Phoenix clan. For instance, the Extreme Tao Tablet, 100-foot Royal Sky Seal, and all the others with their wonderful names. These Chaos Stones were only numbered from 1 to 12, with their respective domains announcing them. Chaos Stone number 2, the Endless Years Chaos Stone. It contains the power of endless years. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Chaos Stone number 2 recorded the passing of time. On the surface of this Chaos Stone was inscribed the power of time. Compared to the traces on the Yin-Yang Chaos Stone, the traces formed from the power of time were even more ethereal and faint. As he casually swept over them, the phantom images were produced in his spiritual sea. But as he investigated more carefully, they became far more faint until they finally vanished from his mind without a trace of having ever been there. This was as uncertain as time itself. Although the past couldn't be altered, it could still be buried in the sands of history. If one tried to look, they could see that the future was misty and uncertain, hidden behind infinite variables. These variables were endless, to a degree that even an Empyrean could not solve them. Chaos Stone number 3, Universe Space Chaos Stone. This Chaos Stone contains the boundlessness of space. The element that paired with time was space. Lin Ming's grandmiss space was able to annihilate all laws, but its effects against the laws of space and time were actually greatly weakened. Time and space were known as the most mysterious laws for a reason. Before the universe had formed, time and space were compressed within the grand mist. At this time, the universe didn't have the concepts of space and time. But after the universe formed, before yin and yang separated, before the world was sundered open, and before the 5 elements were created, space and time had already existed. They had existed before the yin-yang primal chaos. On the Universe Space Chaos Stone, the traces were shallow and deep, long and short. Some lines diverged to the limit of the Chaos Stone, as if their end lay somewhere in the endless void. Some lines ended and collapsed within a single spot, as if the space inherent had returned to a point of singularity. The many mysteries were impossible to clearly see. Chaos Stone number 4, the 5 Elements Chaos Stone. It contains the power of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements was birthed at the final stage of the creation of the universe. When the universe evolved, first there was chaos, then there was space and time, then there was yin-yang, then there were 5 elements, and finally celestial bodies were formed. On these celestial bodies, all forms of life were bred. Although the 5-element laws didn't appear to point towards the source of the universe like yin-yang and chaos, this didn't mean that they weren't mysterious. In fact, things that came later may have been even more complex. The power of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as wind and thunder that were derived from them. Every single one of them was the most direct application of energy. In terms of speed, in terms of destructive power, in terms of regeneration, or even in terms of defense, each of these elements had reached the peak in some aspect. In just these extreme points, the power of the 5 elements was the most incomparably simple laws of the Great Tao. In order for source laws to be converted into striking power, they first had to pass through the power of the 5 elements. Chaos Stone number 5, the Star Chaos Stone. It contains the power of the stars. Lin Ming continued to look over the Chaos Stones. Stars existed all over the universe. The power of stars was the power to annihilate all matter. Although they seemed weak and not dangerous, that was because they were too far away. If one approached them, the power was incomparable. Not just that, the stars contained the winding path of destiny. This was because the movement of and rotation of stars contained the heavenly Tao. By understanding their movements and positions, one could learn to faintly see through the fog of the future. Sixth Chaos Stone, All Life Chaos Stone. It contains the laws of life. Lin Ming continued to look through all 12 Chaos Stones, immersing himself in their secrets until he finally woke up from his ethereal condition. As his consciousness perked up, he found that Xianxia had already been calling out to him for a long time. "Brother Lin, hello? Can you hear me? It's time for us to leave. Have you chosen a totem stone yet?" As Lin Ming heard Xianxia's voice, a reflective and contemplative feeling washed over him. It was like being within the Chaos Stones was a completely different time and space. Xianxia now saw Lin Ming's confused look and couldn't help but say, "Brother Lin, I want to advise you that while these Chaos Stones are profound and mysterious, they are simply not practical at all. We are mainly involved in perceiving the concepts of fire, and these Chaos Stones are far too large and expansive. If you want to meditate on them, you will need to expend a great deal of effort to just understand a tiny bit. Even then, you might not be able to use these understandings on the concept of fire." Xianxia now was aware that Lin Ming hadn't looked at any totem stones. Thus he reminded Lin Ming out of kindness. He certainly didn't know of Lin Ming's luck or fortune. In his mind, although Lin Ming was indeed talented, that talent mostly manifested in his combat strength. As for his perception, that was relatively normal, otherwise how could his understanding of fire laws be so bad? If Xianxia now had to be extremely blunt about this situation, then he would say that Lin Ming was a simple-minded man with a very strong body. Of course, Lin Ming being simple-minded was only in comparison to peak talents such as Yen Little Moon. Even Yen Little Moon wasn't able to perceive these Chaos Stones, much less Lin Ming. He naturally wouldn't believe that Lin Ming would have a deep impression and understanding of these Chaos Stones. "Brother Lin, I know that you haven't chosen yet, but our time limit is over and we must leave. How about this? If you trust me, then I can recommend you a totem stone that will undoubtedly be good for you. What do you think?" Among Totem Tower's totem stones, besides the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal, the other Heaven Step totem stones weren't too different in quality. Xianxia now had given a cursory glance over them just now and had settled on 3 or 4 of them. In any case, he was only able to choose one, so recommending one to Lin Ming as a good way to befriend him was fine also. Lin Ming knew that Xianxia now was trying to be helpful. He smiled and said, "No need, Brother Xiao. I've already chosen." "Okay. Then let's go." Xianxia now thought that Lin Ming might have already read up on these totem stones beforehand and had made his decision long ago. It didn't matter too much in any case. He left Totem Tower with Lin Ming. At this time, outside of Totem Tower, the disciples of the 3 branch palaces were waiting. The black-robed messenger stood high above a platform outside Totem Tower and patronizingly looked down at Lin Ming and Xianxia now. "You two? Have you made your choice?" "We have already chosen, Lord Messenger," Xianxia now said. He was satisfied with his own choice of totem stone. Although it was a bit regrettable that it couldn't compare with the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal, it did match up with his concepts more. Could be considered passable. Then speak out what you have chosen. Once you have made your choice, you cannot change it, so think well over your decision," the black-robed messenger said without expression. Reporting to Lord Messenger, "This disciple has chosen the 90-foot Burning Heaven Tablet." Xianxia now spoke out loud. The 90-foot Burning Heaven Tablet was 90 feet high, so it seemed only 10 feet shorter than the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal. But the truth was that the 90-foot Burning Heaven Tablet was shaped like a rectangle and it was only 20 feet wide. Thus, it was less than a fifth of the size of the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal. Even so, the 90-foot Burning Heaven Tablet originated from the 9th patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. This person was called Burning Heaven, and he had an extremely grand and famous history within the ancient Phoenix clan. When Lin Ming had gone to time-worn Phoenix City, the Burning Heaven totem stone he meditated over also came from this person. At that time, Lin Ming didn't possess the ability to perceive the Chaos Stones. Thus he stepped back and requested the next best totem stone, the Burning Heaven totem stone. The 90-foot Burning Heaven tablet and the Burning Heaven totem stone were both works created by Patriarch Burning Heaven. But The Burning Heaven Totem Stone in time-worn Phoenix City only recorded the most preliminary concepts of the fire laws. As for the 90-foot Burning Heaven Totem Stone, that was etched with the first 8-level concepts of the fire laws. The mysteries inherent within were far superior. Of course, this was to be expected. The 90-foot Burning Heaven tablet was 1,800 times larger than time-worn Phoenix City's Burning Heaven Totem Stone. Alright, the 90-foot Burning Heaven tablet. The black-robed messenger recorded Xiao Whitesnow's choice on a jade slip and then turned to Lin Ming. Lin Ming, what choice have you made? As the black-robed messenger asked this question, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Ming. They wanted to hear just what he chose. In their opinion, Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow had similar talent, but Lin Ming was more oriented towards actual combat, and Xiao Whitesnow was oriented towards comprehension of laws. Originally, with Yen Little Moon here, no one would have cared about Lin Ming so much. But now that Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cyperstar had made a bet, that bet had pushed Lin Ming to the crest of the waves. Lin Ming is in a bind. The best 100-foot Royal Sky Seal was taken by Yen Little Moon. Anything he chooses will just be leftovers. Yeah, but that's just how things are. Who let Yen Little Moon have the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline? I think that Lin Ming will choose the Extreme Dao Heaven Tablet. That stone tablet is 120 feet high and 15 feet wide. It's similar to the 90-foot Burning Heaven Tablet, since it comes from Senior Xiao Doji. It is also an extremely high-quality work. I think so too. Several disciples discussed amongst themselves. At this time, Lin Ming finally opened his mouth to speak. However, he didn't state his choice directly. He first asked the black-robed messenger, Lord Messenger, I have a question. If I choose those stone tablets that no one else has chosen, can I choose more than one? Lin Ming's suddenly question left all the martial artists present dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? Lin Ming wanted to choose totem stones that no one else had chosen? Fire Spirit Star's Totem Tower had an incomparably rich collection of totem stones. There were far more totem stones than disciples that had come, this was without doubt. But those totem stones that no one chose did not originate from patriarchs of the ancient Phoenix clan, but from the hands of elders. A true ancient Phoenix clan elder was on the same level as a branch palace's palace master. It was more accurate to say that there were far more elders than there were palace masters. This was because the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters had a great number of merit elders, disciplinary elders, highest elders, and all sorts of other elders. When combined with the 72 palace masters, there were well over 100 elders. One could look at the number to see what the difference in strength was between a patriarch and an elder. The ancient Phoenix clan only had a single patriarch, but there were over 100 elders. The ancient Phoenix clan had existed for countless tens of thousands of years. When all past and present elders were added together, they had to be counted with 10,000 as the base unit. Of these elders, many would leave behind totem stones before they died. These totem stones certainly couldn't compare with one made by the patriarch. Thus, most of them were used by martial artists of the lower realms, and only the highest quality ones would be kept in the divine realm totem towers. Of course, the so-called highest quality totem stones still couldn't compete with those like the 90-foot Burning Heaven Totem Stone. So when Lin Ming suddenly asked this question, the black-robed messenger and the other disciples had all been extremely shocked. What's Lin Ming trying to do? Is he going to wait until all the other disciples have chosen before he chooses again? How could that be? Do you think that he is an idiot? Even if 100 of those poor quality totem stones are combined, it still wouldn't match up to a single top-quality totem stone. Lin Ming's words left all the disciples scratching their heads. Even Yen Little Moon was puzzled as she stared at Lin Ming. What sort of tricks is this fellow trying to play? The black-robed messenger was a bit startled as he looked at Lin Ming. Then he gently smiled and said with some interest, If you choose the totem stones that no one else has chosen, then I will allow you to choose multiple. Great! Thank you, Lord Messenger, for the help. This disciple has chosen 4 totem stones. They are respectively Atlas World's Chaos Stone number 1, the Yin Yang Chaos Stone, Atlas World's Chaos Stone number 2, the Endless Years Chaos Stone, Atlas World's Chaos Stone number 3, the Universe Space Chaos Stone. Atlas World's number Chaos Stone 4, the 5 Elements Chaos Stone. Lin Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire audience. For a time, a pall of stunned silence fell over the entire crowd. All of the disciples were stunned silent. Lin Ming had listed 4 stone tablets in a single breath, and all of them were Chaos Stones. The Chaos Stones had always been mostly ignored in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial, and there were rarely any trial challengers who chose them. But there was still the occasional person, and those people tended to be divine transformation realm powerhouses on the level of White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. They had already meditated on the other totem stones many times, and it was difficult to make further breakthroughs. Only then would they choose a Chaos Stone in the hopes they would obtain some inspirations and make a breakthrough. But now, a junior disciple had actually chosen the Chaos Stones, and moreover, he had also chosen 4. This had simply never happened before. Just what is Lin Ming thinking? He actually chose 4 Chaos Stones, and listening to their names, Yin Yang Chaos Stone, Universe Space Chaos Stone, Endless Years Chaos Stone, and 5 Elements Chaos Stone, only that last 5 Elements Chaos Stone has anything to do with the fire laws. Is he planning on perceiving the fire laws through the 5 Elements Chaos Stone? This was what all the martial artists present were thinking. Even White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun weren't too sure just what was happening. Yen Littleman's eyes were wide like plates. She didn't think Lin Ming would make this choice. As for Xiao Whites now, who had entered Totem Tower with Lin Ming, he was looking at Lin Ming with a floored expression, as if he were trying to say, "Are you kidding me here?" However, even though he opened his mouth, no words came out. He had been left speechless. He had already mentioned this point to Lin Ming, and since this was the choice Lin Ming had made, he naturally couldn't say anything else. Those that walk down the road of martial arts most respected and admired characters with great ambition and drive. The laws within the Chaos Stones were undefined and mysterious, without any specific content. To make an analogy, the totem stones left behind by all the previous patriarchs of the ancient Phoenix clan could be considered extremely rare and detailed martial arts manuscripts. But the Chaos Stones represented a general outline of every single martial arts manuscript that existed in the world. If one didn't even learn martial arts but wanted to see the general outline of everything, this sort of approach even had Sun Cyperstar frowning, and Sun Cyperstar was the one here with the most confidence in Lin Ming. He simply didn't understand Lin Ming's reasoning behind all this. Lin Ming, do you know what you are doing? Those Chaos Stones are normally for Divine Lord Realm powerhouses to meditate on, and that is only occasionally too. We cultivate the fire laws, and the laws within the Chaos Stones are simply too general and mysterious. Even if you meditate on them for a long time, you still won't be able to learn much from them. You will only be able to use them as a reference point. You are a first-time rookie disciple, so you have the advantage within Totem Tower. Didn't you notice that even White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun have lower priority of choice than you? This is your most precious opportunity. If you miss this chance, then the next time you come here you won't be a rookie disciple anymore, and it will be more difficult to choose a totem stone that you like. I know that you don't feel too well about not being able to choose the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal, but the Extreme Dao Heaven Tablet is also a very good choice. Many disciples who want to meditate on that totem stone don't ever have the chance to do so. Sun Cyperstar sent Lin Ming a true essence sound transmission, sincerely worried for him. Lin Ming faintly smiled and responded with a sound transmission. I thank Senior Sun for the advice, but since I have made my choice, I naturally have confidence in myself. Well, okay. Sun Cyperstar thought of saying something else but shook his head. Thinking about it, up until now, everything Lin Ming did or said had a clear goal behind it. In the past, when no one believed in him, he had still emerged victorious. Perhaps he also had a special reason this time too. As Sun Cyperstar thought this, he no longer stopped Lin Ming. He only ordered him, "Put your best into it. This disciples understands." In the square of Totem Tower, the black-robed messenger had waited for 20 breaths of time. He meaningfully gazed at Lin Ming and said, "Lin Ming, have you determined your choice? Once you've made it, you can no longer change it. Do not regret the decision you made. This disciple has chosen. Good. Then I shall write them down." The black-robed messenger flourished a brush and drew a seal mark on a jade slip. The third group of people to enter the totem tower White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. Amongst talents of the same level, junior disciples went first. The black-robed messenger had used this method to tacitly signify that Lin Ming and Xiao Weiznao were on the same level as White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. But Yan Little Moon was yet another level higher than them. White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun quickly flew into Totem Tower and made their choices. After them was Huo Yinguang. Huo Yinguang was the only nine-fall life-destruction martial artist of Phoenix Cry Palace. Moreover, he was also a four-layered heavens nine-fall martial artist. In Phoenix City Palace, he was second only to Lin Ming within the group of junior disciples. All other geniuses that were superior to Huo Yinguang were no longer junior disciples. After Huo Yinguang, the nine-fall divine transformation senior disciples went to choose. Everyone slowly filtered in and out. It took a full day and night for the disciples of the three branch palaces to complete their choices. Very well. All disciples have finished their choices. From this point on, you may freely cultivate. Whether it is the 18 hells of flame or the totem tower, you may do as you wish. 2 years from now, we shall test your final results. This smelting trial is divided into two aspects. One is the 18 hells of flame that tests your comprehension of laws and concepts, and the other is the illusionary god combat array that tests your actual combat prowess. Those with extraordinary trial results may obtain rewards passed down from the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. Fire elementals, top-grade pills, top-grade saint artifacts, Phoenix heart blood, Phoenix plume blood, and even Phoenix coronet blood and transcendent saint artifacts. As long as you have the ability, everything is yours for the taking. Now you are all dismissed. Cultivate as you will. Freely cultivate? That's great. Too great. I just chose a totem stone, so I'll have to focus on perceiving it. If I can close up for a year or so before returning to the 18 hells of flame, I'll be able to go even deeper. And the deeper I go, the more benefits there will be. That's right. When I was at Praying Phoenix Palace, I had the chance to meditate over a totem stone. But that was only for several days. These totem stones are also of a much greater quality than the ones I saw. As the black-robed messenger said that they could freely cultivate as they wished and decide how to arrange their own time, all of the junior disciples were extremely excited. Close up for a year? Yeah, keep on dreaming. The reason that the totem stones allow people to perceive the laws within them is that they have law fragments condensed within them. These totem stones are in essence a sort of array formation. Only someone with an extremely deep understanding of laws can carve them down and gather the truths of the heavenly Tao within them. As long as you touch your mind to them, you will be able to slowly absorb the law fragments within. But as that continues, as less and less law fragments are there, the effect will become increasingly worse. Once there are about 70% of the law fragments left, you normally have to stop training and let the totem stones recover and gather more law fragments before you can use them again. Otherwise, why did you think that only a single disciple was able to choose a stone tablet and no one else was able to choose it afterwards? Some divine transformation realm disciples said that had already participated in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial several times. They immediately shattered the dreams of the junior disciples. This was also the first time the junior disciples had heard of such a thing. But as they thought of it, it made much more sense. No wonder the ancient Phoenix smelting trial was only held once every 4 years. This was obviously to give the totem stones time to recondense law fragments. Otherwise, the ancient Phoenix clan would have made full use of their resources and sent new disciples to Fire Spirit Star every year. As for the reason a totem stone was assigned to only one person, this was because the law fragments within them were difficult to divide. If it wasn't for this, several people could meditate on a stone tablet together, or they could even take turns. Let's meditate on the totem stones first and absorb some of the law fragments before we head back to the 18 hells of flame. A disciple suggested. That sounds like a good idea. We can go to the 18 hells of flame whenever we want, but the law fragments within the totem stones are limited. We have to make full use of them. The disciples all flew towards Totem Tower, Lin Ming included. In Totem Tower, all the totem stones were already separated and sealed in different spaces by the black-robed messenger according to what he wrote down on the jade slip. Every space corresponded to a totem stone, each with a disciple assigned to it. Of course, Lin Ming was an exception. The space he trained at had 4 Chaos Stones. They were the Yin-Yang Chaos Stone, the Universe Space Chaos Stone, the Endless Years Chaos Stone, and the 5 Elements Chaos Stone. The 4 Chaos Stones floated in the air, suspended around Lin Ming. His surroundings vaguely shined with a starry light. The place where Lin Ming stood now seemed to be somewhere in the empty, boundless universe. With no sound around him, and an endless stretch of space extending past what his eyes could see, it was extremely easy to adjust his mental state in this environment to one of peace and serenity. He was able to wholeheartedly invest his mind in meditating on the laws. Lin Ming separated out a part of his divine sense and touched it upon the 5 Elements Chaos Stone. The Grand Mist Battle Spirit faintly trembled within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. That boundless and simple aura that originated from the most ancient of times immediately reached into Lin Ming's mind. When Lin Ming had been choosing the Chaos Stones, he already perceived them to a preliminary degree. He was able to vaguely feel the concepts within the Chaos Stones, something that not even a divine transformation realm powerhouse could comprehend, and he had gained many benefits in the process. However, that still wasn't Lin Ming's limit. If he weren't pressed for time and if he hadn't also had to worry about Xiao Whitesnow's presence, Lin Ming would have been able to perceive even more things. Lin Ming took a deep breath and sunk his mind into the Chaos Stone. In his spiritual sea, the spear-shaped battle spirit began to shine out with a silver-gray radiance. A blood-red lotus flower began blooming behind Lin Ming. Prime Emperor Martial Intent, Grand Mist Space. Who? In that moment, Lin Ming completely enveloped the 4 Chaos Stones around him with the Grand Mist Space. A faint trace of elementary Grand Mist energy emerged, echoing through space. It was like a faint mist that slowly wrapped around the Chaos Stones. Grand Mist Space was the chaotic state that existed before the forming of the universe. And these Chaos Stones were formed at the beginning of the universe and were carved with the revolution of the universe's source energy. Both of them complemented each other. Although Lin Ming couldn't fully reproduce the chaos that existed before the universe formed, he could still rely on the Grand Mist Space to stimulate the mysteries within the Chaos Stones. This was similar to waking up the ancient memories slumbering within them. Underneath the quickening effect of the elementary Grand Mist energy, the traces upon the Chaos Stones seemed to come to life. Law fragments slowly overflowed from within them, falling into Lin Ming's mind and etching themselves on his consciousness. The law fragments contained within the Chaos Stones were far richer in number than those in the Totem Stones. One reason was that the Chaos Stones were originally of a far greater quality than the Totem Stone tablets. Even the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal could not compare with the Chaos Stones. Another reason was that very few martial artists chose the Chaos Stones, and it was difficult for them to perceive them. It was difficult for them to even understand the most minute knowledge from them. Even if a divine Lord Powerhouse were to meditate over them for a long time, they still wouldn't be able to perceive many of the mysteries within. Thus, the law fragments they absorbed were also extremely limited. After accumulating for so many years, the law fragments within each Chaos Stone were at a near-saturated state. Lin Ming was able to use the primordious martial intent to freely extract them. Currently, Lin Ming's perception was at the peak of the highest echelons within all the geniuses of the divine realm. In addition, with his Saint Artifact Bracer supporting him, Lin Ming's speed of understanding the chaos laws could be said to be astronomical. Lin Ming unconsciously entered the ethereal intent state. He forgot the passage of time, forgot existence, and even forgot himself, cultivating past as if time didn't exist. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. In Fire Spirit Star, all the disciples were busily training. Some disciples even left Totem Tower just 2 months in. This was because there were insufficient law fragments in the Totem Stones for them to continue perceiving them. If they continued, then their speed would be extremely slow. Thus, they entered the 18 Hells of Flame and withstood the baptism of the power of fire there, slowly tempering their learnings. Although training within the 18 Hells of Flame was worse than training within Totem Tower, it was still an important and indispensable part. The 18 Hells of Flame focused on practicality while Totem Tower focused on theory. Both of them complemented each other. On the third month, many talented disciples such as Huiyingguang, Zhou Fei, and some of the more amazing senior disciples left Totem Tower and entered the 18 Hells of Flame. This reflected the amount of benefits within the totem stones. The larger the totem stone, the more law fragments that were condensed within. For instance, the Extreme Tao Heaven Tablet and the 90-foot Burning Heaven Tablet both had more law fragments within them than the ordinary totem stones. This also meant that the time a martial artist could meditate over them for was longer. This was the reason why Huiyingguang, Zhou Fei, and other such talented disciples were able to last for 3 months before leaving. They had all obtained great benefits from this smelting trial. On the same day that they left seclusion and entered the 18 Hells of Flame, they were actually able to dive 9,900 miles deep into the second level, almost breaking into the third level. And before now, 5,000 miles into the second level had been their limit. However, before they could enjoy their happiness for too long, they came under tremendous attack. Praying Phoenix Palace's most talented junior disciple, Xiao Whitesnow, finally emerged from seclusion after 3 months and broke through to the third level of the Hells of Flame in a single attempt. He even made it 3,000 miles into the third level and cultivated there for an entire day before he exhausted his true essence. This caused all the other junior disciples to feel weak and frustrated. They had thought they were able to catch up to him a little bit, but they didn't expect for the gap between them to grow even larger. However, this couldn't be helped. Xiao Whitesnow was originally the #1 talented junior disciple of Praying Phoenix Palace, and the 90-foot Burning Heaven Tablet he chose was only inferior to the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal. With such an advantage, how could the speed of his progress be compared with other disciples? After perceiving the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal for half a year, Yen Little Moon finally left seclusion. At that time, she seemed to be an entirely different person. Her blue clothes fluttered in the wind, and with every step she took in the air, blue lotuses would bloom underneath her feet. The blue lotuses were formed by pure fire origin energy. After these lifelike replicas appeared in the sky, they didn't fade away for a long time. This was a type of phenomenon one called lotus blooming step by step. If a martial artist was able to comprehend the third-level concept of fire, the concept of creation, to the peak of perfection, and if they could gather a great destiny onto themselves, then they would be able to comprehend the blue lotus domain. But lotus blooming step by step was actually on a higher level than the blue lotus domain. This meant that she had completely fused together with the fire origin energy around her. She had reached a boundary in which her body was able to move the laws itself. Every movement she took, every word she said was able to resonate with the laws of the world and the origin energy around her. When Xiao Whitesnow first saw Yen Little Moon again, he knew that the difference between them had grown even greater, to a point that it was impossible to ever overtake her. To a genius, the proud arrogance in their hearts was a vital aspect of themselves. They could lose everything else besides their arrogant nature, because if they did, they would also lose the courage to chase after others' footsteps. But Xiao Whitesnow had no choice but to admit a truth, and that was that there was little hope that he would ever manage to surpass Yen Littleman's shadow. The boundary of lotus blooming step by step was something that almost existed only in legends. Many of the present elders, including Sun Cyperstar and Chu Red Cloud, had never witnessed lotus blooming step by step before. But now this phenomenon had actually manifested within the body of a 7th-stage life destruction young woman. This was simply unbelievable. I never thought this was possible. That I would be able to witness lotus blooming step by step. This young woman is simply a monster. If I had to lose to such a phenomenon, then that could only be the fate given to me. Sun Cyperstar Riley shook his head and forcefully smiled. No matter how he calculated it, he never would have thought that charming Phoenix Palace would actually produce such a monstrous talent with the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. This sort of bloodline was not easily born even in the 3 great family clans. Moreover, even those with the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline might not be able to comprehend lotus blooming step by step. Yen Little Moon was originally beloved by the heavens to begin with, and with her perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, it perfectly complemented her in perceiving the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal. As long as she didn't perish in the future, she would become an existence no less than a palace master. As Chu Red Cloud saw the current Yen Little Moon, it was no longer possible for her to conceal her smile. Yen Little Moon surpassed all her expectations. At this time, she no longer even cared about the bet. It was better to say that she assumed the bet was already won. Now, what she cared about was Yen Littleman's results in this smelting trial. With such talent, it was possible for Yen Little Moon to become a pivotal figure within the ancient Phoenix clan. If so, then at that time she would be able to rely on her relationship with Yen Little Moon to obtain great benefits for the Chu family. Compared to winning the heaven-eclipsing cauldron, this was far more valuable. After Yen Little Moon left seclusion, she dove into the 18 hells of flame. In the first 2 levels, the fire origin energy heavenly winds breezed past her like gentle winds, unable to hinder her movement at all. She turned into a blue beam of light that shot 9,000 miles deep into the 3rd level. Here, her speed slowed down, but it was only by a little bit. She rushed through to the 4th level without pause. In the 4th level, the fiery wind became even stronger and the temperature rose by another level. But even this was not able to stop her. 4th level 1,000 miles. 4th level 2,000 miles. 4th level 3,000 miles. Yen Little Moon rushed all the way to 5,000 miles into the 4th level before she stopped and began training. There, she trained for an entire day. If Yen Little Moon could stop 5,000 miles into the 4th level to train, then that proved that distance wasn't her limit. She was likely capable of reaching 7,000 to 8,000 miles deep into the 4th level. That was almost at the 5th level. In just half a year of practice, she was able to near the 5th level. This result was like a massive mountain that appeared in front of everyone else, making it so that no one could approach her. She's too strong. It's hard for anyone to summon the courage to chase her. Yeah, she has a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline, and she even perceived the 100-foot royal sky seal. Compared to her, let alone us, even characters like Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow cannot compare to her. In fact, if Lin Ming and Xiao Whitesnow had come in past years, they would have already been considered peak talents. But now that this perfect ancient phoenix bloodline, Yen Little Moon, appeared during this smelting trial, both of them are destined to be overshadowed by her. As Lin Ming was mentioned, everyone's thoughts changed. Lin Ming still hadn't emerged from Totem Tower. He had actually closed up for almost half a year without a peep coming from him. In the 4th and 5th months, there were some lower-ranking disciples that had already entered Totem Tower for the 2nd time to perceive the fire laws again. But Lin Ming still hadn't emerged. Now that you mention it, Lin Ming still hasn't come out of training. What's going on with him? Many disciples were confused. In their opinion, the longer someone stayed in, the more amazing their performance would be after coming out. But now Yen Little Moon had already emerged, and yet Lin Ming was still secluded within Totem Tower. This was an extremely mysterious situation. Maybe he didn't manage to perceive anything, so he's too embarrassed to come out? That might be true. It might be another reason. Lin Ming chose 4 Chaos Stones to meditate on, but the power of the laws within those Chaos Stones is very difficult to comprehend. Even a divine transformation realm powerhouse would have to spend several years to do so. Even then, they might not gain too much. Lin Ming has only been inside for 5 months. Do you think he really could have cleanly absorbed all the law fragments in the Chaos Stones? Lin Ming is indeed a chosen pride of heaven, especially in the aspect of combat strength. With a 5th stage life destruction cultivation, he was able to defeat a 4-layered Heaven's 9-fall martial artist. That isn't something that the average person could hope to accomplish. But the choice he made this time is really puzzling. For these last months, just how much could he have perceived? I feel like he's just wasting his time in there and wasting the chance that he's been given. A rookie disciple only gets 1 chance. The next time he comes, he won't be a rookie disciple, even if he isn't 33 years old yet. Who knows what these geniuses are thinking? Could be that Lin Ming did so because of the bet and because he needs to defeat Yen Little Moon, thus he chose to take such a dangerous risk. The best 100-foot royal sky seal was already taken by Yen Little Moon, and she also has the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Her foundation is better than Lin Ming's. If he chose the extreme Tao Heaven tablet, then he would certainly lose. Maybe that's why he took the chance and chose the Chaos Stones. Choosing the Chaos Stones is also a losing method, and a much uglier way of losing. The disciple that was previously speaking was interrupted. Indeed, the laws contained within the Chaos Stones were simply too general and vague. It was impossible for lower realm disciples to perceive anything from them, and even if they did, it might not help increase their understandings of the fire laws. At this point, no one spoke about Lin Ming and Yen Littleman's bet anymore. To them, victory and defeat had basically been decided. Now, the topic that people were discussing was what rewards Yen Little Moon would obtain for entering 5,000 miles deep into the 4th level of the Hells of Flame. When Yen Little Moon had entered 5,000 miles into the 3rd level, she had obtained a drop of Phoenix Plume blood and a high-grade Saint artifact. To Yen Little Moon, these rewards weren't useful at all. They were simply garbage in her eyes. However, this couldn't be helped, because by the time the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial ended, many people would be able to reach that depth and obtain similar rewards. If the rewards for such levels were too precious, then even the Ancient Phoenix clan headquarters would find that hard to withstand. But the 4th level was different. Starting from the 4th level, that was a domain that only peak talents could reach. As for the 5th level, that was a point which even Xiao Whites now might not be able to achieve at the end of the smelting trial. In the past 100 years, only White Daohong, Lu Xiaoyun, and Praying Phoenix Palace's Feng Qiren had been able to reach the 5th level as rookie disciples. Feng Qiren had already reached 120 years of age and was no longer a disciple, instead becoming a hall protector. As for the 6th level, that was a legend. Someone entering that level as a rookie disciple might not occur even every 1 or 2,000 years. From the 4th level upwards, the rewards became much richer. If one could enter the 4th level, they would obtain 1 top-grade Saint artifact. If one could reach 5,000 miles into the 4th level, they could obtain a Mortal Step Fire Elemental. As for the 5th level and the legendary 6th level, the rewards were even more terrifying. One could obtain a full set of top-grade Saint artifacts, or perhaps even Spirit artifacts. There were even bottles of Phoenix Plume blood, Phoenix Heart blood, Phoenix Marrow blood, and maybe even Phoenix Coronet blood. In the legends, tens of thousands of years ago, there was even a drop of Phoenix blood essence given as a reward. Blood essence could not be compared with ordinary Phoenix blood. A phoenix was thousands of miles long, even 10,000 miles long. If its blood were to fall, it could drown entire cities and cause great rivers to overflow. If one could raise a phoenix, then it was possible to gather the extremely precious Phoenix Coronet blood every day, obtaining endless amounts of it. But Phoenix blood essence was different. That was a phoenix's life blood essence. It was similar to a martial artist's blood essence. Once it was lost, it was overly difficult to restore. Thus, the value of Phoenix blood essence was impossible to measure. Even if Yen Little Moon was able to produce the phenomenon of lotus blood step by step, if she wanted to produce an amazing heaven-shocking result that was able to qualify her for a drop of Phoenix blood essence, that was far, far too difficult. As the young disciples saw Yen Little Moon receive the rewards from the black-robed messenger, many of them were filled with envy. For them, even by the time they left Fire Spirit Star, it would still be impossible for them to set foot in the 4th floor. Incredible! Yen Littleman's smelting trial might even alert the Ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. Moreover, Yen Little Moon has already reached the age of marriage. If she is willing to marry someone, then her wedding will become a grand and important event of the Ancient Phoenix clan. I have no idea just how many handsome and heroic young elites will be chasing after her with dreams of marriage. Yes, and I think that the Yen family will marry Yen Little Moon off to someone else who also has the perfect Ancient Phoenix bloodline. That would be the best method of producing descendants that also have the perfect Ancient Phoenix bloodline. In the Ancient Phoenix clan, great importance was placed upon the idea of bloodlines. Bloodline was often considered more valuable than talent or strength. This was because a strong martial artist might be strong only because of their destiny, and the children they had might not have the same strength they did. But a martial artist with a pure and rich bloodline would definitely give birth to children with a similarly rich bloodline. The richer the parent's bloodline was, the higher the chances that a child with the perfect Ancient Phoenix bloodline would be produced. Unfortunately, the richer a martial artist's Ancient Phoenix bloodline was, the more difficult it became for them to have children. Long ago, There had been a husband and wife that both had perfect ancient Phoenix bloodlines and were also important figures of the ancient Phoenix clan. But they still weren't able to produce a child even after 10,000 years of attempts. The glory and dazzling radiance of Yen Littleman's lotus blooming step by step completely covered the halo of all other geniuses. Xiao Whitesnow, Lin Ming, and even the divine transformation realm disciples, White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun, were all cast away, only able to act as foils to her success. Little Moon, this time headquarters have rewarded you with a top-grade saint artifact as well as a mortal step fire elemental. The fire elemental can wait until you break through Ninefall and undergo a baptism of the heavenly Tao before you absorb it. It will help you increase your understandings of the fire laws. As for the top-grade saint artifact, that will increase your combat strength. The more the better, but don't depend on them too much. In this smelting trial, the goal I've set for you is to become the top talent with the best results in the last 10,000 years. If that happens, I can represent charming Phoenix Palace and apply for a drop of Phoenix blood essence from the ancient Phoenix clan for you. That is the most vital goal, Chu Red Cloud said after Yen Little Moon received her rewards. I know, Auntie. I will try my best. After Yen Little Moon comprehended the lotus blooming step-by-step phenomenon, she was also very excited and giddy. This was affirmation and recognition of her talent towards the fire laws. Since she had reached this step, she naturally had to try and earn the reputation of the top genius of Fire Spirit Star's last 10,000 years. She wanted to see whether or not she could earn a drop of Phoenix blood essence. Yen Little Moon already had the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. Half of her blood was human and the other half was that of a phoenix. If her ancient Phoenix bloodline became any richer, she would become a fae. It sounded as if Yen Littleman's bloodline had reached the peak, but that was in fact untrue. The perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline was also divided into different grades. If two people had the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, but one had ordinary ancient Phoenix blood and the other had Phoenix plume blood, would they still be the same? If she could use the ancient Phoenix clan's special bloodline transplant technique, then she would be able to raise only the quality of her bloodline without affecting the quantity. In that way, let alone a single drop of Phoenix blood essence, Yen Little Moon would be able to absorb 100 drops of Phoenix blood essence without it affecting her bloodline density. As Yen Little Moon, Xiao Whitesnow, and the others had all left seclusion and were dazzling others with their newfound abilities, deep within Totem Tower, Lin Ming's training had entered into a critical period. At this time, Lin Ming was completely immersed within the Grand Mist space. A light fog floated around his body. This was the elementary form of Grand Mist energy. Lin Ming fluttered in space, motionless. His breath and his heartbeat had both stopped as if he had died. A stone carving that remained unmoved for 1,000,000,000 years. The 4 chaos stones were boundless, solemn, and mysterious. They circled in the air around Lin Ming, slowly gushing out with vague lore runes that fused together with the faint traces of Grand Mist energy around. As they flowed through space, they seemed to come from the nothingness of ancient times, bringing with them the highest truths of the infinite heavenly Tao, containing the burden of arcane laws. Chaos represented the limitless, and limitless represented the world before heaven, a reality without beginning nor end. No one could guess the meaning behind it. Besides the universe itself, no one was able to understand its cryptic mysteries. First there was the infinite exhaustible void, then there was primal chaos, then there was yin-yang energies which later divided into the 5 elements which grew into celestial bodies, and which finally gave birth to all life in creation. From the hazy void, Grand Mist energy emerged, an energy that surpassed a star in weight. On these stars, countless complex life forms evolved, growing and changing. Just how many laws of the heavenly Tao were observed in these changes? Just how many truths of the great Tao were contained within? It was simply unimaginable, and the most complicated truths also extended from the infinite arrangement of the simplest truths. Evolution, combination, transformation, the process really made one praise the heavens. Perhaps even for an Empyrean-level character, in the face of all the laws of the universe, the totality of their comprehensions were nothing more than a drop in the ocean, simply unworthy of mentioning. And at this time, Lin Ming was actually unknowingly swimming in such an ocean. It was as if his soul had left his body and his mind was swimming through endless space. Vaguely, through a dim haze, he could see the world filled with infinite chaos. This chaos energy was vast and endless. As it flooded the universe, it seemed great without limit, and yet it also seemed infinitesimally small, as if it could all be concentrated into a single spot without any volume at all. This absurd illusion caused Lin Ming to feel flummoxed. But as he thought over it carefully, a feeling of awareness appeared in his mind. This was the state of chaos that the universe existed in before it was formed. In chaos, there was neither space nor time, there was nothing to hear or anything to feel, so how could anything be called large or small? Such a state continued for an unknown time. It seemed to last for an infinitely long period of time, a period of time where the entire evolution of the universe could be followed, where the universe was born and destroyed. It seemed to last for an infinitely short period of time, a period of time so short that even an instant couldn't describe it, a period of time so short that it couldn't be described in words at all. But whether it was a long time or a short time, in this moment, the chaotic state of the universe was torn apart. A terrifyingly high temperature, a tyrannically crazy explosion. In that moment, it was as if all the energy within the vast divine realm, all the energy throughout the infinite boundless universe was completely released at once. Even an empyrean or divine god wouldn't be able to resist 1/billionth trillionth of this energy. In this horrifying explosion, that grand mist energy that was heavier than the stars was actually sundered apart. Infinite matter, infinite energy, all of it began within this terrifyingly high temperature. All of it was ejected out from this jumbled state of chaos. As the temperature cooled down, a miraculous change began to occur. As the chaotic state of the universe slowly disappeared, everything began to move and slowly evolve. This was the primal chaos. Primal chaos was the source of change. The primal chaos gave birth to the vigorous yang and the calm yin. Like this, the two yin and yang energies came into being. In that blazingly high temperature, Lin Ming could see yin and yang energy being produced. They were originally a single pure energy. Yin energy and yang energy slowly evolved into the smallest particles, particles so small that they were 1 billion trillion times smaller than a speck of dust. Even if a divine Lord powerhouse poured all of their supernatural power into their eyes, they still wouldn't be able to see them. But Lin Ming, who was meditating on the chaos stones through his grand mist space, was actually able to see them. He saw energy evolve into yin thunder and yang thunder. The particles that contained yin thunder and yang thunder were mutually attracted to each other, latching onto one another and maintaining a most delicate balance. Since ancient times, yin and yang did not mix. If they collided, they would annihilate each other. But in these smallest particles, yin thunder actually revolved together with yang thunder. Both energies complemented each other, supporting and restraining the other. After the yin and yang particles were split and paired together, they began to condense, combining and arranging themselves in a series of patterns that exhibited countless properties and characteristics. And these were the 5 elements. The 5 elements were not solely 5 different types of matter. Rather, they were the ultimate embodiments of matter. With the 5 elements as a foundation, they could be combined into all of life and the infinite energies of the world. These were the truths contained within the heavenly Tao. The infinite nothing gave birth to primal chaos divided to yin and yang energies, yin and yang energies transformed into the 5 elements, and the 5 elements formed all life. So this is the primal chaos. It was originally yin and yang energy as well as the power of the 5 elements. Lin Ming took a deep breath, an unprecedented clarity appearing within his mind. The heavenly Tao was incomparably abstract. The 5 elements could be partly understood, but as for what yin and yang were, and what primal chaos was, that was an extremely abstruse and philosophical idea. Even if a supreme elder tried to explain it, they would say that one could only understand it and not put it into words. But today, Lin Ming was finally able to see that the primal chaos was the evolution of the limitless nothing, and that the primal chaos contained the most source laws from the beginning of the universe. As for yin and yang, they were not abstract ideas, but rather particles that truly existed as the tiniest manifestation of matter. yin and yang transforming into all of existence was not empty talk. Those infinitesimally tiny yin and yang particles truly existed in all things. This included the stars, this included mountains and rivers, seas and lakes. This included all the people of the world. Even Lin Ming was no exception. Even the chaos stones here were formed by yin and yang energies. In all matter, yin and yang energy existed equally. Otherwise, if they were in an imbalanced situation, then they would produce thunder. The divine thunder of fire, water, metal, earth, that was how the five elements' divine thunder was produced. Although thunder was tied to the five elements, it in truth didn't belong to the five elements. Rather, it was the evolution of the five elements. In this short period, Lin Ming was enlightened to many truths. He personally saw the evolution of the universe. Watching this was the same as bearing witness to billions of years of the universe compressed into a short moment. This experience itself was a massive lucky chance. Even a holy lord or world king might not have the good fortune to experience it. In that moment, Lin Ming's mind was filled with knowledge. He felt his spiritual sea suddenly tremble. A boundless aura surged into the world, accompanied with countless law fragments that overflowed from the chaos stones and poured into Lin Ming's body. These law fragments were constantly absorbed by Lin Ming, turning into mysterious runes within his body. And in the skies above Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the silver-gray Grand Mist battle spirit began to transform. A faint trace of elementary Grand Mist energy gathered above the spear-shaped battle spirit. This made the battle spirit emit a brilliantly dazzling radiance. This radiance started silver but slowly began to mix with a golden light. As time passed, more and more golden light appeared, becoming brighter and more abundant until it completely engulfed the silver light. In that moment, the spear-shaped battle spirit within Lin Ming's spiritual sea finally turned from silver to a sparkling gold. After a long period of accumulation, his battle spirit finally broke through the bottleneck of silver perfection and became a gold battle spirit. A gold battle spirit could be projected into the world and form a space of will. At this step, a battle spirit would have a tremendous effect on one's combat strength. A gold battle spirit was no longer just a supportive attack method but could also be used as a main attack method. However, Lin Ming's gold battle spirit was different from that of an ordinary martial artist. It was not a brilliant shining gold, but had the dark color of Grand Mist energy fused into it. It was a dark gold color. The dark gold battle spirit contained an ancient and boundless aura. This was the atmosphere of chaos. Because Lin Ming had perceived the chaos laws, his Grand Mist battle spirit contained an aura of Grand Mist energy that was far more vivid than before. Because of this special attribute, Lin Ming's battle spirit was only at the formative gold level, but it was actually far more powerful than a normal small success gold battle spirit. A martial artist with a mere 6-stage life destruction cultivation actually had a battle spirit comparable to that of a divine transformation realm powerhouse. This accomplishment couldn't even be described with the words monstrous genius. At this time, as Lin Ming recalled the jade slip that Fairy Feng had left behind to him, he felt as if all the truths within there were easily seen and understood. Indeed, the chaos laws were not directly related to the fire laws, but the chaos laws were all-encompassing. From time, space, yin and yang, the five elements, stars, life, all of it was included within the chaos laws. This was the universe originated from chaos, and all matter and energy within the world was part of the universe. Chaos was the foundation of the universe. Once one comprehended it, that was the same as grasping the very nature of the universe. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that from this moment on, Lin Ming had truly stepped into the divine pantheon of the universe's source laws. As for all other geniuses, they were kept outside of the door, waiting anxiously to catch the little fragments of laws that overflowed from this divine pantheon of laws. As they were happy and complacent with their own achievements, Lin Ming was actually swimming within that divine pantheon of laws, starting his journey to comprehending the origin of the universe. This was the very essence of disparity. This difference wouldn't manifest too obviously at the start, but as time passed, the distance between him and others would begin to become increasingly large. At that time, Lin Ming would truly step towards the peak of martial arts. As for other geniuses, including even the once-in-a-millennium talent Yen Little Moon, they would at most be guaranteed to become someone like a future palace master of one of the ancient Phoenix clan's branch palaces. As for becoming an even higher holy lord and becoming a ruler of the ancient Phoenix clan, they would have to put forth enormous effort. In this process, if their mind, mentality, will, destiny, or strength ever fell just a single point short, they would fail. Time slowly passed. Without knowing it, Lin Ming had already been in Totem Tower for an entire year. In this year, there were still many law fragments within the Chaos Stones. What Lin Ming managed to absorb was only a very tiny portion of them. He lay suspended in the air as before, withstanding the baptism of law fragments. And outside of Totem Tower, many great changes were occurring once more. White Daohong, Lu Xiaoyun, Yen Little Moon, and Xiao Whitesnow had all completed their second period of seclusion in Totem Tower. Now, they were all training within the 18 Hells of Flame. They had finished 2 seclusion rounds within Totem Tower, but as for Lin Ming, he hadn't even finished his first. After the second period of seclusion, the Divine Transformation Realm disciples like White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun didn't have that great of a change. This was also to be expected. At their boundary, it would take them a very long time to perceive the laws, and they had to do so in an ordered manner, step by step. Wanting to rapidly increase their understandings of the laws in a year or two was actually impossible. However, Yen Little Moon and Xiao Whitesnow had made tremendous progress. After Xiao Whitesnow finished his second period of seclusion, he was finally able to enter the 4th level, and even made it an additional 2,000 miles in. This result neared the distance Yen Little Moon reached after she left her first period of seclusion. But as for Yen Little Moon herself, she was even more amazing. After she left her second period of seclusion, she broke through to the 5th level of the Hells of Flame and reached an additional 4,000 miles in. This depth already surpassed the distance that White Daohong reached in the 18 Hells of Flame smelting trial when he first arrived as a rookie disciple. 70 to 80 years ago, when White Daohong was also a junior disciple, he had passed through 2 years of the ancient Phoenix smelting trial, and his final result was 3,000 miles deep into the 5th level. This result had been surpassed by Yen Little Moon in just a single year. This result was enough to alarm the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. Whether it was the phenomenon of lotus blooming step by step, or reaching 4,000 miles deep into the 5th level after just 1 year, both of these were results that stunned and amazed all. These results even surpassed those of the talented geniuses of the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. It could be said that as long as nothing happened to Yen Little Moon, she would become a future palace master of one of the ancient Phoenix clan's 72 branch palaces, controlling a territory of her own. That would be an extremely easy goal to accomplish. And if she trained well, there was even the faintest of hopes that she would become the next patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. That was a holy lord-level character of the divine realm. Such a talent was definitely worthy of the ancient Phoenix clan's attention. Moreover, some elders from headquarters even had thoughts of having Yen Little Moon marry into their family. What? Headquarters is sending some people here? Whether it was Sun Cyperstar, Chu Red Cloud, or any of the disciples from the 3 branch palaces, all of them were surprised as they heard this news from Fire Spirit Star's black-robed guardian. The ancient Phoenix clan headquarters was the center of power for the entire ancient Phoenix clan. In the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters, there were all sorts of great elders that wielded great amounts of power and authority. There were disciplinary elders, merit elders, alchemy elders, refiner elders, and all sorts of other elders. These elders were no weaker than the palace masters of the 72 branch palaces. There were even some elders in important positions that were above the palace masters in power and authority. In addition, there were also the highest elders. These highest elders were all old monstrous fellows that no longer bothered with worldly affairs. They were old patriarchs or vice-patriarchs that had stepped back from their position and had wholeheartedly dedicated their efforts to cultivating. Thus they became highest elders. Their cultivations had long ago reached an unimaginable boundary. There were those among them that had stepped back from the position of patriarch tens of thousands of years ago. Their strength could be imagined. Thus, let alone Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cyperstar, Even characters like Xiao Zhuyang and Fairy Feng had to be respectful to those from the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. In the world of mortals, this was just like an imperial minister visiting a local magistrate. Headquarters have sent visitors. All disciples come out and greet them. The black-robed messenger issued out an order. For such a serious matter, besides the disciples that were still closed up in Totem Tower, all disciples were required to gather at the 18 Hells of Flame and wait for the review of the headquarters envoys. There were even some disciples still in Totem Tower that had ended their seclusion early to see the glory and majesty of these people from headquarters. After all, this was an extremely rare opportunity. On this day, red clouds suddenly gathered above Fire Spirit Star. These red clouds surged out for thousands of miles with fiery heavenly winds howling beneath them. Then, ripples began to appear in space, and the sky itself seemed to be ripped apart. A massive golden crow head emerged from the space crack, slowly tearing it further and further apart. Space fluctuations rippled out for thousands of miles. After the head emerged, a blazingly beautiful crown of feathers appeared, wrapped around a gorgeous neck. This bird had a back like a mountain range and its wingspan extended for hundreds of miles. As its wings unfurled, they were wide enough to blot out the skies and sharp like unrivaled divine weapons. Its claws gleamed with a cold light as if they were pillars that supported the heavens. This was a massive golden crow with a body several hundred miles long. It had an appearance similar to that of a phoenix. This golden crow's ancient phoenix bloodline was undoubtedly extremely rich. In order to raise this sort of golden crow, the amount of resources necessary was mind-boggling. As the great golden crow appeared, the endless fiery heavenly wind that blew around Fire Spirit Star suddenly stopped moving. In front of this golden crow, the fire origin energy of Fire Spirit Star was like soldiers bowing to a general, all of them surrendering of their own volition. And above this golden crown was a male and female envoy. In addition, there were also a number of maids. Of these two envoys, the man was extremely tall and he wore a red set of armor. His figure was commanding and grand. As for the female, she was more petite. Her height only reached the man's chest. And what was most peculiar was that she even had a long fox tail. It was clear that she was not a pure human. This wasn't strange. There were many non-human races in the divine realm. For instance, giant demons, imps, fae, and so forth. Deep beyond the divine realm, there were even worlds completely comprised of different races. But because they were so far away, they basically existed independently from the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. Although their scale was far from comparing with the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds, their total size added together was still far larger than a single primary world of the divine realm. This fox-tailed woman clearly had the bloodline of a monster beast within her. She also had a human bloodline and the ancient phoenix bloodline, for a total of 3 different kinds of bloodlines. However, this didn't matter at all. The ancient Phoenix clan considered anyone with the ancient Phoenix bloodline as one of their clansmen. Envoy Duke Golden Sword, Monarch Sweetie Fox. I never thought that those two would come. Chu Red Cloud instantly recognized the two arrivals. These two were around 10,000 years old and were highly famous and prominent figures within the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. To be more specific, they were successors of important positions at headquarters. Without accident, Duke Golden Sword would become the next disciplinary elder, and Monarch Sweetie Fox would become the Internal Affairs Envoy. Although the Internal Affairs Envoy wasn't an elder, their power and influence actually exceeded most elders. The position of Internal Affairs Envoy was the same as being the majordomo of the entire ancient Phoenix clan. They were responsible for arranging storage of resources and distributing them outwards. This was the equivalent of caring for the daily basic necessities for the 100 billion clansmen of the ancient Phoenix clan. The authority of such a position could be imagined. Every single one of the 72 palace masters had to be extremely flattering and pleasant to the current and future Internal Affairs Envoy. Otherwise, if any one of them managed to offend the Internal Affairs Envoy, they would find the resources they were given to be reduced by 20 to 30%. And there would be nothing they could do to change that no matter how much they cried. Before this, Phoenix Cry Palace's relationship with the Internal Affairs Envoy was far inferior to Charming Phoenix Palace's. That was the reason why Sun Cyperstar had been so ornery about the pentatic metal essence and had been severely swindled by Chu Red Cloud. He had brooded over this for years. As everyone saw Envoy Duke Golden Sword and Monarch Sweetie Fox, Chu Red Cloud, Sun Cyperstar, and the rest of the elders of the 3 branch palaces came to respectfully welcome them, their faces all covered with smiles. This was something they couldn't help. The difference in status was simply too great. The statuses of the disciplinary elder and internal affairs envoy were just above those of the 72 palace masters. As successors, their futures were already decided, and thus they had a status far higher than palace master candidates like Fairy Feng and Sage Juyang. But as for Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cyperstar, one was a palace elder of charming Phoenix Palace and the other was even worse. He was only a vice hall master of Phoenix Cry Palace's Phoenix Hall. Their status was not just different by a little bit, there was simply no comparing them. The black-robed messenger in charge of Fire Spirit Star appeared undisturbed. He calmly said, "Golden Sword, Sweetie Fox. I never thought that this Fire Spirit Star smelting trial would be enough to bother the 2 of you. Ha ha ha. Blackwood, it's already been 3,000 years since we last met, right? You came to Atlas World's Fire Spirit Star to cultivate. But our ambitions have always been different. Me and Sweetie Fox here have always wanted to serve the clan from within and hold positions. From protectors, we will become elders and continue trying to crawl upwards. If we can become vice patriarchs, then even our laughs in our dreams will wake you up. As for you, you have wholeheartedly committed your life to cultivation. I'm afraid that your cultivation has already surpassed ours now." Duke Golden Sword laughed gaily as he saw the black-robed messenger. With these words, Chu Red Cloud, Sun Cyperstar, and the rest all felt their hearts jump. They looked at the black-robed messenger with incredulity in their eyes. They never imagined that such a low-key, ordinary-looking Fire Spirit Star Guardian would actually have such a great background. Could this person have regarded Fire Spirit Star as a wonderful place to cultivate and thus applied to be the guardian of this place? "Golden Sword, what sorts of jokes are you making now? I was originally inferior to the 2 of you to begin with, and during the selection process I was eliminated. I wasn't able to compare to you, thus I didn't receive the key focus from headquarters like you did. Your future is far better than mine. But the truth is whether I chose to cultivate in seclusion here or chose to hold a position in the clan like you do. Both of us are only trying to walk as far as we can on our road of martial arts. We are both traveling to the same goal with different roads." The black-robed messenger casually said. Monarch Sweetie Fox brightly laughed and said, Okay. We can reminisce about the past some other time. We've come here for a reason, and that is to see that so-called Yen Little Moon with her perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. I heard that this young woman already comprehended the phenomenon of lotus blooming step by step. That would make her far stronger than I was in the past. Monarch Sweetie Fox had not comprehended lotus blooming step by step and had only formed a perfect blue lotus domain. This proved just how rare the lotus blooming step by step phenomenon was. It clearly deserved to be called a legend. This young girl Yen Little Moon surprised me. She doesn't come from the 3 great family clans and only has a background of charming Phoenix Palace's Yen family. Her life experience can't be regarded as too rich, but she was still able to have such achievements. This is a result of her great destiny. It isn't easy at all. We'll have to have Fairy Chu explain this one to us. As Blackwood spoke, he turned to Chu Red Cloud. Chu Red Cloud was usually a very intelligent and scheming person with multiple contingency plans. She had even managed to trick someone like Sun Cyperstar several times. But facing Monarch Sweetie Fox, Duke Golden Sword, and this Blackwood, who seemed ordinary but was actually just as powerful as the 2 arriving envoys, she couldn't help but be nervous. It wasn't a surprise for her to be nervous. In a mortal kingdom, this was just like a countryside magistrate suddenly learning that an imperial envoy was visiting to assess her work. How could she not be nervous about this? This was a question that concerned her future and whether or not Yen Little Moon could obtain a drop of Phoenix blood essence. That was Phoenix blood essence. Let alone her, even a great figure like charming Phoenix Palace's palace master couldn't obtain it. Phoenix blood essence was only bestowed upon the unparalleled greatest genius of the ancient Phoenix clan. And the monarch Sweetie Fox in front of her was the future internal affairs envoy. She had the authority to control almost all resources within the ancient Phoenix clan. Of course, that didn't mean she had the jurisdiction to assign something like Phoenix blood essence. However, she could apply to headquarters for a drop and have the Patriarch or the Council of Elders decide. Chu Red Cloud took a deep breath and calmed her racing heart. She said, reporting to Lord and Lady Envoy, our little moon once traveled for fun and adventure abroad and managed to stumble upon a phoenix blood pond, achieving a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. But, besides Little Moon's destiny being excellent, her perception is also outstanding. That is the only reason she managed to comprehend the lotus blooming step-by-step phenomenon during this ancient phoenix smelting trial. Little Moon will easily become the top disciple of this ancient phoenix smelting trial. Not bad. Monarch Sweetie Fox sweetly smiled and nodded, seeming quite satisfied with Little Moon. In order for a martial artist to continue walking down the road of martial arts, both destiny and talent were indispensable. There were some peak talents of the ancient Phoenix clan that possessed the ancient Phoenix bloodline because of their family background. But, even though they had talent amongst talents, their destiny was lacking. In other words, they wouldn't be able to walk as far as Little Moon could on the road of martial arts in the future. This lotus blooming step-by-step phenomenon was good proof of just how great her destiny was. Duke Golden Sword then stuck in and said, Little Moon isn't too bad. But let me warn you that Little Moon obtaining first place in this Fire Spirit Star's ancient Phoenix smelting trial is nothing at all. In our view, it should be naturally what happens. What she must compare with is the geniuses of the other 71 branch palaces and the ancient Phoenix headquarters. Her opponents are the geniuses that lived thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Only they are the true opponents of Little Moon. Those geniuses from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago had grown up by now and had become great figures within the ancient Phoenix clan. For instance, Duke Golden Sword and Monarch Sweetie Fox were both X-1 trial challengers in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. I thank Sir Envoy for the guidance. Little Moon will take it to heart. Beside Chu Red Cloud, Little Moon bowed. Monarch Sweetie Fox revealed an appreciative smile. Little Moon, you must rush through the 18 Hells of Flame as well as the Illusionary God Combat Array. Let me see just how far you can go. If your results are good, then I can apply to Internal Affairs for extra rewards for you. As Monarch Sweetie Fox spoke, Little Moon's heart burst with excitement. She understood that this was her chance. Her family background was excellent in comparison to other disciples of the branch palaces, but compared to those giant family clans at headquarters, her foundation was just too shallow. She needed to find a turning point, and this was her lucky chance to stir up the interest of headquarters. Little Moon, try your hardest, Chu Red Cloud said with a true essence sound transmission. Don't worry, Auntie. This time I absolutely will not disappoint you, nor can I disappoint myself. Little Moon gripped her white fists together, her heart filling with steadfast determination. She was very clear about her limits in the 18 Hells of Flame, but she had never tried the Illusionary God Combat Array before. That was a test of one's comprehensive combat strength, and usually the last test taken before the ancient Phoenix smelting trial ended. Although she had never attempted it, she had full confidence in herself. Blackwood faintly smiled and said, Senior Ruby Sovereign, since headquarters has come, I ask that you open a fire spirit mirror so we can all take a better look. Ha ha ha. An energetic laughter suddenly filled the 18 Hells of Flame. No problem. It's just a tiny bit of effort. The Ruby Sovereign was the artifact spirit of the 18 Hells of Flame. The 18 Hells of Flame itself was a spirit artifact, and the inside was a self-contained space. If one didn't have the Ruby Sovereign's permission, it was very difficult to spy on what was occurring tens of thousands of miles deep within. In the skies, fire origin energy gathered together, slowly forming a fire origin energy mirror. The image of the 18 Hells of Flame was reflected within it. It's done. Little Moon, was it? Enter. I am looking forwards to your performance. Senior Ruby Sovereign, please look after me. Yen Little Moon turned into a beam of light that broke into the 18 hells of flame. Through the fire spirit mirror in the sky, others could see Yen Little Moon's figure. She flushed through the hells of flame like a lithe fish, easily passing through without any hindrance. All of the violet fire origin energy and the blazingly high temperature was no different from warm water to her, comfortable and relaxing. First level, second level, third level, Yen Little Moon continued to flush straight down. Good. Monarch Sweetie Fox nodded. What she was noticing was the aura of the laws around her. By depending on just her comprehension of fire laws, Yen Little Moon was able to transform all that violent and wild fire origin energy around her into a gentle energy that she was able to easily absorb. She could do this freely and easily with a practiced hand. Yen Little Moon didn't slow down even when she broke through to the 4th floor. It was only at the 5th floor when her speed began to gradually decline. 5th level, 5,000 miles. 5,500 miles. 5,600 miles. Monarch Sweetie Fox silently counted in her mind. At 5,600 miles, a clear crack appeared in Yen Little Moon's protective true essence. Once she continued down further, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. At 6,000 miles, there was an explosive shattering sound as Yen Little Moon's protective true essence shattered. The wild and rampant fiery heavenly wind crazily rushed towards Yen Little Moon but was blocked by the energy barrier created by the Ruby Sovereign. Her final result was 6,000 miles into the 5th level. 6,000 miles into the 5th level is indeed quite good. Monarch Sweetie Fox nodded in appreciation. In the past, when I was at the Life Destruction Realm and came to the Ancient Phoenix Smelting Trial as a rookie disciple, I wasn't able to reach this depth. I will have others record this reward down. When this smelting trial ends, besides the other rewards, I shall also grant Yen Little Moon 3 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood. Phoenix Heart Blood was even greater than Phoenix Plume Blood. A drop of Phoenix Plume Blood was equal to 100 drops of ordinary Ancient Phoenix Blood, and a drop of Phoenix Heart Blood was equal to 50 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood. Now that Monarch Sweetie Fox had granted Yen Little Moon 3 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood, that was the same as 150 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood. It had to be known that when Hui Yinguang made a gambling battle with Lin Ming, he had put out 20 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood. That price was enough to make all others go crazy. And now Monarch Sweetie Fox had casually tossed out the equivalent of 150 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood as a reward. As the other heroic young elites heard this, all of them were filled with incomparable envy. There were many among them who hadn't even seen 10 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood in their lives before. But such a reward actually wasn't to Chu Red Cloud's satisfaction. To Yen Little Moon, who had the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, 3 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood wouldn't have too amazing of an effect on her. Chu Red Cloud grit her teeth and said, "This child Little Moon has both talent and destiny, but her family background is ordinary. The Yen family is considered a good distinguished family in my charming Phoenix Palace, but placed within the entire ancient Phoenix clan and compared with the Shao family clan, Hua family clan, and Huang family clan, they aren't anything at all. Even if the Yen family does their best to raise and train Little Moon, the support they can provide to her is still limited at best. Thus, I humbly, and with great respect, request Envoy Monarch Sweetie Fox to give additional bloodline resources so that Little Moon's bloodline power can increase even further." Ho ho ho! Monarch Sweetie Fox gently smiled as she heard Chu Red Cloud. "You want to increase the power of her bloodline even further? Yen Little Moon already has a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. If you wish to take yet another step forwards, I fear you will need something even better than Phoenix Heart Blood. I think that you want Phoenix Blood Essence. But that is something that I cannot take responsibility for." Envoy Duke Golden Sword gaily laughed. "Fairy Chu, ever since the current patriarch took a single drop of Phoenix Blood Essence tens of thousands of years ago when he ascended to his position, there has only been a single time when a drop of Phoenix Blood Essence has been awarded to a junior disciple because of the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. This is something that let alone a palace master, but not even some patriarchs can obtain. Both I and Monarch Sweetie Fox have never obtained a drop of Phoenix Blood Essence, and that is because we fall far short of having the qualifications. Perhaps we will never have the qualifications for our entire lives. Yen Littleman's results are exceedingly far from being enough to obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence. The only way possible is if her results surpass all others from the 72 branch palaces for the last 10,000 years. Fairy Chu, you have to know that Yen Little Moon is not the only one with a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline, and she might not be the only one who can produce the phenomenon of lotus blooming step by step either. Just by relying on that minor point, she is far, far off from being able to obtain a single drop of phoenix blood essence. As Envoy Duke Golden Sword spoke, all the other young disciples were dumbfounded. In their minds, Yen Littleman's talent was already at the peak of possibility. It was high to the point that no one had the courage to chase after her. But, listening to Duke Golden Sword's words, even Yen Little Moon fell far short of being able to apply for a drop of phoenix blood essence. There was no limit in the universe. There was always a higher peak and a stronger person. In Fire Spirit Star's smelting trial, Yen Little Moon was a crane among chickens. But Fire Spirit Star's smelting trial occurred every 4 years, and it lasted 2 years each time. In 10,000 years, just how many smelting trials had been carried out here? Moreover, the ancient Phoenix clan had 72 branch palaces, and there were also over 20 similar smelting trial locations like Fire Spirit Star. Thus, the number of times the smelting trial had been carried out could be imagined. Obtaining first place in an ancient Phoenix smelting trial was simple. But, wanting to take first place and far surpass all other rivals in all ancient Phoenix smelting trials for the last 10,000 years was unimaginably difficult. How could Chu Red Cloud not know this? She clenched her teeth and said, I humbly request that Lord and Lady Envoy give a target, and that as long as Little Moon can surpass that target she can obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence. This was all Chu Red Cloud could say to force the two envoys as well as to force Yen Little Moon. It had to be known that wherever there were people, there would be factions and relationships between them. In the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters and the 3 great family clans, the relations between them were complex and inextricably linked on 10,000 different levels. The juniors of the 3 great family clans, through some energy and methods, might be able to obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence even if their qualifications were lacking. But as for Yen Little Moon, the Yen family she came from was neither small nor great. Compared to the ancient Phoenix headquarters, her foundation was far too shallow. If Yen Little Moon wanted to struggle for a drop of phoenix blood essence, the path she would have to take would be suitably difficult. Chu Red Cloud was aware of this point. She never expected that it would be easy to successfully apply for a single drop of phoenix blood essence. She could only set up a target and then break through it in full view of everyone else, and seize this precious chance to obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence. She had to make it so that headquarters couldn't deny her request, and that those people who tried to play little tricks wouldn't have the chance to do so. Oh! Monarch Sweetie Fox revealed a trace of surprise. Her eyes moved as she looked at Yen Little Moon. She saw that the little girl was blushing red, her fists gripped together, obviously not backing down. She seemed full of vigor and courage. It was clear she wanted to go all out to desperately struggle for this drop of phoenix blood essence. Monarch Sweetie Fox's eyes revealed an amused light. Good. But I can only report this matter to headquarters. I do not have the authority to promise you anything. Headquarters will need to set the standard for this target. And, I hate to be rude, but this standard will be exceedingly high. It will be so high that all of you will believe that it is impossible, that we are forcing you into a dead end. Monarch Sweetie Fox said with a smile. In truth, she didn't believe in Yen Little Moon too much, but she still had to speak her piece. In the last 10,000 years, just how many geniuses had emerged in the 100 billion clansmen of the ancient Phoenix clan? It was an uncountable number. But among them, who had managed to obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence? The truth was that since Monarch Sweetie Fox had begun serving as successor to the Internal Affairs Envoy, several family clans had put forth their most dazzling geniuses and applied for a drop of phoenix blood essence from her. Headquarters had also given them a standard, but none of them had ever been able to achieve it. This standard was outrageous even to Monarch Sweetie Fox. Even if those family clans used all of their connections to reduce the standards by a tiny bit, all of them had failed without exception. Thank you, Lord and Lady Envoy, for your help in inquiring about the standard needed for Phoenix Blood Essence. No matter what, I will not be afraid. I have full confidence in my own abilities. Yen Little Moon gripped her fists together, her voice solemn. She had obtained an entire pond of ancient phoenix blood, so the quantity of her bloodline was already enough. However, that pool of blood hadn't been too high in quality. She needed a drop of phoenix blood essence to round it out and put the final finishing touches on her bloodline. As long as she could obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence, the power of her bloodline would increase to another level. Monarch Sweetie Fox shook her head as she saw Yen Little Moon. With the Yen family's foundation and connections, it would be impossible for the standard to be reduced by even a little bit. In other words, Yen Little Moon would face the most harsh and difficult standard possible. If this standard was the only one, then perhaps even Xiao Chuji, who obtained a drop of phoenix blood essence 10,000 years ago, would find it unbearable. It had to be known that Xiao Chuji was currently one of the greatest candidates to be the next patriarch, and he was also the most illustrious figure of the entire Xiao family. In any case, Monarch Sweetie Fox would do as regulations required and report this message. She took out an exquisite and delicate array disc from her spatial ring. Her 10 fingers linked together and produced thousands of seals in an instant. These seals combined together into complex runes as they poured into the array disc. A character on the level of Monarch Sweetie Fox was already able to perform the Great Void Shift, and that made sending messages much easier. If there were some specialized supportive array formations added on, then it wasn't difficult to send a message even past several great worlds of the Divine Realm. Just 2 hours later, Monarch Sweetie Fox received a reply from headquarters. Who? A blazing flame lit up in front of Monarch Sweetie Fox's array disc. It turned into countless runes that sank into her mind. The sound transmission runes that the ancient Phoenix clan sent back were much more convenient than sending a voice message. Not only were they easier to understand, but they also prevented the message from being leaked out. Monarch Sweetie Fox's eyebrows shot up. Although she already expected that headquarters would respond with an extremely overbearing and default standard, she still let out a light breath upon hearing what it was. She shook her head and said to herself, "Headquarters is being a bit petty. This sort of standard is no different from saying no. But headquarters also has their own issues. The ancient Phoenix clan has over 100 billion clansmen, and the resources required every year are countless. It's difficult to maintain a balance between harvesting resources and handing them out. Especially when it comes to something like ancient Phoenix blood essence, there are countless people that are greedily eyeing it and can't obtain it. In particular, the candidates to be the next patriarch. Everyone wants a single drop, and in order for her to obtain a single drop and others not to, the standards must definitely be high." As Monarch Sweetie Fox was thinking, Chu Red Cloud was eagerly looking at her, waiting for her to speak. Monarch Sweetie Fox faintly smiled and said, "Headquarters passed down instructions. In order to obtain a drop of Phoenix blood essence, you will need to enter the 7th level of the Hells of Flame before the ancient Phoenix smelting trial ends. Moreover, you must fully complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array." As Monarch Sweetie Fox said this, even Duke Golden Sword ruefully smiled. Headquarters was simply playing a joke on others. In the 18 Hells of Flame, the further down one went, the more difficult it became. The difficulty grew at a nearly exponential rate. In the smelting trial for rookie disciples, only a peak talent of a branch palace was able to enter the 4th level of the Hells of Flame. The 5th level was reserved for talents such as White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. During their first smelting trial here, they had both been able to enter the 5th level by the end. But they didn't manage to reach the 8,000 to 9,000 mile depth of the 5th level. The 6th level was nearly a legendary domain to the branch palaces. In a smelting trial location like Fire Spirit Star, with Charming Phoenix Palace, Phoenix Cry Palace, and Praying Phoenix Palace combined together, there might not even be someone that could reach that depth in 1,000 years. But if all 72 branch palaces of the ancient Phoenix clan were gathered together, along with headquarters and the 3 great families, it wasn't too rare of an event. Someone that could enter the 6th level would appear once every 20 to 30 years. But to travel 5,000 miles into the 6th level, those people nearly didn't exist. Even in the entire ancient Phoenix clan, it was still extremely rare for 1 or 2 people capable of such a feat to appear in 1,000 years. After that was the 7th level. That was simply not a domain possible for rookie disciples to reach. Even a peak-late divine sea genius would find it extremely difficult to go that far. Most of those that trained in the 7th level were early divine transformation realm disciples. For instance, White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun both reached the 11th level. That was a depth that cast away all other divine transformation realm disciples. Most divine transformation realm disciples were still only capable of reaching the 8th and 9th levels. Of course, if one had to persist in asking the ancient Phoenix clan if there were any junior disciples capable of reaching the 7th level in all these years, there certainly would be. For instance, Xiao Chuji from 10,000 years ago was capable of reaching the 7th level when the smelting trial ended. But Xiao Chuji had been at the 8th stage of life destruction and Yen Little Moon was only at the 7th stage of life destruction. Between the 8th stage of life destruction and the 7th stage of life destruction, there was only a difference of a single stage. But to a peak talent, there was an enormous disparity between every stage of life destruction. Moreover, reaching the 7th level of the Hells of Flame was only a single aspect. There was also another aspect, and that was the illusionary god combat array. The Hells of Flame trial looked at one's comprehension of laws. But the illusionary god combat array trial tested one's true combat strength. And the condition to complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array was far more difficult than reaching the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. Envoy Duke Golden Sword himself was a combat freak. His comprehension of laws was ordinary, but in terms of actual combat, his talent was terrifying. It was also because of this point that he was able to become the disciplinary elder successor. After all, in a true battle, what decided victory or defeat was actual combat strength. Comprehension of laws was only an indicator of one's future potential and accomplishments. If one had great attainments in laws, it was still useless if they couldn't defeat someone else. True combat strength had always been the point of pride for Envoy Duke Golden Sword. During his own rookie smelting trial, he had gone through the illusionary god combat array and had killed over 600 individuals. This result was enough to shock and awe the trial site guardian at the time. As for completing the 1,000 slaughter, Envoy Duke Golden Sword only had 2 words to say, ha, ha. The illusionary god combat array also became increasingly difficult the further it went. This was because the enemies within would become increasingly strong, and every opponent would also be a peak talent. After several hundred people, the enemies that would emerge would be on the same level of talent as White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. Of course, their ages would also be the same as the trial challengers. In other words, one would have to face White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun when they were in their 20s. Facing such an opponent one-on-one would already be a difficult situation to win in, but facing against a crowd of them, how could one continue to fight? No matter how one looked at it, headquarters simply didn't want to pass down a drop of Phoenix blood essence. This was because there were far too many factors involved in the growth of a talent. Even if Yen Little Moon seemed extraordinary now, there might be some problems on her future road of martial arts. For instance, maybe she would exhaust all of her potential or all of her destiny. She might even go adventuring in a mystic realm and perish there. Phoenix blood essence had far greater advantages the earlier it was implanted in a martial artist's body. Even so, the only way headquarters would be willing to pass down a drop of Phoenix blood essence would be if Yen Littleman's talent was so extraordinary that the elders at headquarters all had their eyeballs pop out of their heads when they heard of it. Otherwise, they would never take such a risk. As Chu Red Cloud heard Monarch Sweetie Fox's conditions, her expression of anticipation suddenly froze. Screw making things tough. This was simply playing a joke on them. How can anyone possibly accomplish such a request? Chu Red Cloud directly blurted out, ignoring just how great Monarch Sweetie Fox's status was. Although Monarch Sweetie Fox agreed with Chu Red Cloud, she definitely couldn't say such words publicly. She was someone from headquarters, and thus she had to respect headquarters' wishes. She said, "This target isn't something that I came up with. Moreover, in the last 10,000 years, there have been some individuals that managed to reach the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, such as Xiao Chuji, Huang Yefeng, and other such unrivaled geniuses. All of them were able to accomplish that. As for completing the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array, I suppose you would have to look further back in history, but it isn't like no one has ever accomplished it. The standards that headquarters have set are difficult, but they are not impossible. Xiao Chuji, Huang Yefeng. Chu Red Cloud sucked in a breath of cold air. Those two people were the leaders of the Xiao family and Huang family. They were heroes amongst heroes. Great envoy Sweetie Fox. I also know that those two individuals were older than Little Moon when they underwent their rookie smelting trial. Moreover, their cultivations were also higher. Senior Xiao Chuji was at the 8th stage of life destruction, and Senior Huang Yefeng was also likely at the 8th stage of life destruction. They are a level apart, and yet the standards are still the same. How could there be such a truth? Moreover, although Senior Xiao Chuji and Huang Yefeng were able to enter the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, neither of them were able to complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array. Monarch Sweetie Fox faintly smiled and said, "Yes, that's right. That's why Senior Huang Yuegong wasn't able to obtain a drop of Phoenix blood essence. But the reason Senior Xiao Chuji was able to obtain a drop was that the Xiao family worked their connections in the background. For this drop of Phoenix blood essence, the Xiao family paid a tremendous amount of equivalent merit points to balance out the difference in standards. If the Yen family has earned enough merit points, then they may also have the standards reduced by a small amount." Chu Red Cloud's expression stiffened and she finally shook her head. The so-called merit points were a conversion of a family's contributions to the ancient Phoenix clan. The three great family clans had existed for countless tens of thousands of years, and the amount of merit points they accumulated was certainly astronomically high. But the foundation of the Yen family was too shallow and they didn't have any merit points. They lacked the ability to help Yen Little Moon lower the standards. Moreover, even if they did reduce the standards by a little, that wouldn't make it much easier. Auntie, there's no need to say anything else. There is still a year left. I won't necessarily lose. There have been some people that have entered the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, and there have also been some people that have completed the 1,000 slaughter in the illusionary god combat array. Since my predecessors were able to succeed, I don't believe that I can't do the same. And if I can't, that only proves that my strength is weaker than others and I have no right to complain. Yen Little Moon said, "Stop Chu Red Cloud from speaking further." Little Moon. Chu Red Cloud sighed. "Auntie, since I have set my determination, I will struggle as much as I can, and I also will not regret my decisions. Moreover, since these are the standards that headquarters has sent down, it's useless for us to oppose them." As Yen Little Moon spoke, Chu Red Cloud could only let out a long breath. She no longer tried to complain. Indeed, they didn't have the ability to change a decision made by headquarters. "Okay, Little Moon, try the illusionary god combat array first. Let's see how far you can go and how many opponents you can slay." As Chu Red Cloud spoke, the protective barrier of light around Totem Tower suddenly trembled. Then, ripples appeared in the barrier as it was ripped apart by someone. A young man's figure leisurely strolled out from Totem Tower, his long hair hanging loose against his waist. At this point, he looked disheveled, but his eyes shined like stars in the night sky, incomparably bright. Isn't that Lin Ming? He actually stayed within Totem Tower for over a year before he came out. Lin Ming flew high in the skies. Behind him, the bright moon of Fire Spirit Star hung in the heavens, illuminating his body in clear splendor. Because the Golden Crow's appearance had caused the strong astral winds of Fire Spirit Star to calm down. His long hair was slowly fluttering in the wind, dancing like black threads of silk. At this time, he was like an immortal descended to the world, his temperament elegant and ethereal. As Lin Ming saw the sight before him, his clear and bright eyes revealed an astonished light. He had just emerged from Totem Tower and hadn't expected such a scene to be occurring. A massive golden crow hundreds of miles long floated in the skies, and all the disciples of Fire Spirit Star had gathered in the square in front of Totem Tower. The man and woman flying in the skies were obviously two top powerhouses. What special occasion was it today? Lin Ming was puzzled. He had been peacefully perceiving the laws within Totem Tower, so he didn't realize the changes occurring outside. Lin Ming leaving at this time was an extremely noticeable event. Because the envoys from headquarters had arrived, the vast majority of disciples had gathered here to greet them. Lin Ming coming out from Totem Tower himself was very eye-catching. Oh, there are still some people in seclusion at this time. Monarch Sweetie Fox faintly smiled as she looked towards Lin Ming. Sun Cyperstar revealed an embarrassed expression. He wanted to quickly say a few words to cover this up, but Chu Red Cloud brightly laughed at this time and said, "Ho ho ho, it's apprentice nephew Lin. He has been meditating on the Chaos Stones in Totem Tower and has been in seclusion all the time until now. It's been over an entire year. Since he has meditated for more than an entire year, his harvests should have been tremendous. Apprentice nephew Lin is after all the #1 rookie disciple of Phoenix Cry Palace. His perception is extraordinary." Chu Red Cloud deliberately emphasized the words Chaos Stones, as well as the fact that Lin Ming was the #1 rookie disciple of Phoenix Cry Palace. As she said this, Sun Cyperstar's face flushed red with shame. Although Chu Red Cloud had said that Lin Ming must have had many harvests and outwardly seemed to be praising him, anyone who listened could understand that there were daggers hidden in her words. She clearly knew how difficult it was to perceive the Chaos Stones, and she was also aware that Lin Ming's harvests must have been very small. Thus, she spoke this way to draw more attention to him and embarrass him even more. This was an especially critical strike since the 2 envoys from headquarters were here. Just what was a Chaos Stone? And just how much could a rookie disciple perceive from them? If one chose them and couldn't perceive anything from them, then that was simply overestimating one's own abilities, biting off more than one could chew and becoming the joke of the public. The truth was that Lin Ming's current level wasn't enough to draw attention from headquarters, and today's matters would cause the 2 envoys to develop a bad impression towards Phoenix Cry Palace. After all, Lin Ming was the top junior disciple of Phoenix Cry Palace and also the glory of Phoenix Cry Palace. If Lin Ming was turned into a joke, just how could anyone from Phoenix Cry Palace hold their head up high? And since Sun Cyperstar was the person in charge of Phoenix Cry Palace's disciples for this smelting trial, he naturally would suffer the greatest shame. Ayaya, Brother Lin's luck is indeed horrible. He didn't come out earlier or later, but chose this moment when all attention was focused on the Lord and Lady envoys to emerge. Not just that, but Chu Red Cloud is also stirring up trouble. It's impossible for him to try and blend in and be forgotten. Brother Lin was stuck in meditation over those Chaos Stones and didn't learn anything for the last year. But everyone has taken a detour in their cultivation before. Putting aside this year, Brother Lin's performance was still among the best. But now, I fear that he will leave a poor impression on the Lord and Lady envoys. Xiao Whites now mumbled to himself. His thoughts were the same as everyone else's. Lin Ming's luck was just garbage. Something that was originally a small matter had suddenly turned into an important matter in this situation. At this time, Sun Cyperstar really hated Chu Red Cloud to the extreme. She was simply his mortal enemy. This woman was cunning and knew a bunch of dirty tricks, and she always seized every opportunity to ruin others. If it weren't for her idle talk today, then no one would have known that this was still Lin Ming's first time closing up in Totem Tower. Those 2 envoys would have assumed that this was Lin Ming's 2nd or 3rd time in Totem Tower and wouldn't have cared too much. All Sun Cyperstar could do was suppress the disheartened feeling within him and smile, saying, "Fairy Chu is simply making a joke. How can our Phoenix Cry Palace's disciples compare with the astounding disciples from your charming Phoenix Palace? Lin Ming is simply undergoing an impromptu session of meditation. Even if he didn't perceive anything, he still gained experience, broadening his horizons and laying down a good foundation for his future cultivation. Ho ho ho, Vice Hall Master Sun is too modest. I actually know that apprentice nephew Lin here was able to jump ranks and defeat a 4-layered Heaven's Ninefall Master with just a 5th stage life destruction cultivation. How could he be as horrible as Vice Hall Master Sun is making him out to be? In this smelting trial, I am also looking forwards to apprentice nephew Lin's performance. Since Vice Hall Master Sun has said that apprentice nephew Lin meditated on the Chaos Stones to lay down his foundation, perhaps you will allow me to see just what sort of foundation this is. Chu Red Cloud's meaning was obvious. She wanted Lin Ming to rush through the 18 hells of flame and the illusionary god combat array. Sometimes, no matter how bright your light was, you still needed someone else to serve as contrast so others could see how kick-ass you were. Lin Ming jumping ranks to defeat a 4-layered Heaven's Ninefall Master with a 5th-stage life destruction cultivation had sufficient qualifications to serve as a foil. She wanted others to see that if even someone like Lin Ming lost to Yen Little Moon, that would emphasize just how amazing and unusual her talent was. How could Sun Cyperstar not know Chu Red Cloud's thoughts? She actually wanted to use the number 1 genius of his Phoenix Cry Palace to serve as a foil. Could this woman be any more vicious and ruthless? His inner thoughts were grim and filled with animosity, but his outer appearance was much more genial. He stroked his beard and looked a bit uninterested as he said, "Fairy Chu must be joking. Apprentice nephew Lin has heaven-gifted talent, so how could our Phoenix Cry Palace show off our poor performance? We admit defeat, haha." "Oh?" Fairy Maiden Chu said that apprentice nephew Lin here managed to jump ranks and defeat a 4-layered Heaven's Ninefall Master with a 5th-stage life destruction cultivation. Whether it was Duke Golden Sword or Monarch Sweetie Fox, either one of them could make out the duel of tongues they were having. Monarch Sweetie Fox faintly smiled. She had seen this sort of situation many times before. It was clear that these two elders had a very acrimonious relationship. Since one of them had the chance to step on the other, they certainly wouldn't miss out on it. Normally, neither of them would care about this sort of catfight, but Envoy Duke Golden Sword's interest was actually aroused by Chu Red Cloud's words, and that was that Lin Ming had jumped ranks to defeat a 4-layered Heaven's Ninefall Master with a 5th-stage life destruction cultivation. This was proof that Lin Ming was a genius of actual combat. A 4-layered Heaven's Ninefall wasn't too bad. Moreover, when one passed from the 8th to the 9th stage of life destruction and underwent a baptism of the heavenly Tao, that was equal to half a great boundary of cultivation. In the past, if Xiao Daoji was able to rush through the 18 hells of flame with a 9-fall cultivation, then he would have been able to break through to the 7th level far more easily. However, the truth was that there was an extremely small number of martial artists that would choose to enter the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial for the first time after reaching 9-fall. This was because before crossing 9-fall, the deeper one's foundation was and the more solid their foundation, the greater the origin energy cloud would be, and the more thorough their baptisms of laws would be. And they could develop this foundation by undergoing the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial before 9-fall. On the other hand, there were also advantages in undergoing the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial after reaching 9-fall. That was because after stepping into 9-fall and accepting the baptism of the world's laws, one's comprehension of laws would be much deeper, and the gains from entering and meditating within Totem Tower would also be greater. They would be able to go deeper into the 18 hells of flame and obtain more rewards. Once they went to the smelting trial the second time, they would no longer be rookie disciples and receive this treatment. And in truth, sometimes this just didn't look at one's wishes. The Ancient Phoenix smelting trial had a gap of 4 years between each time it occurred, in order for the totem stones to be replenished. In such a long time, many weren't able to make early breakthroughs. For instance, there were very few people who participated in the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial in their 20s. After all, not everyone was as talented as Yen Little Moon. Envoy Duke Golden Sword himself was originally a genius of combat. In terms of comprehension of laws, he was nothing but an amateur. It was because of this reason that he was mocked by those geniuses who excelled in laws, but he didn't mind those jokes. After all, strength was the only truth. If your comprehension of laws was high but you still couldn't defeat someone else in battle, just what use was it? Thus, he had a deep appreciation for those geniuses that had similar characteristics to him. Reporting to Envoy, Lin Ming did indeed jump ranks to defeat a 4-layered Heaven's 9-fall martial artist at the 5th stage of life destruction. In terms of combat, he can be considered just a bit gifted. Sun Cyperstar modestly said, "Haha, Elder Sun, you are being far too humble. What do you mean just a bit gifted? That is actually an amazing accomplishment. Lin Ming, right? You're not bad. In fact, you're very much to my liking. During this Ancient Phoenix smelting trial, me and Sweetie Fox will be staying at Fire Spirit Star for a while. I look forwards to your performance in the Illusionary God Combat Array. I don't really care at all about how well you do in the 18 Hells of Flame, but you must slaughter at least 600 people within the illusionary god combat array. If you can kill 600 people, then I will take responsibility and reward you with 3 drops of Phoenix Heart blood. As soon as Envoy Duke Golden Sword spoke, he also promised 3 drops of Phoenix Heart blood. That was the same as 150 drops of Phoenix Plume blood. This left Lin Ming stunned. He could sense what sort of lofty status these two had from Sun Cyperstar's tone as he spoke to Duke Golden Sword and Monarch Sweetie Fox. But even so, he didn't think this man would promise 3 drops of Phoenix Heart blood without batting an eye. It had to be known that when Sun Cyperstar and Chu Red Cloud made their bet for the Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron, they had also bet a drop of Phoenix Heart blood. Obviously, the status of these two people was countless times higher than that of Sun Cyperstar and Chu Red Cloud. Chu Red Cloud faintly frowned. She could see that Duke Golden Sword had an excellent impression towards Lin Ming, and he didn't even inquire about the joke of Lin Ming meditating on the Chaos Stones. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to successfully step on Sun Cyperstar this time. She said, 2 envoys. How about we have Little Moon attempt the illusionary god combat array for the first time to see how far she can go? All right. Monarch Sweetie Fox nodded. She naturally wouldn't disagree to that. Little Moon was about to attempt the illusionary god combat array. The other disciples had already been looking forwards to this for a long time. At this time, all of them couldn't help but start talking about it. She's finally going to rush through. I wonder how many people Little Moon can kill. 600? 700? Don't be an idiot. Little Moon might not be good in the aspect of combat. Do you think that it is easy to kill 600 to 700 people in the illusionary god-killing array? As for completing the 1,000 slaughter and obtaining a drop of Phoenix blood essence, that is even more of a joke. It looks nice as a goal, but who can possibly accomplish it? Not even Senior Xiao Chuji of the past was able to do so. As some disciples were casually speaking, Lin Ming was shocked by their words. What? Phoenix blood essence? What are you fellows talking about? You can obtain Phoenix blood essence if you rush through the illusionary god combat array. Oh, Brother Lin, you might not know, but Chu Red Cloud applied to headquarters for a drop of Phoenix blood essence for Little Moon. Headquarters didn't directly agree. Instead, they set down a standard. If she can pass this standard, then she can obtain a drop of Phoenix blood essence. There's such a matter? Lin Ming was bewildered. If she could pass the standard, then she could obtain a drop of Phoenix blood essence. If he could pass this same standard, then could he also obtain it? Concerning the value of Phoenix blood essence, Lin Ming had a clear understanding of it from perusing the texts of the ancient Phoenix clan. A phoenix's blood essence was the fundamental basis for its rebirthing through nirvana. Generally speaking, an ancient phoenix would be fine no matter how much ordinary blood was drawn out from it. But every drop of Phoenix blood essence taken away would damage the life source of the phoenix. It was more accurate to say that blood essence was no longer blood, but the condensed form of a phoenix's life force. How many phoenixes were there in the divine realm? No one could say for sure, but it was absolutely a small number. There were even types of god beasts that had only one member. Between the heavens and earth, they were singular. Within the vast universe, they were unique. Only when this type of unique god beast died would the next reincarnation of that god beast appear. This could be said to be a rule of the heavenly Tao. Rather than a living being, a god beast could be called a divine god evolved from the heavenly Tao itself. For instance, the phoenix was a divine god that represented the manifestation of the fire laws, wielding the power of flame. Even though the ancient Phoenix clan called themselves the descendants of a phoenix and also had the phoenix bloodline within their bodies, the truth was that the ancient Phoenix clan was merely a group of people within the divine realm that had slowly evolved with the ancient Phoenix bloodline over time, multiplying over generations. From the very start, they never had a true phoenix in their clan. This was because even the ancient Phoenix clan patriarch would never have the ability to control a phoenix. They were on completely different levels. Lin Ming was well aware of what a drop of Phoenix blood essence meant. To someone like him who had such a light Phoenix bloodline, this was an amazingly great lucky chance. It had to be known that when Lin Ming first started walking down the road of martial arts, his talent was ordinary. But, after being transformed with the blood of the ancient phoenix and the blood of the azure dragon, his talent was slowly enhanced. Even so, he was far from being comparable with the peak talents of the divine realm. If his talent was worse than theirs, his cultivation speed would be slower. Even if Lin Ming had the ethereal martial intent supporting him and had come across all sorts of lucky chances, his cultivation speed was still far from reaching the peak. He only needed to be compared to Yen Little Moon to understand this point. Yen Little Moon was younger than Lin Ming by 2 years, but her cultivation was actually higher than his by a full stage of life destruction. If he were compared with peak talents of other divine realm holy lands, the difference would be even greater. There was always someone stronger. Thus, Lin Ming earnestly wished for this drop of ancient phoenix blood essence. He asked, "What standards did headquarters request?" "Well, the standards are that before this ancient phoenix smelting trial ends, Yen Little Moon must enter the Hells of Flame's 7th level, and she must also complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array." In my opinion this standard is simply making fun of others. Just who could possibly accomplish it? So that was the request. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He hadn't attempted the illusionary god combat array, but he had gone into the Hells of Flame one time. He was completely unaware of what it was like in the deeper parts. Lin Ming began to feel some excitement in the face of such a challenge. He had closed up for over a year in Totem Tower and his comprehension of laws had soared. During the entire year of monotonous and humdrum meditation, let alone fighting, he hadn't even moved. Lin Ming was a hot-blooded fighter who loved battle from the marrow of his bones. After being suppressed for such a long time, he eagerly looked forwards to a good challenge so that he could verify his own strength. At this time, an explosive sound echoed out from far away. In the center of the giant square in front of Totem Tower, the ground began to sink in and a giant portal construction slowly emerged from the ground. This portal was hundreds of feet high and the entire gateway shimmered with brilliant light, as if it were leading to another time and space. This was the illusionary god combat array, the trial within Fire Spirit Star that was used to test combat ability. After entering the illusionary god combat array, geniuses of varying levels would appear, all of them with an age similar to the trial challenger. For instance, if a 30-year-old martial artist were to enter the illusionary god combat array, he would encounter all sorts of 30-year-old geniuses. They would have numerous different attack styles, cultivation methods, concepts, and all sorts of other combat aspects. If one could overcome all of them and complete the 1,000 slaughter, then they would absolutely be a mythical combat genius. To complete the 1,000 slaughter of the illusionary god combat array was even more difficult than entering the 7th level of the 18 Hells of Flame. Yen Little Moon looked at the vibrating stone portal in front of her and clenched her teeth before rushing inside. Her body disappeared into the illusionary god combat array. Everyone outside held their breath, waiting to see Yen Littleman's performance. On an arch on top of the illusionary god combat array portal, there was a row of 9 stars. Every time the trial challenger passed a certain goal, a star would light up. These stars each respectively represented slaying the first enemy, slaughtering 10 enemies, slaughtering 50 enemies, slaughtering 100 enemies, slaughtering 200 enemies, slaughtering 500 enemies, slaughtering 700 enemies, slaughtering 900 enemies, and finally the 1,000 slaughter. Yen Little Moon had just been in the illusionary god combat array for several breaths of time when the first star lit up with a dazzling light. This meant that Yen Little Moon had already struck down the first enemy. In the crowd, White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun sighed with emotion. As they said, the new would always replace the old. People were constantly evolving. Back when they were rookie disciples, they were far from reaching Yen Littleman's strength. The illusionary god combat array factored in the disparity of age and would match trial challengers with opponents of a corresponding age. Thus, whenever one went inside, the situation would be the same no matter what. Currently, White Daohong estimated that he could kill just over 400 people. Lu Xiaoyun was a bit better, but even she could only kill around 500 people. Then, at 30 breaths of time, the second star lit up. This meant that Yen Little Moon had succeeded in slaughtering 10 people. An incense stick of time passed. 50 people slaughtered. Then, 100 people slaughtered. Monarch Sweetie Fox nodded, but Duke Golden Sword seemed to be in disagreement. Slow, she's way too slow. Monarch Sweetie Fox sweetly smiled. Golden Sword, I hope you aren't using the results of your past to compare with this little girl. You originally walked straight down the path of destruction, and your aura and moves were both irresistibly strong, so you naturally rushed through the trial quickly. But Yen Little Moon is different from you. She is focused more on comprehending the concepts and laws. Moreover, Yen Little Moon's true combat potential still hasn't fully developed. She is currently focused on perceiving the laws, but in the future when she gains more combat experience she will be able to go even further in the illusionary god combat array. Such a gentle combat style and focus on laws is nothing more than all show and no go in my opinion. Truly what they call fancy but impractical. That Lin Ming is much more to my taste. I bet that when he enters the illusionary god combat array, he will far surpass Yen Little Moon. Haha, that might not be true. Lin Ming indeed excels in combat, but Yen Little Moon is ahead of him by far too much in the aspect of bloodline and comprehension of laws. I'm not sure if you heard it just now, but Lin Ming has been meditating on the Chaos Stones for the last year. I don't know what he was planning, but even at my boundary or your boundary, it is difficult for us to perceive anything from them. Moreover, those things that can be perceived are the highest truths of the Great Tao. In other words, they are just a general outline. It might not necessarily help in increasing his combat strength. Monarch Sweetie Fox's words were reasonable, but Duke Golden Sword chuckled and said, I still believe in what I said. That is the intuition that I developed from living through countless battlefields. I believe in Lin Ming's strength. Perhaps his performance in the 18 Hells of Flame might be ordinary, and it might even be poor, but he will absolutely surpass Yen Little Moon in the illusionary god combat array. He might even break through that critical point of slaughtering 600 people, or even close in on 700 people, surpassing the me of the past. Your evaluation of him is too high. I'm not too optimistic of his chances. Monarch Sweetie Fox shook her head in contradiction. And at this time, on the top of the illusionary god combat array, the star that symbolized 200 people having been slaughtered lit up. Yen Little Moon had killed 200 people within the illusionary god combat array. However, the further it went, the more difficult it would become. Even as Yen Little Moon slowly exhausted her strength, her enemies would only become increasingly powerful and increasingly greater in numbers. Later, Yen Little Moon would even need to face 10 or 20 opponents at once. And all of these people were geniuses in their own right. Moreover, their attack style, their cultivation methods, every aspect of their combat ability would vary. They would come out one after another, endlessly until she was overwhelmed. Yen Little Moon soon found it difficult to continue. Her strongest aspect was her comprehension in fire laws. She didn't understand other laws all too much. In the face of some specialized enemies, for instance ice attribute martial artists or water attribute martial artists, her fire laws were actually faintly restrained. After slaughtering 400 people, Yen Little Moon's enemies joined together in great formations. The several different combat styles joined together, complementing each other and multiplying their combat strength. Yen Little Moon suddenly felt the pressure rapidly increase. As the battle continued, her consumption of energy became enormous. Even so, she withstood it all and slaughtered her 500th opponent. The 6th star lit up. Following that, killing every person became increasingly different. Amongst Yen Little Moon's opponents, a large number of 5th stage and 6th stage life destruction martial artists began to emerge. In terms of cultivation talent, they were not much worse than Lin Ming. Of course, in terms of overall combat prowess, they were far inferior to Lin Ming. Even so, they far exceeded other ordinary geniuses. If these 6th stage life destruction martial artists were true people, then they would likely reach the 9th stage life destruction. In other words, they were ninefold geniuses. If they were placed in the world of mortals, they would be able to sweep away all divine sea powerhouses that existed there. To face a siege from these sorts of people, the pressure on Yen Little Moon could be imagined. 570 people, 580 people, 590 people, As soon as Yen Little Moon slaughtered 596 people, she finally reached her limit. Her body shook and her protective true essence shattered. A phantom sword pierced through her chest. In that brief moment, 10 saint artifacts thrust towards her, immediately killing Yen Little Moon. Who? Yen Little Moon was ejected from the illusionary god combat array, her face as pale as paper. She had finished. The total number of people she slaughtered was 596. This number surpassed White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. It even surpassed the greatest geniuses that had come to Fire Spirit Star for the last 1,000 years. This was because Yen Little Moon hadn't fought many times in her life and thus her combat experience was lacking. She wasn't like the martial artists of the lower realms that had slain their way to the top. Most of her time was spent closed up in seclusion, cultivating. From Xiantian to Revolving Core, from Revolving Core to Life Destruction to Immortal, these could be bottlenecks that they never passed in their life. But these bottlenecks were simply nothing to Yen Little Moon. She was able to break through them with a single period of seclusion. Thus, her actual experience was very little. To slaughter 596 people, this result simply left all of the martial artists present dumbfounded. They had thought that Yen Little Moon was weak in terms of true combat, but now it seemed that her so-called bad at combat was only in comparison to her comprehension of laws. When she was compared to other people, she had already cast them far off. Xiao Whitesnow and White Daohong felt inferior at their own abilities. As for Sun Cyberstar, he looked at Yen Little Moon with some envy. This wasn't envy of Yen Little Moon, but envy towards the Yen family that was able to produce such a talented disciple. The Yen family wasn't a powerful family to begin with, but because of Yen Little Moon they were destined to rise in the future. At worst, Yen Little Moon would become a palace master. If she was just a little bit lucky, then she could become a merit elder, internal affairs envoy, or even a vice patriarch. She was just 4 people away from slaughtering 600. Who can still say that Yen Littleman's combat ability is lousy? Of course it wouldn't be bad. She is a genius with the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Even her worst aspect is likely something that we could never hope to catch up to. If she casually tries, she can already be the top talent of Fire Spirit Star for the last 1,000 years. If she can use this next period of time to temper her true combat strength, then she will easily be able to break through 600 people, and perhaps even 600 and several dozen more wouldn't be too difficult. However, that's her limit. The request for the Phoenix Blood Essence is to complete the 1,000 slaughter. To slaughter 1,000 people in there. That's just a joke and a half. All of the disciples present felt pity for Yen Little Moon. She was already this strong, and yet she wasn't fated to obtain the Phoenix Blood Essence. Her ability was simply far from being enough, and the requests were just too severe. Chu Red Cloud was also disappointed. Although Yen Littleman's performance was excellent so far and she had expected this result, after actually seeing this result with her own eyes, she felt nothing but despair at such a massive gap. She couldn't even fake a smile with how ridiculous the difference was. To slaughter another 400 people. That was a moat that could never be overcome. The illusionary god combat array was different from the 18 Hells of Flame. In the 18 Hells of Flame, as long as you could progress, you could go even deeper. But the opponents within the illusionary god combat array were formed based on one's age. If you made progress, the array formation's opponents would also progress. 596 people. That's actually much better than what I imagined. How about it, Golden Sword? Do you still insist on your previous judgment? Monarch Sweetie Fox shot an eye at Duke Golden Sword. Duke Golden Sword smiled and said, "Of course. Did you want to make a bet? How about we have Lin Ming step up now?" Haha. There's no use making a bet. If Lin Ming can slaughter 600 people, then I will not need your disciplinary enforcement division to put out the promised 3 drops of Phoenix Heart blood. My Office of Internal Affairs will personally put forth the rewards for you. Monarch Sweetie Fox casually said. Providing resources to talented disciples was part of her duties to begin with. Okay. Duke Golden Sword chuckled, a joking expression on his face. He turned to Lin Ming and said, "You brat Lin Ming. Do you want to enter the illusionary god combat array and give it a go? The beautiful Sweetie Fox here has said that as long as you can slaughter 600 people, She will reward you with 3 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood. That is Phoenix Heart Blood. In addition, I will personally grant you a top-grade Saint Artifact armor that approaches a transcendent Saint Artifact. Duke Golden Sword's words floored all the martial artists present. All of them began to be filled with excitement. Lin Ming was actually going to rush through the illusionary god combat array. There was really climax after climax today. Originally, Lin Ming had meditated over the Chaos Stones for an entire year before coming out, so others had a little bit of fun over him because of that, and there was also some criticism spoken against him in private. But that was just how things there. In terms of Lin Ming's combat strength alone, no one dared to doubt him there. A 5th-stage life destruction martial artist had defeated a 4-layered Heaven's 9-fall master. That achievement was enough to startle someone from headquarters. Even if no one believed that Lin Ming could make it far in the 18 Hells of Flame, they all had to admit that he had the qualifications to contend with Yen Little Moon in the illusionary god combat array. Lin Ming is going to enter the illusionary god combat array. I wonder just how far he can go. How many people can he slaughter? I don't think his results will be any worse than Yen Littleman's. That might not be true. Yen Littleman's comprehension of laws is too terrifying, and her progress in this last year has been far too rapid. As for Lin Ming, he meditated on the Chaos Stones for this last year and wasted all of that valuable time. Even if he managed to understand a little bit of the Chaos laws, that is simply a general outline of the laws. They aren't necessarily applicable to actual combat. I also think that Yen Littleman's results will be a tad better. After all, she has the ancient Phoenix bloodline. But even if Lin Ming is worse, he won't be that much worse. All of the young disciples present were eager and enthusiastic. They ardently waited for Lin Ming to rush through the illusionary god combat array, so they could see him struggle with Yen Little Moon for superiority. On the side, Chu Red Cloud contemptuously curled her lips and said, "He's just rushing through the illusionary god combat array. In the illusionary god combat array, he'll barely be able to keep up with Little Moon. And in terms of understanding of laws, that is truly where a person's potential can be seen. The more prevailing one's comprehension of laws is, the more amazing their future accomplishments will be. As for having extraordinary combat strength, that doesn't mean they will be able to maintain that in the future." Chu Red Cloud's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was a top master. Thus they naturally heard her clearly. Sun Cyperstar tugged on his beard in anger, his eyes wide with rage. But he still couldn't find the words to refute her. Lin Ming's decision to meditate on the Chaos Stones for an entire year had left him speechless. Everyone turned to Lin Ming, waiting for him to enter the illusionary god combat array. However, what happened next left them all puzzled. Lin Ming faintly smiled and said, "Lord and Lady Envoy, this disciple has a matter he wishes to discuss with you too. I wonder if that is permissible." "Oh? What is it?" "Speak as you will." Monarch Sweetie Fox looked at Lin Ming. In her opinion, a young disciple like Lin Ming was hot-blooded and loved to contest with others. With such a grand opportunity laid down in front of him, he should have already rushed inside. But she didn't think that he would smile and change the topic with such polite language. He clearly had some deeper meaning in doing so. This disciple has heard that the 2 Lord and Lady Envoys have laid down a standard for obtaining a drop of Phoenix blood essence. That is, to enter the 7th level of the Hells of Flame and also to simultaneously complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array. Is that true? Yes, but this standard was not set by us, but sent down from headquarters. What about it? This disciple wishes to ask, if I can achieve this standard, then can I also receive a drop of Phoenix blood essence? Lin Ming's voice was slow and unhurried, filled with energy and true essence. As he spoke, his voice spread throughout the entire audience. For a time, everyone was stunned silent. Sun Cyperstar and Xiao Whites now had their mouths hanging open, unable to figure out just what facial expression to make. Yen Littleman's eyes had gone perfectly round. After rushing through the illusionary god combat array herself, even she didn't have much hope of obtaining the drop of Phoenix blood essence. But Lin Ming had actually asked such a question. Just what was he doing? As for Chu Red Cloud, after being momentarily stunned, She looked at Lin Ming with kindness, as if she were looking at someone with brain damage. She chuckled and said, "Apprentice nephew Lin, what kind of question are you asking? Did you also want to take that drop of phoenix blood essence?" Lin Ming didn't respond. He had no interest in Chu Red Cloud. He kept his eyes glued onto Monarch Sweetie Fox and Duke Golden Sword, his thoughts completely centered on the phoenix blood essence. Chu Red Cloud frowned, extremely annoyed at being treated with such contempt by a junior. She wanted to smack him around to teach him a lesson, but in this situation in front of two envoys, she naturally couldn't do anything like that. Duke Golden Sword deeply looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's words had indeed startled him. "Are you saying you wish to attempt meeting this standard?" "Yes, Lord Envoy." "Ho ho ho ho." Monarch Sweetie Fox started laughing like tinkling bells. "Indeed, the baby calf does not fear the tiger. Since this is the standard sent down by headquarters, then of course it's acceptable. If you can achieve that standard, then that drop of phoenix blood essence shall be granted to you. However, do you know just how difficult it is to achieve such a standard?" Monarch Sweetie Fox's words caused all of the martial artists present to start privately speaking amongst themselves. Did Lin Ming really not know how difficult the standard was? Thinking about it, Lin Ming truly didn't have much of an understanding of the ancient phoenix smelting trial. He had come to Fire Spirit Star for just a brief period before holing himself up in Totem Tower. He hadn't even been as far as the 3rd level yet, so he naturally didn't know how difficult it would become. As for the illusionary god combat array, he had never attempted that before. Was it possible that Lin Ming was really setting himself up to be a giant joke? If Lin Ming didn't meet the standard, then he certainly wouldn't suffer any losses. But if the difference was too great, that would just be too shameful. Sun Cyperstar felt his palms turn sweaty. Just what sort of games was Lin Ming trying to play today? Lin Ming choosing to meditate on the Chaos Stones had already given him a great shock. And now that he was doing all of this, Sun Cyperstar really wasn't sure if his heart could withstand it. On such a grand occasion, once Lin Ming lost face, not only did that mean he would lose face, but Phoenix Cry Palace would also lose face by association. "Lin Ming, you brat! Do you know what you are saying?" Sun Cyperstar angrily said with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming was abnormally calm as he replied, "I only want to give it a try. Elder Sun, please rest assured. Lin Ming, the standard is for 1 year later when the ancient phoenix smelting trial ends. Did you want to try it now instead of 1 year from now?" Even Duke Golden Sword, who favored Lin Ming, didn't believe that he had even the faintest hope of success. He thought that Lin Ming simply didn't know how difficult it was. "Now," Lin Ming enunciated loudly. If he obtained the phoenix blood essence a year earlier, that would be a year more of benefits. Of course, earlier was better. "Ha! Okay. Then start from the illusionary god combat array." Duke Golden Sword motioned towards the illusionary god combat array. He estimated that Lin Ming's results in the illusionary god combat array wouldn't be too bad. Although he wouldn't be able to achieve the 1,000 slaughter, his results wouldn't be too ugly. But Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Lord Envoy, this disciple wishes to begin at the 18 Hells of Flame." Lin Ming chose the 18 Hells of Flame for a reason. In this last year, he had comprehended far too many law fragments. These law fragments were stored in his body and mind, and he needed to verify these laws within the 18 Hells of Flame and thoroughly master them. Only like this could he become stronger. Then, his results in the illusionary god array would also be better. But Lin Ming's words caused the martial artists present to stare at him, mouths agape. What Lin Ming wanted to attempt was not the illusionary god combat array, but the 18 Hells of Flame. In their opinion, Lin Ming excelled at combat. As for his comprehension of laws, no one had a good opinion of him. At best, his talent with laws could compare with someone like Huoyenguang. It would have been far better for him to attempt the illusionary god combat array. If he didn't fail too miserably, then no one would mention him not achieving the standards, and there also wouldn't be a need to try the 18 Hells of Flame. But now, Lin Ming wanted to rush through the 18 Hells of Flame first. If this happened, then his weakness with laws would be exposed. At that time, if he couldn't even reach the 4th level, then wouldn't that be a great loss of face? Chu Red Cloud also felt that Lin Ming was crazy. If this boy actually wanted to take a piece of shit and smear it all over his face, just who could stop him? This brat was locked up in Totem Tower for an entire year. In front of those chaos stones that are like tomes of heaven, could he have been stimulated somehow? Chu Red Cloud thought. Duke Golden Sword had given Lin Ming a way out, and yet he refused it and insisted in disgracing himself. Even if he didn't know how difficult the 18 Hells of Flame was he actually naive enough to think that he could instantly rush to the 6th or 7th level? As Chu Red Cloud was thinking, Lin Ming had already turned into a beam of light that shot towards the 18 Hells of Flame. At this time, the 18 Hells of Flame's artifact spirit naturally formed a light screen projection of Lin Ming as he rushed downwards. Lin Ming was like a falling meteor as he blazed down with amazing velocity. The 1st level, the 2nd level, the 3rd level. Nothing was able to hinder him. When Lin Ming first arrived at Fire Spirit Star, his comprehension of fire laws was still inferior to that of Huoyingguang. He hadn't even been able to reach the 3rd level of the 18 Hells of Flame. But now, he had immediately broken through in a single go. The wildfire origin energy brushed past him like a cool breeze, not affecting him at all. The chaos laws were the source of all laws. When Lin Ming was in Totem Tower, he had witnessed the creation and formation of the universe, and was able to understand the key material structure of existence. He knew the essence of the two yin and yang energies. Such a lucky chance was something that not even a world king might be able to obtain. Now, after having perceived the great Tao of the universe's source, Lin Ming needed to verify his fire laws once again. It was like the top imperial scholar returning to his province to take a local civil examination. It would naturally be easy after having mastered everything else. So this is how it is. The 1st level of the concept of fire, burning heat, is not as simple as I thought it would be. I thought that my concept of burning heat had already reached perfection, but now I understood that I had simply never understood the essence of the concept of burning heat. Before, Lin Ming had no idea just what burning heat was. He simply thought that it was a single type of energy. Burning heat could be conducted, it could breed fire, it could burn down all life, it could annihilate enemies. Lin Ming had once comprehended the concept of burning heat to perfection in time-worn Phoenix City, and had used that as the foundation to break through the first world of the God-transforming mirror. But now, after looking back, he realized that his comprehension of the concept was simply too crude and unrefined. Not to mention anything else, he hadn't even been sure about what the essence of burning heat had been. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Ming, but many powerhouses that excelled in the concept of fire didn't understood what the essence of burning heat was. They merely thought it was the manifestation of one kind of energy. The so-called concept of burning heat they comprehended was only something that they used. As for how it worked, they didn't actually know. But now, after Lin Ming had perceived how matter and energy had been composed, he was able to look back at the concept of burning heat and discover that it was the evolution of yin and yang energy. The essence of burning heat was the movement produced by the energies coming from yin and yang particles. The faster these particles moved, the higher the temperature would be. When the speed of these particles reached the limit, so would their temperature. There were even some divine transformation or divine lord powerhouses that had assumed they had comprehended the concept of burning heat to perfection, that their understandings had reached the peak. But they never realized that above perfection was an even deeper meaning. That was to comprehend the origin. If Lin Ming hadn't been able to see the formation of matter, then he would never have realized this. The source of burning heat stemmed from the twin energies of yin and yang. On the surface, there didn't seem to be any connection at all. The mysteries of the universe's laws were difficult to imagine. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Ming still wasn't able to fully become aware of it. So it was completely useful for him to tell others of what he knew. Even those world kings who understood the composition of matter to a degree wouldn't be able to pass these understandings to their disciples. This was because only by seeing the evolution of yin and yang energies, and seeing the movement and path of the particles, could one understand the inherent revolution of energy for the laws. The rules of the laws were nearly impossible to describe. Now that Lin Ming had entered the 3rd level of the Hells of Flame, the temperature of the fire origin energy astral winds here was 100 times the temperature of magma. Normally, If a martial artist needed to resist such a high temperature, they would need to consume a massive amount of energy. But after Lin Ming had comprehended the source of burning heat, all he needed to do was use a bit of his own energy and slow down the tiny particles of energy within the fiery astral winds to slow them down, lowering their heat and thus easily resist them. Third level, 7,000 miles. Third level, 8,000 miles. Lin Ming continued to rush downwards. As time passed, everyone who had been laughing at Lin Ming had shut up. In truth, 8,000 miles into the third level wasn't much at all. It was similar to Hui Yingguang's current progress. But none of them forgot that Lin Ming's comprehension of the fire laws had been extremely weak. Moreover, he had spent the last year in seclusion perceiving the Chaos Stones. The Chaos Stones did not discuss something as specific as the concept of fire, but were a general outline of the laws within the entire universe. They were all-encompassing, holding all ideas, and yet being obscure and nearly impossible to discern. If one meditated on the Chaos Stones, just how much would they be able to enhance their comprehension of the concept of fire? If it was said that Lin Ming had meditated on the Extreme Tao Heaven Tablet to reach this depth, then no one would have been surprised. But he had managed to make such progress after meditating on the Chaos Stones. It was simply beyond anyone's understanding. How could this be? Lin Ming has actually made so much progress in the last year. If he continues, then he'll break through to the fourth level and reach Xiao Whitesnow's level. A charming Phoenix Palace disciple said with incredulity in her voice. Humph, Lin Ming is still the #1 talent of Phoenix Cry Palace after all. Even if his enlightenment in laws is lacking, he is still able to rely on his deep true essence to make up for that deficit. This doesn't mean anything at all. Once he reaches the fourth level, the difficulty will shoot up to another level and he won't be able to continue so languidly anymore. When Little Moon came out of seclusion, she also reached the fourth level. Chu Red Cloud sneered. At this time, Lin Ming had already traveled 9,000 miles into the third level. He would soon pass into the fourth level. At this depth, Lin Ming began to slow down. He didn't blaze downwards like before. After reaching 9,500 miles, his speed was only 20% of what it was at the start. This was because he needed time to enlighten himself on the source of the burning heat concept. He needed to reaffirm and sort out the understandings he had obtained from the law fragments in Totem Tower. None of them had thought perfection was not the ultimate limit of concepts. It was more precise to say that the comprehension of laws never had a limit to begin with. Even though Lin Ming had comprehended the essence of burning heat, his understanding still hadn't reached the limit. There were different particles and they all had different properties and moved differently, and all of them needed to be carefully thought over. The laws of the universe were unimaginably vast. Even an Empyrean would never be able to comprehend 1/10,000th of their complete exquisiteness. The only thing that a martial artist could do was solidify their foundation as much as possible. Only when one's foundation was solid would they be able to deduce and comprehend higher boundaries of laws. Honorable Mater was right. Lin Ming is really slowing down. Many charming Phoenix Palace disciples echoed out. If this continues, then the fourth level will be his limit. Chu Red Cloud stroked her hair as she looked at the fire spirit mirror in the sky. She muttered to herself, "This brat has quite the ability." He was able to perceive the Chaos Stones to such a degree and actually reach the fourth level. 9,500 miles. 9,600 miles. 9,700 miles. Lin Ming's speed became increasingly slow. What he needed was not to break through in a single go, to demonstrate his strength, nor to bathe in the adulation and praise of others. What he needed was to use the 18 hells of flame to temper his understanding of laws, precipitating everything he had accumulated and make a breakthrough. Bang! Lin Ming officially broke through the 9,999-mile mark of the third level and entered the fourth level of the hells of flame. Then, fourth level 2,000 miles, fourth level 3,000 miles, fourth level 4,000 miles. Without noticing it, Lin Ming's depth had already surpassed Xiao Whitesnow's, but his speed also slowed down. Although he had become extremely slow, to the point that others would have thought he would stop at any moment, he still continued downwards without stopping. At this point, The martial artists present slowly turned from surprise to stunned awe. Lin Ming had actually surpassed Xiao Whitesnow. Xiao Whitesnow had meditated on the 90-foot burning heaven tablet, a totem stone that was only inferior to the 100-foot royal sky seal. Moreover, Xiao Whitesnow was a balanced genius. He was decent in both combat and laws. But now, in terms of laws, he had been surpassed by Lin Ming. How could this be? Lin Ming had clearly meditated on the Chaos Stones in Totem Tower for an entire year. Could he really have managed to perceive some things from the Chaos Stones? On Phoenix Cry Palace's side, Sun Cyperstar was pleasantly surprised as he gazed at the fire spirit mirror in the air. Lin Ming's performance was far better than what he had expected. He actually surpassed Xiao Whitesnow. This brat Lin Ming, I wonder just what he was able to perceive in this last year. It's really unbelievable. Even if he is defeated now, I'll still be satisfied in his progress. Sun Cyperstar still couldn't understand what was happening. Lin Ming had meditated over the Chaos Stones in Totem Tower for the last year. So how could he manage to comprehend any truths about the fire laws from the Chaos Stones? The scene that appeared within the fire spirit mirror was only a virtual projection. With Sun Cyperstar's boundary, he wasn't able to fully assess Lin Ming's situation from this virtual projection. But high in the air, what Monarch Sweetie Fox was able to see was a completely different scene. Monarch Sweetie Fox also had the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Without a doubt, out of everyone present, she was the one with the deepest comprehension of the fire laws. She stared at Lin Ming, her thin eyebrows pressed together. Am I seeing things? All the way until the fourth floor, Lin Ming has only used the concept of burning heat. He hasn't even touched the concept of annihilation or the concept of creation. This was completely beyond common sense. Generally speaking, in the third level one had to face a temperature so high that it would instantly evaporate tempered gold. One had to use the concept of creation to transform that energy into something more palatable. If one used the concept of burning heat and their control was lacking, then that would be adding fuel to the fire. What's wrong? Duke Golden Sword casually asked as he saw Monarch Sweetie Fox frown. He had always been a greenhorn when it came to laws and concepts. Even if he saw Lin Ming up close in person rushing through the 18 hells of flame, he would only be able to come up with some general observations. And now that he was looking at this scene from the fire spirit mirror, he could only be a spectator that was watching for fun. No, nothing's wrong. Monarch Sweetie Fox shook her head. Duke Gold Sword thought that Monarch Sweetie Fox was not too optimistic about Lin Ming. He chuckled and said, "Are you dissatisfied with Lin Ming's results? This boy Lin Ming's comprehension of fire laws is only ordinary. Of course he cannot compare to the past you. But that doesn't matter. One's true ability can only be seen in the heat of combat. That is the only strength that matters. This boy is exactly to my tastes. This time I will definitely give him some pointers. Perhaps in the future I can transfer him to my Disciplinary Enforcement Division." The Disciplinary Enforcement Division was a troop directly subordinate to the Disciplinary Elder. They were equal to the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's 9 Furnace Guard. They wielded the authority of enforcing laws, and their power and influence was terrifyingly great. In the Disciplinary Enforcement Division, every single member was a peak master that excelled in combat. Duke Golden Sword was the captain of the Disciplinary Enforcement Division and also the successor to be the next Disciplinary Elder. The Disciplinary Enforcement Division were treated exceedingly well and were provided with many resources. Duke Golden Sword had no reason to believe that Lin Ming would refuse his offer. "This is still ordinary?" Monarch Sweetie Fox echoed Duke Golden Sword's words. Her delicate and beautiful eyelids trembled for a brief moment as a ridiculous idea popped up in her mind. But she shook her head, immediately denying it. "I'm just imagining things." Time passed a minute and second at a time. After 2 hours passed, Lin Ming's speed became increasingly slow. When he reached 7,000 miles into the 4th level, he simply stopped where he was. It was unknown just what he was doing. He seemed to be accumulating his strength and perceiving something. A moment later, he even sat cross-legged in the air, his eyes closed in meditation. This left all the people waiting in the square flabbergasted. Just what was Lin Ming doing? Normally, A martial artist would take advantage of their momentum and rush down as far as they could in a single go. But Lin Ming had actually stopped where he was. Wasn't he just wasting his energy? On normal days, one would stay at certain depths of the 18 hells of flame if they planned on deliberately using the fire origin energy within to temper their understanding of laws. But in this circumstance, with everyone watching, a martial artist rushing through was the same as a farmer picking up a massive sack of grain and rushing to drop it off. They wouldn't be able to hold the sack for long and would have to take advantage of their momentum to go as far as they could. Who had ever heard of a farmer who held onto the sack and sat down in meditation? Wasn't this just a waste of strength? None of the present disciples were aware that Lin Ming was peacefully perceiving the concepts of annihilation and creation. With the chaos laws as a foundation, he was able to deeply grasp the truths of these two concepts. Creation and annihilation were two sides of the same coin. Even though they were opposites, they actually complemented each other, each unable to exist without the other. If there was creation, then sooner or later there would be annihilation. In order for there to be annihilation, there first had to be creation. From the small ants that crawled over the ground, to the beasts that wandered the woods, to the nations of the world, to the great holy land sects, to the giant celestial bodies in the heavens, to the boundless universe itself, nothing was able to escape from the logic of these laws. Even the scene that Lin Ming saw in the Chaos Stones, that of the universe being born, was simply an interpretation of these two laws. The universe was created from nothing, and from creation it would flow towards the end of annihilation, turning into nothingness once more. Then the universe would be created again, annihilated again, repeating endlessly and infinitely. As Lin Ming was meditating, thousands of inspirations flashed through his mind. He slowly contrasted them to the law fragments of the Chaos Stones, perceiving them one at a time. He suddenly felt as if something in his mind snapped, and in that instant he obtained mastery of those two concepts. From creation to annihilation, when all was added together, that was samsara. After perceiving the dual concepts of creation and annihilation, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. All around him fire origin energy was annihilated and created, similar to limitless flowers blooming and wilting, growing and dying. Every small flame was a single point of creation and annihilation. Every small flame was its own samsara. Fifth level of the hells of flame, break through. In that instant, Lin Ming's speed suddenly shot up. In just several breaths of time, his velocity rapidly increased to over a dozen times the speed of sound. He was even faster than when he first entered the 18 hells of flame. What? No one imagined that Lin Ming's speed would shoot up like a rising hurricane. It had to be known that in the hells of flame, although one had to take advantage of their momentum to rush as deep as they could, the faster they went, the fiercer the fiery astral winds would become, and the greater the pressure on one's protective true essence would be. Dozens of times the speed of sound meant that Lin Ming could pass over 100 miles in a breath of time. Such a speed was similar to a falling meteor. When a meteor fell, its excessive speed would cause it to burn in the air due to friction. Although it didn't take long to crash into the ground, the high temperature that scorched the meteor would often completely destroy it. And what Lin Ming burst through was not ordinary air, but fierce astral winds of fire spirit star that were over 100 times hotter than magma. Just what would the result of that be? The pressure that temperature put on his protective true essence could be imagined. If one didn't understand the concept of fire and depended on just their own strength to resist this, then not even a middle or late divine transformation realm powerhouse would be able to withstand it. 100 miles per breath of time. That was 1,000 miles per 10 breaths of time. 8,000 miles. 9,000 miles. 9,900 miles. Fifth level. Shatter the barrier. Bang. With unstoppable momentum, Lin Ming directly broke into the fifth level of the flames of hells, shooting straight for the sixth. He broke through to the fifth level? Chu Red Cloud gulped. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the fire spirit mirror in the sky with abject horror. She had only been a bit shocked when Lin Ming had reached 9,000 miles into the third level, and even after Lin Ming broke through to the fourth level she had only been stunned. But now, she was beginning to feel fear creeping into her heart. Yen Little Moon could break through to the 5th level, but she absolutely could not do it at over a dozen times the speed of sound. If this meant that Lin Ming had already surpassed Yen Little Moon, that was something that Chu Red Cloud could absolutely not accept. He has obviously been meditating on the Chaos Stones in Totem Tower for the last year. The Chaos Stones are only a general outline of the laws, and moreover they are extremely mysterious and difficult to perceive. And what Little Moon meditated on was the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal, the absolute best totem stone in Fire Spirit Star. Not just that, but Little Moon's understanding of the fire laws surpassed Lin Ming's to begin with, so how could the likes of him actually surpass her? I will not believe this. How can this be happening? Lin Ming had obviously slowed to a crawl. So how could his speed suddenly rise by so much? Many disciples of Charming Phoenix Palace were also confused. They had thought that Lin Ming had already reached his limits. As for the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace, Xiao White's Now or even Sun Cyperstar, all of them were bewildered. Lin Ming's process of breaking through was too strange. He had been extremely fast at the beginning, but then he had quickly slowed down, even stopping motionless for a brief moment. Then, his speed had crazily shot up and he had rushed through in a single go. Just what was going on here? Let alone Sun Cyperstar being confused. Even Duke Golden Sword was floored by Lin Ming's performance. It was said that Lin Ming excelled in actual combat, so when did his comprehension of laws become so kick-ass? When Duke Golden Sword rushed through the 18 Hells of Flame himself, he had only managed to reach the 5th level, and that was at the very end of the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial. Now, Lin Ming had accomplished the same with still an entire year to go. Duke Golden Sword's eyes were wide as he looked at the fire spirit mirror in the sky. Then he turned to Monarch Sweetie Fox and asked, "Sweetie Fox, what is going on here? I'm a bit confused. Why did that boy's speed suddenly shoot up so much and so suddenly? If he had this ability to begin with, then why was his speed slow like a snail just then?" Sweetie Fox had an extremely complex look on her face. She looked up at the fire spirit mirror in the sky and took a deep breath. It seemed that her earlier feelings had been correct. Underneath the gaze of everyone, this brat Lin Ming was taking this attempt through the 18 Hells of Flame as his personal smelting trial. Not only did he consider this a test, but he was also training himself within it. If this were just a test, then all that mattered was how far he could go. But in order to perceive and train in the laws, one needed to consume strength. The results would be worse than if one solely rushed down as far as possible. This brat Lin Ming, the reason his speed was slower at the beginning was that he was enlightening himself on the laws, and slowly confirming his own comprehension of the fire laws one at a time within the Hells of Flame. He should have used the pressure of the astral winds within the Hells of Flame to complete the final process of sublimation and integration. Monarch Sweetie Fox had an extremely deep understanding of laws and concepts. When she rushed through the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial as a rookie disciple, she was a character that had managed to reach the 6th level. By combining her previous knowledge with what she saw now, she quickly came to understand what Lin Ming was doing and for what reason he was doing it. What? We are testing him and yet he's taking this chance to train? This brat is too crazy. He clearly doesn't place our test in his eyes. Duke Golden Sword shouted out, looking a bit angry. But this was only to maintain appearances. Deep down in his heart, he actually very much appreciated the daring and crazy nature of this Lin Ming. Monarch Sweetie Fox said, "It's better to say that Lin Ming just came out from Totem Tower, and he wasn't able to convert those comprehensions of laws. He gained into something applicable in true combat. He is grasping this opportunity, finding a turning point to completely master his understandings. It was inconceivable that he was meditating on the Chaos Stones for an entire year." What Monarch Sweetie Fox said was right. The reason that Lin Ming had suddenly accelerated was to draw support from the violent fiery astral winds of the 18 Hells of Flame to fuse the fire laws within himself, further increasing his strength. In the first 3 level concepts of fire, burning heat, annihilation, and creation, in just these 3 low-level fire concepts, Lin Ming's comprehension of them surpassed that of all other young disciples present. His comprehension of them even surpassed that of divine transformation realm powerhouses like White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. This was the difference from the heights at which they understood the concepts. One understood the origin of the concepts, while the other only understood how to apply them. Of course, the disparity would be great. And having comprehended these concepts to this degree, Lin Ming actually had a deeper idea in mind. That was to fuse the three levels of concepts together. When one's concepts reached an extremely high level, they could be fused together. Lin Ming had long ago understood this point. Let alone fusing the various level concepts within the fire laws, even completely different laws could be fused together. For instance, fire and thunder or time and space. However, when Lin Ming had fused a thunder attribute cultivation method and a fire attribute cultivation method together to create an explosive attack move, that was actually not the fusion of the laws themselves. That could at best be called combining the laws. But even a simple combination was actually able to multiply their total might. If one could truly fuse them together, then the power could be imagined. Lin Ming didn't have any hopes of fully fusing the fire concepts together. What he wanted was to find a small chance today to slightly fuse them. Everything was difficult at the start. Just finding the tiniest starting point would be enough. 5th level, 2,000 miles. 5th level, 3,000 miles. 5th level, 4,000 miles. Every 10 breaths of time, Lin Ming would pass 1,000 miles deeper. At this point, even Lin Ming felt a tremendous pressure on him. This was nearly the same as flying through the surface of the sun at high speeds. Even he found it difficult to continue. But under such tremendous pressure, Lin Ming felt a massive advantage. All of the concept and law fragments within his body seemed to melt away, fusing deeper into him, becoming one with his organs, flesh, blood, and bones. Faint traces of inscriptions began to carve themselves into Lin Ming's bone, forming mysterious runes. In a sense, Lin Ming's body itself was becoming a totem stone. It was only that his understanding of concepts was too shallow. If he died now and his bones were pulled out, then others would be able to meditate on them. At 5,000 miles into the 5th level, Lin Ming began to slow down. Even so, his velocity was still at least a dozen times the speed of sound. And 6,000 miles into the 5th level had been Yen Littleman's limit. If Lin Ming could break past that depth, then that meant he had surpassed Yen Little Moon. And with Lin Ming's current speed, it was likely he would shatter that record without stopping. In that moment, every martial artist watched Lin Ming with breath abated. Yen Little Moon gripped her fists together, her large eyes shining as she stared at the fire spirit mirror in the sky. Lin Ming will actually eclipse me? How could that be? My concepts and laws were far ahead of his by a large margin at the start, and I also have the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. I even meditated on the 100-foot royal sky seal, the best totem stone in Totem Tower. He meditated on the chaos stones, and he should have learnt nothing from those obscure and mystical objects. A year later, I should have flung him even farther away, but now he will actually transcend me? How could this be? Yen Little Moon couldn't accept this, and Chu Red Cloud couldn't either. Everyone's eyes remained wide and unblinking. Lin Ming's speed had dropped to 10 times the speed of sound, but 10 times the speed of sound was still amazing. That was 20 miles every breath of time. No matter what Yen Little Moon or Chu Red Cloud were thinking at this moment, neither of them could affect Lin Ming. In a single final breath, he rushed past the 6,000-mile mark of the 5th level, breaking through without a single hitch. He broke through. He has surpassed Yen Little Moon. As everyone watched Lin Ming rush forwards with unstoppable momentum, no one suspected that he wouldn't be able to break through the 5th level, 6,000-mile distance. Even so, as they watched him break that marker, all the martial artists felt as if they were caught up in a dream. Yen Little Moon had the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline and had meditated on the 100-foot royal sky seal. In their eyes, she was a nearly insurmountable existence. Even so, such a person was brutally flung behind by Lin Ming. Moreover, after surpassing Yen Little Moon, Lin Ming's speed was still 10 times the speed of sound. As Yen Little Moon saw Lin Ming shatter the 5th level 6,000-mile distance, she suddenly began to tremble. She bit her lips. In that instant, a strange feeling began to swell up in her heart. Although she was well aware that her talent wasn't amazing when placed within the entire divine realm, she still couldn't bear that the record she just set had been mercilessly broken by a youth that was around the same age she was. And a year ago this youth was still far behind her. Little Moon could accept it if she was inferior to others from the start, but she couldn't accept that she had been overshadowed by someone who had been far weaker than she was a year ago. This severely crushed and ruined her glory and pride. This sort of situation caused even her own confidence to waver. She inevitably developed suspicions about herself. She suspected, was she really a proud daughter of heaven within her generation? If she was, then how could she be so different from others? 5th level 7,000 miles, 5th level 8,000 miles. Lin Ming flew deeper and deeper down, passing 20 miles with a single breath of time. In an incense stick worth of time, that was 2,000 miles. At 8,000 miles into the 5th level, the surrounding temperature suddenly shot up to 200 times the temperature of magma. Not just that, but as Lin Ming passed through the wild friction of the fire origin energy within the hells of flame at breakneck speed, it was a pressure that even a top-grade saint artifact would find difficult to withstand. But Lin Ming was able to withstand it. It wasn't that his defensive ability was tougher than a top-grade saint artifact's, but he used the fire laws to continuously resolve the burning power of fire. All of the martial artists present were already left speechless. This momentum, was he really going to break through to the 6th level? A genius that could break through to the 6th level of the 18 hells of flame only appeared within Fire Spirit Star once in every 1,000 years. In the entire ancient Phoenix clan with the 3 great families and the 72 palaces combined, that meant that such a talent would appear every 20 to 30 years. These people had an extremely high hope of becoming a palace master in the future. And those geniuses had only passed through the 6th level at the end of the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. As for now, the ancient Phoenix smelting trial was only half finished. Little Moon had only made it 6,000 miles into the 5th level. But Lin Ming would soon enter the 6th level. If this continued, then there was a chance that Lin Ming could attack the 7th level before the smelting trial ended. This was simply an unimaginable feat. The 7th level of the Hells of Flame is the legendary domain of God. A disciple mumbled to himself. To a rookie disciple, the 18 Hells of Flame's 7th level was called the Domain of God. The reason it had such a name was that anyone who managed to step into the 7th level as a rookie disciple would have a high chance of becoming the patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan in the future. That was the same as a god to the entire ancient Phoenix clan. The beast, the madman. I really can't understand what just happened. How did he manage to perceive such exquisite fire laws from the chaos stones? No wonder Lin Ming dared to ask about what the standards were for the Phoenix blood essence. It seems that Lin Ming really has a high chance of completing the 1,000 slaughter. Even though he might not be able to do it now, a year from now he can achieve that goal at the end of the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. Phoenix blood essence. I can't even dream of that. As the Phoenix blood essence was mentioned, all of the disciples revealed expressions of desire and envy. Let alone Phoenix blood essence, even a drop of Phoenix heart blood would make them ecstatic with joy. Beyond that, for Phoenix marrow blood and Phoenix coronet blood, that was even more unimaginable. And for Phoenix blood essence, that was no different from a fairy tale to them. It was the same as a common farmer looking up at the throne of the emperor. It would forever be a distant dream, always out of reach. As these disciples were speaking, Lin Ming finally broke through the end of the 5th level and flew into the 6th. In the 6th level, the temperature of the flames soared up by a ridiculous degree, reaching 300 times the temperature of magma. And in the space of the 6th level, the fire origin energy actually condensed into tiny Dao diagrams that were swept up in the astral winds and impacted towards Lin Ming. The fire origin energy in the 6th level was no longer simply blazing and tyrannical, but condensed into post-celestial Dao diagrams that attacked all intruders. If the fire origin energy before the 6th level was a group of straggling and scattered soldiers, then from the 6th level, the fire origin energy turned into tight phalanxes, multiplying their power and rushing forwards. The pressure of the 6th level was incomparable to that of the 5th. Since ancient times, countless outstanding and extraordinary heroes of the ancient Phoenix clan had been stopped at the 6th level. There was only an extremely tiny minority that managed to break through to the 7th level. As for Xiao Daoji and Huang Yefeng, both of them were at the 8th stage of life destruction when they just barely managed to break into the 7th level. Even Lin Ming now felt the pressure on his body double and triple and his speed plummeting. The 6th level. Lin Ming's speed has already slowed down to the speed of sound. He should be able to reach 1,000 to 2,000 miles into the 6th floor, but as for entering the 7th floor, that is simply impossible. However, he has a chance of accomplishing that before the ancient phoenix smelting trial ends. There really is a chance that he can obtain the drop of phoenix blood essence. Lin Ming has the capital to challenge the standards sent down by headquarters. In the skies, Monarch Sweetie Fox said out loud as her unblinking eyes were locked onto the fire spirit mirror. Monarch Sweetie Fox had an extremely accurate grasp of the fire laws. When Lin Ming had been hiding his strength, she had managed to see through him. She didn't speak out at the time because she couldn't believe her own eyes. But Lin Ming wasn't able to hide his strength any longer, because he was relying on the pressure of the hells of flame to fuse the 3 levels of fire concepts together. Monarch Sweetie Fox also had extremely good judgment. To the present Lin Ming, the greater the pressure, the better. If he hid his strength right now, then the pressure on him would be insufficient and he would fail at his fusion attempts. He had already consumed a massive amount of energy. Even with the gate of healing supporting him, he was still reaching his limit. With a light crackling sound, breaches began to appear in Lin Ming's protective true essence. He still hasn't slowed down. Monarch Sweetie Fox's eyebrows shot up. Although the speed of sound wasn't fast, the fire origin energy of the 6th level was extremely explosive and dangerous. Even at the speed of sound, the pressure he would have to withstand was tremendous. Lin Ming's smartest move was to drop down to the speed of sound. Only like this would he be able to go further. Otherwise, Lin Ming wouldn't have been able to even reach 1,000 miles into the 6th level. I understand now. Lin Ming's fusion of laws has reached the critical point. If he slows down now, then he'll fail, but if he continues at this speed, then he won't be able to withstand it either. If Lin Ming slowed down, then the pressure on him would be reduced. But his fusion of the 3 fire concepts was reaching the key moment. If he slowed down now, then he would fail at the end. This was similar to turning down the fire right before a pot of water reached the boiling point. If he gave up now, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. But wasn't wanting to continue easier said than done? Now all that remained to be seen was whether or not Lin Ming could complete the initial fusion of concepts before his protective true essence shattered. If he was able to fuse them together, then even if he failed immediately afterwards, he would still absolutely be able to break through to the 7th floor within the next year. If Lin Ming could then complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array, he would be able to obtain the drop of Phoenix blood essence, a treasure that could cause the countless heroic young elites, elders, and palace masters of the ancient Phoenix clan to go crazy with want. The cracks in Lin Ming's protective true essence grew larger and larger even as more of them appeared. But the fusion of concepts was always a single step away from success. Monarch Sweetie Fox sighed. What a pity. He's just a step away from success. The first attempt is always the best. If Lin Ming is able to succeed in fusing the concepts on his first try, then he will be able to save a massive amount of time in his comprehension of laws. Monarch Sweetie Fox's voice was slow and quiet. But now, because everyone was focused on watching Lin Ming rush towards the 7th level, all of them were silent. Thus, her voice was heard far and wide. As the martial artists present heard Monarch Sweetie Fox's explanation, only then did they figure out what Lin Ming was doing. As for Duke Golden Sword and Sun Cyperstar, they felt sorry for Lin Ming. Even so, in terms of achievements alone at this moment, Lin Ming was far beyond Xiao Daoji and Huang Yefeng of the past. As everyone thought that Lin Ming's attempt to fuse the concepts would have a miserable end, he was focused on his own struggle. He completely converged all of his soul force, pouring his entire being into his dantian. Lin Ming's star-like eyes blazed with a dazzling incandescence. Bloom for me, heretical god sprout. Wu. Within Lin Ming, his spiritual sea began to violently seethe and tumble as his gold battle spirit roared out. All around Lin Ming, The fire origin energy astral winds began breaking into his body but were actually suppressed by a pale gold power. The wild and fierce fire energy was forcefully tamed as it rushed into his meridians, surging towards his dantian like a rising tide. The fire origin energy of the 6th level was too rich. It gathered together at a maddening speed, and within this raging inferno of energy, the heretical god sprout began to slowly stretch out its leaves. What? What is that? Duke Golden Sword's eyes widened. Heavens! That is a gold battle spirit. A 6th-stage life destruction junior actually comprehended a gold battle spirit? That is simply inconceivable. A gold battle spirit was something that normally only a divine transformation realm powerhouse would be able to comprehend. Moreover, only an outstanding divine transformation genius would be able to do so. For instance, Phoenix Hall disciples, Phoenix Hall protectors, and so forth. As for those worst divine transformation realm powerhouses, such as the ancient devil that had attached itself to Yang Yun, they only managed to comprehend a perfect silver battle spirit. Only a single step separated a perfect silver battle spirit and a gold battle spirit. But this single step was as far away as the horizon. They simply couldn't be compared. And at this time, as Monarch Sweetie Fox closed her eyes, her voice actually had a faint tremble to it. Not only is that a gold battle spirit, but within Lin Ming's body there is also some kind of law phenomenon. Out of all the martial artists present, and in fact, out of all the martial artists and supreme elders that Lin Ming had ever encountered before, excluding Empyrean Primordius and the ancient goddess who had died, out of all the ones living, Monarch Sweetie Fox was the person with the greatest comprehension of laws. Her understanding surpassed even Fairy Feng's. She could feel some sort of phenomenon occurring within Lin Ming's body that belonged to the fire laws. Perhaps there was even another law phenomenon within him. This sort of phenomenon was similar to the Blue Lotus domain or Lotus blooming step by step. But the rank was far higher. In fact, there was no comparing them at all. What? Law phenomenon? Duke Golden Sword was startled as he heard Monarch Sweetie Fox speak. What sort of phenomenon? I have no idea. I've never seen it before. Monarch Sweetie Fox shook her head. There were all sorts of phenomena that a martial artist could produce, and they were separated into many different categories. Among them were some directly related to combat and some related to laws. Martial artists had different bloodlines, talent, good fortunes, bad fortunes, destiny, physique, perception of laws, cultivation methods, and thousands upon thousands of other variables that were always changing. Thus, there were countless different phenomena that could appear within a martial artist. So it wasn't strange for Monarch Sweetie Fox to encounter one she hadn't experienced before. The Blue Lotus domain and Lotus blooming step by step could be considered types of phenomenon. The definition of a phenomenon was extremely broad, and even vague. Back on the Sky Spill continent when Lin Ming fought with Situ Yaoyue, she had the extreme violet dantian, thus she could form the extreme violet domain. That could also be considered a type of phenomenon. When he fought with White Demon had been able to use his Hydra bloodline to form a Hydra Phantom. This was also a type of phenomenon. Phenomena were divided into varying quality, with those that were better and those that were weaker. A low-level phenomenon wasn't anything at all, but a high-level phenomenon like Lotus blooming step by step was impressive enough to amaze others. And above Lotus blooming step by step there were even more extraordinary phenomena. For instance, some phenomena were directly involved with a martial artist's inner world. There were some Divine Lord realm powerhouses that had a phenomenon where their inner world was 10 times greater and 10 times tougher than others. And the source of a Divine Lord powerhouse's strength was the heaven and earth origin energy condensed within their inner world, as well as the worship of those existences within. If there was a 10 times difference in inner worlds, then the disparity in combat strength could be imagined. As for the phenomenon occurring within Lin Ming's body, Monarch Sweetie Fox had never seen or heard of it before. Even so, he was able to swallow the wildfire origin energy within the Hells of Flame's 6th level, and he was even able to affect the surrounding revolution of fire laws around him. Thus, the rank of this phenomenon could be imagined. Just what adventures has Lin Ming gone through, what experiences and what fortuitous encounters has he had? The strength of his bloodline is clearly so light. Yet why was he able to comprehend such a formidable phenomenon? Monarch Sweetie Fox muttered to herself. If it was said that Lin Ming has some amazingly powerful law phenomenon within his body, then in addition to his marvelous perception, him obtaining such comprehensions is... No, I still can't believe it. This can only be described as a monstrous genius. As Monarch Sweetie Fox was marveling over the law phenomenon within Lin Ming's body, all of the other martial artists present were gawking at Lin Ming's gold battle spirit. In truth, they simply weren't able to feel or make out the phenomenon of the heretical god sprout. They knew that Lin Ming was a battle spirit genius. Moreover, he had used that as his foundation to perfectly open the gate of opening, gaining a perception that transcended common understanding. But no one imagined that Lin Ming would be able to push his battle spirit into the gold level at just the 6th stage of life destruction. There was a fundamental difference between a gold battle spirit and a silver battle spirit. A silver battle spirit could be used to strengthen a martial artist's attacks, but it wasn't a decisive and direct factor in a martial artist's combat strength. Its greatest function in a fight between martial artists of similar boundaries was to strengthen weapons, making them sharper and more durable. If two martial artists fought and one of them had their weapon cut off, how could the battle continue? However, if both sides had a high-grade saint artifact, then the effect of a battle spirit would be greatly weakened. This was because an ordinary life destruction or divine sea martial artist didn't have the ability to destroy a high-grade saint artifact in a collision of weapons. A silver battle spirit could be said to only be improving on perfection. But a gold battle spirit was different. Once one achieved a gold battle spirit, the battle spirit would be so powerful that it could form a projection of their world of will and affect the real world. From a silver battle spirit to a golden battle spirit, there was a great moat that separated them. And to cross over this moat, one needed to accumulate a massive amount of energy and experience. But Lin Ming had managed to form his gold battle spirit at the 6th stage of life destruction. How could this not cause the other young disciples who labeled themselves as geniuses to feel powerless and frustrated? In the 6th level of the Hells of Flame, a sea of fire filled the world. Lin Ming was completely unaware of everything happening in Totem Tower Square as he focused his concentration on fusing the concepts. Heretical God Sprout. 3 flame leaves. 3 thunder leaves. Of the 3 flame leaves, one was shaped like a heart, one was shaped like a stone tablet, and the last was shaped like a blue lotus. Of the 3 thunder leaves, one was shaped like a sword, one was shaped like a golden tripod with a purple lion relief carved into it, and the last was shaped like a sovereign heavy sword. The 6 leaves each represented a different law. At this time, all of these leaves emitted a luminous light, continuously swallowing up all the surging fire origin within Lin Ming's body. At this moment, the fire origin energy that was able to destroy all life was nothing but fertile land to the heretical god Sprout. The fire origin energy of the Hells of Flame's 6th level was extremely fierce. But, underneath the dual suppression of the gold battle spirit's world of will projection and the heretical god Sprout, this formed a tentative balance within Lin Ming's body. And the moment that this balance was reached, there was a change within the 3 levels of concepts in Lin Ming's body. In this blazing hot heat, there were all sorts of wondrous changes. If one used their senses to investigate Lin Ming's body, then they would discover that there were runes appearing on Lin Ming's skeleton. These runes began to shine. They symbolized the first 3 levels of concepts of the fire laws. Originally, Lin Ming's laws were etched onto the heretical god Sprout where they condensed into little totem runes. But now, Lin Ming had perceived the laws and the heretical god Sprout took a supporting role. Thus, the law runes naturally inscribed themselves onto his body instead, where the formed mysterious marks on his bones. These runes were carved onto Lin Ming's bones and flesh. But now it seemed as if they were melting together, fusing as one. The runes on his bones were of 3 different colors. The rune that symbolizing the concept of burning heat was a vivid red, the rune that symbolized the concept of annihilation was black-red, and the rune that symbolized the concept of creation was blue-green. And now, these 3 runes were gathering on top of Lin Ming's bones, fusing together as one. This was different from when Lin Ming created his martial skills in Thunderfire Annihilation and Penetrating Rainbow. They were only a combination of the concepts of thunder and fire. But what was happening within his body, on his bones, was a true law fusion. Lin Ming, he succeeded? Monarch Sweetie Fox sucked in a breath of cold air. From perceiving the fire laws to impacting the 6th level of the Hells of Flame, and now where he began the preliminary fusion of 3 different levels of concepts, everything that happened to Lin Ming today was simply a legend. Because of Lin Ming's abnormally fierce perception, the heretical god Sprout's ability to control the power of fire, and also the effect that the primordious martial intent had on the chaos laws that allowed Lin Ming to perceive the chaos stones and see the evolution of matter and energy. And also the forming of the universe, all of these powerful advantages had resulted in this present miracle. Of course, this was inseparable from Lin Ming's solid foundation. If it weren't for his impossibly deep true essence and his meridians that were tough to a ridiculous level that allowed him to withstand the violent and tyrannical power of fire, everything else would have been useless. After less than half an incense stick of time, the 3 different kinds of runes that were etched into Lin Ming's body melted and reformed, slowly fusing into one. The 3 different levels of concepts had finally completed their preliminary fusion. Lin Ming knew that this was only the start. The laws of the universe were infinitely mysterious. In the future, as his strength increased, his comprehension of the source of matter and the source of the universe would become increasingly deep, and this fusion would become increasingly thorough. Even so, among all the disciples of the 3 branch palaces present, including even the divine transformation realm disciples, in terms of just the first 3 concepts of the fire laws, Lin Ming's comprehension far surpassed all of theirs. In the 18 hells of flame, the crazy and violent fire origin energy astral winds gushed into Lin Ming's body. They were first weakened by the dual concepts of burning heat and annihilation, then transformed into pure energy by the concept of creation before being easily absorbed. With the strength of the 3 fused concepts, the fiery astral winds were easily melted away. Lin Ming continued shooting down the 18 hells of flame with a near unstoppable momentum. Boom! In that moment, an intense explosion blew up around Lin Ming. The thick fire origin energy around him was savagely thrown away by the shockwaves. Lin Ming's body shot down like a meteor, continuing to rush towards the hells of flame's 7th level. The speed of sound, 2 times the speed of sound, 3 times the speed of sound, all the way until 10 times the speed of sound. Lin Ming's speed once again increased to 10 times the speed of sound. Bang, bang, bang. Because Lin Ming's speed was too quick and the dense fiery astral winds were crudely and rapidly separated by him. This caused rolling thunderclaps to fill the air, reverberating within the interior of Fire Spirit Star. Everyone standing on the ground could feel the earth beneath them tremble, as if an earthquake was happening. 6th level 2,000 miles, 6th level 3,000 miles, 6th level 4,000 miles. The depth rapidly increased. The 3 branch palaces' disciples, as well as the several elders present, were completely dumbfounded, some of them panic-stricken. They didn't know what sort of change had happened in Lin Ming's body just now. All they saw was Lin Ming coming to a near standstill in the purgatory like flames of the 6th level. Then, his speed shot up, and he began rushing towards the center of Fire Spirit Star with unstoppable momentum. Fire Spirit Star was a massive planet that gathered an infinite amount of wild and raging fire origin energy from all over. Although it was a planet, the truth was that the temperature and intensity within the core was no less than that of a small sun. But now, Lin Ming was passing through the 6th level with monstrous speed, as if he were flying through the skies of a windswept prairie. This defies the heavens. This goes against heaven's will. Didn't Lin Ming reach his limit? Why did he suddenly break out with such speed? Was he hiding his strength just now? Many disciples didn't know just what happened to Lin Ming. That's impossible. Lin Ming should have completed a breakthrough just now. He is truly a monstrous genius. In the trial of the 18 hells of flame, everyone is giving their all to go as deep as they can go. They already thank the heavens and earth if they can display their best results. But now, Lin Ming actually used this time to make a breakthrough in such a dangerous situation. Monster? He is a monster. The one who spoke was White Daohong. Towards this junior apprentice brother of his, White Daohong had to admit complete defeat. After a few more years, he would have to leave Phoenix Hall and become a hall protector. This would be his last ancient phoenix smelting trial. Even so, he had no regrets. He never imagined that during his last smelting trial, he would be able to personally witness something that would be forever recorded in the annals of the ancient Phoenix clan's history. Is he going to break through to the 7th level in a single attempt? Lu Xiaoyun sucked in a cold breath as she mumbled to herself. And behind Lu Xiaoyun was Yen Little Moon. Yen Little Moon was pale and her lips were gently trembling. If there was someone present that had the strongest changes in emotions due to the miracles being created by Lin Ming, that would be Yen Little Moon. Today would be a day that would be eternally engraved into Yen Little Moon's mind. She would never be able to forget it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With irresistible momentum, Lin Ming broke through to the 6th level 5,000 miles distance. The ancient Phoenix clan used every 5,000 miles as a separate grade. The 6th level 5,000 miles, even in the entire ancient Phoenix clan with the 72 branch palaces, 3 great families and headquarters added in, was a target that was only met by a few individuals every several thousand years. It was an extremely rare occurrence. And that was only at the end of the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. To reach this goal halfway through the ancient Phoenix smelting trial, that was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. But now Lin Ming had broken through the 6th level 5,000-mile distance without slowing down at all. He continued barreling towards the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. As everyone saw this, they were shocked numb. Using a 6th-stage life destruction cultivation to rush into the Hells of Flame's 7th level. Just what sort of wondrous feat was that? The impossible standard that had been laid down by the ancient Phoenix clan was now actually soon to be met by Lin Ming. After successfully reaching the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, no one dared to doubt Lin Ming any longer. It was likely that Lin Ming would continue onwards to complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array. It had to be known that true combat was Lin Ming's strong point, and his comprehension of laws was his weak point. If his weak point was still enough to reach the 7th level, then what about his strong point? Perhaps this argument was no longer accurate. Could be said that Lin Ming no longer had a weakness. If one had to insist, then maybe Lin Ming's weak point could only be his cultivation speed. Lin Ming was 29 years old with a 6th-stage life destruction cultivation. Compared to other top geniuses of a similar level throughout history, he was much older. However, this wasn't an absolute. A genius cultivation wasn't necessarily better the faster it progressed. During the process of cultivation, if one desperately impacted towards the next realm, they could certainly quickly rise in cultivation realms. But their combat prowess might not be too amazing and their foundation could be unsteady. During the cultivation process, if one was enlightened on all sorts of laws and perceived many concepts such as Lin Ming, and also dual cultivated in body and energy, then it would be difficult to rise in cultivation realms rapidly. But this wasn't a problem. For someone like Lin Ming, once he stepped into Ninefall, the origin energy cloud he summoned would be titanic, and the baptism of laws he would have to withstand would also be much greater. After undergoing this baptism of laws and slowly verifying his comprehension, his future achievements would be unimaginable. Can Lin Ming really succeed in obtaining the drop of Phoenix blood essence? Sun Cyperstar gripped his fists. He could feel his palms slick with sweat. From the depths of his heart, he hoped that Lin Ming could succeed in his endeavors and leave an endlessly glorious reputation within the tomes of history. At this time, he had a sudden thought. He turned towards Charming Phoenix Palace's direction and saw that Chu Red Cloud's face was wan as she floated in the air, her fingers gently shivering. At the moment that Lin Ming had broken through the 6th level 5,000-mile distance at 10 times the speed of sound, all of her pride, all of her machinations, and all of her cunning had been mercilessly smashed apart. In the presence of absolute strength, everything she did had become a joke. Could even be said that the bet between her and Sun Cyperstar had already become a joke. The betting stakes were only a spirit artifact level heaven eclipsing cauldron, an Arctic ice immortal stamen, and a drop of Phoenix heartblood. Those treasures were undoubtedly precious, and the heaven-eclipsing cauldron was an object that even a divine Lord powerhouse would struggle for. But compared to a drop of phoenix blood essence, all of it was nothing more than sand and wind. When Lin Ming first involved the phoenix blood essence in this smelting trial, the bet for the heaven-eclipsing cauldron had already lost all meaning. This was a grand milestone that would be etched into the history of the ancient Phoenix clan. It was destined to be a story that would be spread down for all of eternity, turned into a myth by the clansmen of the ancient Phoenix clan. How could a mere heaven-eclipsing cauldron possibly compare? 6th level, 8,000 miles. The temperature here was already 360 times the temperature of magma, and even the surrounding space was scorched so hot that it began twisting. The fiery astral winds were far more powerful, crazily howling as they flowed all over. Even if a 10,000-foot-high mountain of divine iron were placed here, it would still be turned into gas by the air currents. Luckily, Lin Ming's 3 levels of concepts had completed their initial fusion state. Moreover, no matter which one of these 3 concepts was taken out, his understanding of them far surpassed that of all other disciples present. But now, in this environment, Lin Ming still had no choice but to slow down. From 10 times the speed of sound, he plummeted to 5 times the speed of sound. Then, he gradually slowed to 3 times the speed of sound. As his speed reduced, the pressure he had to bear was much lower and he would also consume less energy. In truth, after reaching this depth, no matter how extraordinary Lin Ming's restorative ability was, it was impossible for him to continue with such a terrifying consumption rate of energy. He was able to maintain 80% of his strength, and the only reason for this was that he was using the concept of creation to transform the violent fire origin energy into a gentler form that he could use for himself. 6th level, 9,000 miles. Lin Ming's speed fell below the speed of sound. As he no longer passed through the sonic barrier, his consumption of true essence was reduced yet again. Wishing to break into the hells of flame 7th level was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. But now, all the miracles that occurred on Lin Ming's body had allowed him to reach this step. Even so, he was still reaching the end of the line. All of the martial artists in the square held their breath, their eyes glued onto the light screen in the sky. They were all waiting for this historical moment to occur. A 6th-stage life destruction, 29-year-old rookie disciple on his first smelting trial, would actually break through to the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. At this step, all of Phoenix Cry Palace's disciples, including even Huoyanguang, were cheering Lin Ming on. Although many of Phoenix Cry Palace's disciples had envied Lin Ming, now that his talent far surpassed all of theirs, they finally understood that it was impossible for any of them to chase after him, and all of that envy had slowly faded away. On the contrary, Lin Ming's growth would instead bring glory and prosperity to Phoenix Cry Palace. In the future, when everyone talked about Lin Ming, these disciples could proudly brag that they came from Phoenix Cry Palace, the same branch palace that Lin Ming came from. Also, in the future when Lin Ming became a vital figure at headquarters, he would be able to bring good fortune to Phoenix Cry Palace. For the 72 palaces of the ancient Phoenix clan, it was impossible to be fair and even with all of them. There would always be some palaces that received far more resources than others, and there would always be some palaces that were stretched for resources. In such a situation, no one in Phoenix Cry Palace would dare to offend Lin Ming anymore. Even someone like Sage Jiang, who almost controlled the entire Phoenix Cry Palace, would not think of moving against Lin Ming. This was because Lin Ming was now destined to become a paramount character of headquarters, someone that was the focus of attention. 9,600 miles. Lin Ming's speed dropped to half the speed of sound. 9,800 miles. Lin Ming's muscles bulged all over, blue veins popping up from his skin. 9,900 miles. Cracks began to form in Lin Ming's protective true essence once again. However, this didn't matter. Even if some fire origin energy astral winds managed to break through his defenses, they would still be suppressed by the heretical god sprout and then absorbed by Lin Ming. With his tough meridians, he was capable of withstanding such an impact. 50 miles, 40 miles, 30 miles, 10 miles, 1 mile. Bang! With a light sound, it seemed as if the entire 180,000-mile-long 18 hells of flame quietly trembled at that moment. Lin Ming broke through the space barrier that separated the 6th and 7th level, officially stepping into the space of the 7th level. The 7th level of the Hells of Flame, the domain of God. He did it. Too fierce. I never imagined that I would be able to witness history occurring with my own eyes. Although I might never reach this boundary in my entire life, for better or worse, no matter what, Lin Ming is still a disciple who came from our Phoenix Cry Palace. I can feel proud just stating this fact in the future. That's right. Maybe headquarters will place a bit more focus on our Phoenix Cry Palace now. The Phoenix Cry Palace disciples spoke amongst themselves with fervid excitement. At this time, if Lin Ming were among them, he would have been surrounded and grabbed by them, tossed up into the air. This was Lin Ming's glory. This was also the glory of Phoenix Cry Palace. He really reached the 7th level. It seems like the drop of Phoenix blood essence will really be obtained by Lin Ming. This child, as long as he doesn't perish in the future, he will surely become an incomparably wonderful character, Duke Golden Sword said with zest. That's right. Moreover, with Lin Ming's background, it is already a miracle that he was able to reach this step. He has a great destiny, strong mentality, and unshakable will. He can only be called extraordinary. It isn't easy for such a person to perish. I believe that our ancient Phoenix clan is destined to produce another extreme character. Even the current Lord Patriarch could not compare to Lin Ming when he was at the life-destruction realm. Monarch Sweetie Fox gave her own evaluation. The Patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan, that was a divine realm Holy Lord. Placed in the divine realm, a Holy Lord was a top character that could dominate their own stretch of the world. However, this didn't mean that Lin Ming would inevitably become a Holy Lord in the future. After all, there were countless variables and uncertainties on the road of martial arts. The current patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan indeed couldn't compare with Lin Ming when he was at the life-destruction realm. But the patriarch had experienced immense lucky chances during the Divine Sea, Divine Transformation, and Divine Lord realms. These also had to be placed into consideration. If Lin Ming wished to become a Holy Lord, he would need to continue the momentum that he currently had at life destruction. This was the reason why the ancient Phoenix clan wasn't willing to invest a drop of Phoenix blood essence in a life destruction realm martial artist. There were simply too many unknown factors that could affect a genius future. Even if a genius died, they might be lost within the rising talents in the future. A genius needed destiny and lucky chances to continue walking down the road of martial arts. And at this time, Lin Ming's smelting trial still hadn't ended. This was the first time that he had entered the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. To a rookie disciple, this mysterious space was called the Domain of God. To a life-destruction realm martial artist, this was an absolute forbidden zone. The 7th level of the Hells of Flame no longer had fire origin energy astral winds. Rather, they were replaced by an aurora of glowing red light. This glowing light was elusive like a dream. It filled the world, incomparably vivid, similar to a paradise of immortals. But if a martial artist who didn't comprehend the fire laws was covered by this glowing light, then their entire being would evaporate without even ashes left over. At this time, it was already Lin Ming's limit to break into the 7th level. And now that he suddenly had to bear the impact of this glowing red light, his protective true essence began to rapidly rupture. Beams of glowing light shot into Lin Ming's body, burning through his meridians. Lin Ming focused all of his will into the heretical god sprout, resisting the impact of the multi-hued light. But he found himself verging on the edge of collapse. His body burned. His skin was scorched black, cracking, and his flesh was cooked, emitting sizzling sounds. Lin Ming's current condition was extremely poor. He had less than 60% of his true essence remaining. Moreover, he was consuming it at a ridiculous rate. But Lin Ming still held on. He grit his teeth and persisted. The role of the 18 Hells of Flame was originally not to check the level of a disciple and how far they could go. Rather, it was a smelting trial that pushed one's potential to the limits. In the smelting trial of the 18 Hells of Flame, when one arrived at their limits, the longer they stayed in that dangerous zone, the greater their harvests would be. When Lin Ming first started the initial fusion of the 3 levels of fire concepts, he had used the pressure of this environment as the turning point of his comprehension of laws. As they said, one had to strike the iron while it was hot. To use the 18 hells of flame at this time to temper his own laws was the best method to do so. If he gave up now, then his benefits would be significantly lessened and he would have to take many more detours. Lin Ming grit his teeth and actually pulled the glowing red light into his bones and flesh, allowing that glowing light to burn the law runes on his bones. Zzz. As his flesh burned, the pure jade-white bones were also scorched black, and they even began to wither and crack. To draw fire into one's body and set their own bones on fire, just what sort of pain was that? Even so, Lin Ming clenched his teeth and withstood it all. Blood flooded out from Lin Ming's cracked body. His skin was roasted black and it fell off his body like old bark. This was a pain worthy of tearing one's own skin off. At the same time that his flesh and bones were being burnt, his skin was also peeling away. The severe agony of this pain was difficult to imagine. If a martial artist's will wasn't firm, then this pain would be enough to wipe out their spiritual sea. If a mortal were in such a situation, then their mind would break and they would turn mad in just a few breaths of time. Even a martial artist, when their body was placed in a burning heat that was hundreds of times the temperature of magma, would find it hard to bear. However, this was an extremely important aspect of training within the 18 hells of flame. The fiery astral winds would press down upon the limits of a martial artist's strength. In such a violent and torturous state, perceiving the fire laws through this method would deepen one's comprehension towards the laws. The longer Lin Ming was able to last in this state, the greater the benefits would be. In the fire spirit mirror, Monarch Sweetie Fox watched with her own eyes as the law runes on Lin Ming's bones were melted away by the scorching heat and sunk into his very marrow, truly fusing with his body. Comprehension of laws came in several stages. The first stage was to memorize the laws with the mind. It was easy to forget or misplace memories, and when recalling these memories, there was also a slight delay. In the midst of a heated battle, responding even just a little bit slower would often have fatal consequences. As for the second stage, that was memorizing laws with the body. If one remembered the laws with the body, they would never forget them in their entire life. Also, it would become a conditioned reflex, completely natural to use. And the third stage was Lin Ming's current stage. That was to use one's bones and marrow to store the memories. To deeply inscribe the laws into one's bones and burn them into the marrow until those laws became a part of the body. From that point on, the body was laws and laws were the body. Everything was the same. For such a person, their body was a totem stone. By killing someone like that, others could pick up their bones and perceive the laws from them. Every single part of their body would be a priceless treasure. After reaching such a stage, one could freely drive the laws, and even one's bodily movements would arouse the corresponding laws. This was because the body itself had become a form of the laws. Every action one took would contain the truth of the laws. Thus it was easy to foment the laws of the world. With the light splashing sound of falling water, the fire origin energy around Lin Ming began to condense into various spiritual life forms. There were fire insects, fire birds, fire beasts, and even humans and fae, all made of fire energy. All of these life forms bowed towards Lin Ming, worshipping him. And underneath his feet, a blue lotus bloomed in radiant splendor before slowly withering. Each lotus was able to bloom for several dozen breaths of time. Slowly, more and more lotuses bloomed until the space underneath Lin Ming's feet was covered with them like a lush spring. Lotus blooming step by step. This was the phenomenon of the fire laws. Yen Little Moon had comprehended it, and now Lin Ming had too. No one thought this was strange. Lin Ming had broken through to the 7th level of the Hells of Flame in a single attempt. If he wasn't able to comprehend the lotus blooming step-by-step phenomenon, then that would be strange instead. But with Lin Ming's current achievements, he no longer needed the lotus blooming step-by-step phenomenon to prove himself. Time passed slowly. Soon half an hour passed. Although the visions of fire appeared beside Lin Ming in an endless stream of visual beauty, Monarch Sweetie Fox and a few others knew that Lin Ming was actually withstanding an excruciating pain. To use the physical body to withstand this burning hot fire that was several hundred times the temperature of magma and still withstand such a pain for half an hour, it made one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. It's just like a phoenix undergoing nirvana, isn't it? Lin Ming is being reborn, transforming his body in the process. This test was itself a great lucky chance and smelting trial for him. Through this smelting trial, Lin Ming's boundaries of laws have reached an unbelievable degree in a single go. From now on, no one will dare say that Lin Ming is only outstanding in combat and that his comprehension of laws is lacking. Perhaps from this point on, Lin Ming's comprehension of laws will instead become one of his greatest strengths. At this point, I fear that Lin Ming may have no weakness, Monarch Sweetie Fox said with a solemn expression. Of the current Lin Ming, in terms of the energy within him, his true essence was astoundingly deep and his foundation was extremely solid. In terms of comprehension of laws, he had fused 3 levels of concepts and had even thoroughly melted the laws into his marrow. In terms of cultivation methods and martial skills, he possessed 2 transcendent divine mights and had already started on the road of creating his own martial skills. In terms of speed and movement techniques, he understood the thunder laws concept of extreme speed. At the same time, he had the gate of wonder to support him. In terms of defensive power, he was a dual body and energy cultivator and his physical body had been tempered repeatedly over the years. In terms of willpower, he possessed a gold battle spirit that carried with it the Grand Mist attribute. Lin Ming's strength had almost reached perfection. This is... Duke Golden Sword's eyes shined as he cried out in surprise. He discovered to his fascination that after the glowing red clouds of light energy from the 7th level rushed into Lin Ming's body, they had repeatedly pushed Lin Ming's body past the limits that it could bear. His mortal body was now on the verge of disintegrating. This was because the glowing red light of the 7th level had quickened the energy within Lin Ming's own body, stirring it up and completely breaking down his flesh and bones. This was the sign that Lin Ming was crossing to the next stage of life destruction. In truth, when Lin Ming had closed up in Totem Tower for an entire year, he had reached the critical point of being able to break through to the 7th stage of life destruction many times. But, because the timing wasn't too good, it had been forcibly suppressed by Lin Ming. And now, the glowing red light of the 7th level had spurred the energy within his body far past its limits. He could no longer suppress it. If it could not be suppressed, then it must explode. Lin Ming is actually going to cross life destruction at this time. Indeed, the power within his body has already been accumulated to its limits. Let's allow Lin Ming to cross life destruction first. After Lin Ming entered the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, he had already reached the part of the standard required to obtain the Phoenix Blood Essence. At the same time, Lin Ming had truly reached his limits and it was impossible for him to penetrate any further down. He no longer needed to continue rushing downwards. At this time, crossing the 7th stage of life destruction was the most important matter. I ask that Senior Ruby Sovereign lends a hand and return Lin Ming to us. Blackwood, Fire Spirit Star's guardian, suddenly spoke out. He could not allow such a talented genius like Lin Ming to experience any problems crossing life destruction while he was at Fire Spirit Star. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear such a failure. Lin Ming had a high chance of becoming a figure like the ancient Phoenix Clan patriarch in the future. No need. He will cross life destruction in the Hells of Flame's 7th level and then I shall return him. You punk Golden Sword, Pretty Lady Sweetie Fox. Didn't you each promise Lin Ming some rewards earlier? Take them all out. While Lin Ming crosses life destruction, this is the best time for him to fuse the Phoenix bloodline within him. Also you, stripling Blackwood, since Lin Ming was able to rush as far as the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, he should have obtained many rewards. From the 3rd level downwards, he should have received a reward for every 5,000 miles. I will call the shots for Lin Ming. I have no need for any saint artifacts or fire elementals or pills. I want everything changed into Phoenix blood of equivalent value. Don't be such a Scrooge about it. Take it all out. Ha ha ha. Very well. Since Senior Ruby Sovereign says such, then I naturally cannot be cheap about it. Duke Golden Sword heartily laughed out loud. I had said that as long as Lin Ming could slaughter 600 people in the illusionary god combat array, I would bestow him an armor nearing a transcendent saint artifact. But now it seems that such an item wouldn't be of much use to him. I will put forth 5 drops of Phoenix Heartblood instead. As the captain of the Disciplinary Enforcement Division, approving the use of 5 drops of Phoenix Heartblood was naturally no problem for him. Monarch Sweetie Fox, you too. You are the steward of the ancient Phoenix clan. So don't be such a miser. Duke Golden Sword smiled as he looked towards Monarch Sweetie Fox. Monarch Sweetie Fox had said that if Lin Ming could slaughter 600 people within the illusionary god combat array, she would reward him with 3 drops of Phoenix Heartblood. But now it seemed taking something of that amount out wouldn't be enough. Ho ho ho! Monarch Sweetie Fox brightly laughed. I, Sweetie Fox, represent the Office of Internal Affairs, and am responsible for dividing the resources of the ancient Phoenix clan. Although I do not have the authority to approve high-grade resources, I do have the power to give out ordinary resources. Golden Sword, since you've put out 5 drops of Phoenix Heartblood, I naturally cannot be a cheapskate. I will put forth 2 drops of Phoenix Marrow Blood. This is something that I also must follow regulations for if I pass it out, but today's circumstances are a bit peculiar. If I do some extra work in the future, then this shouldn't be a problem. A drop of Phoenix Marrow Blood was almost equal to 10 drops of Phoenix Heartblood. If used on a martial artist with an extremely high-quality Phoenix bloodline, a drop of Phoenix Marrow Blood would have an even better effect than 10 drops of Phoenix Heartblood. Since Monarch Sweetie Fox had put forth 2 drops of Phoenix Marrow Blood, that was the same as 20 drops of Phoenix Heartblood. If converted into Phoenix Plume Blood, that would be equal to 1,000 drops. When Hu Yingguang had taken out 20 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood in his gambling fight with Lin Ming, that was enough to stir up a massive commotion in the entire Phoenix Cry Palace. From this alone one could see the value of the 2 drops of Phoenix Marrow Blood that Monarch Sweetie Fox put forth. This was a wealth that could more than bankrupt an ordinary Divine Lord powerhouse. On this point, one could infer the difference from the contents of the bet between Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cyperstar. It was simply impossible to compare the wealth of an elder from one of the ancient Phoenix clan's 72 branch palaces to an envoy from the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. This was the same difference between a countryside landlord and a noble from the capital. Following that, there was also Blackwood. As the guardian of Fire Spirit Star, Blackwood was directly in charge of all the rewards that headquarters had left at Fire Spirit Star. Blackwood didn't speak. He only flung his hand and tossed out 3 jade bottles. He didn't explain what was inside. According to the rules of the ancient Phoenix clan, starting from the 3rd level, one could obtain better rewards every 5,000 miles they went down in the 18 Hells of Flame. At the 6th level and the 7th level, the rewards were so valuable they could drive saints to madness. The value of those rewards absolutely surpassed that of the 2 drops of Phoenix Marrow Blood that Monarch Sweetie Fox had put forth. Hey, Blackwood, what did you just hand over? Duke Golden Sword asked as he excitedly licked his lips. 1,200 drops of ordinary ancient Phoenix Blood, 600 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood, 10 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood, a drop of Phoenix Marrow Blood, and a drop of Phoenix Coronet Blood. The Phoenix Marrow Blood and the Phoenix Coronet Blood comprise nearly the complete wealth of rewards that headquarters left for me. I never imagined that such a situation would appear in this smelting trial. I never thought that I would have to bring them out. Blackwood casually spoke, but Duke Golden Sword was silently bewildered. Phoenix Coronet Blood was only inferior to Phoenix Blood Essence, and it was much higher in value than Phoenix Marrow Blood. A drop of Phoenix Coronet Blood was equal to 2 or 3 drops of Phoenix Marrow Blood. Not just that, but the rewards Blackwood took out were of all ranks. There were low-level rewards and high-level rewards. It wasn't just high-quality Phoenix Blood like the Phoenix Marrow Blood and Phoenix Coronet Blood, but also lower-level Phoenix Blood like Phoenix Plume Blood and even ordinary ancient Phoenix Blood. Those low-level bloods might have seemed worthless, but the truth was just the opposite. Lin Ming's Phoenix bloodline was extremely faint. If he could use the Phoenix Plume Blood to raise the quality of his bloodline, and then transform it again with the far more precious Phoenix Marrow Blood and Phoenix Coronet Blood, the effects would be far better. To a genius of the ancient Phoenix clan, Phoenix marrow blood and Phoenix coronet blood were used as the finishing touch. But in order to have a finishing touch, one had to have a base first. Without a base, there would be nothing to add a finishing touch to. First, Lin Ming had to add the lower-rank Phoenix blood into his body, forcibly enhancing his Phoenix bloodline. Otherwise, everything else would be wasted. The different types of Phoenix blood that the three masters put forth floated in the air. The blood would be used when Lin Ming was crossing life destruction and his body was completely disintegrated, where they would be able to completely fuse into his bloodline. Transforming the bloodline also had to proceed in an ordered manner. Through this fusion, it would create a better foundation for Lin Ming's bloodline to withstand absorbing the Phoenix blood essence and the baptism that followed it in the future. At this time, on Phoenix Cry Palace's side, Sun Cyperstar suddenly remembered something as he watched all of this. He glanced over at Chu Red Cloud and smiled very widely as he said, "Fairy Chu, I remember that you made a bet and also owe me a drop of Phoenix Heart blood. That drop of Phoenix Heart blood was originally for Lin Ming, and since Lin Ming is crossing life destruction right now, it is the best moment to make up for his faint bloodline. You might as well take that drop of Phoenix Heart blood out right now." Sun Cyperstar's words grated on Chu Red Cloud's ears like nails on chalk. Chu Red Cloud's body shook and her complexion became extremely ugly. The truth was that there was still a year before her bet with Sun Cyperstar came to a close, and it was far too early. Even so, even if Chu Red Cloud was absolutely unwilling to acknowledge it, she also realized that it was likely impossible for Yen Little Moon to ever catch up to Lin Ming. She had completely lost the bet. Not only had she lost the Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen and a drop of Phoenix Heart blood, but she lost her honor. Sun Cyperstar, our bet still isn't over yet, so what are you in such a hurry for? Hee. I know that, but isn't the result already obvious? Sun Cyperstar was not some kind-hearted man. After being bullied by Chu Red Cloud without the ability to retaliate, a fire had long been smoldering in his heart. Now that Chu Red Cloud had suffered a bout of misfortune, why wouldn't he take this chance to stomp on her a bit? If you think that Yen Little Moon can still catch up to Lin Ming after a year, then I'll wait. Even so, how about you take out that drop of Phoenix Heart blood right now, and a year later, if Yen Little Moon can catch up to Lin Ming, I'll compensate you with 10 drops instead? That is if you believe in yourself so much. Chu Red Cloud's face turned bright red. In front of so many people, she couldn't find the words to refuse Sun Cyperstar. Otherwise, she would develop a reputation that she was a person who couldn't pay her debts. She suppressed the humiliation in her head and said in a grim voice, "I do not have any Phoenix Heart blood with me right now." Chu Red Cloud couldn't pull out a drop of Phoenix Heart blood at the moment. She was different from Monarch Sweetie Fox and Duke Golden Sword. They had brought their Phoenix Heart blood with them as a reward all along. But if Chu Red Cloud had any Phoenix Heart blood, she would have used it already. So how could she just casually keep some with her? It doesn't matter, you can borrow it from Yen Little Moon. If I remember correctly, when Yen Little Moon broke through the 5th level 5,000-mile distance of the Hells of Flame, she also obtained some Phoenix Heart blood as a reward. Sun Cyperstar said, not caring if he sounded unreasonable. Chu Red Cloud had never been so mortified before. She actually had to ask a junior to borrow the rewards she received in order to pay a bet she lost. This was simply her life's greatest shame. "Auntie, let it go, we've really lost this time." Yen Little Moon bit her lips as she spoke in a soft voice. She touched her spatial ring and threw out a jade bottle. This was the Phoenix Heart blood. Sun Cyperstar smiled as he received the jade box. With a flick of his fingers, he threw the drop of Phoenix Heart blood in the air. As Lin Ming was crossing life destruction this time, there were around 70 to 80 drops of Phoenix Heart blood worth of Phoenix bloodline in the air. But every drop of Phoenix Heart blood was extremely precious. Every single drop would be able to give Lin Ming that much greater of an advantage. "Senior Ruby Sovereign, you may begin," Blackwood said. "Haha, good. What a luxurious bloodline power. Even a peak talent from a distinguished family of the ancient Phoenix clan might not have so much Phoenix bloodline at their disposal. This is enough to lay down a solid foundation for Lin Ming. I believe that Lin Ming will also remember your kindness from today. The Ruby Sovereign laughed, and a beam of red light suddenly shot out from the depths of the 18 hells of flame. It wrapped around the phoenix blood and dragged it all downwards. There was 60,000 miles separating the surface from the 7th level that Lin Ming was located at. But with the supernatural powers of the Ruby Sovereign shifting space itself, the phoenix blood arrived in a mere blink of the eye. "We're starting." As the Ruby Sovereign spoke, a massive distortion occurred in the 7th level of the hells of flame. An immense amount of fire origin energy condensed, gathering and forming into the image of a fierce-looking man. This man had a face as wild as a lion. He was the artifact spirit of the 18 hells of flame, the Ruby Sovereign. The Ruby Sovereign had already existed for countless tens of thousands of years, and no one knew just how high his cultivation was. But, just from the fact that the Ruby Sovereign was able to split his divine sense into tens of thousands of strands to look after and secure the safety of every trial challenger in the hells of flame, one could approximate his strength. He was simply an unfathomably powerful old monster. As the Ruby Sovereign appeared, all of the fire origin energy of the 7th level turned docile, as if it were soldiers greeting the general. No matter how high Lin Ming's comprehension of the fire laws was, when it came to controlling the fire origin energy within the hells of flame, he couldn't even compare to a single % of the Ruby Sovereign. This was because the Ruby Sovereign was the true master of the hells of flame. The Ruby Sovereign pushed his hands out. Between his hands, a massive amount of the power of fire rushed out. When Lin Ming crossed the 6th stage of life destruction, he had done so with Fairy Feng's help and the aid of the Nirvanic sacred flame. But now, the power of fire within the Ruby Sovereign's hands was completely different. It wasn't just a single fire elemental, but the strength of thousands of flames gathered together, all-encompassing. The 18 hells of flame was a fire attribute spirit artifact. Every level had a fire elemental or even multiple fire elementals on guard. Moreover, these fire elementals weren't of an ordinary grade. The first 6 levels of the 18 hells of flame each had a single fire elemental. The next 6 levels had 2 fire elementals, and the last 6 levels had 3 fire elementals, for a total of 36 fire elementals. Besides fire elementals, the 18 hells of flames had a massive number of flame essences. Every level had hundreds of flame essences of different grades. With all of them added together, there was a total of 9,999 flame essences. These flame essences and fire elementals were all born from Fire Spirit Star after billions of years of history, with a planet that was a giant conflagration of fire origin energy. After such a long time, the amount of flame essences and fire elementals born could be imagined. And most of these flame essences and fire elementals were gathered within the 18 hells of flame. The 18 hells of flame took myriad flame essences as soldiers, the 36 fire elementals as generals, and the Ruby Sovereign as an extremely magnificent spirit artifact. And now, around the Ruby Sovereign, flames of all colors shot out from every level of the hells of flame. Every single wisp of the power of fire was pulled out from the numerous flame essences and fire elementals by the Ruby Sovereign. 9999 flame essences and 36 fire elementals. The power of fire was extracted from each one. When the power of these flames gathered together, fusing as one, it formed a massive sun that floated between the Ruby Sovereign's hands. 10,000 flames burning sun. The Ruby Sovereign directly poured this power of fire into Lin Ming's body. Bang! No matter how tenacious Lin Ming's body was, how tough his meridians were, or how much power of fire the heretical god Sprout could absorb, it still couldn't withstand such an instantaneous impact. Lin Ming's physical body began to disintegrate. His skin, his flesh, his meridians, blood vessels, organs, muscles, bones, marrow, brain, all of it completely exploded. It turned into the purest and tiniest particles of flesh and blood that floated in the surrounding space. The process of crossing life destruction was extremely risky. It didn't allow for the slightest disturbance. Crossing life destruction in the dangerous hells of flame was originally an impossible matter. However, with the Ruby Sovereign supporting him, this impossibility had become possible. Not just that, but the Ruby Sovereign had gathered the power of fire from all over to help temper Lin Ming's body. At the moment Lin Ming's body disintegrated, His spiritual sea was also torn apart. The feeling was like a million-gene steel ball smashing into his head. Along with a fierce headache, Lin Ming could also clearly feel his own soul being decomposed by energy. The 9 stages of life destruction were to cultivate a martial artist's essence, energy, and divine. The first 3 stages tempered essence, the second 3 stages tempered energy, and the last 3 stages, the so-called divine, tempered the divine soul. The 7th stage of life destruction was the start of tempering the soul. No matter what sort of activity it was, anything that involved the soul was extremely risky. This is the 7th stage of life destruction. Shatter and reform the soul. Although Lin Ming could feel his own soul disintegrating, his thoughts were still incomparably clear. At this moment, the faint voice of the Ruby Sovereign floated into his ears. This voice seemed to come from some distant and imaginary world, hazy and vague. Lin Ming, defend your mind. With your will as the foundation, shatter your soul. The more thoroughly your soul is shattered, the greater the baptism you will have to withstand and the greater the benefits you will receive in breaking through realms in the future. But remember that you cannot lose yourself. There is a great risk in shattering and reforming the soul. If your soul is ruptured too greatly, then your thoughts will fall into confusion, and you may even lose your spirit mark, forever being lost in the maze of your mind, never to return. You have a gold battle spirit. This is your greatest capital. As for what degree you can shatter your soul to, all of that is up to you. When a martial artist attempted to cross the last 3 stages of life destruction, the destruction of the divine, their body, dantian, and soul would completely disintegrate. But there would be one thing that would not be destroyed. That was one's will. The will was the most tenacious aspect of a martial artist. After a divine transformation realm powerhouse died, their body would fully decay after thousands of years. But their will would pass through hundreds of thousands of years without scattering. At the last 3 stages of life destruction, the soul would decompose but the will would not. When the soul shattered and swam through the endless void, the will was the lighthouse, the beacon that called to the soul. As long as one's will didn't disintegrate, the soul could be reformed. Lin Ming focused his mind. With a humming sound, the gold battle spirit hiding in his shattered spiritual sea came flying out. The dark golden light illuminated the surrounding space in the hells of flame. The world of will projected into reality, covering Lin Ming's soul fragments. In this space, Lin Ming shattered his soul again and again without reservation. When Lin Ming was being enlightened on the forming of life within the chaos space, he came to understand that the soul and physical body were different. The mortal body was formed by yin and yang energies. It was a material existence composed of the tiniest yin and yang particles. But the soul was a type of energy. It was a field of energy similar to a force field. When this force field was concentrated within a single area, that formed the soul. And now, Lin Ming was using his will to lock in this field of energy, decomposing it into the most fundamental soul waves. Then, he tempered it with energy and laws, completing his own 7th stage of life destruction. As Lin Ming crossed life destruction, the entire process was shown in the fire spirit mirror above Totem Tower Square. It was only because of the world of will projection, as well as the dazzling brilliance from the 10,000 flames burning sun, that the disciples weren't able to see what was happening within Lin Ming's body. However, top masters like Blackwood, Monarch Sweetie Fox, and Duke Golden Sword were able to generally sense what was happening. Within the world of will projection, with Lin Ming's gold battle spirit as the center, countless soul fragments continuously disintegrated. They turned from the size of an eggshell to the size of a grain of rice, once more arriving at the size of a dust particle before further reducing in size yet again. Monarch Sweetie Fox sensed everything that was happening and sighed. In terms of battle spirits, Lin Ming could be said to far surpass the geniuses of the divine realm. In this alone, he truly has a massive superiority. He opened the gate of opening, and the way he is crossing the 7th stage of life destruction now is not what an ordinary genius can compare with. As a measurement, a battle spirit was an important indicator of a martial artist's talent. It naturally had a correspondingly great significance. I fear that Lin Ming is able to completely reduce his soul to the small fragments possible. Him crossing life destruction once is the same as an ordinary genius crossing life destruction twice. Once he finishes his last 3 stages of life destruction, I wonder just what degree Lin Ming's soul force will reach. Soul force, it withstood all laws and was also the basis of martial intents. It was the foundation for the control of true essence. If one's soul wasn't strong enough, then a martial artist's potential would die out. This was the reason why an 8-fall powerhouse found it extremely difficult to reach the Divine Lord realm. Normally speaking, a martial artist's martial talent, perception, martial intents, soul force, willpower, and destiny were all considered a comprehensive manifestation of their talent. Within these categories, martial talent was in truth the least important. If one's martial talent was lacking, it could be made up for. There were all sorts of precious spirit pills and god-beast bloodlines that could make up for a deficiency in martial talent. However, in the lower realms, these sorts of pills were extremely scarce and god-beast bloodlines had nearly vanished. In addition, when a martial artist first started cultivating, their martial talent would be the most obvious. This was why they placed such excessive emphasis on it. But for the other aspects, each was incomparably difficult and they were extremely difficult to increase. If one wanted to truly increase perception, only the 8 inner hidden gates gate of opening had such an effect. As for heavenly materials that increased perception, they were simply treasures from legends. If one wanted to increase willpower, they would have to use treasures like the Twin Life Thunder Crystal that had almost vanished from existence. As for destiny, even a divine realm Holy Lord, World King, or those extreme supreme elders weren't able to clearly understand what it was. As for enhancing their destiny, that was simply a joke. In a sense, destiny was the key aspect of a martial artist's talent. Even a martial artist's origins could be considered a kind of destiny. As Monarch Sweetie Fox and the others were talking, within the 7th level, Lin Ming had already reduced his soul fragments into particles 10,000 times smaller than a mote of dust. After the soul force completely lost its last confines, it began to spread out in the most fundamental soul waves. The soul was a particle but also a wave. As for what the origin of a soul was, Lin Ming hadn't yet figured that out. Even so, this didn't prevent him from completely shattering his soul and tempering it. Countless soul waves reverberated within the world of will projection. As they struck the barrier of the projection, they naturally reflected back inwards and underwent a baptism of laws. This boy, he actually managed to reach such a degree, Duke Golden Sword exclaimed as he saw this, amazed. Monarch Sweetie Fox sincerely praised Lin Ming from the depths of her heart. Not only does Lin Ming have a gold battle spirit, but his battle spirit also isn't normal. It has a special type of attribute to it. If he couldn't reach this step, then there probably aren't many others who would be able to succeed. His talent really arouses envy in all who see him. Every step Lin Ming takes reaches perfection. If this continues, I can't imagine just what boundary he will reach in the future. Time slowly passed. When a martial artist crossed life destruction, they would usually need several days of time. Even if Lin Ming had the help of the Ruby Sovereign, who was pouring the accumulated energy of the 18 hells of flame into him, this still wasn't a process that could be finished in 1 or 2 days. But since Monarch Sweetie Fox and Duke Golden Sword hadn't indicated that they would leave, none of the disciples from the 3 branch palaces were able to leave either. Even so, no one wanted to leave to begin with. To witness such a glorious event was itself an extremely rare experience. There were even those that were able to obtain insight from Lin Ming's process of crossing the 7th stage of life destruction. 20 hours passed. The Ruby Sovereign closed his eyes, continuously standing guard beside Lin Ming. As for Lin Ming's soul, it had finally completely disintegrated. The last soul fragment had turned into soul waves. At this moment, the Ruby Sovereign's eyes shot up. It was time to fuse the power of the Phoenix bloodline. As Lin Ming was crossing the 7th stage of life destruction, he had 1,200 drops of ordinary ancient Phoenix blood, 600 drops of Phoenix plume blood, 16 drops of Phoenix heart blood, 3 drops of Phoenix marrow blood, and 1 drop of Phoenix coronet blood as support. In addition, with the Ruby Sovereign personally assisting, The artifact spirit had pulled out the power of 9,999 different flame essences and 36 fire elementals. The ruby sovereign even added in a tiny amount of his source strength. This was the equivalent of using 10,036 different variations of flames to decompose Lin Ming's mortal body and temper his soul. This was a treatment that not even the extreme talents of the three great family clans would have. These were resources won by talent and by strength. Although the ancient Phoenix clan had numerous factions that struggled against each other, they still wouldn't bury their geniuses. Especially a super genius like Lin Ming, who had the potential to become the ancient Phoenix clan patriarch in the future. If such a genius were to be buried, then the ancient Phoenix clan would have long begun their descent into decline and destruction. Power of bloodline fuse. The ruby sovereign waved his hand and all the Phoenix blood passed through and was heated by 10,036 different flames. All of the impurities were scorched away as the Phoenix blood turned into a fog that fused into Lin Ming's body, becoming one with his bloodline. Bang, bang, bang. Origin energy surged. Even the 18 hells of flame seemed to faintly tremble. Faintly, within Lin Ming's world projection, a golden phoenix could be seen bathing in flames, undergoing rebirth through nirvana. But this phoenix was not the usual golden red phoenix or the brilliant gold phoenix, but a rare dark and burnished gold. This was a dark gold phoenix. This was because Lin Ming's bloodline strength already had the elementary form of grand mist energy fused into it. Although the light was blinding, everyone who watched the fire spirit mirror was able to clearly see this dark gold phoenix. As the young disciples felt the formidable aura coming from the phoenix's figure, they all had a feeling of awe and reverence emerge from the depths of their souls, making them want to bow down in worship. This was the same awe that ancient primitive tribal humans felt towards their divine tribal totems. This bloodline power is incredible. The present martial artists were unsure of what was happening. Lin Ming's current bloodline strength already surpassed that of many of those present. But it was still countless miles away from being able to compare with Yen Littleman's perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Even so, they had no idea why, but in front of the power of this bloodline, all of them felt a pressure that originated from the same bloodline. In the direction of charming Phoenix Palace, Yen Littleman's vision was blurry as she looked at the dark gold phoenix reflected in the fire spirit mirror. Her eyes stung and her hands were cold. Laws and bloodline strength were originally Lin Ming's weak points, but now they were no longer his weaknesses. Yen Little Moon took a deep shuddering breath, her eyelashes trembling. She bitterly sighed with hardship in her heart. In just a single year, what he meditated on was the Chaos Stones, and yet his comprehension of laws has already surpassed mine. As for bloodline strength, while he currently cannot compare with me, perhaps several days from now he might obtain the drop of Phoenix blood essence. After fusing with that, he still won't have a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, but the power of his bloodline will carry with it a faint aura of a true god beast. Even I won't have such an aura. The only way I would is if I too could obtain a drop of Phoenix blood essence. At that time, who could still stop Lin Ming? The advantages he has I might not have, but the advantages I have, he does not lack any of them. Yen Little Moon looked at the dark gold phoenix fluttering its wings in the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, and myriad emotions swelled up in her heart. Everything that happened on this day seemed like a fantastical illusion. Today, she had suffered a tremendous setback, but at the same time she had also learned an important lesson. Unconsciously, another 20 hours passed. Fire Spirit Star's sun fell and rose again. As for Lin Ming, his breakthrough into the 7th stage of life destruction was drawing to an end. His particles of flesh and blood had been heated and burned by the power of 10,036 different kinds of flames, and had already completely fused with the ancient Phoenix bloodline. The soul waves that bounced within the world of will projection also completed their final round of tempering. As everyone thought that Lin Ming was about to reform his body, in the skies above, there was suddenly a bass rumbling sound. What is that? Everyone looked up at the skies and discovered something amazing. The heaven and earth origin energy above Fire Spirit Star was suddenly stirred up, becoming restless as if there was some heavenly treasure being born. Who? Who? The heaven and earth origin energy formed a massive vortex, all of it surging around and curling up together. And the center of that vortex was the 18 hells of flame. What is this? The young disciples all widened their eyes in shock. Even Duke Golden Sword, Monarch Sweetie Fox, and the normally emotionless and deadpan Blackwood were stricken. What occurred now was even more startling than Lin Ming breaking through to the 7th level of the hells of flame. Could it be? Impossible! Duke Golden Sword, Monarch Sweetie Fox, and Blackwood simultaneously became aware of a possibility, but none of them dared to believe their own thoughts. This disbelief continued until the heaven and earth origin energy above the 18 hells of flame formed a vortex with a layer of clouds above it. The center of this cloud layer slowly fell down like a giant funnel, linking directly to the center of the 18 hells of flame's entrance. As this happened, all of them realized that their previous thoughts were correct. Even so, with the truth placed right in front of them, they still found it hard to believe. Origin energy cloud. It's an origin energy cloud condensed from the laws of the world. Monarch Sweetie Fox cried out with a hoarse voice. How could this be possible? Lin Ming is only at the 7th stage of life destruction, and yet he managed to form an origin energy cloud? This is simply... This is unimaginable. Origin energy clouds were a phenomenon that would appear only when a martial artist was crossing the 9th stage of life destruction. When a martial artist broke through the 9-fall boundary, their essence, energy, and divine would reach perfection, and this event would cause heaven and earth origin energy to gather and condense, forming origin energy clouds. These origin energy clouds were filled with countless fragments of the world's laws, all of them containing endless mysteries. Origin energy clouds were also divided into ranks. The lowest rank was a 3-mile-wide origin energy cloud. This was called a single-layered heaven's 9-fall. When Huyenguang crossed 9-fall, he had done so with a 4-layered heavens, 12-mile-wide origin energy cloud. This was already enough to alarm and impress the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace. But now, none of them could ever imagine that when Lin Ming crossed the 7th stage of life destruction, there would actually be origin energy clouds gathering in the skies. Within the long history of the ancient Phoenix clan, there had indeed been geniuses that were able to form an origin energy cloud before they reached 9-fall. But that only happened at 8-fall. For someone to condense an origin energy cloud at 7-fall, that was almost impossible to imagine. After Monarch Sweetie Fox and Duke Golden Sword realized what happened, the other young disciples all began to catch on. It had to be known that most of the disciples present hadn't been able to achieve the 9th stage of life destruction. They had only reached the 8th stage of life destruction before stepping into the Divine Sea Realm. To reach 9-fall and form the lowest level of origin energy clouds was a dream that many of these disciples wished for, much less forming an origin energy cloud at 7-fall. This meant that in the future when Lin Ming stepped into the 8th and 9th stages of life destruction, the origin energy clouds he formed would be far greater, and the baptism of laws he would bathe in would be that much more intense. To an ordinary disciple, being able to undertake a baptism of laws was an unbelievable luxury, much less being able to do so 3 times. That was a feat that others simply couldn't compete with. As the surging origin energy clouds reflected in Yen Littlemoon's bright pupils, she sighed again and again. She had a faint premonition in her heart that Lin Ming was destined to shine in radiant glory within the ancient Phoenix clan. He would take that as his foundation and move towards the greater stage of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. The turbulent origin energy cloud in the sky continued for a quarter hour. It finally gathered in a radius of 3 miles. This was also called a single-layered heavens. The origin energy cloud of a single-layered heavens wasn't considered much at all. However, Lin Ming was only at the 7th stage of life destruction. This 3-mile radius origin energy cloud actually represented the beginning of everything. As they said, the Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all of creation. 3 was the beginning of all things and also the foundation of the world. This numeral in itself contained the great truths of the universe. A 3-mile origin energy cloud. Monarch Sweetie Fox gulped. As she looked up at the skies, she was actually glad that Lin Ming hadn't been able to reach 4 or 5 layered heavens in a single go. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know what expression to make. However, she soon discovered that the origin energy cloud Lin Ming formed was not ordinary at all. Rather, a thin layer of fog fluttered around the origin energy cloud. This fog seemed common and ordinary, but it actually gave off a boundless and ancient feeling. Just by looking at it, one could feel the breath of the great Tao blowing down at them. What is that? Monarch Sweetie Fox was startled. Even with her understandings of the laws, she still found it difficult to see through that thin layer of fog. As she continued gazing at it, she found that the breath of the great Tao laws had simply vanished, as if it had never been there to begin with. This fog was the elementary form of grand mist energy. When Lin Ming had perceived the chaos stones, he had incorporated the grand mist laws within him. Thus, the origin energy cloud he formed naturally carried with it the aura of the grand mist laws. The grand mist laws were derived from the changes that happened when the universe first formed. Because that time was too far away, grand mist energy had all but disappeared from the world. It could only be found in some black holes as well as some extremely mystical stars. Even if one found grand mist energy, that grand mist energy would have already lost its vibrancy, and thus it would have also lost the aura of its laws. Lin Ming's flesh and blood particles, the fragments of his soul, all of it shot upwards through the massive energy funnel and into the origin energy cloud. Here, the heaven and earth origin energy had already condensed into countless post-celestial Tao diagrams. These post-celestial Tao diagrams were incomparably mysterious and exquisite. They condensed, shattered, reformed, and then cracked apart once again in a never-ending cycle. Lin Ming's flesh and blood particles wrapped around these post-celestial Tao diagrams. His entire body was subtly sifted through by the laws. The advantages he obtained from this were immeasurable. When a martial artist crossed life destruction and had to withstand a baptism of laws from within the origin energy cloud, that was the same as directly thrusting the heavenly Tao into their body. One was a memory of the brain, and the other was having the heavenly Tao plunge into the body. The differences between these two methods could be imagined. This baptism continued for 2 hours. Lin Ming's physical body finally began to slowly reform. First was the black hole revolving core. Then, with the revolving core as the foundation, countless particles gathered, forming the skeleton, organs, bones, and finally the muscles and skin. The spiritual sea also began to slowly condense. Those soul waves that were reverberating within the origin energy cloud began to gather within Lin Ming's mortal body, forming a complete soul. As Lin Ming's body formed, many of the post-celestial Tao diagrams formed by the laws buried themselves into Lin Ming's body, becoming a part of him. If someone were to cut apart Lin Ming's body now, they would be able to find fragments of laws and post-celestial Tao diagrams formed from laws within him. Not just that, but there were also the law runes that had deeply engraved themselves into the very marrow of his bones. This was also a manifestation of the post-celestial Great Tao. The process of his body reforming continued for several hours. Because a massive amount of the Phoenix bloodline had been integrated into him, Lin Ming's physical body had become far more tenacious and clear like crystal, like the purest jade that contained not a single impurity. His compatibility with the fire laws had also been raised to a nearly unimaginable degree. His hair was tinged with red. Every single strand of hair was like a thread of silk, glossy and lustrous, yet incomparably tough. Even a saber wouldn't be able to cut a strand of hair apart. If someone was able to obtain a single strand of Lin Ming's hair, they could absolutely refine it into a top-quality rope-class treasure. If this treasure were placed in the world of mortals, it would cause even divine sea powerhouses to struggle for it. Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. A brief brilliant flame flashed in his clear pupils. With a thought, the fire origin energy around him transformed into a red silk robe that wrapped round his body. In the next moment, the entire 3-mile origin energy cloud also completely gathered towards the center and submerged into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming had used around 2 whole days to complete this 7th stage of life destruction. As the red-robed Lin Ming slowly fell down from the sky, The incomparably wild and violent fiery astral winds that blew towards him suddenly became inexplicably quiet and gentle around him, as if Lin Ming had become their master. Dressed in red, his clothes floating in the wind and his long hair wildly waving around, Lin Ming's two pupils shined like twin moons in the night sky. As he stepped onto the wind, every step he took formed a blue lotus of heaven and earth origin energy underneath his feet. These blue lotuses blazed like flames, lingering for a long period of time, clearly far more wondrous and profound than the blue lotuses Yen Little Moon had formed. As he walked onto these blossoming flowers, it was like he was stepping on the road to heaven. In this moment, Lin Ming seemed as if he had come from the heavens. An immortal ruler descended to the world. As the martial artists present saw Lin Ming, all of them were shocked from the depths of their hearts. It was as if Lin Ming himself was a condensation of the heavenly Tao. Every step he took brought with it the aura of the laws. With a single order, with the slightest movement, the laws moved at his command. Perfect seventh stage life destruction. Monarch Sweetie Fox gazed at Lin Ming with some envy in her eyes. Because of his gold battle spirit, he was able to break down his soul into the tiniest soul waves, thoroughly tempering himself. In addition to that, he was also baptized by the laws of the world. If he rushes into the 18 hells of flame again, he might not be able to make it to the 8th level, but he can at least approach the 7th level 5,000-mile distance. The 18 hells of flame mainly tested a martial artist's understandings of the laws. Cultivation had a much smaller influence. In truth, regardless of whether Lin Ming was at the 6th or 7th stage of life destruction when he entered the hells of flame, the difference wouldn't be much. The reason was that at this depth, the fiery astral winds were too violent and dangerous. Even a divine transformation realm powerhouse would find it difficult to withstand it if they didn't use the power of laws. Compared to a divine transformation powerhouse, the difference between the 6th and 7th stage of life destruction was just too minor. But when Lin Ming had crossed the 7th stage of life destruction, he had withstood a baptism of the world's laws. His understanding of the laws was already destined to become far more profound, and the distance he could reach would also be much deeper. Duke Golden Sword's voice was thick with feeling as he said, "When Lin Ming crossed the 7th stage of life destruction, the impact this will have on his results in the 18 hells of flame won't be that great. But the influence it will have in the Illusionary God Combat Array will be remarkable. The Illusionary God Combat Array only tests one's talent in true combat ability. Whether the enemies are weak or strong, that will depend on Lin Ming's age." When Lin Ming crossed the 7th stage of life destruction, his age didn't change. Thus his enemy's strength will not have increased. But Lin Ming's strength actually rose by a large margin. I fear even the set standard of the 1,000 slaughter cannot hold him back. Duke Golden Sword originally held a great appreciation towards Lin Ming, but now his appreciation seemed far too insufficient. Lin Ming's talent was over 100 times what he had dared to imagine. He feared that within 1,000 years, rather than him appreciating Lin Ming, he would be hoping that Lin Ming appreciated him instead. In any case, Lin Ming's Fire Spirit Star Smelting Trial will shock the entire ancient Phoenix clan. All of the great noble families will extend an olive branch to him. Lin Ming will step to the height of his fame, wielding great power. At that time, which family Lin Ming chooses to side with will become a vital matter that the entire ancient Phoenix clan will be focusing on. That's right. Another tumultuous storm will come to the ancient Phoenix clan. The Shao family has Shao Chuji and the Huang family has Huang Yefeng. Only the Hua family's current generation is a bit weak. I think that the Hua family will do everything in their power, no matter how unsavory, in order to win over Lin Ming. They may even think of raising Lin Ming to be their next candidate for the throne of the patriarch, so that they can compete with the Huang family and Shao family. In order to raise a divine realm Holy Lord level extreme talent, a tremendous amount of resources was necessary. There were even many resources that there was only a single portion of. If someone used it, no one else would be able to. Thus, even in the 3 great noble families that had such a deep background, they could only focus their strength and raise one genius at a time. The Shao family and Huang family already possessed an extreme genius in their ranks. so it was impossible for them to do everything in their power to raise Lin Ming. Moreover, even if they decided to raise Lin Ming, they still wouldn't push him into struggling for the position of patriarch. First, they would place the greatest consideration on their own direct descendant disciples. This meant that the Hua family would have an even greater superiority in winning over Lin Ming. Monarch Sweetie Fox said, "I fear that the Hua family will have to hemorrhage a great deal of wealth this time. Lin Ming's existence is too important to them. In order to win over Lin Ming, they will put forth endless benefits. Even if they will bear a great deal of resistance in pushing Lin Ming to become the next patriarch, and even if they fail in the end, if they manage to gain a vice-patriarch with the strength of a Holy Lord-level master, that will also be greatly significant to the Hua family. Although the ancient Phoenix clan only had a single patriarch at any given time, there were actually multiple Holy Lord-level powerhouses. For instance, the highest elders that had withdrawn from their position of patriarch or vice-patriarch. There were even some divinely gifted extreme geniuses that had become vice-patriarchs after failing for some reason in their struggle for the throne of the patriarch. Even so, their combat strength wasn't necessarily any worse than the current patriarchs. Send this news out. I think that the Hua family needs it the most. I believe that before the Fire Spirit Star smelting trial ends, they will already have sent out a messenger to contact Lin Ming. Golden Sword, aren't you also someone of the Hua family? Your father-in-law should be very happy to hear this news." Monarch Sweetie Fox teased as she suddenly remembered something. Duke Golden Sword glared back at Monarch Sweetie Fox. He grouchily said, "I am of the Golden family. I only married a daughter of the Hua family. Only someone like you would use such a matter to pick on me." Although Golden Sword seemed angry, he actually didn't mind that much. He understood how important it was to seek the shelter of a distinguished family. If he hadn't married a talented young woman of the Hua clan, he would never have managed to reach this step. News of Lin Ming rushing into the 7th level of the Hells of Flame and simultaneously forming an origin energy cloud at the 7th stage of life destruction spread out like a surging tide over the entire ancient Phoenix clan. Without a doubt, this was the grandest event in the ancient Phoenix clan for the last tens of thousands of years. In Phoenix Cry Palace, when Fairy Feng obtained this news, she was pleasantly surprised. Although she had held high faith in Lin Ming, she never imagined that he would bring her such great and wondrous surprises. However, those that had the greatest reaction to Lin Ming were the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters as well as the great families. At this time, at the Divine Realm's Crimson Light world, within a sealed space, there was a large planet that had been shifted into it by some great supernatural power. This was the home base of the Hua family, one of the 3 great distinguished families of the ancient Phoenix clan. The Hua family, a single family by itself, was able to occupy the entire planet. When all the direct descendants of the Hua family, as well as the branch descendants, were added together, they were no fewer in number than the entire population of Phoenix Cry Palace. It was a figure that used 1 million as the base unit. With so many people, not every junior of the 3 great families had a rich bloodline. Only the true top genius disciples among them would be allowed to remain at the family headquarters and be given focus in training. Most other juniors were sent to other faction palaces as their own personal smelting trial. They would stand with the juniors of the ordinary families, and all of them would begin at the same starting line. They would rise based on their own talent. Perhaps they would be able to wield great power and become a pivotal figure at their branch palace, adding influence to the family. Or perhaps they would vanish in the sands of time, slowly forgotten by their family. At this time, within the central core palace of the Hua family, over a dozen elders were sitting around a circular table. A flame-colored jade slip was mounted at the center of the round table. This was the message sent by Duke Golden Sword. In this jade slip, there were also some sealed images of Lin Ming's crossing of the 7th stage of life destruction. The phenomenon of the origin energy cloud left everyone flustered. And circling around this jade slip, the elders present had divided into 2 camps, fiercely arguing with each other. The key question was just what they were quarreling about. They were arguing over whether or not they should take in Lin Ming as the top core disciple of their Hua family, and perhaps even faithfully push him into the position to be the next patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan to compete with the Huang family and the Xiao family. On one side was the conservative faction of the Hua family. They advocated for purity of bloodline, and believed that no matter what, Lin Ming was still an outsider that wasn't worth the focused training of the Hua family. They believed they should focus all resources on the juniors of the Hua family. And on the other side was everyone that was laughing at the Hua family's conservative faction. They believed that after spending 10,000 years diligently training the so-called genius disciples, all of them had turned out to be useless idiots that couldn't stand up to anyone. They had wasted so many resources, and yet no one they produced had even come close to comparing with Huang Yefeng or Xiao Chuji. This sort of dispute had frequently repeated itself for the last several hundreds of years. But this time the argument was particularly nasty. But no matter how desperately any side argued, the final judgment lay in the hands of the Hua family's patriarch. Patriarch, in these past years, although our Hua family has been called part of the ancient Phoenix clan's three great families along with the Xiao family and the Huang family, the truth is that our family is slowly diminishing. In fact, we have already been long cast away by the other two. In the 72 branch palaces, most of the vital positions have been wrested away by the other two families. And as for the future position of the ancient Phoenix clan patriarch, it seems likely that Huang Yefeng or Xiao Chuji will take the throne. Regardless of which one of them takes the position of patriarch, the other will still be the top vice-patriarch. This is a major attack on our family. We must raise a talented disciple at all costs to compete with those two. If they do not come from our family, then the wishes and desires of their heart will be different. Can you guarantee that this Lin Ming isn't some greedy and treacherous wolf? If we spend so much strength training him and yet he doesn't help our Hua family, then wouldn't we just lose everything? That's still better than sitting here and waiting to rot away. Looking at the greater picture, even if Lin Ming isn't a junior of our Hua family, I am still willing to train him to become the next patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. That result is still far better than to have the position fall into the hands of the other two. The elders of both sides became increasingly intense in their arguing. The meeting continued for several hours. But at this moment, the patriarch of the Hua family, a red-robed old man sitting in the seat of honor, suddenly spoke up. Enough! No more arguing. Inform High Dragon. Have him bring along a drop of Phoenix blood essence and follow me. I shall personally go to Atlas World's Fire Spirit Star. And you too, White Jade, you're coming along. Bring with you the Sacred Flame Testament. I want to see with my own eyes just what sort of heroic young elite this Lin Ming is. What? As the elders heard the red-robed old man speak, all of them were stunned. The Hua family patriarch actually planned on going to Atlas World's Fire Spirit Star to personally observe this Lin Ming. Moreover, he also wanted to take with him a drop of Phoenix blood essence and the Sacred Flame Testament. The High Dragon that the red-robed old man spoke of was Hua High Dragon, the internal affairs envoy of the ancient Phoenix clan, and also Monarch Sweetie Fox's immediate boss. He was part of the Hua family, and regardless of strength or status, he far surpassed any ordinary palace master of the 72 palaces. However, even Hua High Dragon couldn't take a drop of Phoenix blood essence whenever he wanted. Because this involved so many interests and oppositions, he had to go through and obtain the approval of the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters as well as the three great families in order to do so. However, because the standard that headquarters had set down seemed on the verge of being met, it was well within reason for Hua High Dragon to bring with him a drop of Phoenix blood essence. As for the Sacred Flame Testament, that was a set of totem stones. Moreover, it was the most precious set of totem stones in the entire ancient Phoenix clan. If someone called these totem stones number 2, no one would dare to classify anything else as number 1. There was a total of 9 carvings in this set of totem stones. However, these totem stones did not originate from the clansmen of the ancient Phoenix clan. Rather, they had been found by the first patriarch of the Hua family. That patriarch had been exploring a mystic realm when he accidentally stumbled upon this set of totem stones. And this patriarch was also one of the most mythical characters of the ancient Phoenix clan. He had a great number of lucky chances in his life and nearly became a world king. This set of totem stones was one of his lucky chances. This set of totem stones altogether was named the Sacred Flame Testament. As for who had carved them, no one knew anything except that it was absolutely some ancient supreme elder. It was even possible that they were left behind by an Empyrean-level character. The sacred flame testament was the most precious treasure of the Hua family, and also the foundation of the Hua family's glory and strength. For all these tens of thousands of years, the Hua family had relied on the sacred flame testament and the blessings of the first patriarch to slowly develop, eventually becoming one of the ancient Phoenix clan's three great families. Patriarch wishes to bring the sacred flame testament to Atlas World's fire spirit star? Several elders of the conservative faction gulped in unison. The Hua family patriarch also had another position at the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. That was highest elder of the ancient Phoenix clan. The patriarchs of the three great families were all highest elders of the ancient Phoenix clan. Their status was not what a normal palace master could ever hope to compare with. And now he wanted to go and personally observe a Life Destruction Realm junior disciple as he underwent the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. Moreover, if the sacred flame testament was brought to Fire Spirit Star, then it was certainly so that Lin Ming could meditate on it. The sacred flame testament was the same as other totem stones. There were law fragments that slowly accumulated inside, and once they were perceived, these law fragments would be drained out. Not even the elders of the Hua clan had many chances to perceive them, and yet Lin Ming was going to be given a chance to do so. Without a doubt, the patriarch had already decided that he would win over Lin Ming. 2 days later, Atlas World, Fire Spirit Star. In these 2 days, Lin Ming had been in seclusion as he slowly combed over the laws within his body. He had just broken through to the 7th stage of life destruction and had also withstood the baptism of the laws within the origin energy cloud. He had accumulated a great deal of insights in the meantime and had to take this prime time to enlighten himself on the laws. Closing up and meditating at this moment was the best method for Lin Ming to increase his strength. During these last 2 days, Lin Ming felt as if his spirit was freely roaming through the highest heavens. His strength as well as his comprehension of laws greatly increased every day. On the 3rd day, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment, all of the light around him vanished. And within his body, the runes on his bones began to light up one at a time, blooming with a luminous light. It was time for him to take the Phoenix blood essence. Lin Ming thought to himself. On this day, he had accumulated enough energy. His body was overflowing with strength. What he wished for was a happy and wild battle. Lin Ming left seclusion. Some disciples immediately cried out. In these 2 days, the many disciples of Fire Spirit Star didn't train at all. At most, they would rush through the 18 hells of flame. But none of them entered Totem Tower. They were waiting for the grand occasion that was coming. They all wanted to see Lin Ming complete the 1,000 slaughter of the illusionary god combat array and finally obtain the drop of Phoenix blood essence. It's about to begin. Yen Little Moon stepped out from a floating cave abode. She looked at Lin Ming floating in the sky, a complex emotion coloring her face. She didn't want to see Lin Ming shine in brilliance yet again. But with her complex mood and her strange thoughts, she silently flew over to the illusionary god combat array. And behind Yen Little Moon, the female disciples of Charming Phoenix Palace all flew out one by one. Today was destined to be carved in the history of the ancient Phoenix clan. With so much hope and expectation, they definitely wouldn't miss such a scene. Lin Ming, truly miraculous. On Phoenix Cry Palace's side, White Daohong floated high in the sky. Behind him were the other Divine Transformation Realm disciples of Phoenix Hall, the Divine Sea Realm disciples, and then the Rookie disciples. Zhou Fei, the rookie disciple that had taken the number 1 spot in the qualification tournament, was naturally also in this group. After he witnessed Lin Ming break into the 7th level of the Hells of Flame and then summon a 3-mile origin energy cloud as he crossed the 7th stage of life destruction, he had already long discarded any thoughts of competing with Lin Ming. As he thought back to how he planned on surpassing Lin Ming, Zhou Fei only felt his cheeks blush red. Luckily, he hadn't been audacious enough to say that to Lin Ming's face. Otherwise, he truly would become the laughing stock of all. The disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace, Charming Phoenix Palace, and Praying Phoenix Palace all left their respective spirit boats, cave dwellings, residences, or even returned from the 18 hells of flame if they were training there. They all returned to watch Lin Ming begin his final impact on the last standard for obtaining the drop of Phoenix blood essence. And in front of Totem Tower Square, Blackwood, Duke Golden Sword, and Monarch Sweetie Fox were all flying in the air. They saw Lin Ming approach, bursting with energy and potential. Monarch Sweetie Fox lovably smiled and said, "Lin Ming, you seem as if you are prepared?" "Yes. Good. Then I will first tell you something. To complete the 1,000 slaughter in the Illusionary God Combat Array is much more difficult than reaching the 7th level of the 18 Hells of Flame. The last person to complete the 1,000 slaughter did so 40,000 years ago. According to the standards set by headquarters, all you need to do is complete the 1,000 slaughter before the ancient Phoenix smelting trial ends. Are you sure that you wish to attempt this now?" "Yes, Lady Envoy." "Good. Blackwood, activate the array," Monarch Sweetie Fox said. Beside her, Blackwood swept out his hand and a rumbling sound echoed through Totem Tower Square. The great portal gate of the Illusionary God Combat Array emerged once again. Fire Spirit Star's Illusionary God Combat Array already had a history of 1,000,000 years. After the Supreme Elder of the past laid down this array formation, it had recorded the countless heroic young elites that had passed through it. Then, a simulacrum of these heroic young elites was reproduced through the array formation and energy, forming a killing array. When a trial challenger rushed through the Illusionary God Combat Array, they would have to face the onslaught of these numerous geniuses. Lin Ming silently extracted the Phoenix Blood Spear and slowly flew into the Illusionary God Combat Array. It had already been over a full year since he had last had a hearty and fulfilling battle. Now, his body was bursting with energy, impatient to erupt. I wonder how many people Lin Ming can slay. What happens if he surpasses the 1,000 slaughter? Several young girls from charming Phoenix Palace whispered to themselves, lost in a daze as they stared at Lin Ming's fading back, dreaming of him. In fact, Lin Ming was indeed a peerless young heroic elite. Not to mention the great marvels that occurred when he crossed the 7th stage of life destruction or his handsome appearance and ethereal temperament, but just based on his talent, future, and also the possibility that he would be able to absorb a drop of Phoenix blood essence and obtain the characteristics of a god beast's blood essence in his veins. That alone was enough for countless young beauties to wish that they could marry him. After having reached this step, it was normal for young girls to be captivated by him. Who knows? No one has managed to complete the 1,000 slaughter in 40,000 years. To complete the Illusionary God Combat Array's 1,000 slaughter is more difficult than reaching the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. Lin Ming is powerful, but wanting to accomplish this feat won't be easy. Just a few days ago he had barely managed to reach the 7th level of the Hells of Flame too. At this point not many people doubted that Lin Ming would be able to obtain the drop of Phoenix blood essence. They were only guessing on how far Lin Ming could go in his first attempt within the Illusionary God Combat Array. Lin Ming suddenly shot forwards. His body turned into a ray of light that directly broke into the Illusionary God Combat Array. When Lin Ming arrived within the Illusionary God Combat Array, he discovered that he had entered a very broad expanse of space. Lin Ming was in a land of fire. Beating flames surrounded him on all sides, dancing in groups around him. Besides that, there was nothing here but a vast, dark and deathly silent plain, incomparably quiet. Several hundred feet in front of Lin Ming, a dark gray-clothed person slowly surfaced from the ground. This person was 8 feet tall and his features were fierce and demonic. He held a great curved knife in his hand. This isn't a human? Lin Ming looked at this gray-clothed man. He had a 5th stage life destruction cultivation, 2 stages lower than Lin Ming himself. This was equal to the most ordinary standard for being a genius in the divine realm. According to age, as a 29-year-old 7th stage life destruction martial artist, Lin Ming was considered a standard top talent of one of the 72 branch palaces. But, when placed within the entire ancient Phoenix clan, this wasn't too amazing at all. For instance, Yen Little Moon had a 7th stage life destruction cultivation and was 2 years younger than he was. In other words, once Lin Ming had slain around 500 or 600 people, he would begin to face groups of top 7th and 8th stage life destruction masters. When he neared 1,000 people, he might even face large squads of 9th-stage life destruction elites. Moreover, these people would not be normal 9th-stage life destruction masters. That would be the true start of the battle. Sii. The gray-clothed man raised his curved knife and rushed forwards. This curved knife was a high-grade saint artifact. As the gray-clothed man slashed it down, a knife light shot out like a 10,000-foot bolt of white lightning, splitting apart the atmosphere. Lin Ming turned his hand. His body turned into a haze of blue smoke as the phoenix blood spear shot forth like a laser beam. Kacha! The 10,000-foot knife light was torn apart by the phoenix blood spear's spear light. The spear light continued forth unabated, piercing through that gray-clothed man's protective true essence and stabbing through his heart. Blood splashed all around. The gray-clothed man flew backwards. He smashed into the ground, and then his body began to slowly fade away. Lin Ming effortlessly killed his first opponent. This was also a matter of course. Up to this point, Lin Ming had never yet met a genius at his level whose combat strength had surpassed his own. Moreover, this gray-clothed man had only been at the 5th stage of life destruction. He was 2 stages of life destruction lower. Killing him was as easy as turning his hand. At this time, outside the illusionary god combat array, a star lit up on the arch of the gate. This star represented Lin Ming having slain the first opponent. Only 2 breaths of time had passed for Lin Ming to complete the first kill. No one was surprised by this. They waited for the other stars to start shining, especially the 9th star, that represented completion of the 1,000 slaughter. At this time, Monarch Sweetie Fox's thoughts moved. She looked up at the sky and mumbled to herself. Some people have arrived. This aura is high-grade spirit artifact. Just as her voice fell, a rumbling sound filled the sky like endless thunderclaps. The skies above Fire Spirit Star were torn asunder, and a massive scroll flew out from that shattered space. It slowly unfurled in the skies, forming countless beautiful and exquisite images. These scenes were clearly part of the scroll, and yet when they were projected into the skies of Fire Spirit Star, they seemed completely lifelike. They formed a separate domain of space in the skies. That is the sacred flame samsara scroll. It is someone from the Hua family, and someone extremely important at that. Monarch Sweetie Fox was surprised. The sacred flame samsara scroll was one of the Hua family's high-grade spirit artifact magic treasures. Not just that, but it was an outstanding existence amongst all high-grade spirit artifacts. To be able to activate the sacred flame samsara scroll and drive it through the void, only a high-level figure of the Hua family would be able to do that. The news of this was just passed out, and yet the Hua family personally sent someone to Fire Spirit Star in order to win over Lin Ming? That's a bit too much, isn't it? I wonder who came this time. Monarch Sweetie Fox glanced over at Duke Golden Sword. Duke Golden Sword shrugged. He had only sent the news, he didn't know who had come from the Hua family. The disciples of the 3 branch palaces as well as their leading elders all stopped talking about Lin Ming attempting the illusionary god combat array and looked up at the sacred flame samsara scroll in the sky. That is actually a high-grade spirit artifact? Sun Cyperstar said, startled. There was an enormous difference in value between every small grade of spirit artifacts. His Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron was in truth only a top low-grade spirit artifact, and yet that was enough to cause Chu Red Cloud Plot to make a bet with him. As for the samsara scroll floating in the sky, that was something that his Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron could not hope to compare with. Without a doubt, whoever had come was a great figure from either headquarters or the 3 great families. As the sacred flame samsara scroll unfurled, 3 red-robed elders slowly floated down, flanked by a pair of golden-armored warriors. As Monarch Sweetie Fox, Blackwood, and Duke Golden Sword saw these 3 elders, especially the one in front, all of their eyes widened to the point of nearly falling out. Their hearts nearly stopped beating in their chests. As for Sun Cyperstar and Chu Red Cloud, both of them had a perplexed expression as they didn't know who had arrived. But this confusion only lasted for a brief moment before they were frightened out of their wits. This was because Monarch Sweetie Fox, Blackwood, and Duke Golden Sword all deeply bowed to the red-robed elder at the front. Disciple Sweetie Fox respectfully welcomes the highest elder. Disciple Blackwood respectfully welcomes the highest elder. Disciple Golden Sword respectfully welcomes the highest elder. Highest elder? This red-robed old man was actually a highest elder of the ancient Phoenix clan. Someone whose status could compare with the patriarchs? That was simply a godlike figure. Just what would he have come to Fire Spirit Star for? As Monarch Sweetie Fox and the others called out the title of the highest elder, Chu Red Cloud, Sun Cyper Star, and the many disciples of the three branch palaces were all left dumbfounded. They didn't think that this red-robed old man was actually the highest elder of the ancient Phoenix clan. The highest elders were titanic figures. Whether it was strength or status, they were equal with the patriarch. There were even some highest elders that had been the patriarch in the past, but then had abdicated the throne in order to go into seclusion and cultivate. Their strength was even higher than the current patriarchs. These characters were lofty and existed above others. Normally, they would never come into contact with low-level disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, nor would they visit the 72 branch palaces. If a palace master of one of the 72 branch palaces went to the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters to request an audience with the highest elder, they would also have to respectfully bow. As for low-level palace elders like Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cyper Star, they would simply never see any of the highest elders in their lifetimes. At most, they would see someone at a lower level like the Internal Affairs Envoy or the Merit Elder. And in their opinion, these types of people were already extraordinary figures. Meeting them was similar to a countryside magistrate seeing an imperial emissary. As for the highest elder, that was the emperor. Now the highest elder had come to Fire Spirit Star. There could only be one explanation for it, and that was that he had come here to observe Lin Ming's trial. As Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cyper Star thought of this, both of them gulped. Lin Ming had even managed to arouse the interest of such a grand character. Lin Ming is inside? The red-robed old man indifferently asked Duke Golden Sword as he floated high in the sky. Yes. Duke Golden Sword swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This old man speaking to him was named Violent Stone and was also his father-in-law's grandfather. In the face of a highest elder whose status was so great it could frighten others to death, even the normally impertinent Duke Golden Sword felt an immense pressure. Violent Stone looked over to the single star shining on the arch of the illusionary god combat array. Of the 9 stars, only one had lit up. This signified that Lin Ming had slain his first opponent. He just entered? Yes, it's only been a dozen or so breaths of time. Violent Stone nodded. Normally, the illusionary god combat array trial took an extremely long period of time to complete. In a battle between two geniuses where their strength wasn't too far apart, a battle could last several quarter hours or even several hours, not to mention the time it would take to complete the 1,000 slaughter. Even though the beginning would be a bit faster, the further one progressed, the longer each battle would take. Normally, it would take around a few hours to slay 600 to 700 people. But to kill 800 people, that would take most of the day. As for 900 people, that might take a full day. 40,000 years ago, when someone completed the 1,000 slaughter, that had lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. The last section of the battles was particularly difficult. Withstanding such an endeavor was far easier said than done. A martial artist that completed the 1,000 slaughter would have to have terrifying endurance, and a recovery ability that would allow them to continue through a near-endless revolving war. They also had to possess strong nerves and a powerful will. Otherwise, in a high-intensity battle where one's mind was stressed from maintaining total concentration, even if one's body and true essence could withstand it, their mind might not. In a battle between masters, a single distraction could prove to be fatal. Violent Stone thought for a moment and then fell onto the ground in front of Totem Tower. As for everyone else, they retreated in unison, giving ground to Violent Stone. In front of a highest elder, all of these people were vigilant and also cautious in their discussion. At this time, the second star lit up. This star symbolized that 10 people had been slain. Currently, Lin Ming had only been in there for 20 breaths of time. The first 10 people within the illusionary god combat array came out one at a time. After killing one, it would take 1 or 2 breaths of time for the next opponent to appear. For Lin Ming to slaughter 10 opponents within 20 breaths of time, That proved that he had instantly killed his opponents as they showed up. This was also natural. The opponents at the beginning wouldn't surpass the 6th stage of life destruction. With Lin Ming's killing strength, it was no different from cutting vegetables. Then, the 3rd star also lit up. Lin Ming had slain 50 opponents within the illusionary god combat array. Starting at the 51st opponent, Lin Ming would have to face 3 at a time. In this battle, 3 opponents would appear. Moreover, 2 of these 3 would have a 7th stage life destruction cultivation, the same as Lin Ming. These 3 people appeared and then joined forces to rush at Lin Ming. Each one was fully focused on attacking without giving a single thought to defense. Their moves were all designed for them to perish together with Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression was calm. He waved the phoenix blood spear and endless spear lights covered his body. With a pong-pong-pong sound, the combined attack of the 3 was blocked by Lin Ming. Then, Lin Ming swept his spear out. A beautiful spear light drew a brilliant arc, a simple move capable of sweeping through an army. The spear point slashed the throats of the 3 opponents, instantly beheading all of them. They collapsed and vanished in a bloody light. Lin Ming's moves were extremely simple, but they could be described with a single word: fast. So fast that they reached the extremes of velocity. With such a high speed, the might that such a simple move could display was unimaginable. After slaying these 3 people, more and more opponents emerged. However, none of them were Lin Ming's match. 100 slaughtered, 200 slaughtered, 300 slaughtered, 400 slaughtered. After killing 400 people, the geniuses Lin Ming faced were all at the 7th stage of life destruction and above, with many at the 8th stage of life destruction. Lin Ming discovered that the number of opponents he had to face at the same time increased by 3 for every 100 people he killed. For instance, he faced 12 enemies simultaneously after killing 400 people, and now he faced 15 enemies simultaneously after killing 500 people. The cultivation of these opponents didn't sound too high. In the past, let alone life destruction powerhouses, Lin Ming had even slain numerous divine sea powerhouses. But those divine sea powerhouses he had killed couldn't compare with these people in front of him. If any one of these opponents were chosen, they would be equal to a 29-year-old Hui Yingguang or Zhou Fei. In the future, they would become characters that crossed the 9th stage of life destruction. Moreover, these people all attacked as if they didn't care for their lives. Their coordination was impeccable, and their various attack moves sealed away all avenues of retreat. However, in the face of absolute strength, all of that was useless. Spear light swept out and blood splashed out. The phoenix blood spear was like a red dragon diving through a sea of blood. Wherever it visited, flesh and blood would rain down. Outside of the illusionary god combat array, another star lit up. Before, because fewer enemies had appeared, Lin Ming's kill count had increased slowly. But now that over 10 opponents appeared each time, the number of them he slaughtered rapidly grew. An hour later, Lin Ming had already slaughtered 600 people within the illusionary god combat array. This was the same distance that Yen Little Moon had reached. Once he passed the checkpoint of slaying 600 enemies, 18 of them appeared at a time. Moreover, these 18 people all had 8th stage life destruction cultivations, a single stage higher than Lin Ming. This meant that if they were real people, their cultivation speed would surpass Lin Ming's, reaching the same level as White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. Correspondingly, their combat strength wasn't very different from a 29-year-old White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. Now, Lin Ming had to face 18 of these enemies at a time. Trial Challenger, for you to rush this far, you have done well. But this is where your journey ends. Starting from slaughtering 600 opponents, the difficulty will soar to another level. Us 18 people will send you on your way out of here. The leader of the 18 people suddenly said out loud. Lin Ming was slightly surprised. He didn't think that these people would actually speak out like real living persons. It was clear that these 18 people were different from his previous opponents, and this difference was that they all had spiritual wisdom. They weren't too different from true living opponents. They weren't like the previous opponents, without the slightest bit of will, risking everything to bring down Lin Ming. Then bring it on. Lin Ming faintly began to stir with excitement. His opponents so far hadn't been able to place the least bit of pressure on him. But now he felt a tiny bit of threat from these 18 enemies. He could finally be a bit serious about this, even if it was only a little bit. Kill! The black-clothed man in the lead roared out, and then all 18 of them attacked together as if they were a single person. They moved in sync, launching a barrage of attacks at Lin Ming. And the weapons they used to attack were all top-grade saint artifacts. These weren't weapons formed from energy, but true top-grade saint artifacts. Within the illusionary god combat array, there were many top-grade saint artifacts stored. Their purpose was to stabilize the eye of the array formation. Now, these weapons were used by these virtual energy simulacrums to attack. The previous opponents Lin Ming faced had only used high-grade saint artifacts, and the majority of them were formed by energy, so their strength was limited. But now, all the weapons used were top-grade saint artifact. The might of a top-grade saint artifact was far from what a high-grade saint artifact could ever hope to compare with. 18 top-grade saint artifacts. Although there was still a great disparity between these top-grade saint artifacts and the Phoenix Blood Spear that neared being a transcendent saint artifact, when these 18 weapons were combined together, their power absolutely surpassed the Phoenix Blood Spears. In the moment when the 18 enemies attacked, Lin Ming felt a great pressure fall over him. This was the might and glory of a top-grade saint artifact, as well as the influence of a domain. 18 layers of domains. Each of these enemies Lin Ming currently faced actually possessed a domain. The grade of these domains was no worse than the Blue Lotus domain. If any of these people were placed in the 72 branch palaces, they would be splendid and famous characters. 99% of the disciples that attended the Fire Spirit Star smelting trial this round would be unable to be a match for any of them. 18 different domains superimposed on each other. And then, the pressure of 18 top-grade saint artifacts was added on top of that. Because these different domains could directly multiply each other's strength due to the competing influences, this was still not a pressure that the average person could withstand. If one's combat strength wasn't high enough, they wouldn't even be able to move their true essence in this combined domain field. In other words, if any of the other trial challengers from the 3 branch palaces were to be in his shoes, they would find it difficult to even stand. So how could they begin to fight back? Great! Lin Ming's eyes brightened. After killing 600 people and reaching this point, he finally felt pressure. Only such a vigorous battle could stir his excitement and rouse his heart. He simply hadn't been able to display his strength before this. Since breaking through to the 7th stage of life destruction, this would be his first chance to verify the insights he comprehended from within the 18 hells of flame. Bang! With an explosive sound, Lin Ming's figure instantly disappeared, avoiding the combined strike of the 18 people. And this strike ruptured the earth, able to cause mountains to collapse. Endless amounts of crushed stone flew into the air. Lin Ming raised the Phoenix Blood Spear as he floated in the air. He didn't have a serious expression on at all. Instead, he grinned with fervor. "You're not bad, but you're still far short of being able to defeat me. Haha! Don't worry, the fun part is still coming. Combined martial skills, kill!" The black-clothed man in the lead gave a loud shout. The 18 people combined forces to attack. The entire sky was filled with the light of top-grade saint artifacts. Outside of the illusionary god combat array, all of the disciples present had their gazes turned to the stars above the arch of the portal. As they saw the stars light up with astounding speed, all of them were thrilled. This speed! It's so fast! Lin Ming hadn't even been inside for an hour before so many stars had lit up. With such unstoppable momentum, how was this slaughtering geniuses? It was more like cutting down scattered soldiers. It really is fast. It's much faster than Yen Littleman's performance. It shouldn't be difficult for Lin Ming to complete the 1,000 slaughter. A bit more than 3/4 of an hour has passed. In less than an hour, Lin Ming has slaughtered 500 opponents. Now, I fear that in another quarter hour he will finish killing 600 enemies. If that continues, then he should reach 800 enemies or even 900 enemies slain in 4 to 6 hours. Within 8 hours the 1,000 slaughter might even be in sight. It shouldn't be a problem for Lin Ming to obtain the Phoenix Blood Essence anymore. With such irresistible momentum, he might kill 1,100 enemies or even 1,200 enemies. No kidding, just look at how fast Lin Ming is going. Even I want to give it a try. Yeah, for this last year we've either been meditating over the concepts or been roasted in the hells of flame. I'm so bored that even my hair has grown long. I really want to go into the illusionary god combat array and have a grand battle. Although I might not be able to complete the 1,000 slaughter, it shouldn't be a problem to kill several hundred opponents. Thinking about it, I also excel in combat. Although I'm not some sort of master when it comes to perceiving the laws, my true combat skills are definitely worth some merit. Haha, me too. My head hurts when I have to perceive all this nonsense about laws. Combat is my true strong suit. Ah, my hands are really itching for some action. On Praying Phoenix Palace's side, several genius disciples were whipped up. As they saw Lin Ming kill in such a hot-blooded manner, they were also stirred up into a frenzy. Their voices became increasingly loud as they impatiently wished to test out their own strength. Young disciples, especially those geniuses, always held a proud and arrogant mindset. When they met a challenge that the public regarded as impossible, they would invariably want to attempt it. There would always be a voice in their mind asking them, if they were so strong in this area, just how poor could their performance be? Of course, they also knew the limits of their own ability. Completing the 1,000 slaughter was impossible, but maybe slaughtering 600 or so opponents was a possibility. They had never rushed through the illusionary god combat array before, so they simply didn't understand just how difficult it was. They had only seen Yen Little Moon attempt it once, and Yen Little Moon was also a genius who excelled in the aspect of laws. For most of her life, she had been closed up in cultivation. She hadn't gone out adventuring many times and hadn't been tempered through trials of actual combat. Moreover, to these geniuses, Yen Little Moon was also a woman. There were many young disciples present that were renowned for their combat abilities. They had journeyed into mystic realms before and killed hundreds and thousands of opponents, undergoing countless life or death tribulations. None of them believed they were weaker than Yen Little Moon when it came to combat. At least they weren't too far off. But what they didn't know was that the difficulty of the illusionary god combat array's 1,000 slaughter had far surpassed their wildest imaginations. The echoes of these discussions naturally fell into the ears of the highest elder Violent Stone. To take 4 to 6 hours to kill 800 people or 900 people. To near the 1,000 slaughter in 8 hours? They all want to go into the illusionary god combat array to fight, and even though completing the 1,000 slaughter is impossible, killing several hundred opponents isn't a problem. Lin Ming has unstoppable momentum. He can slaughter 1,100, or even 1,200 opponents. As Violent Stone heard these disciples talking, he sneered. This bunch of stupid pigs? They knew nothing. They only knew that the 1,000 slaughter was difficult, but as to how difficult it really was, they had no idea. They knew that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Ming to complete the 1,000 slaughter, but as to how not easy it really was, they also had no idea. This was similar to a mentally handicapped retard not knowing how difficult a high imperial examination was. They didn't know just how hard it was for others to score perfectly, because they didn't even know that 1 + 1 = 2. As a highest elder of the ancient Phoenix clan, Violent Stone had also rushed through the illusionary god combat array in the past, and had managed to kill 700 enemies as his limit. Afterwards, he stumbled upon a massive fortuitous encounter in the divine transformation realm. He returned to the illusionary god combat array after that and killed a total of 882 opponents. Although Violent Stone was only 18 away from reaching 900 enemies slain, those enemies that appeared after 900 people had already appeared, and he was able to personally witness just how terrifying they actually were. If any single one of those geniuses were picked out, then they could be a 100-year rank talent of the 72 branch palaces. If 27 of them joined forces, their combat strength was impossible to estimate. When Violent Stone encountered those enemies, he felt as if an insurmountable mountain had appeared in front of him. Not just that, but if he managed to kill them, there would still be increasingly powerful opponents that appeared, all the way until the mythical 1,000 slaughter. That was already an existence that Violent Stone found hard to imagine. He really couldn't imagine how the man known as the Battle King from 40,000 years ago had managed to break through the Thousand Slaughter. That was simply a feat found in legends. Violent Stone highly suspected that once one approached the Thousand Slaughter, any one of those 27 people that would appear had the ability to sweep away all of the so-called geniuses present. As Violent Stone heard the excited discussions of the disciples behind him grow ever louder, with many of them saying that they would participate in the illusionary god combat array tomorrow, his frown became increasingly deep. And beside Violent Stone, Duke Golden Sword, who was on full alert, also felt like he were standing on pins and needles. These geniuses were simply unaware of how difficult it was. In truth, they didn't even possess the qualifications to attempt the illusionary god combat array. Duke Golden Sword gulped. He stumbled through an explanation. Highest Elder, please forgive these juniors your anger. These Branch Palace disciples have never attempted the illusionary god combat array, and they have never experienced just how wide the word is. Before this, Yen Little Moon had gone through once, and although she is outstanding in comprehension of laws, her true combat ability can't be considered to be at the peak. Even then, Yen Little Moon still managed to kill almost 600 opponents. They have no idea just how difficult it becomes after that. Violent Stone didn't bother with Duke Golden Sword. Instead, he turned to the two middle-aged men behind him and said, High Dragon, White Jade, bring out a projection of the battlefield, so that this crowd of small-minded idiots can broaden their horizons, lest they think themselves infallible. Moreover, I also want to see just what sort of scene appears after 900 people, and what strength it will take to overcome that pass. Yes, Patriarch. High Dragon and White Jade nodded. Then, they joined together and released thousands of array symbols that flew into the illusionary god combat array. As two individuals skilled in ancient arrays, they were able to project the situation that was happening within the illusionary god combat array. Soon after, a screen of light appeared above the illusionary god combat array, as if phantom images were condensing. Duke Golden Sword's eyes widened as he saw this, and he locked onto the shining light screen above him. In the past, he had stopped short of killing 700 opponents. As for what the scene would be like after that, he wasn't sure. He wished to experience it with his own eyes. Whoa! Look at that light screen. Behind Violent Stone, the disciples of the three branch palaces were shocked as they saw a screen of light appear above the illusionary god combat array. Then, their surprise turned to excitement. That is a projection of the illusionary god combat array that was formed by the supernatural powers of the honored lords present. Amazing! We can see Lin Ming's killing fight within the illusionary god combat array now. Haha! This is awesome. We don't have to stare at those stars anymore. That simply isn't any fun at all. You just can't see anything from them, and you have to rely on your imagination. The scene of battle within the illusionary god combat array must be very intense and very exciting. As the disciples present spoke, they all turned their eyes to the screen of light above them. The images that appeared were dim at the start, as if it were a reflection in the water. Slowly, it became completely clear. They were even able to sense the fluctuations of energy coming from each person. It was no different from standing on the sidelines of the fight and seeing it in person. Following that, the disciples all watched with open mouths. One of the disciples that had been loudly wondering out how awesome the fight was within the illusionary god combat array immediately shut up without a single word to say. His eyes were so wide it seemed they would nearly fall out from their sockets. He was able to see a black-clothed man that was clearly an opponent. In his mind, this opponent should have been the same as random cannon fodder that would be swept away by Lin Ming. But they saw that this black-clothed man wielded a massive great sword, and with every slash of his sword, roaring flames would blaze into the heavens. And all around this black-clothed man for a radius of 10 miles, the entire land was actually covered with life of all sorts. Insects, fish, birds, beasts, plants, all types of life forms were forming, and blue lotuses were constantly in bloom. That is the Blue Lotus domain? That person's cultivation is at the 8th stage of life destruction. The disciple stared with wide eyes. He could sense that that person's aura and energy fluctuations were extremely deep. His foundation was solid and his strength was terrifying. And the Blue Lotus domain was something that this disciple hadn't yet managed to comprehend. Although he had confidence in his combat prowess, he couldn't summon the least bit of courage to face this single black-clothed man. And beside this disciple, another disciple was so shocked his voice trembled. It isn't just the Blue Lotus domain. Everyone else also has a domain. That is the purple light electric field of the Thunder Laws. It is a domain on the same level as the Blue Lotus domain. That is, look at their weapons. As this disciple cried out in alarm, all of the other disciples turned to the weapons that the energy body opponents held. Heavens! They are actually top-grade saint artifacts. 18 top-grade saint artifacts. Top-grade saint artifacts already have a tremendous strength by themselves. They are terrifying even without a martial artist needed to actively use them. And with 18 top-grade saint artifacts combined together, this is just... Although many top-grade saint artifacts had appeared around Lin Ming, that was because at Lin Ming's level, many people he came into contact with were peak talents that were able to obtain top-grade saint artifacts of their own. But a common disciple often didn't even have a high-grade saint artifact. For instance, even nine-fall geniuses that came from distinguished families like Huang Yuegong and Hu Yinguang also only used high-grade saint artifacts. Besides Lin Ming, only other monstrous geniuses like White Daohong, Lu Xiaoyun, and Yen Little Moon were able to possess top-grade saint artifacts in the life destruction realm. The ancient Phoenix smelting trial rewarded top-grade saint artifacts, but one needed to reach the 4th level 5,000-mile distance. Out of all the other disciples present, besides Xiao Whites now, just who was able to accomplish such a feat? Thus, to the many young disciples, a top-grade saint artifact was a treasure they could only yearn for in their dreams. To them, the existence of a top-grade saint artifact had already left an indelible and great impression in their hearts. A single top-grade saint artifact was worth at least 20 times the total wealth of one of these young disciples. They could forget about ever obtaining one until they reached the divine transformation realm. But now, by himself, Lin Ming had to face the siege of 18 top-grade saint artifacts together. 18 figures, underneath the support of their domains, simultaneously displayed the power of their top-grade saint artifacts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of splitting air filled the skies. The multiple domains superimposed on each other and countless wonderful phenomena appeared. The fiery ground underneath Lin Ming's feet ruptured from the oppression of energy and main domains together. The earth shattered, becoming powdered stone. The magma that was flowing underneath shot up to the heavens. 18 different attacks combined together and came falling down like a great net. In that moment, Lin Ming suddenly condensed his aura. He opened the gate of wonder and revolved the mystic lightning shade, his speed instantly reaching the limit. On the screen of light, one could also see blurry after shadows. Bang! 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 3 true essence attacks fell onto nothing. With an incredible angle, Lin Ming passed through space like a nimble little fish, searching for a breakthrough in this net of attacks. He thrust the Phoenix blood spear forwards. See, in that instant, a straight beam of blood-red light shot into the heavens, condensing into an explosion of energy that dyed the entire world sanguine. A resonant Phoenix cry echoed outwards as an endless blood light surged out from the Phoenix blood spear, forming a crimson storm. This storm tore apart all of the overlapping domains around Lin Ming. Even the space around him trembled. This was the power of the Phoenix blood spear. As a divine weapon that neared a transcendent saint artifact, its strength was originally that of a top master. When combined with Lin Ming's strength, it was able to instantly detonate with an incomparable might that flooded the world. Chi! 2 shadow figures were swallowed up by the crimson storm and torn into pieces of flesh, instantly killed. However, Lin Ming didn't relax. Just as he killed those 2, a saber light seemed to cut through space and appear in front of him. It carried with it a large success bronze battle spirit, overwhelming all. A bronze battle spirit wasn't much at all, but these attacks originated from a top-grade saint artifact. They were no laughing matter. Even someone like Lin Ming would be severely wounded and vomit blood if he were to be simultaneously struck by these attacks. Without looking, Lin Ming instantly turned into blue smoke. This straight and seemingly unavoidable saber light fell onto nothing. In that moment, Lin Ming's shadow seemed to be like a stream of water without figure or substance, dizzying to the eyes. The Phoenix Blood Spear's spear light swept out once again. The keen blood light formed a straight line that shot outwards, sweeping through the skies. 3 figures were split in half by this spear light. In that brief moment, Lin Ming had dodged the attacks coming from all sides and had also killed 5 opponents. In the blink of an eye, not only did Lin Ming avoid the combined attacks of 18 people, but he also tore through their combined domains. From start to finish, Lin Ming had only used the strength of the Phoenix Blood Spear. He hadn't even poured much true essence into his weapon. The might of the Phoenix Blood Spear was already freakish enough. 2 have died, no, 5 have died. In Totem Tower Square, everyone watched as Lin Ming faced 18 powerful geniuses. Even so, with just the spear in his hand, he had killed 5 people. The changing situation on the battlefield had surpassed everyone's expectations. These seemingly strong opponents had been cut down by Lin Ming like mere fodder. The process happened so fast that most of the disciples couldn't even follow it. As for the top-grade saint artifacts, they might be powerful, but they weren't able to touch Lin Ming. And the numerous domain force fields superimposed on top of each other had been broken apart by Lin Ming using absolute strength. Out of the 18 people, 5 had died. With their combined fighting technique broken through, everyone else lost their coordination and more gaps appeared in their defenses. As for the superimposed domains, they also lost a great deal of power. Damn! How could this be? The leader of the 18 martial artists was enraged. He never imagined that, in just a single exchange of moves, his entire party would be routed like this. And at this time, Lin Ming shot forth once again. Lin Ming was clear that rushing through the illusionary god combat array would be an enormous challenge. He was only at 600 people slain, and yet his opponents were already so formidable. If White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun were at his age, then it would be impossible for them to pass this step. Not just that, but there was still the 700 mark, 800 mark, all the way until the 1,000 slaughter. What sort of scene would that be? Moreover, it couldn't be forgotten that he wouldn't have any rest time at all. As the fight continued, his true essence reserves would be rapidly depleted. If this were so, Lin Ming naturally couldn't drag things on, nor could he underestimate his opponents. He had to utilize the smallest amount of energy possible to settle these battles as quickly as possible. Kill! Spear light surged forth and a bloody light rained down on the world. Above the Phoenix Blood Spear, 99 miniature blood spears condensed. This was the special technique laid down by the ancient Senior Supreme Elder that had forged the Phoenix Blood Spear. That Senior Supreme Elder had fused 999 drops of Phoenix blood into the Phoenix Blood Spear. Every drop of Phoenix blood was capable of transforming into a spear, finally forming a great array with the principles of 9 through 9 returning to 1. This was also the Phoenix Blood Spear's greatest killing move. When Lin Ming had been at the 5th stage of life destruction, he had relied on this move to jump ranks and defeat the 4-layered Heaven's 9 Fall Huoyinguang. However, in order to save strength, Lin Ming had only used 99 of these blood spears. As these 99 small spears swirled together, they formed a crimson storm. Wherever this storm visited, a deluge of infernal energy would appear. Puff, puff, puff. 6 black-clothed men were slaughtered by these blood spears. After the encirclement was torn apart, Lin Ming's killing speed rose to another level. He was able to kill a person in just 3 steps. After the 6 black-clothed men died, their blood was drawn out by the 99 small spears. Their energy seemed to have been sucked away by the Phoenix Blood Spear. Although they were all top-grade saint artifacts, the might that Lin Ming's spear was able to display in his hands was countless times more formidable than what those 18 people were able to do. In just several breaths of time, 11 out of the 18 people had been killed. You damned freak! The black-clothed man in the lead was actually able to produce a trace of fear. This caused Lin Ming to sigh at the reality that this illusionary god combat array was able to reproduce. But This was because this black-clothed man had once been a genius, a true powerhouse of the ancient Phoenix clan, and all of his information had been recorded in this killing array. The entirety of this simulacrum had come from a true living person. Go die! The black-clothed man actually combusted his blood essence as he prepared to release his final attack. However, Lin Ming was far faster. The Phoenix blood spear shot forwards and instantly pierced through the black-clothed man's throat. With a sweep of spear light, the other 6 people were also killed. All 18 people were cleanly slaughtered. Lin Ming's kill count had reached 616. They're all dead. They were all killed. As the young disciples saw these 18 people die, some of them were stunned, unable to produce a response. They knew that it would be difficult for Lin Ming to rush through the illusionary god combat array. They also knew that after killing 500 people, it would become more and more difficult. Still, this difficulty surpassed even their wildest imaginations. 18 people combining attacks, each with their own domain and each with their own top-grade saint artifact. Even though it was already difficult to such a degree, Lin Ming had still killed them in a short period of time without the least bit of injury to himself. If it is already so difficult after killing 600 people, then what about slaughtering 700 or even 800? What about slaughtering 900 or even completing the 1,000 slaughter? Is there anyone that can actually overcome that hurdle? The illusionary god combat array increased to another difficulty level every 100 people. This was because within this 100, it was only the individual strength of the enemies that increased. But with every 100 enemies killed, that also meant that not only would their strength increase, but 3 more opponents would appear, and their combined attacks would become even fiercer. I feel that any one of those 18 people that Lin Ming killed is likely to be stronger than me. I fear that if I tried this, I wouldn't even be able to kill 300 opponents. How could headquarters set such a bizarrely abnormal standard? This is the same as them not wanting to give the Phoenix blood essence to anyone. In the view of the many disciples, if the ancient Phoenix clan set forth such a standard, then that meant there would be a chance of completing it. But the truth that they didn't know was that the reason headquarters had put forth this impossible standard was because they didn't wish to bestow upon anyone a drop of Phoenix blood essence. There wasn't anything that could be done about it. There was just too little Phoenix blood essence. A god beast was an existence situated between a world king and an empyrean. As for the entire ancient Phoenix clan, they were only a Holy Land level influence. It was impossible for them to raise a true Phoenix. All of the Phoenix blood essence they had was obtained in the past. Before they were able to obtain more Phoenix blood essence, every drop used was a drop less. As for how the ancient Phoenix clan gathered Phoenix blood essence, that was the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters' greatest secret. This secret was sealed deep within headquarters in order to prevent it being lost to time. In addition, only the current patriarch and the previous patriarchs that had abdicated and become a highest elder knew of it. Although Hua Violent Stone was a highest elder, he hadn't been patriarch before, so he didn't know this secret either. Even so, Hua Violent Stone was able to approximate enough information for a guess. The Phoenix blood essence should come from the remnant body of a phoenix after it went through nirvana and was burnt down by the sacred flames. As for how the ancient Phoenix clan determined when a phoenix nirvana happened and where the remnant body would be located, this was actually a mystery. This was the greatest capital that the ancient Phoenix clan had to survive, and also the reason they were able to multiply into a giant sect with 100 billion clansmen. It was more accurate to say that the ancient Phoenix clan weren't true descendants of a phoenix, but rather a massive sect that originated from a small group of people that had obtained a tremendous secret. However, a phoenix's nirvana occurred only every 10 million or even tens of millions of years. As for blood essence, there would only be an extremely small amount within that remnant body. Just how much blood essence could possibly be extracted each time? Even so, this blood essence had to be saved for 10 million years and carefully divided amongst the countless true geniuses that emerged during that time. To the patriarch, the degree of nervousness they felt when choosing who to grant a drop of Phoenix blood essence to could be imagined. As Hua Violent Stone watched the images in the sky, he was silent throughout. Up until now, Lin Ming still hadn't shown a performance that was all worthy. But as for Duke Golden Sword, he was actually bowled over by Lin Ming. When he had killed 600 people, every following battle afterwards had been extremely difficult. He had never fought as relaxedly as Lin Ming did. After killing the 18 people at the start, there wasn't anything surprising that came after them. Although the opponents were a tad more powerful each time, it wasn't anything to Lin Ming. Lin Ming continued killing his way through them. Blood rained down and his kill count rapidly increased. As for Lin Ming himself, he didn't use too much true essence. He only relied on the strength of the Phoenix Blood Spear and the small blood spears. He used 99 at the start, and then the number slowly increased to 360. At 360 small spears, the blood storm created by them was able to fill the skies, bringing with them enough power to tear apart the combined domains as well as kill off his opponents. As long as Lin Ming was able to kill one person, killing every person behind them was much easier. 650 people, 680 people, 700 people. As the seventh star on the portal's arch lit up, this signified that Lin Ming had cut down 700 enemies. At the same time, the number of opponents he faced at once suddenly increased to 21 people. With every 100 people slain, the difficulty of the illusionary god combat array would sharply increase. Upon reaching 600, the difficulty wasn't too great. But from going to 600 to 700, the difficulty would double. All 21 opponents that showed up were 8th stage life destruction powerhouses. In the future, they would be characters that would step into Ninefall. If the 21 of them combined their strengths, uniting their combat techniques together, the pressure they placed on Lin Ming would increase by another level. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear in his hands, his nerves as sharp as steel wire. Up until now, he had been focusing on saving as much true essence and energy as possible. If he could use just one move to defeat his opponent, then he wouldn't use a second. If he could depend on the Phoenix Blood Spear, then he wouldn't need to use his own true essence. Using various methods to reserve his strength also meant that he was limiting his combat prowess. This caused his battles to seem on the edge of danger. And as Lin Ming was buried in this battle, he forced himself to his limit again and again. He lowered his strength and true essence usage to just the amount required, tempering his own fighting style. After cutting down 700 enemies, every subsequent one had their own intelligence and mind, and their combat methods also came in an endlessly shifting variety. Lin Ming suspected that all of these people were once absolutely genius martial artists. When the Supreme Elder built the illusionary god combat array, he had also used some special method to input all of these genius information into the array formation, reproducing the glory of their past. These energy bodies were all outstanding heroes of their own era. All of them excelled in combat, and all of them had rich experience in life or death trials. Although their cultivation was only at the 8th stage of life destruction, it still wasn't easy for Lin Ming to slay them in a situation where he was trying to conserve his true essence. In particular, when he went to kill someone, he would encounter the coordinated counterattack of the others. He had to be extremely careful in his movements. But in such a brutal melee, Lin Ming also obtained enormous benefits. He was absorbing everything around him, experiencing for himself the countless fighting methods of past combat crazy geniuses. 730 people, 740 people, 750 people. Although the opponents past 700 were more powerful than those that had come before, none of them were able to stop Lin Ming's footsteps. He killed his way through the crowd of opponents until he had finally cut down 800 in total. At this time, from the point when Lin Ming had entered the illusionary god combat array, nearly 6 hours had passed. 800 slaughter. As everyone outside looked at the light screen in the sky, all of them gulped. They had discovered that their thoughts of the illusionary god combat array had been far too simple. Not to mention that Lin Ming was undergoing a frigid battle inside. Even they who were watching from the outside felt their minds strained as they lay witness to this never-ending battle. That person is Ninefall Cultivation. After killing 800 people, Lin Ming now faced 24 opponents at once. And among them was a single Ninefall powerhouse. Lin Ming was currently 29 years old, so his opponent was naturally also 29 years old. What sort of concept was a 29-year-old nine-fall martial artist? That was a cultivation speed almost the same as Yen Littleman's. Although Yen Little Moon had the appearance of a young girl, the truth was that she was 27 years old. She would soon step into 8-fall, and she would reach 9-fall when she was 28 or 29 years of age. For such a monstrous genius with an amazingly high cultivation speed, even if their strength couldn't exceed Yen Littleman's because of the difference in their bloodlines, the difference was probably not too far off. After cutting down 800 people, the crowd of enemies he faced now could be called truly terrifying. As these 24 opponents appeared, they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they carefully observed Lin Ming. Their eyes didn't seem like those of an energy body that didn't possess life. Instead, a vibrant intelligence glimmered behind their pupils. They were looking for Lin Ming's weakness. As one went further into the illusionary god combat array, the opponents would become increasingly intelligent. At the very start, the energy forms that the illusionary god combat array produced seemed no different from puppets that didn't have a mind of their own. Thus, they didn't understand anything that was happening. But now, nearing the end, these opponents all had varied mystical combat methods. Their attacks were cunning and filled with guile, and their defenses were tightly guarded. These were extremely difficult opponents. It looks like what I've heard before wasn't wrong. The illusionary god combat array is a special memory-type array formation system. The world inside is a projection of a will world. Every genius that enters is recorded by the array formation. Now, the opponents that Lin Ming has to face are all true geniuses that were recorded down inside the array formation's memory. If any one of these people were to be placed in the 72 branch palaces, they would be extremely outstanding characters, leaders of their own generation. If they went to somewhere like Saint Artifact Pavilion, they would even be able to take their own top-grade Saint Artifact. The one who spoke was White Daohong. He had also rushed through the illusionary god combat array several times in the past. But, for him to have an achievement like killing 700 or even 600 people, that was simply impossible. He could only feel powerless and bitter in the face of such a hurdle. Thus, the opponents White Daohong faced inside were usually energy-form puppets that the illusionary god combat array produced, beings without a mind of their own. Their fighting techniques were rigid and they were easy to kill. There was no way to compare them with the opponents that Lin Ming was currently facing. 800 slaughter. This brat has finally reached this step. In the past, when I was at the Divine Transformation Realm, I was also stranded here. At the end, I managed to kill 882 people, but I never managed to break through 900 people. It looks like this brat Lin Ming is still holding himself back, so surpassing me shouldn't be a problem for him. However, after 900 people, that is when the true difficulty begins. Hua Violent Stone thought out loud. And as he spoke, Lin Ming began fighting these 24 opponents. Whoosh! As 24 people attacked him together, all of their attacks locked onto Lin Ming's vital points. At 600 people, Lin Ming was still able to rely on his extraordinary speed to dodge through the gaps produced by the difference in weapon speeds. But now, after slaying 800 opponents, all of these attacks were like bolts of lightning, far too difficult to avoid. He immediately fell into a siege on all sides. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. With a loud shout, the gold battle spirit in his spiritual sea howled out, forming a world of will projection around him. A gold battle spirit's world of will was able to suppress the real world to an extent. When one's will was formidable enough, they could pour their will into anything within their world of will, making it indestructible and impenetrable. For instance, the air and heaven and earth origin energy within the world of will projection. If he fused his will with the air, he could make the air as hard as divine steel, crushing to death all enemies that stepped into his world of will. If he poured his will into the heaven and earth origin energy, he could cause it to become as wild and fiery as a volcano, making it so that enemies couldn't use it. Pong! Pong! In front of Lin Ming, 2 sword lights were directly blown up by a single thought from him. Although it seemed as if Lin Ming had only glanced at the 2 sword lights to destroy them, the truth was that in that brief flash, he had disturbed the composition of origin energy that served as the foundation for the sword lights, causing them to not be cohesive anymore and naturally disperse. Such a move wasn't light on Lin Ming's consumption of soul force. Then, Lin Ming took advantage of this opportunity he created by ripping apart the two attacks, and flushed out. Chasing Thunder. Without using the energy attack of the Phoenix Blood Spear, Lin Ming directly used his true essence. Although Chasing Thunder couldn't compare with the might of the 9/9 rebirth to one array formation in the Phoenix Blood Spear, in terms of speed it was far faster. At this moment, what Lin Ming needed the most was speed. See, there was a flash of purple light. A saber-using black-clothed man was directly stabbed through the stomach by Lin Ming. A flash of lightning swept over him, instantly crushing his dantian into pieces. The black-clothed man died where he stood. After Lin Ming instantly killed one person, he took this chance to kill another. However, he was blocked by others and forced away by their attacks. But the wave of electricity still surged over that second person, causing their entire body to be briefly paralyzed. This brief moment was all Lin Ming needed. Purple Lion Thunder Source. Roar. The heretical god Sprout's second thunder leaf began to shine with a blazing light. With a loud lion's roar, a purple lion shot out like a bolt of lightning. With the support of the gold battle spirit, the purple lion's speed instantly reached an unbelievable degree. A velocity so fast that even the surrounding space twisted. Puff! The purple lion turned into a bolt of light that broke into the second black-clothed man's body, searing his organs and instantly killing him. Although he had killed two people in the blink of an eye, Lin Ming's battle in this brief moment was not easy at all. If his response had been slightly slower or if his attacks didn't connect correctly, then the results would have been drastically different. After slaying 800 people, the enemies Lin Ming faced had slowly begun to truly threaten him. He had no choice but to reveal more and more of his strength, consuming more energy in the process. Lin Ming began to admire the Battle King that had completed the Thousand Slaughter 40,000 years ago. Completing the illusionary god combat Array's Thousand Slaughter was much more difficult than how Lin Ming imagined it would be. Although Lin Ming was still holding back, he expected that once he had slain 900 people and neared the Thousand Slaughter, the enemies he faced would be far more terrifying. In order to confront them, he would have to fight with everything he had. The illusionary god combat Array's Thousand Slaughter surpassed even the 18 Hells of Flame's 7th level in difficulty. There was a reason that only one person in the ancient Phoenix clan had managed to overcome this pass in over 40,000 years. It had to be known that the ancient Phoenix clan had over 100 billion clansmen. In 40,000 years, over 1 trillion geniuses had probably emerged. And among these geniuses were countless ones that had come from great noble families, and also countless ones that had gone through epic adventures and encountered unbelievable lucky chances. But even then, in front of completing the Thousand Slaughter, all of these countless geniuses had been defeated. After killing 2 people, Lin Ming immediately felt the pressure on him reduce by a great amount. He combined his attacks with the gold battle spirit and easily followed up by killing a 3rd, 4th, and 5th person. After killing the 8th person, a 1/3 of the 24-man formation had been killed off. The combined combat technique completely shattered. Following that was a scene of massacre. Lin Ming put forth all kinds of moves and killed one after another until all 24 had died. From killing 800 to killing 900, there would only be 4 waves of enemies. Lin Ming had exterminated a wave and clearly had plenty of strength left over. No one suspected that he would have trouble slaying 900 enemies. I never thought that junior apprentice brother Lin would have such achievements in the concept of thunder. He has a dual attribute physique. His compatibility with the thunder laws must be beyond our imaginations. Like this, Lin Ming slaughtered wave after wave, all the way until he cut down the 890th person. He easily surpassed Hua Violent Stone's past results. At this time, the number of opponents he faced at once increased by 3 yet again, turning into 27. 27 was originally 3 sets of 9. This numeral it itself contained a truth of the world that was difficult to describe. As long as he could pass through this checkpoint of 900 people, he would reach the 1,000 slaughter. After reaching the 900 slaughter, 27 opponents appeared. And, among these opponents, a third of them were ninth-stage life destruction masters. If they were placed within the 72 branch palaces, their talent would far surpass that of Lu Xiaoyun. With their domains, top-grade saint artifacts, and combat experience that lay at the pinnacle, when all of these conditions were added together, the difficulty of overcoming them could be imagined. And after these 27 people appeared, light began to shimmer beneath their feet. This light formed a series of strange symbols that linked up into a pattern, like ripples across a lake surface. Underneath the feet of these 27 people, there were actually 3 post-celestial Dao diagrams that had formed. These 3 Dao diagrams were divided into 3 different parts. They were the pillars of a giant sphere that surrounded Lin Ming. Each Dao diagram had a total of 7 sections, and the shining runes that lay at these 7 directions were red, yellow, orange, green, cerulean, blue, and purple. And in the center was a white and black yin-yang symbol, forming a complete 8 trigrams design. The 27 people were divided into 3 groups of 9 and were surrounding Lin Ming. Red, yellow, orange, green, cerulean, blue, and purple represented 7 different types of origin energy. The elements of fire, earth, metal, wood, water, thunder, and wind. Red was fire, yellow was earth, orange was metal, green was wood, cerulean was wind, blue was water, and purple was thunder. In addition, with the black and white in the center, black represented yin and white represented yang. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang were 9 different energies. 9 symbolized the extreme of all numbers, and 3 diagrams represented the truth that 3 gave birth to all life. 3 was the beginning of all existence. Lin Ming was instantly vigilant, his expression solemn. These people at 900 slaughter were actually so powerful. All of them were geniuses with talent far beyond White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun, and they had also formed a great formation, multiplying their attack power. And above Totem Tower's square, the disciples of the 3 branch palaces could see for themselves just how terrifying this sort of battle formation was. Even though they didn't know how Lin Ming would manage to break through this giant battle formation, just thinking back to 40,000 years ago aroused a deep respect in their heart. Respect towards the battle king who had completed the 1,000 slaughter. This is simply a hurdle that no person can pass. It is indeed too difficult. But 40,000 years ago, wasn't there a senior that managed to rush all the way through? I really have no idea just how he accomplished that. I also thought that Lin Ming completing the 1,000 slaughter would be no different from playing a game. But now I know just how freakishly difficult the 1,000 slaughter actually is. As the disciples of the 3 branch palaces were talking, Lin Ming had already started fighting with the 27 enemies. The 27 people each displayed their own cultivation method. Lin Ming then discovered that each person's cultivation method matched with the rune element underneath their feet on the post-celestial Dao diagrams. The one that trained in fire attribute cultivation methods stood on the corresponding fire rune, and the one that trained in thunder attribute cultivation methods stood on the corresponding thunder rune. This is. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he saw these 3 post-celestial Dao diagrams rush towards him. He poured his true essence into the phoenix blood spear and thrust out. A dark crimson blood stream emerged from the phoenix blood spear. This crimson blood stream swirled up into a massive red storm formed of 999 small crimson spears. Each small spear contained near-infinite infernal energy and heavenly glory. Bang! The small blood spears gathered into a great surging torrent that smashed into the 3 post-celestial Dao diagrams. Blood-red light and infernal energy erupted, but the post-celestial Dao diagrams didn't shake at all. The 27 people still shot towards Lin Ming. How fierce! They actually managed to block the attack of the Phoenix Blood Spear. This is bad for Lin Ming. The Phoenix Blood Spear is a top-grade saint artifact nearing a transcendent saint artifact. Its striking power is equivalent to an extreme master's, but now, the Phoenix Blood Spear is useless against the array formation created by these 27 people. In order to kill them, he will need a far greater strength. If even the Phoenix Blood Spear's 9 through 9 return to 1 array formation isn't enough, just what can Lin Ming still do? The the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace were worried for Lin Ming. A top-grade saint artifact was enough for a martial artist to use until the late divine transformation realm. Their strength was incomparable. When Lin Ming had defeated Hu Yinguang, he had relied on the power of the Phoenix Blood Spear. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. The Phoenix Blood Spear was indeed powerful, but even though he galvanized this weapon with all his strength, he still didn't manage to break through the 3 post-celestial Tao diagrams. This wasn't because he lost in strength, but because he lost in laws. These 3 post-celestial Tao diagrams were simply far too exquisite. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, yang. These 9 different concepts complemented and supported each other, their might multiplying. And on Lin Ming's side, the Phoenix Blood Spear's 9 through 9 return to one array formation that formed the Crimson Storm actually required comprehension of the concept of blood to fully utilize it. However, Lin Ming's understanding towards the concept of blood was lacking. Thus it was inevitable that he couldn't break through the post-celestial Tao diagrams. However, Lin Ming did not panic. He didn't decide to use the Grand Mist martial intent, but decided to use another method to deal with this challenge. He drew backwards and gave a loud shout as he opened the heretical god force to the limit. In that moment, the ubiquitous fire origin energy of Fire Spirit Star was gathered up by Lin Ming, forming a massive funnel. The fire origin energy gathered together, causing a dazzling blue lotus to bloom into full glory in front of Lin Ming. This was a move that Lin Ming had never used before, and also a killing move that he had created. Lin Ming had studiously meditated in Totem Tower for an entire year. Then, in the 18 Hells of Flame, he had also mastered his insights. He had combined the first 3 levels of the fire concepts together and had deeply ingrained the lore runes and post-celestial Tao diagrams into his very bones. After that, when he crossed into the 7th stage of life destruction, he had withstood the baptism of laws from a 3-mile-wide origin energy cloud. Then, he had meditated for 2 days afterwards, thoroughly digesting these laws. As he diligently perceived all of this, Lin Ming hadn't been playing around, but had instead perceived a killing move based on the fire laws. Before Lin Ming had opened the gate of opening, he had already used the memories of the soul fragments he absorbed and combined his understandings from them to form his self-created style. And now, after opening the gate of opening, his perception had leapt into the top echelons of the divine realm, and it had become even easier to create his own techniques. The attack styles he created certainly couldn't compare with those created by Supreme Elders, but they were absolutely more suited to himself. At this time, he slashed out with his spear, and the earth-shaking howl of a spear resounded through the world. A blinding, flaming beam of light shot up, lighting up the entire sky as if it were a pillar that supported the heavens. Then, this beam of light shot forth, piercing through the center of that vivid blue lotus. After Lin Ming understood how matter had formed, he fully grasped the essence of the first 3 concepts of fire. In terms of achievements in laws, he was incomparable to how he was a year ago. Even divine transformation realm geniuses like White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun could not compare with Lin Ming when it came to comprehension of the first 3 levels of the concept of fire. And comprehension of laws was an extremely important standard in determining a martial artist's potential strength. Since Lin Ming had comprehended the laws to such a degree, it certainly wasn't solely for bragging rights and to show off. Rather, he was able to clearly transform it into combat strength of his own. At that time, it was like another sun had appeared within the illusionary god combat array, lighting up the entire world with a lustrous glow. The spear light brought with it an unstoppable momentum. It tore through the wild earth, cutting a massive canyon into the ground. Countless stones shattered into powder, filling up the air. This spear strike was the strongest attack that Lin Ming had displayed in his 14 years of cultivating martial arts. Bang! The spear light smashed into a post-celestial Tao diagram. Although it had only struck a single post-celestial Tao diagram, the impact was actually withstood by all 3 of them. In that moment, time itself came to a standstill. Between the heavens and earth, there was nothing but the endless sky above, the earth-rupturing spear light, and those 3 post-celestial Tao diagrams. The rapidly spinning post-celestial Tao diagrams suddenly trembled and came to an immediate stop. As for the point that Lin Ming attacked, that was the center of the formation, representing yin and yang of the primal chaos. The two martial artists standing there suddenly spat out great mouthfuls of blood. The shining runes underneath their feet flickered, as if the entire formation was also a little bit off from collapsing altogether. Lin Ming's eyes condensed. The gold battle spirit sleeping in his spiritual sea shot outwards. Break for me! A strong will burst out, pouring into the yin and yang lights at the center of the formation, destroying the power of laws there. With the blue lotus spear light attack, in addition to the will projection of his gold battle spirit, besides the grand mist space, Lin Ming had already displayed his greatest strengths. And this strength had finally torn apart the post-celestial Tao diagrams, exposing Lin Ming's opponents to his full attack power. Die! How could Lin Ming let this chance go? He instantly opened the gate of wonder and used Mystic Lightning Shade, increasing his speed to the limit. The phoenix blood spear in his hands thrust forth, penetrating rainbow. The power of fire formed from the fusion of three concepts mixed together with the power of thunder. A furious and violent explosion broke out. The two martial artists that were already severely wounded by Lin Ming's last attack didn't have the ability to resist such an attack. They vomited one last mouthful of blood as their entire bodies were torn apart in the ensuing explosion, their bodies instantly disintegrating on the spot. Of the 27 people, 2 of them had been killed by Lin Ming. The grand formation of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind was broken apart by Lin Ming. He broke through. Too strong. Even the Phoenix Blood Spear's own 9 through 9 return to one great array formation wasn't able to do it. Lin Ming relied on just his own energy to break through. Now that 2 people have died, the array formation can no longer be maintained. Lin Ming has won. What Lin Ming used was the fire laws, and that is likely a move he created himself. That's right. From the first moment Lin Ming entered the illusionary god combat array, he hadn't used the power of his true fire laws. No matter how powerful the opponents were that appeared after slaying 900 people, Lin Ming relied on his attainments in the concept of fire to tear that triple post-celestial Tao diagram array formation apart. This self-created martial skill was called the Blue Lotus Flame Dance. It was a killing move that combined the first 3 concepts of the fire laws, the concepts of burning heat, annihilation, and creation. It was also Lin Ming's current strongest attack. Once the 9 essence array formation was shattered, it was much easier for Lin Ming to kill the others. This array formation attack method was no longer a threat to Lin Ming, and Lin Ming using the Blue Lotus Flame Dance was enough to instantly kill the martial artists that appeared. Pong! Lin Ming fell from the sky, and a torrent of flames engulfed the enemy's sword light. A spear light thrust out like a viper and tore a blue-clothed martial artist's dantian to shreds, immediately killing him. At the same time, the martial artists near the one that had died raised their weapons, ready to take advantage of this moment to attack. Unfortunately, now that the Tao diagrams were broken, their attacks were no longer able to seal off all of his escape routes. Lin Ming used his extreme speed and cut through all the incoming attacks like a bird through a storm of blades. He flash-stepped in front of a purple-robed martial artist, and before that purple-robed martial artist had time to respond, the Phoenix Blood Spear was already sweeping outwards. 999 small spears shot out, filling the purple-robed martial artist with holes. Another 2 enemies had died. The more opponents Lin Ming killed, the faster he was able to kill them and the easier it became. At the end, he casually slaughtered them. Finally, these 27 people had been completely cut down by Lin Ming. Finished. Lin Ming let out a deep breath, and at this time, light shined in front of him, signaling the approach of new opponents. This group was comprised of 27 people, and the post-celestial Tao diagrams had been swapped for another version. Moreover, 12 of these people possessed a 9-fall cultivation. Every new batch of enemies in the illusionary god combat array would be stronger than the last. The disciples outside sucked in a breath of cold air. This was simply too abnormal. There wasn't even time for Lin Ming to catch his breath. This is simply an unreasonable and impassable test. And if Lin Ming is having so much trouble, how can the average person withstand it? No joke. Is this really a trial meant for humans? I couldn't even defeat one of them, much less when they form an array formation together. It can only be said that there is always a higher heaven, a higher existence. 40,000 years ago, wasn't there also a senior known as the Battle King who passed this trial? A divine transformation realm martial artist suddenly said. Not many people knew the real name of the Battle King. In fact, most disciples only knew that there was some top character that had managed to complete the thousand slaughter 40,000 years ago. But as for what that person's name was, it was simply a mystery to most of them. So the senior was called Battle King? Where is he now? If he was so kick-ass 40,000 years ago, then he must have been some extreme character, but the current patriarch isn't him, right? I have never heard the patriarch being referred to as the Battle King before. If this Battle King was so awesome, how come he wasn't able to become the patriarch? A disciple suddenly asked. Indeed, this question also echoed in everyone's heart. Why did the Battle King not become the patriarch? Moreover, over these last tens of thousands of years, no one had heard of any other achievements of the Battle King, nor did they see any totem stones that he had left behind. Did this person perish somewhere? If such a stupendous genius were to have fallen, then that would truly be a pity. As the three Branch Palace's disciples discussed, Monarch Sweetie Fox and Duke Golden Sword were listening in with strange and uneasy complexions. In truth, the Battle King was indeed rarely mentioned in the history of the ancient Phoenix clan, and this was because there had been a deliberate effort to dilute and erase his name. The two envoys cautiously peeked over at Violent Stone. They feared that Violent Stone would be sullen at hearing discussion of the Battle King. This was because the Battle King had extremely poor relations with many high-level figures of the ancient Phoenix clan, and this included even Violent Stone. This was also the reason that the two of them found it taboo to speak of the Battle King. But they didn't think that Violent Stone actually wouldn't avoid this matter. Instead, the highest elder coldly coughed and spoke with a caustic and derisive tone. Crimson Strife Cloud cannot be considered someone of our ancient Phoenix clan, so he certainly would not succeed the position of patriarch. He is the 196th son of the Crimson Light World's current world king. That person has had an extremely high compatibility with the fire laws since the day he was born. 40,000 years ago, in order for our ancient Phoenix clan to curry favor with the Crimson Light World's world king, the patriarch chose his most outstanding daughter, a little princess with the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, and married her off to Crimson Strife Cloud. Afterwards, Crimson Strife Cloud stayed in the ancient Phoenix clan for a period of time, and even participated in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial at headquarters. At that time, when Crimson Strife Cloud rushed through the ancient Phoenix smelting trial, all other geniuses of my ancient Phoenix clan were completely swept away by him. No one was able to come close to comparing with him. It might as well have been described as a crane amongst chickens. Can you imagine that? In the entire ancient Phoenix clan, out of 100 billion people, there was not a single genius that was able to stand tall and proud in front of Crimson Strife Cloud, because they did not have the courage or qualifications to do so. As Violent Stone spoke to hear, he seemed to reminisce about the past, a bit emotional. The Crimson Strife Cloud he spoke of was the true name of the Battle King. 40,000 years ago, Violent Stone had also been one of the ancient Phoenix clan's geniuses. But to achieve the thousand slaughter within the illusionary god combat array, such a feat left him feeling impotent and frustrated. He couldn't imagine just how Crimson Strife Cloud had managed to pass it. He took a deep breath and humorlessly said, "And the greatest mockery of all is that all the high-level figures of the ancient Phoenix clan at that time actually constantly praised and kissed the ass of that Crimson Strife Cloud as he went through the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. They personally delivered the primordial een and bloodline strength of our little princess to him, and then cheered as he stepped over all of the geniuses of our clan. Finally, they also gave him a massive amount of resources. So, tell me, isn't that just so cheap and pathetic? No one ever imagined that Violent Stone would suddenly say such words. The high-level figures of 40,000 years ago had a background that could scare everyone else to death. Who would dare agree with Violent Stone's words? It was truly pathetic. In fact, even they thought they were pathetic themselves. But there was nothing that could be done. He was the son of the Crimson Light World's World King. The Crimson Light World's World King. Do you know who that is? The ancient Phoenix clan headquarters are based at the Crimson Light World. Since they are in the Crimson Light World, they naturally must lower their heads and bow before him. That is all normal. And now, there are many high-level figures in the ancient Phoenix clan that were once the pursuers of the little princess. None of you can imagine just how beautiful and talented she was. Not even calling her a 10,000-year proud daughter of heaven would do her justice. But all of her courtiers were only able to stare on helplessly as she was married to Crimson Strife Cloud. And in a bridal chamber that the ancient Phoenix clan specially prepared themselves, he obtained the little princess primordial Een, as well as the power of her bloodline. He ha ha ha. Although Hua Violent Stone was laughing, his laughter was actually cold and maddening. The martial artists around him all shuddered in fear. All of them couldn't help but wonder, was Hua Violent Stone also one of the little princess pursuers? Of course, asking this was the same as asking to die. Hua Violent Stone was silent for a moment. Then he said, Crimson Strife Cloud received all the wealth and resources he could hold. He received glory and honor, and then he proceeded to run away without wiping his ass. All of those people that had been trampled by Crimson Strife Cloud slowly became the current high-level figures of the ancient Phoenix clan. Don't you think that's pathetic? Don't you think that's miserable? Don't you think that's unbelievable? How about it? Do you feel the grand image you've built up of all those extreme top characters of the ancient Phoenix clan loudly toppling in front of you? Hua Violent Stone spoke without reserve or care. Indeed, there was nothing he needed to worry about. With his rank, besides some highest elders that had once been the patriarch, no one would dare to say or do anything to him. However, the disciples of the three branch palaces were left dumbfounded by these words. They didn't even notice that Lin Ming had started to fight the second wave of enemies in the illusionary god combat array. This period of unknown history that Hua Violent Stone explained truly left these low-level disciples shocked. In their minds, the top characters of the ancient Phoenix clan were supreme elders with the power to move seas and mountains. They never imagined that, in their youth, there was also a time when they were as cowardly and shameful as turtles. And to them, the ancient Phoenix clan was vast and had an unfathomably deep foundation, able to pierce through the heavens themselves. But now, it seemed that, in the face of a higher power, the ancient Phoenix clan had no choice but to grovel on their hands and knees. No wonder we haven't heard much about this battle king. It's because the current high-level figures of the ancient Phoenix clan were stepped over by this battle king, and the little princess they fancied was also taken away by him. How could they not hate him? If it were me, I wouldn't want this issue ever mentioned again either. No kidding. Crimson Strife Cloud must have taken away a considerable amount of resources from our ancient Phoenix clan. Enough that it can make anyone's eyes turn red with envy. Several disciples discussed in secret with True Essence sound transmissions. I wonder, just where is this Crimson Strife Cloud person now? Many disciples couldn't help but wonder, and Hua Violent Stone seemed to see through their thoughts. He said, Crimson Strife Cloud is now the Crimson Dragon Envoy of the Crimson Light World. If he visited the ancient Phoenix clan now, even the Patriarch would have to personally welcome him. A dragon envoy can one day control a small world that belongs in the domain of the Crimson Light Great World. That is a truly extreme character. Crimson Dragon Envoy, Crimson Strife Cloud, son of a world king, also known as the Battle King. Moreover, he had once married the 10,000-year proud daughter of heaven of the ancient Phoenix clan. All of this information left the martial artists present sick with envy, especially that he had married the little princess. Not only did she have the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, but she was also beautiful. How could it not be a wonderful matter to take her primordial Een? Unfortunately, everyone's destiny was different. Any envy they felt was useless. At this time, Lin Ming had actually reached the last wave in the illusionary god combat array. After killing them, Lin Ming would finally face the Thousand Slaughter. Shatter the formation. This wave had 18 ninth stage life destruction masters. However, after their 9 essence array formation was broken by Lin Ming, Lin Ming took this chance while the formation was disrupted and killed 2 enemies with lightning speed. After those 2 died, the overall situation was already decided. Lin Ming saved as much true essence as possible as he killed off the enemies in this wave one at a time. It's over. Now it's time for the 1,000 slaughter. Will 30 opponents appear this time? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. They wanted to see if Lin Ming could complete the 1,000 slaughter, and just how he would do so. But what surprised them was that no enemies appeared. It seemed as if the illusionary god combat array was giving Lin Ming a long period of time to rest, around a quarter hour. Lin Ming hadn't used up too much energy to begin with, and he also had the Gate of Healing and Ancient Phoenix bloodline supporting him. In a quarter hour, he had more or less recovered most of his strength. And at this time, the space in front of Lin Ming twisted, and countless rays of light gathered together, forming into a man that was holding a great sword in one hand. This man wore red armor with a purple cape fluttering behind him. He was tall and his shoulders were broad, his aura filled with energy. There's just one opponent. Lin Ming, along with everyone else watching, was stunned. They all thought that there would be 30 opponents. None of them expected that there would only be a single person. And in front of the disciples of the 3 branch palaces, Hua Violent Stone suddenly shook. His eyes widened and a sharp light filled with naked hostility flashed in his eyes. Crimson Strife Cloud. That person is actually Crimson Strife Cloud. Lin Ming's opponent was the Battle King of 40,000 years ago, who had once completed the 1,000 slaughter. What? Crimson Strife Cloud? The Battle King. He is fighting the Battle King? As Hua Violent Stone spoke, the jaws of all the martial artists present dropped to the floor, greatly shocked. I never thought that Lin Ming's opponent would actually be Crimson Strife Cloud. Hua Violent Stone stared at the phantom figure of the Battle King reflected in the fire spirit mirror. His eyes shot open, and fire seemed to pour out from his heated gaze. He never thought that everything would line up in such a coincidental manner. Yes, in the past when Crimson Strife Cloud rushed through the illusionary god combat array, he was also 29 years old. That is why he has appeared as Lin Ming's opponent. A rookie disciple could attend their first Ancient Phoenix smelting trial anytime before they were 33 years of age. But the most common age was between 28 and 31 years. This was because at that period of time, most martial artists were beginning to form their comprehension of the fire laws, and their cultivation would also be at the 7th, 8th, or 9th stage of life destruction. If they attended the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial in this period, it would have the best effects in enhancing their comprehensions of laws. If they came too early, their comprehensions would be lacking and the benefits they gained would be limited. However, if they came too late, their foundation would be far more settled and the benefits they gained would be far less. Thus, Crimson Strife Cloud and Lin Ming had both rushed through the illusionary god combat array at the same time. Could be called a coincidence, but also the truth. And the illusionary god combat array would record the information of every person that entered, and would then be able to produce a perfect energy form simulacrum of them. Lin Ming and Crimson Strife Cloud were of the same age, so it was natural for them to encounter each other. This was an unrivaled powerhouse of 40,000 years in the past, duking it out with the current top talent. Who is Crimson Strife Cloud? He was the Battle King of 40,000 years ago, the son of a world king, the current Crimson Dragon envoy of Crimson Light World. His status, his power, his influence, all of it surpasses the current patriarch of the Ancient Phoenix clan. When such a character was young, just how powerful would they have been? It had to be known that many of the current high-level figures of the Ancient Phoenix clan had once been rolled over by the Battle King. The disparity was far too obvious. Can Lin Ming win? His opponent is the Battle King. I think it's over. This Battle King is too kick-ass. He is the son of a world king. It really is hard to win, but that doesn't mean there isn't a chance. For better or worse, Lin Ming is still the best talent to appear in my Ancient Phoenix clan for the last few tens of thousands of years. How laughable. I once thought that Lin Ming would be able to smoothly complete the 1,000 slaughter, but now I can see just how abnormal the difficulty of it is. Moreover, Lin Ming's Thousand Slaughter is far harder to complete than the Battle King's Thousand Slaughter from 40,000 years ago. 40,000 years ago, Crimson Strife Cloud was someone who had defeated his opponents to achieve the Thousand Slaughter. But now, Lin Ming had to face Crimson Strife Cloud himself. The difficulty was certainly higher. Looking at the results, this should be an equal battle between a dragon and a tiger. If Lin Ming can really win, then he will be even more freaking amazing. Even if he can't win, if he can fight with Crimson Strife Cloud for several dozen rounds, that will still be enough to etch his eternal name down in the annals of history. As people were discussing, Lin Ming couldn't hear them within the illusionary god combat array. Instead, he was carefully observing his opponent. 8th stage life destruction cultivation? Lin Ming was surprised. He thought that his opponent now would be a 9-fall master, or perhaps even a divine sea master. He didn't think that they would only be at the 8th stage of life destruction. An 8th stage life destruction cultivation at 29 years of age wasn't considered too fast for an extreme cultivating talent. But Lin Ming didn't underestimate his opponent. Cultivation speed wasn't everything. In this world, there were countless extreme geniuses that would intentionally suppress their cultivation at the 8th stage of life destruction, staying there for several years. This was in order to further increase their comprehension of laws and consolidate their foundation, so that when they stepped into 9-fall, they would undergo a greater baptism of laws. Then they would truly be a dragon that ascended to heaven. Perhaps this man in front of him was such a person. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that after so many years someone would finally be able to reach this step. Ancient Phoenix Clan, you fellows aren't as shabby as I thought you were. Crimson Strife Cloud looked at Lin Ming and guffawed. Lin Ming faintly frowned. This person's attitude was arrogant enough, and listening to his words, he wasn't from the Ancient Phoenix Clan either. Speak your name, peasant. When I completed the illusionary god combat array's Thousand Slaughter in the past, all of the so-called geniuses that attempted the same smelting trial as me were simply nothing more than a pile of unsightly garbage, nothing but a crowd of trash. To think that they dared to call themselves the chosen prides of heavens. How ridiculous. I left behind a wisp of my divine sense to see just what genius of the Ancient Phoenix Clan would barely be able to reach here. But I was left disappointed. For 40,000 years no one appeared. Until you. You just managed to qualify for the likes of I to remember your name. Now, tell me your name. Lin Ming was surprised. From Crimson Strife Cloud's speech just now, Lin Ming was able to discern his identity. You are the Battle King. Correct. I am the Battle King, Crimson Strife Cloud. Crimson Strife Cloud heartily laughed. His laughter was filled with a wild self-confidence and rampant arrogance. But he indeed had the capital to act so recklessly. At this time, outside of the illusionary god combat array, Violent Stone's hair nearly stood on end from anger. Even the air around him began to twist from a burning heat. This was the fire energy that he subconsciously released due to the extreme rage in his heart. This was a violent animosity worthy of his name. How could he not be angry? What Crimson Strife Cloud just said was, in the past, all of the so-called geniuses that attempted the same smelting trial as me were simply nothing more than a pile of unsightly garbage. Nothing but a crowd of trash. To think that they dared to call themselves the chosen prides of heavens. How ridiculous. And this clearly included Violent Stone in the same group. Good. Good. Very good. In this old man's life, this is the first time anyone has dared to call me trash. Very good. Crimson Strife Cloud. You are a crazy bastard. I want to see just how kick-ass you actually are. 40,000 years ago, you managed to trample all over our faces. But now I want to see if you still have this ability 40,000 years later. Violent Stone seemed like an erupting volcano. At this moment, anyone or anything that dared approach within 3 feet of Violent Stone would have been instantly burnt to ash. It had to be known that the geniuses within the illusionary god combat array were energy form simulacrums reproduced by the information recorded in the array formation. Even their intelligence was a copy. But what Crimson Strife Cloud had said was that he had left a wisp of his divine sense behind. In other words, The opponent Lin Ming faced was nearly the exact same as Crimson Strife Cloud. And the words he spoke also represented the true ideas of Crimson Strife Cloud. How could Hua Violent Stone not be enraged? Crimson Strife Cloud had swept away not just countless resources of the ancient Phoenix clan, but also their little princess. At that time, numerous heroic young elites wished to cut down Crimson Strife Cloud's glory in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. But the result was that they had been beaten up so badly that their mothers and fathers wouldn't have recognized them. And now, Crimson Strife Cloud laughed in their faces and called them a crowd of trash. This was the same as poking at their reverse scale, the source of all rage. If this could be tolerated, what else could be tolerated? At this time, behind Hua Violent Stone, Monarch Sweetie Fox and Duke Golden Sword were holding their breath as they teetered on edge, careful not to exacerbate the situation. As for Hua High Dragon and Hua White Jade, they ruefully smiled at each other. This high ancestor of the Hua family was indeed just like his name. His anger was not ordinary anger. When he was angered, even the elders of his own family would be publicly abused and scolded. He wouldn't even care about maintaining face in front of the juniors. Now, the Crimson Strife Cloud in the Illusionary God Combat Array could be described as having opened the forbidden box of shame and humiliation. How could Hua Violent Stone not turn mad with rage? Those near him could feel that Hua Violent Stone was a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. If they approached him at this time, it was possible they would really eat shit. They might even become the target of some collateral anger. However, none of them dared to draw back. They could only stand where they were in utter silence. I pray to the heavens that Lin Ming can contend with him. At least, the manner in which he loses cannot be too ugly. He needs to last at least several dozen moves, and it would be best if he could wound Crimson Strife Cloud. Hua High Dragon gulped as he spoke to Hua White Jade with a true essence sound transmission. Hua White Jade forced a smile, saying, "Yeah. Otherwise, once this old man turns angry, none of us will have a good time. Once he is angry, he doesn't distinguish between right and wrong and vents his anger on anyone close to him. It is a 100% possibility that we will be the punching bags this time. Before, the two of us have already committed a number of mistakes and screwed up some matters. If the old man is happy, then he won't bother investigating these matters. But if he's angry, then both of us are done for. Ayaya, we can only hope that Lin Ming can claw back some honor for us, so that the High Ancestor can calm his anger a bit. If he can do this, then I'll gift him some resources from the Office of Internal Affairs in the future." Hua High Dragon said. His position was that of the ancient Phoenix clan's internal affairs envoy. And at this time, within the Illusionary God Combat Array, just as Lin Ming was beginning to fight, an old voice abruptly sounded out from the skies. "Lin Ming, this old man is the ancient Phoenix clan's highest elder, Hua Violent Stone. I am also the patriarch of the Hua family. You listen well to me. In the past, this little bastard stole our resources and wrested away the little princess of our ancient Phoenix clan, along with her perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. In this battle, you must do everything you can to win for me. Even if you have to risk your life, you have to win at all costs. Even if you must wrestle with Buddha for a single incense stick of time, that is what you must do. If you want to become an unrivaled genius, then you must sweep away all obstacles that block your path. You must kick that Crimson Strife Cloud into the ground and beat him up so that his teeth scatter over the ground. I want you to slap him so hard that not even his parents will recognize him. If you can do this, then I will immediately give you the Phoenix Blood Essence. Not just that, but resources, Phoenix Blood, beautiful women with pure bloodlines. Anything else you desire will be yours. I will even happily lend you the Sacred Flame Testament to perceive for an entire year. The Hua family will support you with the entirety of our strength." This sudden voice left Lin Ming in a daze. Ancient Phoenix clan highest elder? Hua family patriarch, Hua Violent Stone? How could such a top character suddenly appear in Fire Spirit Star, and also be observing his smelting trial? Moreover, his words just now had been extremely vulgar, especially when he said he would gift beautiful women with pure bloodlines. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. In his impression, highest elders were noble and respected characters. They quietly sat atop their lofty thrones, looking down at others. So where would one appear that was so ribald? Did this violent stone have a deep-seated grudge with Crimson Strife Cloud? But soon after, the Crimson Strife Cloud in front of Lin Ming responded. He loudly laughed and said, "The one who spoke, aren't you someone from 40,000 years ago, someone referred to as the Fire Lion or something like that? I also have a tiny impression of you. I never imagined that with your strength you could actually manage to become a highest elder of the ancient Phoenix clan. It seems that the ancient Phoenix clan is really in trouble. Ever since those extreme characters like Burning Heaven and Xiao Daoji appeared, your ancient Phoenix clan has become worse with every generation." As Crimson Strife Cloud spoke, Violent Stone became even angrier. "Crimson Strife Cloud, whether or not my ancient Phoenix clan is in trouble is not for the likes of you to say. Enough with the trash talk. Fists speak the only truth. The opponent in front of you is my disciple. This father wants to see whether or not you will get beaten up so badly by my disciple today that not even your mother and father will recognize you." Crimson Strife Cloud's current status neared that of a world king. Although Violent Stone was far inferior, his temper was hotter than flames, and he had a fearless disposition. He simply didn't fear offending Crimson Strife Cloud. He didn't even ask for Lin Ming's opinion and directly became Lin Ming's cheap master. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. From Violent Stone and Crimson Strife Cloud's dialogue, Lin Ming could guess that there was some major dispute between the two as well as some of the details. Violent Stone was clearly far worse than Crimson Strife Cloud. Moreover, Crimson Strife Cloud wasn't someone from the ancient Phoenix clan. This also made it so that Violent Stone sincerely hoped that a disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan could defeat Crimson Strife Cloud. If Lin Ming could win this battle, then the advantages he could obtain from Violent Stone wouldn't be minor. Of course, because of Violent Stone and Crimson Strife Cloud's conflict, wanting to win would be even more difficult. Lin Ming's opponent was not an energy puppet that lacked a consciousness, but an energy form with a spiritual consciousness of his own. Haha! That old fool who has blown up so much. Then, let me have a good look at just what qualifications you have. A 7th-stage life destruction to fight my 8th-stage life destruction. You've got guts. To think that I, Crimson Strife Cloud, would ever have a day where someone would jump ranks to right me. Ha ha ha! How interesting! Let's see if you can block 10 of my swords first. As Crimson Strife Cloud laughed, the aura of his body began to rapidly climb, and the heaven and earth origin energy around him began to hum. Only he had jumped ranks to defeat others, since when had others jumped ranks to challenge him? That was simply a humiliation to his immense talent. In this battle, Crimson Strife Cloud also had a great advantage. If he couldn't smoothly defeat Lin Ming, then that would prove that his talent was inferior to Lin Ming's. Crimson Strife Cloud certainly wouldn't believe this. He wanted to roll over Lin Ming right from the get-go. Crimson Strife Cloud lifted the great sword in his hand. This was also a top-quality saint artifact that approached a transcendent saint artifact. When a martial artist was at the life destruction and divine sea realms, they would at most use top-grade saint artifacts. Even if they managed to obtain a transcendent saint artifact or spirit artifact, it would be extremely difficult to bring out its true potential and might. Thus, they wouldn't be able to use it to its full effect. At this moment, Crimson Strife Cloud seemed like an impassable mountain. He gave off a heavy feeling that made one wish to avert their eyes from him. Even when the disciples of the 3 branch palaces looked at him through the fire spirit mirror, all of them felt breathless, like some energy was pressing down on them. "Take my sword, world-raising edge." Crimson Strife Cloud moved. He grasped his 5-foot-long great sword with both hands and smashed down. The desolate earth underneath him cracked, sending out ka-ka-ka sounds as fissures spread out from around him like a spider web. The cracks in the earth were 10 feet wide, deep enough that one couldn't see where they ended. As the sword came slashing out, everyone who looked at the sword light felt as if the sword blade was pressing against their necks, sending them into cold sweats. Lin Ming focused his thoughts. The phoenix blood spear in his hands thrust outwards. In that moment, the heaven and earth origin energy around Lin Ming erupted like a blazing volcano. It formed a heated storm around him, and in the center of this storm, a blue lotus began blooming in radiance. This was Lin Ming's spear move created by fusing the first 3 levels of the concept of fire, the blue lotus flame dance. Bang! Crimson strife cloud's sword smashed into the blooming blue lotus in front of the phoenix blood spear. Energy erupted. The powerful impact formed heart-stopping shockwaves. In the violent collision of their attacks, the barren ground beneath them began to collapse. In that moment, the disciples of the 3 branch palaces could see the illusionary god combat array's portal trembling. The battle of the 2 within actually caused the array formation to tremble. There was already such momentum in just the first exchange of moves. It was unbelievable that this was a battle between life-destruction powerhouses. Concept fusion. Crimson Strife Cloud's face flashed with surprise. His original contempt and derision also lessened. He had great understandings of the fire laws as well as the guidance of his father. And yet, he could faintly feel that when he was at Lin Ming's realm, his comprehension of laws was actually inferior to his. How could this be? To think you have such attainments and skill in the laws. You truly have the qualifications for me to take you seriously. But that is only to treat you seriously. When I fight with my complete strength, that will be your death knell. Is that so? You haven't given this your all, but neither have I. I still have moves to use, but it was only that using those techniques before would have rapidly exhausted my energy. I thought that I would have to continue on with a protracted battle in the illusionary god combat array. Thus I deliberately refrained from using those techniques. But now that I face you, an extreme character from 40,000 years ago, I naturally won't hold back. Once Lin Ming opened the Grand Mist space, he would need a massive amount of true essence to support it. He would have to consume true essence at a ridiculous rate. Even with the gate of healing helping him, he still wouldn't be able to maintain it for a long time. He had thought of slaying 1,100 people or even 1,200 people to see where his limits lay, but now it seemed as if the illusionary god combat array ended after completing the 1,000 slaughter. If so, then he naturally didn't need to reserve any strength for later. What? From their words, that exchange of moves just now was only a casual probing strike. Lin Ming has just used his triple concept fusion attack. That should be his strongest strike. Was he still holding back even after all that? After hearing the exchange between the 2 in the fire spirit mirror, the heroic young elites outside felt powerless and frustrated. They had all known that Lin Ming was strong, very strong, but as to what degree of strong he was, none of them had ever seen it with their own eyes. But now, as they saw him fight with the Battle King, they finally understood that he had surpassed the level of their understanding. Who? Crimson Strife Cloud moved forwards. In the barren lands, his figure vanished, leaving nothing but a series of afterimages. Wherever he went, ripples of energy would appear in space. His speed rapidly reached the peak, causing the numerous disciples looking in from the fire spirit mirror to be unable to lock onto his position. Who? A strong wind was suddenly whipped up. Crimson Strife Cloud's movements actually spun up several violent tornadoes that swept through the earth. Concept of wind. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Crimson Strife Cloud was able to utilize the powers of more than one law. Crimson Strife Cloud's current speed was a result of the concept of wind. In terms of speed, the concept of wind and the concept of thunder were the fastest concepts of the elements. But the concept of wind focused on flexibility and change, whereas the concept of thunder focused on absolute velocity. They were slightly different. The reason I was able to sweep away all geniuses of the ancient Phoenix clan 40,000 years ago was that every single one of my combat aspects was strong. If I selected any one of them, no one else was able to compare. Let me have a look at whether you can follow my steps. If you cannot, then just stand there and be pummeled by me. The speed of the concept of wind was renowned for its rapidly changed movements. If Lin Ming couldn't follow Crimson Strife Cloud's movements, then he wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of his robe. At that time, there was no point even thinking of fighting. You want to compare speed? In terms of speed, I also believe in myself. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a charming smile. In terms of speed, he had never met his match amongst martial artists of his level. The gate of wonder opened. Golden rock shattering the void and mystic lighting shade began revolving together. Suddenly, between the heavens and earth, Lin Ming's form disappeared. It was like he had dissolved into a puff of blue smoke. It was impossible to find his location. This blue smoke joined together with crimson strife clouds tornadoes. Concept of thunder? Concept of space? How interesting! You have indeed surprised me. Now meet my sword. Crimson Strife Cloud shouted out loud and slashed out with his sword. Chi! Crimson Strife Cloud's heavy sword cut down on Lin Ming's neck. However, this sword continued all the way through without leaving a single mark. It had only been an afterimage. At the same time, Lin Ming appeared behind Crimson Strife Cloud. He thrust his spear straight into Crimson Strife Cloud's back. However, Crimson Strife Cloud seemed to have eyes on his back. His body shifted and immediately appeared hundreds of feet away. The two great powerhouses were each confident in their speed. Both of them launched into a barrage of high-speed attacks. This speed, I can't see it clearly. Not just being unable to see them clearly, I can't even make out their figures. All I see are colored blurs. Of the disciples from the 3 branch palaces, most of them were rookies. This was their first time here and their cultivations were only at the life destruction realm. With their talent, they were barely able to see the blurs of Lin Ming and Crimson Strife Cloud. These blurry images linked up into an endless stretch of phantoms. It was impossible to distinguish which one was real and which ones were fake. There were even some divine sea martial artists that had to completely focus their concentration to make out just where Lin Ming and Crimson Strife Cloud's positions were. However, this was only seeing them. To follow their movements was simply impossible. So fast. If I were there, then I wouldn't even be able to see anything. So how could I fight? An 8-fall divine sea powerhouse said, somewhat morosely. People like him were destined to become nothing but foils and spectators in this ancient phoenix smelting trial. Moreover, this was their only chance to come here as rookies. It would be extremely difficult to return in the future. Slaughter God's Disc. During the high-speed battle, Crimson Strife Cloud chopped out with his sword, using the inherent attack of the top-grade Saint artifact in his hands. The Slaughter God's Disc was an array formation built within the Great Sword. Once it was activated, a blazing crimson red will flew out towards Lin Ming's neck. Several dozens of Lin Ming's afterimages were torn apart by this fiery wheel. Lin Ming calmly twirled the Phoenix Blood Spear in his hands. 999 small blood spears formed a raging storm of death that collided with the burning wheel. Ka-ka-ka. The small blood spears were like a hail of sabers that poured onto the blazing wheel, emitting thunderclaps upon every impact. In just a fraction of an instant, most of the 999 small blood spears shattered, turning into an endless bloody fog. As for that Slaughter God's Disc, it had been torn apart by Lin Ming's attack. A massive crack appeared on the surface and its speed had greatly reduced. Top-grade Saint artifact against top-grade Saint artifact. It had produced an unprecedented fierce collision. Break! Lin Ming smashed his spear against the Slaughter God's Disc, pounding it into pieces. But in that moment, Crimson Strife Cloud took advantage of the period when Lin Ming had used another attack on the Slaughter God's Disc and Flash stepped in front of him like ghosts and demons. Crimson Strife Cloud waved the heavy sword in his hands, and following that, an astonishing scene occurred. The heavy sword in Crimson Strife Cloud's hands instantly divided into 7 blades that attacked Lin Ming from all directions, sealing away all possible avenues of escape. This great sword was actually formed from 7 other swords. This weapon, it can actually be controlled by thoughts? This thought cut through Lin Ming's mind like a bolt of lightning. As he watched these 7 flying swords shooting at him from all sides, about to pierce through his protective true essence, his thoughts suddenly focused together. Gold Battle Spirit. Whoosh! In that moment, the gold battle spirit slumbering within Lin Ming's spiritual sea shot out from between his eyebrows. The world of will projected into reality. Within this space, everything came under the governance of Lin Ming's mind. Freeze! Lin Ming gave a loud shout and his gold battle spirit divided into 7 and poured into the 7 swords, forcing those rapidly shooting swords to abruptly freeze in midair. What? projection of will, gold battle spirit? As Crimson Strife Cloud saw the will world projection around Lin Ming that froze his swords, he was completely shocked. This was actually a gold battle spirit? The technique Crimson Strife Cloud used just now was called the ruling spirit art. It was a type of martial skill that was trained with a battle spirit. Battle spirits also had corresponding martial skills. The world of the Sky Spill continent had its legacies and inheritances cut off 100,000 years ago. Because of that, there was an extremely small number of people that possessed a battle spirit. Thus, most people of the Sky Spill continent only used their battle spirit as an auxiliary attack. This was because they didn't know of any special martial skills that corresponded to them. But in the divine realm, there were inheritances that had been passed down for hundreds of millions or even billions of years. In terms of battle spirits, they also had developed martial skills that utilized them. The ruling spirit art was one of the broadest and most important types. The so-called ruling spirit art was a technique that used a battle spirit to rule a weapon, controlling it and sending it to kill others. There were also different ranks and grades within the ruling spirit art. If one could cultivate it to small success, then they could use a mere thought to kill someone over 1,000 miles away. If one cultivated this ability to the limit, they could even use a weapon to pierce through a planet and kill someone on the other side. The ruling spirit that Crimson Strife Cloud cultivated was of an extremely high rank and grade. His usual fighting method was to use his extreme speed to confuse and mislead his opponent. Then, he would use the ruling spirit art and control the 7 swords to kill his enemies. This attack was virtually impossible to predict or guard against. But now, Crimson Strife Cloud's attack was directly stopped by Lin Ming's thoughts. Gold Battle Spirit, a 7th stage life destruction martial artist like you actually has a gold battle spirit? Crimson Strife Cloud was inexplicably horrified. When he had rushed through the illusionary god combat array, his battle spirit had only been at the formative silver level. That had already been amazing enough. But now, his battle spirit was an entire large boundary lower than Lin Ming's. Lin Ming didn't practice the ruling spirit art, but even so he was able to suppress Crimson Strife Cloud. This was the disparity from the difference in their levels of battle spirits. If Lin Ming one day practiced a type of high-grade ruling spirit art, he could use his battle spirit to control weapons and kill others. Or, he could even fuse concepts and laws into his attacks before he did so. This would cause Lin Ming's combat strength to rise to yet another level. For someone to possess a gold battle spirit at the life destruction realm, that is indeed unbelievable. It seems that I really did underestimate you. Since that's the case, let me show you my true strength. As a mere mortal, you should be proud for having pushed me to this step. Crimson Strife Cloud wildly laughed. However, this wild and crazy tone caused Lin Ming to frown. You really are boastful. Just where does this confidence of yours come from? Do you think just because you come from a world king family you are a cut above everyone else? Do you think just because of that you can display such an arrogant and cocky attitude? Ha ha ha. Yes, what you said is correct. Indeed, my bloodline is truly a cut above all others. In other words, we are a divine blood family. There are countless people within the divine realm, and they are also divided into all sorts of classes. There are mortals, royals, divine beings, and even a god clan. Although your ancient Phoenix clan is called the Ancient Phoenix clan, the truth is that you are not genuine descendant of phoenixes. If there really were 100 billion true descendants of phoenixes, then how could that still be manageable? The entire divine realm would likely have been occupied by your ancient Phoenix clan. No, you are nothing but people with the Phoenix bloodline transplanted into your body. In the end, you are nothing more than mortals. There were certainly differences between a true Phoenix descendant and someone that had the Phoenix bloodline transplanted into their bodies. Ignoring the density of bloodline, a true Phoenix descendant's flesh, skeleton, muscles, organs, blood, and even their hair and nails would also originate from a true god beast. That would be a true divine body. If such people established a clan and multiplied, then their bloodline would never diminish. They would forever have bodies of a true god beast. But having a transplanted bloodline was different. As those with transplanted bloodlines multiplied, the power of their bloodline would also gradually dilute and weaken with time. When two people with the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline married and produced children, those children might not have the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. As for their grandchildren, their bloodlines would be even lighter. Thus, the ancient phoenix clan had to constantly transplant ancient phoenix blood within the bodies of their clansmen in order to guarantee the density of their bloodline. But Crimson Strife Cloud was different. Their family was a divine blood family. Although their bloodline couldn't compare with the bloodline of the ancient phoenix by far, his bloodline was inherently inherited through birth. As Crimson Strife Cloud spoke, all the bones throughout his body began to emit crackling noises. His body began to rise up, and all the solid muscles beneath his red armor tightened and bulged outwards as if he were about to explode out from his armor. On his face, on his hands, everything was covered with red scales the color of blood. They shined with a cold light. My Crimson Light World's World King family bloodline is called Scorching Blood, where our blood is like fire. After transforming our bodies, we can stimulate the bloodline of our family. Our combat strength can increase by multiple times. And as for you, can you become a phoenix? Your ancient phoenix clan has developed for all this time, and yet you are still only a Holy Land level sect. A world king has never appeared within your clan, and they never will. Even extreme characters like Xiao Daoji or Hor Burning Heaven are only nearing the realm of a world king. In the vast divine realm, they are simply nothing to speak of at all. But me, I come from a world king family. Our family has existed for several hundreds of millions of years, and we have produced 3 world kings. Your bloodline is doomed to forever be inferior to mine. Crimson Strife Cloud gave a loud shout, and energy rapidly revolved through his entire body. He no longer relied on his speed and clever attacks. Now he would use his absolute strength, a strength that belonged to his bloodline. Everyone outside was watching the scene reflected within the fire spirit. Hua Violenstone's face was calm like a placid lake. Behind him, Hua High Dragon, Duke Golden Sword, and Monarch Sweetie Fox were all suppressing a simmering rage in their hearts. As for the disciples of the 3 branch palaces, all of them were clenching their fists to the point of drawing blood. No one wished to be despised and disparaged by others, especially when it involved the glory of their people. However, if one wanted to counter these claims, they didn't know how to do so. This was because their ancient Phoenix clan was indeed inferior to the Crimson Light World's World King family, and this had been the de facto situation for the last tens of thousands of years. It was simply impossible to refute these claims. They could only hope that Lin Ming could defeat Crimson Strife Cloud and use absolute strength to shut him up. Lin Ming took half a step backwards, firmly rooting himself in the ground. He seemed like an ancient tree, solid and unmoving. The 9-foot 9-inch phoenix blood spear lay in his hands, with 999 small blood spears spinning around the barrel. His aura began to rise without end. He faintly smiled and said, "Crimson Strife Cloud, the history of my ancient Phoenix clan is indeed not wondrous or magnificent. But that is not because the blood of the ancient Phoenix isn't strong, but because we do not have enough. Do you know how precious a single drop of Phoenix blood essence is? Not even a vice patriarch can obtain a single drop. That is a luxury that only a patriarch could possibly afford. If my ancient Phoenix clan's clansmen were able to transplant 10 drops of Phoenix blood essence each, just what degree would their bloodline reach? Do you think your so-called scorching blood would be able to compare? And that is only 10 drops. What if there was more? On the other hand, your bloodline has already reached the limits. You are already a descendant of the scorching blood bloodline family. Even if you transplanted 10,000 genes of this so-called scorching blood essence into your body, it would all be wasted. If you really disdain the ancient Phoenix bloodline, then why would you specifically run over to my ancient Phoenix clan and marry the little princess with her perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline? My ancient Phoenix clan has received the blood of a god beast, so how could your variation bloodlines possibly compare? If my bloodline is inferior to yours now, that is only because the density of my bloodline is inferior to yours. But in terms of quality, the ancient Phoenix bloodline is 1,000 times better than your scorching blood bloodline. Although my bloodline is faint, it contains infinite potential. In the future, I could possibly obtain dozens of even 100 drops of phoenix blood essence. And in a future beyond even that, I might even achieve a phoenix divine body. And you? How could you ever compare? Each one of Lin Ming's words was filled with energy and daring. The more he spoke, the louder his voice became, especially at the end. His voice was simply like beating great drums, the roar of a dragon. His words flooded through the world, piercing through the skies. These words entered the hearts of all the ancient Phoenix Clan clansmen present, causing their blood to boil with fervor. Even Hua Violent Stone was moved by Lin Ming's words. Junior apprentice Brother Lin. Well said. Brilliant. The disciples of the 3 branch palaces couldn't help but shout out their happiness. Indeed, if Crimson Strifecloud really despised the ancient Phoenix bloodline so much, then why would he marry the little princess of the ancient Phoenix clan? This was clearly because his family's so-called scorching blood bloodline was in truth inferior to the ancient Phoenix bloodline. The only reason it seemed so fierce was because its density had long ago reached the limit. Thus, he needed the ancient Phoenix bloodline to improve the quality of his own. Of the 3 branch palaces' many disciples, their bloodlines were inferior to the Crimson Light World's World King family bloodline. But this wasn't because the ancient Phoenix bloodline was of an inferior rank, but because their bloodline density was too low. If they could be like Lin Ming and display a heaven-shocking talent and constantly strive for their own lucky chances, then their futures would be filled with infinite possibilities. To a true martial artist, what they feared was not being weak in the present. Rather, what they feared was not being able to find a goal and not being able to see what direction to go in. If they could see a bright future waiting for them ahead, they would courageously soldier onwards even if it meant untold misery and incomparable danger. They would continue with all their heart and soul, seeking out ever higher limits. Good. Very good. As Crimson Strifecloud looked at Lin Ming, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. I was mistaken. Not only do you have extraordinary talent, but you also have the heart of a true, unrivaled powerhouse. It is probably because your heart of martial arts is so firm and steady that you were able to obtain a gold battle spirit at the 7th stage of life destruction. Further words are useless. Let us fight and confirm the truth with our own bodies. As Crimson Strifecloud spoke, his aura suddenly converged. Then, as if a dam had been broken down, thick killing intent surged out into the world. The suppressive atmosphere had transformed into a pure and rich killing intent. At this time, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan held their breaths as they watched the fire spirit screen, their hearts filled with anxiousness. Let alone these disciples, even Monarch Sweetie Fox, Duke Golden Sword, and the other high-level figures were nervously sweating for Lin Ming. Now that the battle had reached this step, it was no longer about Lin Ming completing the 1,000 slaughter. Rather, this battle concerned the glory of the ancient Phoenix clan. This even included Yen Little Moon, who was conflicted about Lin Ming. As she looked at his figure in the fire spirit mirror, her eyes were wide and unblinking. Before this, she never had a good impression of Lin Ming. After all, ever since she was born, the greatest humiliation and defeat she suffered had been underneath Lin Ming's hands. It was truly an experience etched forever into her bones. But just now, the words Lin Ming spoke had roused a heroic spirit in her heart that shot into the heavens. She could faintly feel that her heart had been inexplicably touched by something. Now she also hoped that Lin Ming could win. However, she was also deeply aware of just how terrifying Lin Ming's opponent was. Bang! Crimson Strifecloud's body blazed with burning flames. After displaying the scorching blood battle body, his striking power, physical strength, all of it had risen to a completely different degree. The rocks and dirt underneath his feet instantly evaporated, and even the space around him twisted about. And around Crimson Strifecloud's side, fire origin energy formed countless spiritual forms. There were birds, beasts, insects, fish, flowers, grass, and even spirit trees. This was the 4th level concept of the fire law's manifestation. To comprehend the fire concepts to such a degree, this was a feat that all the rookie disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan could never compete with. That is the 4th level concept of fire. As the Branch Palace disciples saw fire dragons, fire snakes, fire cranes, fire golden birds, fire parasol trees, and all sorts of fire existences spin into life around Crimson Strife Cloud, all of them sucked in a deep breath of cold air. These things around Crimson Strife Cloud that transformed from flames were not lifeless. Rather, they were spiritual beings with their own intelligence. They were life forms composed of living flames. In fact, these spiritual existences were not condensed by Crimson Strife Cloud, but produced by fire origin energy that was controlled by the laws. The was the symbol of the fourth-level fire concept, manifestation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, these elemental laws all had different types of concepts for the first 3 levels. However, all of them shared the same fourth-level concept, and that was manifestation. After arriving at this step, energy would have life and intelligence of its own. Fire origin energy could manifest as fiery vermilion birds or fiery crows. Thunder origin energy could combine into a thunder kirin. Earth origin energy could develop into an earthen black turtle or earthen snake. Wind origin energy could form gale birds, great rocks, and so on. Without having comprehended the fourth-level concept, a martial artist's true essence and energy would only be lifeless. In order for martial artists to kill an enemy, they would have to control their true essence with every attack. Without a martial artist's thoughts controlling their own true essence, it would be nothing but a pile of scattered sand without any lethal killing force. But for someone that had comprehended the concept of manifestation, that was different. Their true essence would have life. Sometimes it would scatter, sometimes it would gather, it would have endless and infinite changes. A martial artist could use their true essence to kill an enemy without the need to control it. This type of true essence was far easier to manipulate. With just a thought, hundreds and thousands of supernatural powers could be displayed. This was almost impossible to defend against. When 2 martial artists used a similar amount of energy, the one that understood the concept of manifestation would be able to display a far greater power. This was because their energy contained a life of its own. The concept of manifestation, Crimson Strife Cloud, has actually managed to comprehend the concept of manifestation. How can junior apprentice brother Lin still fight? Their speed is similar and their true essence foundation is similar. But Crimson Strife Cloud's cultivation is greater and his comprehension of the laws is actually an entire boundary ahead. Moreover, he has the scorching blood battle body. In all other aspects, junior apprentice brother Lin doesn't have any advantages. I'm afraid he will lose here. Although all the disciples present passionately wished for Lin Ming to win, they weren't too confident about whether he could truly defeat Crimson Strife Cloud. Just now, Lin Ming's heroic words and daring spirit had set their blood boiling over with zeal. But in the end, Lin Ming was only speaking about how great his potential was. In terms of their current bloodline strength, he was still inferior to Crimson Strife Cloud. Come out, Crimson Flame Dragon! Crimson Strife Cloud gave a loud shout and all the fire existences that formed around him gathered together, forming a flaming red dragon. With a loud roar, this flaming red dragon rushed towards Lin Ming. This flame dragon was itself a fire elemental. To use a fire elemental as the foundation, and pouring in fire origin energy with the concept of manifestation, that made this flame dragon nearly have a life of its own. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. The phoenix blood spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. The 999 small blood spears around the spear shaft twisted into a scarlet storm that swept towards the crimson flame dragon. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. As Lin Ming used the source energy of the phoenix blood spear, he also fused the power of laws into it. On top of the phoenix blood spear's point, a blue lotus of flame slowly appeared, blooming in brilliant glory. The blue flame lotus was surrounded by 999 sword-like blood spears. The 2 massive energies violently smashed into each other. However, there was no chaotic explosion as expected. Instead, the crimson flame dragon actually opened its great jaws. Its body suddenly expanded 10 times over and swallowed up Lin Ming along with the blue lotus. The martial artists watching this battle at Totem Tower's square widened their eyes. Their hearts jumped into their throats. Ha ha ha! Useless! Although I am inferior to you in the first 3-level concepts of the fire laws, my concept of fire is still an entire boundary higher than your own. With the 4th-level concept of the fire laws, the concept of manifestation, combined together with the crimson flame dragon fire elemental, that has created an energy form with a life of its own. Its might is beyond your imagination. Now, die for me. Crimson Strife Cloud raised his hands, wanting to galvanize the energy within the crimson flame dragon to grind Lin Ming to death. The stomach of the crimson flame dragon was a separate space. As long as one entered within, the space would collapse and the violent power of fire would rush in. That incomparably terrifying destructive power was able to tear everything to bits and pieces. But at this moment, a scene that left Crimson Strife Cloud shocked occurred. Suddenly, a boundless, ancient, and yet simple power erupted from within the belly of the crimson flame dragon. It turned into a gray beam of light that shot out from within the flame dragon. Lin Ming had poured the heavenly demon martial intent into his spear attack, hiding the blooming blood red lotus. With the grand mist space fused into his spear, he thrust out, a strike to annihilate all laws. Whether it was the first 3-level concepts of the fire laws or the 4th-level concept, whether or not Crimson Strife Cloud's true essence had a spirituality of its own, in the face of the all-annihilating grand mist space, everything would come under tremendous suppression. This move could not be fully used, after all, it was related to Empyrean Primordius. Although he had disguised it as a type of suppressive force field, if there really were a character that had managed to come into contact with Empyrean Primordius, there was a chance that they would recognize Lin Ming's attack styles. A martial intent type of skill could not be stolen away by others. But Lin Ming might be forced into revealing the process of how he obtained this martial intent. If that happened, there would be endless trouble awaiting him. Within the spear, the energy of the heavenly demon martial intent erupted outwards along with the dark gold battle spirit. The crimson flame dragon howled miserably. Then, it was suddenly sliced in half from the center. Crimson Strife Cloud's eyes shot open. You tore apart my crimson flame dragon? How can you possibly possess such great strength? Through their battle so far, Crimson Strife Cloud had gained an approximate understanding of Lin Ming's strength. Blue Lotus Flame Dance was already Lin Ming's strongest move. When it was fused with the Phoenix Blood Spear's attack yet again, that had become Lin Ming's greatest attack so far. But even such an attack would not be able to tear apart the Crimson Flame Dragon. Yet now, the Crimson Flame Dragon had been torn asunder. What is going on? Is that a force field? Lin Ming's strength was increased by such a force field, and at the same time this force field suppressed my strength? At just a 7th stage life destruction cultivation, Lin Ming was able to comprehend such an aberrant force field. These thoughts instantly cut through Crimson Strife Cloud's laws. A force field ability was rare. A law-type force field like the Blue Lotus domain was a bit rarer, and a martial intent force field was even rarer than that. Normally, anyone that could comprehend just a single force field, or even multiple force fields, were extreme geniuses. This force field that Lin Ming displayed seemed like a martial intent force field, but it also seemed like a law force field. Crimson Strife Cloud was simply unable to see through it. This wasn't strange. This was because while law force fields were similar when a martial artist comprehended them, martial intent force fields were different. Martial intent force fields were developed based on a martial artist's cultivation method, true essence, physical characteristics, and countless other constantly shifting variables. There was simply no single standard to identify them. A martial intent force field was similar to a martial artist's thumbprint, or the unique composition of their very being. Everyone was different, thus it was normal to not recognize it. A battle between masters was filled with changes. Before Crimson Strife Cloud was able to understand exactly what happened, Lin Ming had already rushed in front of him. Phoenix bloodline. Combust. In that moment, golden light burst out from the entirety of Lin Ming's body. Crimson Strife Cloud's scorching blood bloodline could transform the body into a scorching blood battle body. Of course, the ancient Phoenix bloodline also had a corresponding state of erupting energy. And that was to burn the blood of the ancient Phoenix. When Lin Ming crossed the 7th stage of life destruction, He had used an immense amount of precious ancient phoenix blood. Now, this was his first time completely combusting his phoenix bloodline. The stronger one's ancient phoenix bloodline was, the greater the burden combustion would place on the body. When a martial artist with a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline combusted their blood, they would only do so with 1/10,000th of their bloodline. This already produced a titanic level of power. But now, Lin Ming had fully combusted all of the phoenix blood within him, without leaving the least bit behind. After entering the illusionary god combat array, Lin Ming had saved his strength and true essence. All of it was done so that he could completely erupt with his strength at the crucial moment. By relying on the support of the Gate of Healing and also relying on his deep and solid foundation, Lin Ming forcefully withstood combusting the equivalent of 70 drops of phoenix heart blood. His strength suddenly multiplied to an extent even greater than Crimson Strife Cloud's scorching blood battle body. As the Branch Palace disciples saw Lin Ming's entire body burning in an inferno of flames, and a dark golden light radiating from all over him, all of them cried out in alarm and shock. Lin Ming has burnt all of the ancient phoenix blood within his body. Heavens! He absorbed so much phoenix blood when he crossed life destruction, and yet he's ignited it all. I thought that junior apprentice brother Lin would be swallowed up and eaten by that crimson flame dragon fire elemental fused with the concept of manifestation, but he actually managed to break through the prison of that fire elemental and rush out. All of the disciples present held their breath, watching with helpless eyes as Lin Ming shot forwards like a beam of light, hurtling towards Crimson Strife Cloud like a falling meteor. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. Lin Ming gave a loud shot and all of his true essence poured into the phoenix blood spear. A blue lotus 10 times larger than the last shot out, and on top of this blue lotus was a dark gold phoenix phantom. The dark gold phoenix within Lin Ming's body had fused together with the blue lotus flame dance. Explode! In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. The blue lotus exploded, and an inexhaustible gold light flooded through the entire world of the illusionary god combat array. Facing such an attack, Crimson Strife Cloud's pupils shrank. He fiercely cut down with his sword. Boom! Crimson Strife Cloud's body shook and he was sent soaring backwards. As his body flew through the air, blood gushed out from the shattered scales on his chest, staining his body. Blood also leaked out from the corners of his lips. As for Lin Ming, he wasn't much better off. Although he didn't vomit blood, his face was still paper white. In that strike just now he had burnt all of his ancient phoenix blood, so he was able to rush forth with unstoppable momentum and gain the advantage. But before then, Lin Ming had been swallowed up into the stomach of the Crimson Flame Dragon. And when Crimson Strife Cloud had caused fire origin energy to explode within, this had injured Lin Ming, causing all the blood within his body to tumble around, and also forcing him to expend a massive amount of true essence. This battle between two great masters was extremely intense. Crimson Strife Cloud, son of a world king, the current Crimson Dragon envoy, he was injured by Lin Ming. Several disciples cried out in shock. With Lin Ming's 7th-stage life destruction cultivation and his concept of fire that was an entire boundary lower, he had managed to injure the 8th-stage life destruction Crimson Strife Cloud. This achievement was enough to ring out for all of eternity. Lin Ming. On Charming Phoenix Palace's side, Yen Littleman's 2 fists were clutched tightly together. Her lips slowly moved. Maybe, just maybe, Lin Ming can win. I never imagined that not only did you have a gold battle spirit, but you even managed to comprehend such a bizarre and powerful martial intent force field. And you were actually able to jump ranks to wound me. Crimson Strife Cloud rose up from the ruins of his landing. He wiped the leaking blood from his mouth. As he recalled that strange martial intent force field just now, even he couldn't believe it. Lin Ming had actually managed to comprehend such a mystical force field martial intent. A martial intent was elusive and impossible to clarify. Every person that comprehended one did so differently, and whether or not they managed to comprehend one, this wasn't too related to their comprehension of laws or their talent. There were some extreme geniuses that would never be able to comprehend their own martial intent. It could even be said that martial intents were a kind of manifestation of a martial artist's destiny. Lin Ming, your cultivation is lower than mine by a single stage of life destruction, and yet you have been able to force me to this step. I really must praise you. I admit that your talent is no longer beneath mine. This next move is my strongest ace. Even 40,000 years ago, when I completed the 1,000 slaughter here, I did not use this move. Lin Ming, it is still not too late for you to admit defeat. Because once I use this move, even I am unable to control its strength. Even though we are in the illusionary god combat array and you are nothing but an energy form, my attack will wound your divine soul. This is because this move is one that my father comprehended from a fragment of a transcendent divine might jade slip that he obtained in an ancient ruin. Although it is not a true transcendent divine might, it is actually quite close. And whilst I can only display the first attack of this ability, even so, the likes of you will not be able to resist it. Transcendent divine might? As the martial artists present heard Crimson Strifecloud's words, all of them were floored. A transcendent divine might was a peak top-level ultimate ability of the divine realm. Only an extreme Empyrean level character, an existence that others called equivalent to a god, was able to create their own. Moreover, an Empyrean would only be able to create a single transcendent divine might, because a transcendent divine might was the complete accumulation of their entire life studies. Thus, in the entire divine realm, a new transcendent divine might would only be born every million or even several million years. In addition, there were many transcendent divine mights that were lost in mystic realms, causing transcendent divine mights in the divine realm to be extremely scarce. Normally, only an Empyrean or extraordinary world king would experience a lucky chance and obtain one. As for a holy lord, there was no point in mentioning them. For instance, Crimson Strifecloud's father had obtained only a fragment of a transcendent divine might. The amount that could be learnt from it was limited. Even so, that was still an amazing inheritance. A transcendent divine might jade slip fragment. By the heavens! Crimson Strifecloud actually had the chance to learn such an ability. There's nothing that can be done about it. That's the background of a World King family. The reason that Crimson Strifecloud's family is so glorious is not just because of their bloodline, but also because their inheritances are far superior. For instance, our ancient Phoenix clan would never have something so mythical like a fragment of a transcendent divine might. I fear junior apprentice brother Lin won't be able to stop him. What a pity. If only Crimson Strifecloud didn't have a transcendent divine might, then junior apprentice brother Lin might have one. There isn't anything that can be done. This is the difference of background. There isn't any shame for junior apprentice brother Lin to lose like this. This battle is destined to be recorded in the grand history of the ancient Phoenix clan. As the disciples of the three branch palaces were feeling sorrow for Lin Ming, at this time, Lin Ming was facing off against Crimson Strifecloud, a dignified expression on his face. Even a transcendent divine might jade slip fragment couldn't be underestimated. It had to be known that his own heavenly demon martial intent was only a minor portion of the complete primordious martial intent, and yet it held so much power already. As for the heretical god force, that should be a complete transcendent divine might. But the nature of this secret skill was focused on auxiliary cultivation, passive support, and helping to perceive the laws. Its striking power wasn't its greatest strength. As for Crimson Strifecloud, from the meaning behind his words, what his father obtained was a fragment of an offensive transcendent divine might. A martial skill comprehended from a transcendent divine might jade slip fragment might not be a true transcendent divine might, but it was still recreated through the strength and understandings of a World King level powerhouse. This might was absolutely powerful. At this moment, Lin Ming no longer held anything back. This was likely Crimson Strifecloud's final attack. He needed to receive this attack, and his greatest dependence was the transcendent divine might level Grand Mist space. In other words, to release the Grand Mist space to the edge of its limits. Before this, because of all sorts of worries, Lin Ming had suppressed the Grand Mist space to about 3 feet around his body, and he also hid the phenomena of the Grand Mist space. But if he were to continue with this charade, then he would likely lose here. It looks you really want to fight to the death. Hehe, that is also what I expected. Otherwise, that wouldn't be you, and I would lose interest in defeating you. As Crimson Strife Cloud saw Lin Ming's aura rapidly rising, he wasn't surprised at all. He lifted his sword with both hands and his own aura also ascended into the heavens, turning into a billowing blaze that shot into the sky, dyeing the entire sky blood red. Tyrant Ether Blood. Crimson Strife Cloud suddenly chopped down with his sword. At this time, he was like the world itself, wielding control of heavenly retribution, and his sword was the judgment of the heavenly Tao. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. In that moment, he once again combusted all of his ancient phoenix blood. His soul force and willpower completely erupted. Behind Lin Ming, in the midst of a blazing golden light and a fiery phoenix dancing in the sky, a blood-red lotus began to slowly bloom. This was the prime emperor lotus flower. Only when this lotus flower bloomed would the grand mist martial intent reach the pinnacle of its strength. However, Lin Ming didn't dare to allow just the prime emperor lotus flower to bloom. Although Crimson Strife Cloud or Hua Violent Stone were both characters that were far from the level of an Empyrean, and it was also impossible for them to ever see someone like Empyrean Primordius, Lin Ming still didn't look down on their experience. As he released the blooming blood-red prime emperor lotus flower, he used the blue lotus flame dance once again. The first three concepts of the fire laws condensed into a blue lotus and fused together with the prime emperor red lotus, causing a lotus flower to appear that was a strange blue-red. But Lin Ming wasn't done yet. He poured his grand mist battle spirit into this blue-red lotus flower. The gold battle spirit was capable of forming a world of will projection into reality. It changed the appearance of the prime emperor red lotus again, covering it with a dark gold. Bang! Ka-ka-ka. Crimson Strife Cloud's sword cut into the grand mist space. The deep red energy violently collided with the grand mist space. Then, the strands of elementary grand mist energy were forcefully sheared off by Crimson Strife Cloud. At the same time, Crimson Strife Cloud's tyrant ether blood also weakened. A thick red energy washed out in all directions, dyeing the grand mist space crimson, as if the endless heavens were crying tears of blood. Just what kind of force field is this? It's actually so powerful. Crimson Strife Cloud was stunned. He felt his own strength being rapidly sucked away. Break for me! Crimson Strife Cloud erupted with a bellowing roar. His body suddenly bulged out. The blood vessels underneath his skin all burst open, and blue veins stuck out from all over his body. He pushed the strength of his body to the limit and forcefully tore away the elementary grand mist energy in front that was hindering him. However, at the same time, most of the strength of his tyrant ether blood had been used up. Heretical God Force, explode! Lin Ming's thoughts reached towards the heretical God Sprout. The heretical God Sprout's 6 leaves released a brilliance as bright as a noon sun. In that moment, behind Lin Ming, the blue-red lotus flower appeared once again, shooting straight forwards. Blue lotus flame dance. Bang! In the violent collision, the tyrant ether blood and the blue lotus flame dance smashed against each other. The blue-red lotus was ripped apart, but Crimson Strife Cloud's tyrant ether blood was also mutilated until it exploded. Wild shockwaves of energy swept outwards. Lin Ming's protective true essence shattered and his meridians were torn apart by the energy. He vomited a great mouthful of blood. As for Crimson Strife Cloud, a third of the scales around his body had been torn off by Lin Ming's attack. His entire body was dyed with blood. However, the two of them did not retreat. They both wanted to use this moment when their opponent was severely wounded and their attacks would be at their weakest to deliver a fatal blow. Tyrant Ether Blood. Crimson Strife Cloud wanted to display the tyrant ether blood once more. But with his current condition, he was barely able to use this move and the burden on his body was great. Also, even though he was barely able to use this move, the power would be incomparable to the last time. But, just as Crimson Strife Cloud was about to strike, he could hear a sound of rolling thunder roaring at him. From Lin Ming's body, a purple lion tore towards him. Purple Lion Thunder Source. Explode! Lin Ming crazily shouted out. The purple lion thunder source dashed into the great currents of flame that still surged about. The power of thunder and fire wove together, creating a riotous explosion. Bang! The heavens and earth trembled. Explosive origin energy burst out in all directions. Crimson Strife Cloud didn't have time to condense his sword energy before he was swept up by the frenzied Thunderfire energy. His stance broke and he was sent flying backwards. All of his scales were ripped off, scattering across the world as his blood shot into the wind. Lin Ming's final strike nearly took all of his energy. As he slaughtered his way to the step, every opponent he faced had been a genius of their own era. Moreover, he had faced groups of them that had joined together in formations. The consumption of his energy could be imagined. Even if Lin Ming had the gate of healing supporting him, it was still difficult to make up for the stress of his mind in the mere quarter hour of time given to him before he fought Crimson Strife Cloud. Because he had erupted with too much strength in that last attack and he had also suffered a backlash from the explosive true essence. 30% of Lin Ming's meridians had been torn and he was in a critically injured stage. He didn't have much combat efficiency left. If Crimson Strife Cloud still had strength remaining, then he could only admit defeat. However, the truth was that Crimson Strife Cloud was in an even worse state. In Lin Ming's final strike, he had used the Purple Lion Thunder Source to detonate the remnants of the Blue Lotus Flame Dance. Crimson Strife Cloud had withstood the greatest impact. If it weren't for his scorching blood battle body, the scales that covered him, as well as his amazing defensive power, then Lin Ming's strike would have torn Crimson Strife Cloud to pieces. You! Crimson Strife Cloud's voice was hoarse as he glared at Lin Ming. Every time he spoke a word, blood would gush out from his mouth. Lin Ming, right? I'll remember you. Who? As Crimson Strife Cloud finished speaking, his body turned into beams of red light that faded away, soon completely vanishing altogether. Lin Ming had defeated Crimson Strife Cloud. This also meant that he had completed the final stage, the Thousand Slaughter. Lin Ming has defeated Crimson Strife Cloud. Heavens! Thousand Slaughter! The madman did it. He completed the Thousand Slaughter. As the disciples of the Three Branch Palaces saw Lin Ming finally defeat Crimson Strife Cloud, all of them were first struck dumb. They thought that Lin Ming originally had a ray of hope to achieve victory, but after Crimson Strife Cloud had pulled out that attack that was perceived from a transcendent divine might jade slip fragment, everyone had felt that final ray of hope disappear. But the true result had defied all of their expectations. He won. He really won, Monarch Sweetie Fox mumbled. Beside her, Duke Golden Sword and Hua High Dragon were stunned speechless. Good. Well fought. Hua Violent Stone raised his fists. This battle was too amazing. He had only been watching the fight and yet he was filled with a hearty feeling. This was what all battles should be like. This Lin Ming must have obtained some lucky chance somewhere. The might of those final abilities he used as well as that martial intent was simply incredible. It's impossible that he created such moves on his own. He must have obtained the inheritance of a top extreme powerhouse. Hua Violent Stone could see that Lin Ming's last attack was not ordinary at all. It was normal for geniuses to obtain lucky chances, and Lin Ming's lucky chance was far more terrifying than he had assumed. This wasn't surprising. After all, Lin Ming was a martial artist from the lower realms. If he didn't have some great lucky chance, then it would have been impossible for him to reach this step. It looks like I underestimated Lin Ming. I originally thought he was a powerhouse who had the possibility and potential of becoming a character on the level of a highest elder in the future. But now, it seems that his achievements may continue past even those of a holy lord. Perhaps the ancient Phoenix clan will not be the final destination. He will leave the ancient Phoenix clan and step onto a broader stage in the divine realm. Hua Violent Stone took a deep breath. The 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm each took an incomparably broad mainland as their center. This was the so-called primary world. But there were also countless celestial stars that existed outside of these primary worlds. Many of these celestial stars were even larger than the planet that the Sky Spill continent was located on. And on these celestial stars lived incalculable lives. Of the 3,000 great worlds, every great world had an unimaginable population base and every great world also had over 100 Holy Land level influences. And these were only the 3,000 great worlds. Besides the 3,000 great worlds, there were also medium worlds and small worlds. Even these small worlds had top powerhouses. In addition, a divine lord powerhouse was able to form a divine world within their bodies. This world could hold rivers, lakes, seas, deserts, grasslands, and all sorts of life could be raised within. Then, the master of this world could obtain strength from all the power of faith emanating from their inner world. For instance, characters like Huahai Dragon and Monarch Sweetie Fox had divine inner worlds. If the population of this world was added together, that was also a huge number. It was impossible to measure how vast the divine realm was. Even if a world king were to spend 1,000,000 years wandering the cosmos, they would still find it difficult to explore even a 10,000th of the divine realm. My ancient Phoenix clan has continued on in the divine realm for so many years, and yet a world king has never appeared among our people. Even Xiao Daoji or Burning Heaven, all of them were almost close to becoming a world king. With Lin Ming's current achievements, it is still far from him becoming a world king, but he has a faint hope in doing so. Hua Violent Stone truly hoped that the ancient Phoenix clan would be able to raise a world king. But training a world king was simply too difficult. There were only 3,000 world kings for the 3,000 major worlds of the divine realm. These were accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. The truth was that one could step onto the stage of the divine realm after becoming a holy lord. If one could surpass a holy lord and become a world king, then one could become a leading actor on the divine realm stage. Oh! At this time, in the distant crimson light word, in an endless space of fire, a tall and broad middle-aged man with long crimson hair was sitting down. Then he had a sudden feeling in his heart. He slowly opened his eyes. The wisp of divine sense I left in the ancient Phoenix clan's illusionary god combat array was broken. The red-haired middle-aged man was surprised. He stood up. This man was Crimson Strife Cloud. It had already been a matter of 40,000 years ago when he left behind a strand of his divine sense. At that time, he had been filled with the fire of youth and also far too much arrogance. He had believed that all geniuses beneath the heavens were inferior to him. But now, he had become much more composed and level-headed than before. His boundary was different and thus his horizons were different. As he grew older, he slowly became deeply aware of just how broad and vast the divine realm truly was. If it were now, he wouldn't leave behind a wisp of his divine sense to provoke a holy land, because there simply wasn't any meaning in such an act. A holy land also couldn't be underestimated. Although it was true he had suppressed the ancient Phoenix clan 40,000 years ago, that was only a matter of 40,000 years ago. There was the glory of 10 million years ago or even longer than that. During that long history, the ancient Phoenix clan had produced numerous talents that exceeded him in all aspects, not to mention existences like Xiao Daoji or Hua Burning Heaven, extreme characters that had been half-step world kings. There were even some less famous past patriarchs of the ancient Phoenix clan that were about the same as Crimson Strife Cloud. At his age, Crimson Strife Cloud's chances of stepping into the world king realm were becoming more and more uncertain. He had more or less stopped at the peak of a holy lord. A peak holy lord was still a holy lord. Compared to a world king, there was simply an insurmountable chasm between them. Crimson Strife Cloud casually reached out his hands and tore apart space. From the endless space, he grasped a tiny red strand. This red strand slowly lingered in his palm. This was the wisp of divine sense he had left behind, but it had already been scattered by Lin Ming. Crimson Strife Cloud opened his mouth and absorbed this strand of divine sense into his body. The scene of battle within the illusionary god combat array reappeared in his mind. However, because the strand of divine sense had been brutally ruined by Lin Ming, he could not recover the complete battle scene. The most he could do was recognize Lin Ming's appearance and his cultivation. In the past, I completed the 1,000 slaughter in the illusionary god combat array when I was 29 years old. This youth should by the same age. The illusionary god combat array should be able to perfectly reproduce my past understandings of the concept and laws, my skills and cultivation methods, my complete combat efficiency, and even the fiery hot-headedness of my youth. In order to create a legend that would never be broken, I also displayed the Tyrant Ether Blood in the Illusionary God Combat array before I left. That strength was left behind along with my divine sense. I should have been reproduced in the exact same condition of my peak strength back then. And even then I actually managed to lose. He is the same age as I was, and moreover he is 7th stage life destruction. Crimson Strife Cloud's eyes widened. This discovery was even more shocking. In truth, for a genius of Crimson Strife Cloud's level, it was extremely easy for him to break through the earlier realms. If he wanted to, he could have stepped into the Divine Sea at 26 to 27 years of age. But there was no reason to do that. Only when he felt that his cultivation had become the greatest limiting factor of his comprehension of the laws would he then break through to the next boundary. In his opinion, if a 29-year-old could suppress their cultivation to the 7th stage of life destruction, then their talent must truly be great. This youth must possess a talent that surpassed his own by a great margin. This Lin Ming fellow appeared in the ancient Phoenix clan. With such talent, it is possible that he will become a character like Xiao Daoji. In the future, our paths will surely intersect. I want to take a good look to see just what sort of monstrous little creature he is. Crimson Strife Cloud muttered to himself. Then, he sat back down and continued to perceive the laws. When he was 25,000 years old, he had already reached the peak of the Holy Lord realm. Now, he either spent his time perceiving the laws and concepts, closed up in diligent cultivation, traveled for enjoyment, or sought lucky chances of his own in dangerous lands. Even so, he had still been stuck at this step for a full 15,000 years. At this time, at Fire Spirit Star, the last star lit up on the arch of the Illusionary God Combat array. The 9th star symbolized the completion of the 1,000 slaughter. The array formation portal violently trembled. Then, with a whistling sound, the portal disappeared and a pale-faced youth was kicked out. This youth was Lin Ming. It was over. Lin Ming took a deep breath. At this time his long hair was in chaos and exhaustion tinged his eyes. It had only been Lin Ming's spiritual form that fought in the Illusionary God Combat. The spiritual form had been reproduced from his own body so that he wouldn't be directly harmed during the trial. Even so, in an endless revolving fight that continued for almost an entire day, it had been a tremendous test of Lin Ming's mind, will, and soul. His consumption had been immense. Without a doubt, his 1,000 slaughter was far more difficult than what Crimson Strife Cloud experienced 40,000 years ago. Although he had been brimming with energy and vitality when he first rushed into the Illusionary God Combat array, now that he exited, all he felt was exhaustion. Even so, as his figure fell into the eyes of the other martial artists present, there was nothing reflected in them but supreme power and influence, a grandeur that left their hearts racing. Lin Ming had jumped levels to defeat Crimson Strife Cloud. Such strength, such talent. It was all like an unreachable mountain peak. Just this point was enough to have the 3 Branch Palace's disciples feel awe. But before, Lin Ming had also given a rousing verbal counter to Crimson Strife Cloud's words. Those words had caused their blood to boil, and for them to deeply worship and revere his daring bravado. Lin Mind had defended the glory of the ancient Phoenix clan. He had defended the pride of everyone in the ancient Phoenix clan, so that they could hold their heads up high. Little Moon, you cannot struggle with him. Lu Xiaoyun couldn't help but say. Beside her, Yen Little Moon was staring at Lin Ming in a daze, her lips gently moving as if she were speaking to herself. This blow to the heart of the arrogant Yen Little Moon was not minor. Yen Little Moon's body shivered. Then, she averted her gaze. She bowed her head and said, Senior Apprentice Sister Lu, I'm fine. Yen Little Moon seemed to think of something. She looked up and clenched her fists. Regardless of whether or not I can struggle with him, I will still try to do so no matter what. As long as I can follow his footsteps, then even if I never surpass him in the future, I too have hopes of becoming a Holy Lord level character. But if I were to be ashamed of my own weakness now and give up my hope, then there would be nothing left, Yen Little Moon said after a moment of thought. As Lu Xiaoyun heard these words, she smiled in appreciation. That's right. At any time, no matter how powerful our rivals and enemies are, we still cannot lose heart. We cannot abandon our will to never surrender. Little moon, your talent far surpasses my own. As long as you grasp the chances that appear to you in the future, you truly do have a chance of becoming a holy lord. Yen Little Moon firmly nodded. There was no limit in this universe. There was always a higher mountain, a stronger person. Yen Little Moon understood this. She knew that she was far from being able to compare with those truly monstrous geniuses out in the wide universe. But there had never been a situation like today where she personally experienced this with her own eyes and heart. Now, she understood just how great the disparity was. Although this was a major blow to Yen Little Moon, it was also an extremely important life lesson. It had broadened her horizons and cemented her goal, giving her the strength to press forwards. Apprentice Nephew Lin, congratulations. You have reached the 7th level of the Hells of Flame and have also completed the illusionary god combat Erase Thousand Slaughter. This is yours, you have earned it. Huahai Dragon took out an ordinary-looking wooden box and handed it to Lin Ming. This wooden box was extremely plain-looking. It was unknown just what type of wood it was made from. As Lin Ming opened this box, he could see that there was a square crystal inside, translucent and utterly clear, shimmering with a faint light. And sealed in the center of this crystal was a single crimson drop of blood. This drop of blood seemed to have a spirit of its own. Just by looking at it, one could feel endless flames burning within, and within these flames was a phoenix bathing in the fires of nirvana. This was Phoenix Blood Essence. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, congratulations. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, awesome fight. As Lin Ming obtained the Phoenix Blood Essence, many disciples that knew Lin Ming came up to congratulate him, some of them with voices thick with envy. This was ancient Phoenix Blood Essence. Even someone like Crimson Strifecloud, who came from a World King family background, would crave and yearn for it. In the divine realm, there were countless various bloodlines. In order to reach a higher realm of cultivation, besides perception, lucky chances, and destiny, one also need to have enough martial talent. Of the several factors that formed a genius, martial talent was at the end. But this didn't mean that it was unimportant. On the contrary, martial talent was actually indispensable. It was just that in the divine realm there were many different methods to increase one's martial talent. Thus it wasn't considered too important. Improving one's bloodline was often the main method to increase one's talent. In this universe, the human bloodline wasn't much at all. Humans were small and weak animals. They were slow, their physical strength was lacking, and their bodies were frail. Although they were more formidable than ants, cats, dogs, and other such ordinary animals, they fell far short of being able to compare with fierce beasts like lions and tigers. Compared to vicious beasts and saint beasts, they couldn't even hold a candle to them. As for a god beast, there was even less to speak of. A god beast did not even need to train. As long as they grew up, they would have the strength of a peak World King powerhouse. As for a human, they would die in several dozen years if they didn't cultivate. But after so many billions of years, humanity had actually taken rule over the entire divine realm. Besides humans' terrifying ability to multiply, the main reason they had been able to do this was based on their perception, creativity, and ability to learn. Mankind had created a brilliant and magnificent martial arts civilization. There was no other race in this cosmos that was more suited to cultivating martial arts than humans. A weak little baby that cried just after being born could 100,000 years later destroy a star with their own hands. This weak baby could become an Empyrean with the ability to create their own miracle. This could be said to be an unbelievable miracle. As for saint beasts and god beasts, their effects of cultivating were limited. Nearly all transcendent divine mights were created by humanity. Although a god beast was powerful, they could not compare with a human Empyrean. And while humans had an advantage in cultivation, their bloodline talent was actually poor. The children they gave birth to were frail and weak without even the strength to grab a chicken. Then, in the distant past, the ancient martial artists of the divine realm underwent a variety of experiments to transform their own bloodline. With humanity's cultivation speed, if they also had a bloodline superiority, then they would truly become the beloved of heaven. And by this era, In the vast and boundless divine realm, the truly powerful families all had their own unique bloodline inheritances. All these various bloodlines had strange and wonderful powers, each with their own strengths and disadvantages, some better and some worse. This included god-beast families like the ancient Phoenix clan. For instance, the ancient Dragon clan, Kirin clan, or Rock clan. These god-beast families all had noble bloodlines. But, what a pity, they were never able to fuse the god-beast bloodline into their own genes. Thus, they could only rely on transplanting additional blood to maintain their bloodline. Of these 4 great god-beast families, only the ancient Dragon clan had several world kings appear within their ranks. As for the other 3 noble families, the strongest powerhouses they had were half-step world kings. As Lin Ming entered the divine realm, it became important for him to constantly enhance his own talent. This would save him a great deal of cultivation time in the future. At this moment, a beautiful and alluring woman with 10,000 different flavors of sexuality arrived in front of Lin Ming. She gently smiled and said, "Apprentice nephew Lin, I am the Vice Internal Affairs Envoy of the ancient Phoenix clan, Monarch Sweetie Fox. This is the Internal Affairs Envoy Hua Hai Dragon. This is the Captain of the Disciplinary Enforcement Division Golden Sword. And finally, as you should be well aware, this is the current patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan's Hua family, Highest Elder Hua Violent Stone." Monarch Sweetie Fox slowly introduced everyone to Lin Ming. Highest Elder Hua Violent Stone. Lin Ming sucked in a light breath. A Highest Elder of the ancient Phoenix clan. That was a Holy Lord level existence. In the divine realm there was a colossal number of holy lands, and even more Holy Lord level characters. But this didn't mean that a Holy Lord wasn't special. In fact, becoming a Holy Lord was unimaginably rare and difficult. Once one became a Holy Lord, they could rule their own section of the divine realm and become an overlord. Crimson Strifecloud was also a Holy Lord, and a peak Holy Lord at that. But there were far too many lives in the divine realm, even more than a trillion lives. It was simply impossible to count. Thus, that was why there were so many Holy Lords. For example, out of a population of 1 trillion martial artists, a single divine lord powerhouse would appear. But only 1 out of every 10,000 divine lords would manage to become a Holy Lord level powerhouse. If one calculated this, then the chance that a martial artist would manage to become a Holy Lord powerhouse was 1 in 10,000 trillion. Then, 10,000 Holy Lords would appear from a group of 100,000 trillion martial artists. And in a population of 10 billion trillion martial artists, there would be 1,000,000 Holy Lords. This old man is the strongest powerhouse I've seen to date. Lin Ming deeply looked at Hua Violent Stone. He simply couldn't make out what cultivation or power of laws this old man had. It was hard to imagine that this old man might even have the power to move a small planet. "Brat, come with me," Hua Violent Stone suddenly said. Then, as he spoke, he waved his hand and casually tore apart space, forming a space vortex. "Come on in." Hua Violent Stone's voice was full of energy. It was impossible to refuse him. Lin Ming nodded and stepped into the space vortex. In the next moment, he felt his own divine soul twist as if he had crossed through 1,000,000-mile distance. He arrived in a great and broad world. This was not a minor dimension that an ordinary martial artist opened up with their true essence, but a truly great world that extended as far out as the eye could see. There was no limit or edge. As Lin Ming cast his divine sense out and investigated, this world seemed endless. "This is a mortal nation?" Lin Ming was surprised. When he investigated with his senses, he discovered that several hundred miles away there was a large number of mortals carrying out some sort of prayer and worship ceremony, as if they were praying for good crops and good weather. This sort of ceremony would only occur in the world of mortals. A martial artist believed in their own strength and ability to change the world as they saw fit. Thus, they naturally felt less awe towards certain beliefs, and they certainly wouldn't believe in some faint and illusory divine god. And besides this ceremony, Lin Ming could also make out the noisy market streets, bustling cities, fertile fields of crops, and even battlefields where life and death slaughter was happening. On this battlefield, the soldiers were basically all at the body transformation realm. The generals might be at the Hotian realm, and nearly none were at the Xiantian realm. This sort of army strength was similar to the Sky Fortune Kingdom that Lin Ming grew up in. This is my divine world, the world I formed when I stepped into the Divine Lord realm, a world evolved from the great dimension within my body. As an old voice sounded out, Hua Violent Stone appeared beside Lin Ming. The reason that a Divine Lord is called a Divine Lord is that they can open a true world within their body and become the divine existence of their own world, then being able to receive the power of faith from those that live within them. Well, enough of that. Lin Ming, the reason I brought you here is that I want to ask you several questions. But before that, I will help you absorb this drop of Phoenix Blood Essence first. If you can maintain your current rate of achievements in the future, and perhaps rise even further, then the ancient Phoenix clan will do everything in their power to help train and raise you. There can be a second drop of Phoenix Blood Essence, perhaps even a third, all the way until you become a half-step world king and achieve the same level of Shao Daoji and Hua Burning Heaven of the past. You can even surpass them and struggle for glory for the ancient Phoenix clan. The ancient Phoenix had remained silent for hundreds of thousands of years already. They urgently needed a top powerhouse to appear within their ranks in order to enhance the destiny of the entire clan. Destiny was a concept that couldn't be explained clearly. An ordinary shop would find a treasure for their store in order to stabilize their destiny and bring about more business and prosperity. Similarly, an ancient family needed a peerless powerhouse to present themselves in order to enhance their own destiny. Often, after an unrivaled genius was successfully raised, other top geniuses would begin popping up like endless mushrooms one after another. This was not solely an issue of something so fickle like destiny, but because of the truth that the appearance of an unrivaled powerhouse would be accompanied with a great number of lucky chances. As Hua Violent Stone finished speaking, his mind moved and the thought of a battle spirit shot out and destroyed the crystal that sealed the drop of Phoenix Blood Essence. As the crystal shattered, the drop of blood essence that contained the inherent life essence of a phoenix god beast slowly drifted downwards. This drop of Phoenix Blood Essence emitted a powerful, vast, and fiery aura. Lin Ming could even feel that this drop of Phoenix Blood Essence contained fragments of the great Tao laws. These laws were of course not perceived by the phoenix. Rather, when the phoenix was born it had already inherently comprehended these laws. When a god beast like a phoenix was born, their body would naturally be inscribed with Tao diagrams, and there would be law runes deeply etched into their bones. These laws were all completely natural. One could say they were closest to the heavenly Tao. Hua Violent Stone used his thoughts to control this drop of blood essence and move it towards Lin Ming. Wherever this blood essence went, Lin Ming could see that the space around it twisted around. This was because of the highly compressed energy contained within the drop of blood essence. It was even able to twist the space within Hua Violent Stone's divine world. This was a truly impressive condensed energy. As soon as this drop of Phoenix Blood Essence approached the point between Lin Ming's eyebrows, he could feel a sharp pain there as if a needle were stabbing into him, as well a pain that came from being burned by flames. The ancient phoenix mark on Lin Ming's forehead naturally revealed itself. It released a dazzling golden light that shined along beautifully with the drop of Phoenix Blood Essence. All of the power of blood within Lin Ming's body seemed to be summoned by some invisible force, swelling up towards the point between his eyebrows as if it were gathering into something. What an extraordinary strength, and what rich source laws! Lin Ming exclaimed to himself. Then, that drop of Phoenix Blood Essence finally fell onto the point between Lin Ming's eyebrows. In that instant, Lin Ming was able to feel just how heavy this drop of blood essence was. Ordinary ancient phoenix blood was around the same weight as human blood. But this drop of Phoenix Blood Essence was as dense as mountains and rivers, as heavy as the sea. This was because this drop of blood essence was condensed from the life essence of a phoenix god beast. It was the most precious treasure of a phoenix. A burning heat beyond compare spread outwards. The skin between Lin Ming's eyes was penetrated through by that drop of Phoenix Blood Essence. Lin Ming felt his heart suddenly jump, as if his heart were having trouble processing the massive load coming from the drop of blood essence. Hoo! Lin Ming wildly gasped for breath. Blue veins stuck out from his forehead and sweat streamed down his entire body. In front of him, Hua Violent Stone was completely focused. In a flash, his hands twisted together in a series of motions and 10,000 seal marks shot out, sinking into Lin Ming. In order to transplant a bloodline, a secret technique was required. Let alone Phoenix blood essence, even back at the Sky Spill continent, disciples of Divine Phoenix Island also needed a special secret technique and inheritance to transplant the vermilion bird bloodline. It wasn't that anyone who wished to transplant the bloodline could do it. As for transplanting Phoenix blood essence, that was especially difficult and laborious. The more powerful the person assisting with the transplant, the better the effects would be. As the blood essence thoroughly fused into Lin Ming, it turned into a million wisps of blood that entered all the blood vessels of his body. Lin Ming felt as if his entire body was burning. In a trance, a strong and overwhelming feeling rushed through Lin Ming's spiritual sea, blotting out the world. This vast will was like the thoughts of heaven, unbearable and difficult to withstand. Is this the will left behind by the god-beast? Lin Ming shut his eyes. In his mind, the scene of a vast sea of flames appeared. This boundless sea of fire stretched for billions of miles. The billowing waves of heat were at an impossibly high temperature. Even when compared to the core of Fire Spirit Star, this sea of flames blazed dozens or even hundreds of times hotter. This is a star? Lin Ming was surprised and then extremely shocked. This was not just a star but a super large star. It was a titan that towered above all blazing stars in the universe. Within such a fiery star, the inherent energy it contained was incomparably terrifying. If the Sky Spill continent were tossed inside, the entire continent would be instantly sublimated. Faintly, Lin Ming was able to see that in the center of this massive star, there was a giant golden-red bird. This bird had a body that was nearly 10,000 miles long, and its entire body was covered with smoldering flames, as if it had become one with the star itself. As the bird cried out, its clarion cry could be heard clearly across the entire star. It was like bass drums that quaked through the marrow, shaking one's divine soul, and the aura it exuded was vast and endless, like the infinite universe itself. In front of such a grand being, it was nearly impossible to withstand such a tremendous pressure. This was a phoenix? This was the scene of a phoenix undergoing nirvana, and it actually underwent nirvana in the center of such a great star. Lin Ming gasped, finally understanding. After absorbing the drop of phoenix blood essence, he had also absorbed the phoenix's life essence. Through this, he had become aware of the phoenix's will as well as a small portion of its memories. The ancient Phoenix clan had obtained its ancient phoenix blood from the remnants left behind after a phoenix underwent nirvana, and phoenix blood essence was the same. Thus, this drop of phoenix blood essence contained the residual thoughts of the phoenix as it underwent nirvana. It was just that Lin Ming never imagined that this phoenix would actually choose the center of a several billion-mile-wide star to undergo nirvana in. Bang! The phoenix's entire body erupted with a golden red light. Terrifying flames soared to the heavens, reaching billions of miles high. These flames penetrated through the entire star, shooting out into the endless space. When the phoenix was truly undergoing nirvana, the entire star began to shake. Endless flames spewed outwards, forming hundreds of thousands of solar prominences, each great enough to wrap around an entire planet. As Lin Ming watched the phoenix undergo nirvana with its body bathed in flames, he felt as if he himself had become the incarnation of the phoenix, able to pull in energy from the entire star. His vision increased yet again, not just broadening but ascending to another level altogether. Lin Ming felt as if he had become the master of all between the heavens and earth, a true divine god. From his vantage point as a divine god, he overlooked all the common people of the world. He overlooked the laws of the universe. He overlooked the creation of all matter. This sort of viewpoint was indifferent, ruthless, and yet noble at the same time. This was what scholars meant when they said the world was unbiased and equitable, taking all of existence as nothing more than grass and dogs. In the eyes of a true divine god of the heavens, humans were no different from ants, vast seas were no different from a drop of water, and stars were no different from motes of dust. In the eyes of a divine god, everything was equal without any difference. There was no way to describe such a feeling. In the scene that played before Lin Ming's eyes, in that moment all of it changed. He could see with his own the finest details of matter, a composition of yin and yang energies. In the blink of an eye, he could also see the grandest macrocosmic scale of the universe. He saw countless galaxies flow about like vast rivers of liquid mercury. He could see the birth of stars within these galaxies. He could see their growth and also their destruction. He saw the changes of the primary worlds and their evolution over time. Then he also saw the power of laws. He could make out all the changes that happened in the fire within the star, and he could also make out the endless Tao diagrams on the phoenix's bones that came in countless variations. Slowly, ever so slowly, traces of insights began to blossom in Lin Ming's heart. In that moment, Lin Ming felt a great many things appear in his mind, as if he had obtained the most precious memories of the universe. But when he wanted to remember them, they fell through his grasp like sand through a net. This feeling was extremely puzzling and mysterious. This comprehension of laws. Lin Ming opened his eyes and countless images reappeared in his pupils. It was like galaxies were reflected in his eyes, slowly spinning around. He knew that this was a memory of the phoenix. It was a memory of when it underwent nirvana as well as some of its understandings towards the laws. How a phoenix understood the laws was different from how humanity comprehended laws from the heavenly Tao. A phoenix was born with a deep comprehension of laws. These comprehensions were a memory carved into their very bones. The laws inscribed into the marrow of a god-beast originated from the truths of the heavenly Tao. These truths were not tainted by the world, nor had they ever been processed through anything. They were truths that were closest to the source laws of the universe. So from Phoenix blood essence, the most precious factor is not that it can transform my bloodline and martial talent, but that the Phoenix blood essence itself contains the source memories and laws of the Phoenix. I saw the entire universe from the viewpoint of a god-beast, and I used the mind of a human to understand it. This is truly a great lucky chance. No wonder the ancient Phoenix clan values the Phoenix blood essence so much. It is truly marvelous. The ancient Phoenix clan likely doesn't have much Phoenix blood essence left. Perhaps a dozen drops or maybe even 24 drops. After realizing all of this, Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. To look over the source of laws and composition of matter from the perspective of a divine god would be a tremendous advantage to his future comprehension of the laws. A god-beast was an existence that approached a true divine god. They possessed the so-called eyes of heaven, something that humans did not have. They were beings of a higher realm. However, their comprehension and creativity were lacking. Their great strength originated from the innate gifts they were birthed with as well as their bloodline and genes. As for a human's perception and creativity, that was limited by their physical restriction. If they wanted to perceive the laws of the universe, they would encounter great barriers blocking their way. If Lin Ming was able to integrate both together, his benefits would be enormous. This sort of lucky chance is really too rare. I feel as if I've already touched the 4th level concept of the fire laws. As long as I have some more time to close up, I should be able to comprehend it. Unfortunately, the time I saw from the perspective of a divine god was too short. If I were able to stay in that state for longer, my comprehensions would be much greater. In the future, if I can obtain a 2nd or even 3rd drop of Phoenix blood essence, then I will have another such chance. I have to take the greatest advantage from it that I can. As Lin Ming thought this, he also wondered if there was a possibility he would be able to receive the blood essence of other god beasts or divine gods in the future. For instance, a god beast of the dragon race, or a god beast like a golden-winged roc or electric violet Kirin. If he could do so, then his understandings would be even deeper and more comprehensive. After all, the Phoenix only focused on the fire laws. Who? Lin Ming suddenly awoke from the state of sudden enlightenment he entered after absorbing the Phoenix blood essence. His eyes shot open and he saw that he was in Hua Violent Stone's divine world. Hua Violent Stone was sitting cross-legged 100 feet away from Lin Ming. As he sensed Lin Ming open his eyes, he also opened his own. Lin Ming, you've awoken. Thank you, highest elder. Lin Ming bowed. The reason he was able to smoothly absorb the drop of phoenix blood essence was entirely Hua Violent Stone's help. Hee. Raising the geniuses of my clan is my duty. I also hope that you can one day create a miracle in the future and surpass Xiao Daoji or Hua Burning Heaven. I hope that you can become an extreme holy lord, and there may even be a slim chance that you will become a world king. However, to do so is far too difficult. Far too difficult. Hua Violent Stone sighed. The birth of a world king-level powerhouse was often the cumulative progress of 100 million years. For instance, it was already considered excellent if a world king family was able to produce a world king every 100 million years. Compared to this, Lin Ming's reputation as the ancient Phoenix clan's greatest talent for the last several tens of thousands of years wasn't anything at all. Hua Violent Stone said, Lin Ming, when I helped transplant the Phoenix blood essence into your body, I discovered that you have some ancient Azure Dragon bloodline within you. Is that correct? Yes. Lin Ming nodded. It is reverse scale blood. When this disciple was in the lower realms world, I accidentally stumbled upon an ancient relic left behind by a supreme elder, obtaining this drop of reverse scale blood. It was all because of this drop of reverse scale blood that I was able to increase my martial talent. Otherwise, I would never have had my current achievements. In the past, Lin Ming had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda in the Southern Wilderness and obtained the drop of reverse scale blood left behind by the Sorcerer of the Southern Wilderness. The drop of reverse scale blood had nearly been absorbed by the magic cube before he managed to fuse together with it. The greatest benefit from this was his improved martial talent. Lin Ming's martial talent was originally not that great. Without the drop of reverse scale blood, then even with the ethereal martial intent supporting him, he would never have stepped into life destruction in his 20s. What a pity. This reverse scale blood is of an extremely high quality. It is no inferior to Phoenix Marrow or Phoenix Coronet blood. However, you didn't have any special bloodline inheritance or technique, so you were forced to crudely absorb it. That was truly a waste of heaven's gifts. Hua Violent Stone shook his head. Reverse scale blood, dragon marrow blood, dragon horn blood, all of them were extremely high-quality types of dragon blood. Every drop was incomparably precious. The best method would have been for Lin Ming to first absorb 1,000 drops of ordinary dragon blood to create a bloodline foundation for him. Then, the reverse scale blood would have been absorbed using a special technique of the ancient dragon clan to improve the overall quality of the dragon bloodline. This would have had the effect of adding the last finishing touch. Unfortunately, Lin Ming didn't have such conditions. He had crudely absorbed the drop of reverse scale blood and also diluted it with his own bloodline. The effect was reduced to the equivalent of absorbing some ordinary dragon blood. Lin Ming, out of the divine realm god-beast families, the ancient dragon clan is the most formidable one. This is because there are many different types of dragon god-beasts. There is an azure dragon, blood dragon, thunder dragon, fire dragon, black dragon, five-clawed gold dragon, and cerulean dragon. There are even those lesser dragons with fainter bloodlines, such as hornless dragons, winged rain dragons, and others. Even the Swanee and Chimera can be considered part of the dragon race. They are different from my ancient Phoenix clan that only has the Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix. The ancient dragon clan have extremely rich bloodline resources. There have been a few world kings born into their clan. A world king can control a great world of their own. Thus their resources are naturally much richer. As for my ancient Phoenix clan, the Kirin clan, and the Rock clan, we are all a great deal worse. The ancient dragon clan is the leader of the 4 god-beast families. On the outside, our 4 god-beast families are all cooperative and mixed up together. Added up, we comprise a world king-level influence. You will inevitably become an important figure in my ancient Phoenix clan. Thus you will one day have to deal with the ancient dragon clan. You must be more attentive to such matters. The ancient Phoenix clan was inferior to the ancient dragon clan. However, this was not because a phoenix was weaker than a dragon, but because dragons were highly sexual creatures by nature. Their bloodlines multiplied at a far higher rate than a phoenix's did. If a dragon had 9 children, their dragon bloodline would multiply by 10 times. Moreover, there were far more types of dragons to begin with. Lin Ming nodded at Hua Violenstone's counseling. All right, Lin Ming, you should have already guessed the reason why I came to Fire Spirit Star. I'm not going to play word games with you. I will ask you directly. I have decided to take you in as my disciple. What do you think? I've already heard that Yan Fengxian has taken you in as her secret disciple, but you do not need to worry about this. Martial artists of the divine realm all have different masters at different boundaries. It wouldn't be strange for someone to have 10 masters. The reason I want to take you in as my disciple is to cement your status. With this status, you will by someone of my Hua family. My Hua family will pour forth our strength to raise you. Of course, in the future you must also support my Hua family. I will not limit your freedom, nor will I limit your growth. In the future, when your wings have spread, you may leave the ancient Phoenix clan and wander as you wish, adventuring and exploring to your heart's desire. Would you be interested in such a proposal? Lin Ming wasn't surprised at Hua Violenstone's words. The more extraordinary talent he revealed, the more attention he was bound to obtain from high-level forces of the ancient Phoenix clan. Numerous influences would desire to win him over. There was no advantage to remaining neutral. Instead, he would be suspected or even excluded by the major powers. Having the backing of a great tree to cover him was the most sensible and wise decision. You do not need to immediately answer. After all, this isn't a minor matter. I am willing to give you time to consider this. But I will also tell you something. Of the ancient Phoenix clan's 3 great families, my Hua family will put forth the greatest effort to train you, far more than what the Shao and Huang families are willing to do. This is because those 2 families already have core figures that they are raising. When you entered the illusionary god combat array, you should have understood just what family Crimson Strife Cloud came from. Perhaps you even think that the ancient Phoenix clan is extremely miserable and pathetic to be suppressed by the Crimson family. But there is no choice but to admit that this is the truth. This is reality. But that doesn't mean that our ancient Phoenix clan's legacy is incomparably far from the Crimson family's. Rather, it is because the Crimson family has produced a world king and now they are enjoying their greatest period of glory. As for my ancient Phoenix clan, we are actually stuck in a rut. The blood pond reserves at headquarters are running low, and this has caused no amazing character to appear for the last 100,000 years. In order to measure a family, one must consider their history through a period of millions or even tens of millions of years. My ancient Phoenix clan may only be a Holy Land level influence, but it is actually a peak Holy Land level influence. The Kirin clan and Rock clan are also the same. This disciple understands. Lin Ming nodded. A world king family would not enjoy glory for perpetuity. After a world king died, it would take tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years in order to raise a second world king. Lin Ming, for these next few months you will meditate on the laws in my divine world. I will change the flow of time so that it is reduced by 20 times. You can meditate on the laws here before returning to participate in the end of Fire Spirit Star's smelting trial. As Hua Violenstone spoke, he waved his hand. 9 totem stones appeared before him. These 9 totem stones flowed seamlessly together. Thick and twisted traces appeared on them. These traces had no method to them. Some were deep and some were shallow. It was somewhat similar to the Chaos Stones. At the center of each of the 9 totem stones, there was a pattern that converged into a single eye. These eyes were very abstract, but also seemed as if they were alive. As these 9 totem stones appeared, the 9 eyes also looked at Lin Ming. In that moment, Lin Ming had a feeling like his entire being had been seen through. These 9 totem stones were undoubtedly far superior to the 100-foot royal sky seal. In terms of profound exquisiteness, they approached the Chaos Stones. It had to be known that even though the Chaos Stones were close to the source laws, they were still only a general outline of the universe. If Lin Ming wanted an even more comprehensive understanding of the laws, he would have to perceive the soul elements of the laws. This is the most precious treasure of my Hua family, the sacred flame testament. An ancestor of my Hua family obtained this in an ancient ruin. It does not come from the hands of any previous patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. In fact, no one really knows just what boundary the senior who left behind the sacred flame testament was at. You may meditate on these. 200 days from now, I will come back and look for you. As a result of the change in the flow of time, 200 days in the divine world was only 10 days outside. After Hua Violent Stone left, Lin Ming sat down in the center of the sacred flame testament. He began to perceive the laws contained within them. Tao patterns constantly appeared in Lin Ming's pupils, slowly verifying the truths that Lin Ming had obtained from the Chaos Stones. If the Chaos Stones that Lin Ming meditated on before could be said to be the skeleton of laws, then the current sacred flame testament was the flesh and blood that filled the skeleton. The skeleton was the foundation, but having flesh and blood was also essential. This sacred flame testament is really mystical. Not only is there a massive amount of law fragments in them, but these 9 eyes also contain the will of the senior who left behind the sacred flame testament. If I can withstand the baptism of this will, the advantages will be tremendous. Lin Ming thought. He quickly entered the ethereal state and found himself swimming in a sea of laws, constantly absorbing the law fragments within the sacred flame testament. After a totem stone was carved and completed, it could independently absorb laws from the vast space of the universe and condense them into law fragments. These law fragments could then be comprehended through meditation and absorbed. These law fragments were extremely precious. Once they were absorbed, it would take a great deal of time to reform them. Thus, just allowing Lin Ming to meditate on the sacred flame testament was a great hemorrhaging cost to the Hua family. Lin Ming wasn't an ungrateful person that had no virtues. Since the Hua family showed him sufficient sincerity, and since there also wasn't any harm in joining them, he might as well push the boat along and take Hua Violent Stone as his master. During these 200 days of meditation, Lin Ming's enlightenment of the sacred flame testament's fire laws became increasingly profound. On the 180th day, Lin Ming suddenly opened up his eyes from meditation. In that moment, the fire origin energy around him stirred up. Underneath his watchful gaze, a wisp of fire origin energy slowly condensed into the shape of a crane. The fire crane landed on his shoulder and crooned. Lin Ming's eyes moved. The fire crane turned into a fire snake that winded down and around Lin Ming's arm. Then, in front of Lin Ming, fire origin energy constantly condensed into various shapes. There were firebirds, golden crows, flaming parasol trees, and so forth. This was the 4th level concept of the fire law's manifestation. In that moment, Lin Ming had finally touched upon the threshold of the 4th level concept of fire and just barely crossed into it. All that was left was to comprehend the 4th level concept to large success. He would understand its essence and fuse it with the first 3 level concepts into one. After comprehending the 4th level concept of fire, condensed origin energy would have a spirituality and life of its own. It wouldn't just be a shape on the surface. In the future, when Lin Ming was manipulating origin energy, it would also be far more powerful. The same concept also appeared within the thunder concepts. With the fire law's concept of manifestation to serve as a guide and signal, it would be much easier to comprehend the thunder law's concept of manifestation in the future. After several more days of meditation, Lin Ming's comprehension of the 4th level concept became even more profound. Then, after Hua Violent Stone contacted him, he left the divine world and flew straight towards the 18 hells of flame. The laws comprehended from the totem stones needed to be tempered and verified in the hells of flame. Lin Ming once again broke through into the 7th level 5,000-mile zone. At this depth, the power of fire that swirled about was just perfect for him. He rapidly consumed his energy here. Yet, it wasn't at an unbearable point, nor was it at a point where there wasn't enough pressure. Lin Ming began a long period of training at the 7th level 5,000-mile distance of the hells of flame. When he consumed nearly all of his true essence, he would return to the 2nd and 3rd level to rest and restore his strength before returning to the 7th level yet again. Besides training in the hells of flame, Lin Ming also entered Totem Tower. He took the time to meditate on the Chaos Stones again to verify the truths from the Sacred Flame Testament. His understandings of the Chaos Stones also deepened. Like this, time slowly passed. Soon a year had gone by. The end of the ancient phoenix smelting trial soon approached. And today began the final round of the smelting trial. All of the ancient Phoenix clan disciples needed to undergo a final examination. All rookie disciples that could enter the third level of the Hells of Flame would obtain a high-grade saint artifact as well as a drop of Phoenix plume blood. In addition, those who passed the Hells of Flame's third level obtained the qualifications to attempt the Illusionary God Combat Array smelting trial. Those that managed to slaughter 300 enemies within would also receive rewards. At killing 400 and 500 enemies, the rewards would increase. Every 100 enemies cut down resulted in a greater reward. Yen Little Moon has slain 650 people in the Illusionary God Combat Array. Praying Phoenix Palace's top rookie disciple Xiao Whitesnow was shocked as he heard this news. He had only managed to slaughter 500 enemies, and yet Yen Little Moon had reached 650. Before this, Yen Little Moon had only managed to kill 596 people. In the following year, not only did she not lose heart because of her frustrations towards Lin Ming, but her progress increased by a great deal instead. Although Lin Ming was the unparalleled shining star of this ancient Phoenix smelting trial, Yen Little Moon also couldn't be ignored. Her perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline brought her a great deal of attention from many distinguished families. There were countless handsome and charming heroic young elites that were attracted to an unmarried virgin with the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. Junior apprentice brother Lin also came. Junior apprentice brother Lin has left seclusion. At this time, many people were gathered at Totem Towers Square. As Lin Ming left seclusion, everyone's eyes turned over to him. No one was concerned with Yen Little Moon and Xiao Whitesnow's achievements anymore. All attention was turned to Lin Ming. Ever since Lin Ming completed the Illusionary God Combat Array's Thousand Slaughter a year ago, he had spent nearly all his time in seclusion and training. This was his first time making a public appearance. I heard that Lin Ming had been training at the 7th level 5,000 to 6,000 mile distance. And that is only training. He hasn't been trying to rush through. I heard he can stay for several days at a time. Are you sure? Holy crap. Does junior apprentice brother Lin have a chance of reaching the 8th level? Of course I'm sure. Also, junior apprentice brother Lin seems to have comprehended the concept of manifestation. This level of understanding towards the laws is quickly catching up to Crimson Strife Cloud. Heavens! I have no idea just what step Lin Ming's strength has arrived at. All the disciples looked at Lin Ming, discussing and praising him. Xiao Whitesnow ruefully smiled, darkly sighing in his heart. Lin Ming's speed of progress was just too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't even see his back. At this point, Violent Stone, Monarch Sweetie Fox, Duke Golden Sword, as well as two fresh new faces appeared in front of everyone. The two newcomers were a man and a woman. But what was strange was that they were covered with purple scales and there was a pair of antlers on their heads. They didn't appear to be ancient Phoenix Clan clansmen. Is that the ancient Dragon Clan? Kirin Clan.